Shinbei immediately activated his battle armor and slammed the brakes. The vehicle, due to inertia, did not slow down. Once it came to a stop, he was only 10 meters away from the entity. The scene shocked everyone in the shelter. Rock pounded on the railing, fiercely extinguishing his cigarette, but the momentary spark disappearing like Shinbei's life dimming. He cursed under his breath. Damn. Call me father. Little K looked up at Rock, then turned to glance at the vehicle completely obscured by the entity. He firmly shook his head. Little brat. Rock cursed again and turned to leave. At that moment, the others in the shelter also shook their heads and departed one by one. This time, no one mourned Shinbei's potential death. In this world, sympathy is the least valuable thing. Indifference is the mainstream. Yet, only Little K remained, clinging to the railing, straining to look out, his eyes glimmering with anxiety and restraint. Chapter 67. Frantic escape, facing the mere 200 meters to the safety zone of the shelter. Shinbei found his path blocked by the entity. The personnel in the shelter shook their heads, offering no sympathy or sighs. As if a play had come to an end, the restaurant closing and the crowd dispersing. No one believed Shinbei could survive. With the residents fleeing, the streets were deserted. They continued to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. In this world, anyone's death was just death. The chaos of fleeing continued unabated, unchanged by anyone's appearance or demise. Everyone's blood ran cold, unable to warm up. Even Rock, who had a decent relationship with Shinbei, felt the same. Only Little K remained at the railing, craning his neck to look out, his eyes flickering with tension and repression. At this moment, Shinbei's path was completely blocked. The countless tentacles of the chaotic entity dissolved into the darkness. In an instant, all the vertical lights on the tentacles lit up, resembling floating light bulbs or fallen stars. Confusing and fantastical. Damn. Shinbei cursed silently, but did not give up hope for survival. In this world, the entities are indestructible and immortal. Whether it's due to the insufficient power of the abilities or other reasons, they simply cannot be killed. However, that does not mean the entity can annihilate all humans in one encounter. The dark, smoke-like entity had also taken a while to kill over 30 people. Thinking of this, Shinbei felt he still had hope. He couldn't just surrender or lose his mind out of fear. The off-road vehicle roared to life once more, and his body reacted swiftly. The brake pedal was slammed down hard, and the tires screeched violently against the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of white smoke, reminiscent of the thick mist of magma erupting from a volcano. The tires emitted a sharp and piercing howl, akin to the wails of a beast in its final moments. The vehicle shook violently, and the engine roared relentlessly. The rear wheels spun wildly, defying the laws of physics as they struggled to grip the ground in a chaotic dance of acceleration and loss of control, leaving deep tire marks on the surface. In that fleeting moment, the entire vehicle nearly skidded sideways along the ground, leaning at a dangerously exaggerated angle, as if it would flip over at any second. Yet it managed to regain balance by the narrowest of margins. With Shinbei's precise maneuvering, the off-road vehicle sliced through the air like a sharp sword, smoothly executing a 180-degree turn. A beautiful drift led directly into the vast, dark wilderness. Shinbei had lost count of how many times the off-road vehicle had veered off the road. In the wilderness, there were no paths. Rather, in the face of escape, any direction was a route. An hour later, Shinbei stole a glance over his shoulder. That monstrous entity still loomed large, resembling a massive net closing in. Faster. Push it harder. Shinbei kept pressing the accelerator. However, the vehicle's speed remained stubbornly capped at 50 miles per hour. The monstrous figure, shrouded in darkness, was clearly faster, surging toward him like a tidal wave. Sweat dripped from Shinbei's forehead, feeling like a mouse toying with a cat. Circling back to the shelter was unwise. The more he circled, the closer he got to that entity. He had no choice but to maintain a straight distance, maximizing the gap. Yet, at a critical moment, the poorly maintained engine of the off-road vehicle suddenly spewed white smoke. The speedometer began to plummet. Shinbei winced in pain, just when he needed speed the most. The engine malfunctioned. In the next moment, Shinbei acted decisively, pulling out a mid-level energy core and tossing it into the power module of his armor. The power system of the armor emitted a low hum. Power surged to its maximum. After issuing the command through his mental link, the visual panel flashed red. Shinbei could even feel the heat generated by the power module running at full capacity, with energy surging without a place to release. In the next heartbeat, he kicked the car door away and chose to jump out. His figure rolled out sharply to the left. In that instant, time seemed to stretch, and space around him warped and distorted. The energy bands on his armor flickered intensely with his movements, dazzling like exploding stars. As he landed, Shinbei leveraged the momentum to roll, kicking up a dust storm on the hard ground, akin to the tremendous shockwave created by a meteorite striking the earth. Several tactical rolls, combined with the armor's repeated protective maneuvers, dissipated the immense inertia. Without waiting for the dust to settle, he immediately sprang to his feet. Propelled by the powerful thrusters built into the armor, transforming his figure into a blur as he sprinted forward. Rushing at full speed, Shunbei's feet tread upon a wasteland mixed with shattered rocks and withered vegetation, each step kicking up clouds of dust. The power module of the armor has pushed the speed to its limit, 60 kilometers per hour. With each leap, it feels as if Shunbei is challenging the very force of gravity, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. The visual panel is flashing red lights incessantly. Shunbei directly ignores it. He would rather burn out the power module than stop running. This is a life-or-death situation. The only consolation is that the speed of the armor exceeds that of an off-road vehicle. Glancing back, he sees the monstrous pursuers, their bloodthirsty eyes flickering as they relentlessly chase after him. However, the distance between them seems to have widened. Shunbei feels a bit relieved, but remains on high alert. Continuing his mad dash, time passes without notice. The eastern horizon is tinted with a faint rose color. The shy outline of dawn not yet fully escaping the bonds of darkness, soft yet powerful. The morning glow gradually unfolds like a vast watercolor canvas, illuminating the once silent wasteland in a dreamlike manner. Shunbei looks ahead. The ruins of dilapidated buildings are outlined in the dim light. Rusty frameworks and shattered concrete glimmering with a cold, mysterious silver-gray sheen in the morning light. He adjusts his course slightly, steering clear of the urban ruins. If he plunged into the city, the heaps of debris would hinder his speed, and the monstrous pursuers would catch up in no time, leading to a fatal end. As the sun rises completely, the world brightens. Shunbei has bypassed the urban ruins and is once again sprinting through the wilderness. On this desperate journey, he continuously adds mid-level crystal cores to the armor's power module. It's burning money, absolutely burning money. Compared to his life, Shunbei feels it's not enough. He wishes he could stuff in a high-level crystal core to unleash even greater kinetic energy from the armor. But he knows that a high-level crystal core would also be useless, as the armor's level limits the maximum speed. About an hour later, Shunbei crosses a hill and rushes down, suddenly spotting a group of humans in his line of sight. They appear to be a hunting party from a nearby shelter, seeking meat from fierce beasts. There are 4 shabby vehicles in total, with the leading green Jeep patched with iron plates and graffiti on the doors and hood. The driver is a man with messy dreadlocks, while the passenger seat holds a bald giant with a wrist the size of a pear, who seems to also have noticed Shunbei's figure and is eyeing him hungrily. The sound of the vehicles approaches, accompanied by shouts, whistles, and the roaring tires of the speeding Jeep, resembling a band of marauding fiends, their chests strapped with magazines, wildly waving carbines, all of which signifies that they are anything but friendly. Hey kid, come play with us. Don't run away. You'll tire yourself out and lose your backside. Hand over your crystal cores. Which shelter are you from? However, just seconds after spotting Shunbei, their initially arrogant expressions suddenly freeze. The first reason is that Shunbei's speed is simply too fast. Behind the hill, a dark, ominous shadow appeared. When the shadow finally climbed to the top of the hill and revealed its true form, everyone was stunned. An overwhelming fear engulfed the scene. Some people couldn't maintain their balance and fell from their vehicles. Damn it, that's a sinister creature. This guy is attracting it. Turn. Don't come this way. The sound of gunfire echoed as the carbine unleashed a flurry of bullets, leaving a trail of bullet holes in the path ahead. This threat was insignificant to Shunbei. In fact, he maintained his speed and, with a quick twist of his body, charged directly toward them. Taking them down would slow the creature's pursuit. Better than me. Damn it, turn around. We need to get back to the shelter. The previously swaying Jeep suddenly accelerated and began to turn. Due to the terrain, 2 Jeeps collided at high speed, coming to a complete stop. The overturned Jeep traced a parabolic arc in the air, crashing down with a deafening roar, plowing through the ground for over 6 meters. The cries and curses of those thrown out filled the air. The remaining 2 vehicles disregarded their teammates left behind and sped away. The more than 10 people were left in shock, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. It wasn't until Shunbei brushed past them that they snapped back to reality, furiously raising their rifles to shoot at him. Shunbei had no intention of engaging with them. With a few S-shaped maneuvers, he vanished from their sight. Just then, a massive shadow loomed overhead. The sinister creature had arrived. Chapter 68. Not yet finished. Prepare for battle. Help me. As the sinister creature descended, panic, fear, and a sense of bitter despair surged within them like a tidal wave. In an instant, countless tentacles pierced the bodies of those who couldn't escape. A searing pain, akin to a soul being torn apart, flooded their minds, forcing them to emit desperate screams as they curled up on the ground, writhing and struggling like shrimp. The tentacles, seemingly hollow, drained them in the blink of an eye, leaving them as dry corpses. As the tentacles discarded the lifeless bodies like trash, they shattered upon impact, scattering flesh across the ground. The creature's insatiable greed seemed to be sated, and after lingering for a moment, it drifted away toward the north. At that moment, Shinbei halted in the south, watching as the creature finally left. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground, lying on the barren earth, gasping for breath. After nearly 3 hours of intense running, he was exhausted despite the assistance of his armor, feeling dizzy. If not for the threat to his life, such high-intensity running would have been impossible to endure. He gasped for over 10 minutes. Shinbei finally recovered somewhat from the soul-wrenching pain, lying awkwardly on the ground. He struggled to lift his head, gulped down some clean water, and quickly chewed on some food. His exhausted internal organs began to receive a much-needed nutritional boost. Shinbei stood up again. He knew the chase was not over. Although the evil beings had left, they had entangled a group of humans who would suffer for no reason, and they would not let him off easily. Moreover, this location was surely very close to their hideout. After all, he had encountered them just as the sun was rising, indicating that they had not been out for long. The 2 jeeps that had fled would return soon to seek revenge. Trying to reason with them would be futile. It would be like pushing himself into a fire pit. In this world, reasoning could not fill one's stomach, nor could it bring someone back to life. Everyone knew that in a world of survival, one had to nurture a bit of resentment first. It was absurd. One had to overwhelm the opponent with momentum before anything else. Then, one could face life and death with indifference and take action if necessary. Negotiation? There was no negotiation, only bullets. Of course, there might still be room for negotiation between shelters. For others, causing such trouble and expecting mercy and forgiveness from the other side was wishful thinking. Shinbei focused and gave the order for his armor to conduct a self-check. After all, the armor had been operating under high load, and he could even smell a burnt odor. The situation was likely not good. Self-check in progress. At the same time, he retrieved the data for the clustered firepower drone. Clustered firepower drone. Kinetic energy remaining, 38. Loaded ammunition, 12 rounds. Remaining in ammunition bay, 24 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Edit command. Invisible hover at 500 meters. Auto follow. Shinbei glanced at it. Fortunately, there was still kinetic energy remaining in the clustered firepower drone. He was worried it might run out and fall from a height, resulting in a disastrous crash. It would be quite troublesome. Currently, it was no problem to reach Shelter 36. Just then, the visual panel of the armor displayed information. Self-check completed, upper body frame, including head support unit, shoulder components, chest armor plate, back support structure and spine simulation device, shoulder joint module, elbow joint actuator, wrist joint and hand exoskeleton, etc. intact. Lower body frame, damaged. Details as follows. Hip joint component, 30 damaged. Knee joint module, 50 damaged. Ankle joint actuator, 50 damaged. Foot propulsor, 90 damaged. Power module, 70 damaged. Control system, including sensors, neural interfaces, etc. intact. Life support system, including oxygen supply, cooling system, heating device, and waste processing facilities, etc. intact. Skeleton structure, slightly damaged. Power transmission cables, infrared visual cable disconnected, others intact. After carefully reviewing the information, the problems were not too serious. The upper body was unaffected, while the lower body movements might be a bit stiff. After assessing the situation, Shinbei knew how to respond to the upcoming pursuit. He took a glance towards the west, and indeed saw a cloud of dust rolling in the distance, stirred up by a vehicle approaching his direction. Shinbei activated his battle armor once again, pushing the power module to its limits, even if it meant burning out the power module. He had to reach the ruined city, otherwise, he would be nothing but a target. Shinbei suddenly stopped, then dashed back in the direction he came from. He had no idea how many pursuers were behind him, but he knew there were several with special abilities among them. Fighting in the wilderness was absolutely disadvantageous for him. The only correct choice was to engage in street battles within the steel forest, dealing with enemies one by one. Damn it, Captain Blacktooth. We've lost quite a few people. A bald giant sitting in the vehicle had a ferocious glint in his eyes, extremely agitated and shouting in frustration. The man known as Blacktooth, with his head full of dirty braids, wore a cold and murderous expression, casting a heavy, oppressive atmosphere over the vehicle as if a disaster was imminent. They had just escaped back to shelter number 12 and reported the situation to their leader, Chi Yunlai, only to find that the target had already left. They immediately sought permission from Chi Yunlai to send reinforcements to pursue the target. Based on Blacktooth's description, Chi Yunlai became intensely interested in Shinbei's battle armor, showing no hesitation in ordering that the armor be captured for research. At this moment, Blacktooth growled, "Hurry up, Chase! Don't let that guy get away." The driver slammed on the gas, increasing their speed. Blacktooth turned to the bald man and said, "Shin, no need for your nonsense. Once I catch that guy in the battle armor, I'm going to smash him to pieces." Shin gritted his teeth and replied, "This is the first time I've seen someone dare to run from a twisted creature. What a bold guy. Blacktooth snorted, his gaze fixed ahead. It's just that this twisted creature isn't fast enough and is already injured. Otherwise, how could it be chased like this by a human? Injured? Shirsheen was suddenly startled. How can you tell? Blacktooth's eyes held an unmistakable mockery. Were you so scared at first that you didn't observe carefully? Shirsheen's mouth twitched, unable to respond. He had indeed been terrified at first. There were many twisted creatures in the wilderness. But because the area was so vast and the shelters were constantly on the move, the chances of encountering them were quite low. This was his first direct encounter outside the shelter, naturally leaving him a bit flustered, and he had no time to observe anything. Blacktooth's gaze was deep and devoid of any emotion as he slowly spoke. That twisted creature has numerous scars around its heart, and some of them are even exposed. Although the wounds are healing, it seems to have sustained significant damage. Shirsheen gasped, his mind buzzing. The others in the vehicle were equally shocked. Injured? A twisted creature injured? Does that mean? Shirsheen asked excitedly. Aren't twisted creatures supposed to be immortal? How can they be injured? Does that mean twisted creatures can die? He shook his head and said, I don't know why this creature was injured, but one thing is clear, it's not dead, and the record remains unbroken. At this moment, a regular person holding a rifle chimed in. I've heard someone saw the creature's corpse. It must have been killed by humans. Only you naive fools would believe that the creature's body was eliminated by us, he retorted bluntly. The crowd lowered their heads. What was wrong with believing that? Who wants to live in fear forever? He took a deep breath and exclaimed, talking about nonsense won't help. Our current task is to take revenge for our brothers. His words ignited the pent-up frustration in everyone's hearts, and they shouted in unison, damn it. Who knows which shelter this person is from? They are just a source of trouble. Let's take care of him. With over 10 of us, we can't handle him? Don't kill him yet. I want to deal with him. The crowd was filled with excitement and indignation. For them, bullying others was normal. If others bullied them, that was absolutely intolerable. They urged the driver to speed up, wanting to reach the culprit immediately, wishing they could tear him apart right now. However, he retained some rationality and raised his hand, saying, this person is wearing battle armor and running at an incredible speed. He must have equipment beyond our expectations. While we have the numbers to capture him, we must also be cautious to avoid any missteps. The crowd nodded in agreement. Chapter 69. Striking first as the power module neared destruction. Shinbei finally returned to the ruined city. Here, he completely eliminated the pursuers seeking revenge. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. For Shinbei, he could only blame the unfortunate fate of those who had died at the hands of the creature. The pursuers were merely seeking their own demise. Of course, Shinbei could continue on to Shelter 36, but if he didn't shake off the tail, he would face endless trouble in the future. Therefore, he chose to eliminate all threats. Upon entering the ruins, it was as if his combat instincts awakened. His blood surged, his heart raced, and his palms itched. Eager to smell blood, as he moved along the road, the once towering skyscrapers seemed to have been mercilessly devoured by time, leaving only their broken skeletons standing askew. Abandoned vehicles were haphazardly piled up in the streets, like clots of blood frozen in the veins of a dead city. Shinbei's footsteps made slight scraping sounds on the rubble and debris, echoing in the chest of this silent city. He meticulously observed every potential advantageous sniping location, silently calculating the wind direction, light, and line of sight obstructions, trying to find the best position to conceal himself and deliver a fatal strike to his enemies. Shinbei walked for about 10 minutes. Climbing over the cracked building, the figure moved with the agility of a cat, sometimes hanging from broken beams, sometimes flashing between shattered windows, finally stopping at the top of a partially collapsed high-rise. The view here was broad, with the surrounding ruins forming a natural barrier, providing an excellent ambush point. Apart from a public building and a small church, only a few dozen houses remained, indicating that even in the old days, this was not a bustling place. He took out a Barrett sniper rifle and skillfully assembled and adjusted it. Then, he commanded his armor to change color, seamlessly blending into the background like a shadow waiting for prey to appear. It was a bit chilly today, with low temperatures. He lay on the cold, broken wall, gazing down at the city that had long turned into ruins. The wind constantly swept past him, and due to the damaged areas of his armor, which compromised its sealing, chilly gusts forced their way inside. His body temperature had dropped to match the environment completely. The wind did not make him feel colder. However, he still disliked the cold, as it made him uncomfortable. Low temperatures slowed the flow of blood, as if he and the world were gradually solidifying. Before long, a dozen people appeared within his line of sight. He recognized two familiar faces, a man with dreadlocks and a bald giant. The first two individuals in the group were clearly experienced hunters, their gaze covering the area like a finely woven net, meticulously searching for any suspicious traces. Their formation was spread out and methodical, indicating they had undergone rigorous training. despite their appearance resembling a group of uncivilized savages. Their tactical coordination was far superior to those he had encountered before. They were spaced nearly a kilometer apart. In his view, some of them were barely discernible. Just vague black dots. He sniffed. His armor needed an upgrade, and he hoped the next one would enhance his visual capabilities. At that moment, in the distance, two individuals were constantly glancing towards the low hills on either side. They were evidently experts in long-range sniping, their eyes sweeping over potential sniper locations repeatedly. He sensed that their gazes had swept past his hiding spot several times, but they were likely oblivious to his presence. Most of the time, when a gun-specialized ability user sniper was searching for another sniper, they relied on infrared vision. This was an essential awakened ability for gun specialists. However, he had lowered his body temperature to match the surrounding environment completely, coupled with the fact that his armor blended seamlessly with the surroundings, making it a far cry from the red armor they had seen earlier. Under the influence of preconceived notions, they naturally found it difficult to detect him, let alone imagine that his armor could change color. In their eyes, only red objects would raise their alertness. Soon, the group entered the ruins of the city. "This guy is not a man at all," Stoneheart said loudly. They actually ran all the way into the ruins. He watched the personnel searching various areas ahead. "Andandanda Guidao, this is a cunning fox. From the moment the evil ones left, he anticipated that we would pursue him and hid here in advance. What can hiding do?" Stoneheart chuckled, filled with disdain. "It's just delaying his death. I remember this guy carrying a sniper rifle. He should be a marksman." He looked around, searching for clues. A good sniper is known for their patience. "We might take some time to catch him." Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling sensation suddenly swept through him, so intense that he couldn't help but shiver. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, take cover." In an instant, he grabbed Stoneheart and dashed into the house across the street like lightning. Bang! A muffled gunshot echoed above the ruined city, and the one who fell was a sniper occupying the small church's bell tower. The first gunshot still lingered in the air above the abandoned town when another shot rang out. Before the sound reached everyone's ears, the second sniper, positioned on the second floor of a house, also fell. The powerful bullet pierced through the wall, shredding half of his chest with debris flying everywhere. A mangled arm flew out from the window on the other side, landing in the central square below. This time, the bullets used by Shinbei to eliminate the nearby targets were all ordinary rounds. There were silent bullets, but not many, and they had to be saved for moments of surprise. These minor targets, even if exposed by the gunfire, wouldn't affect the overall situation. Those bullets came from 1,300 meters away. After listening to the gunfire, Stoneheart's face turned pale. Once inside the house, he leaned by the window to observe as the sniper's arm fell right in front of him. "It's 1410 meters, Blacktooth corrected Stoneheart's estimation. However, his expression was grim. After all, he was a 4th-tier combat ability user specializing in close combat. Long-range sniping was not his forte. From this, it was clear without complex analysis that they had fallen into a trap. The nearby terrain was not complicated, and with Shunbei occupying the advantageous position, the two snipers on their side had been taken out immediately, making the battle situation a losing one for ordinary people. They could only rely on themselves and Stoneheart to break through and chase. Just as Blacktooth calculated how to quickly reach Shunbei's position, the sound of sniper fire continued to ring out, with personnel falling one after another from the rooftops. Gasps echoed through the ruined city as they searched for safe spots while trying to determine the direction of the sniper. But the shooting speed of Shinbei was alarmingly fast, almost as if he were not a sniper at all. Anyone who peeked out would immediately attract a bullet. The flimsy walls of these houses, eroded by time, provided no real cover. The muscles on Blacktooth's face twitched uncontrollably with each gunshot. It felt like a hammer striking his heart. In a short period of time, Shinbei had fired 13 shots, killing at least 8 people. After seeing the fate of the second sniper expert, he no longer held out hope for the survival of those hit. The power of the bullets used by the opponent clearly left no survivors. Each death meant a weakening of his team's strength. He was an ordinary person. Sure, Xin came to a conclusion. Heya shot him a glare, as if to say, "Isn't it obvious? The firearms used by those with specialized abilities are different. Or rather, the guns they used were like small cannons." Meanwhile, Shinbei was just an ordinary bullet. At that moment, a teammate, experienced and valiant, raised his hand and fired 2 shots. The gunfire rang out. The first shot created a large hole in a broken outer wall in front of Heya, while the second shot penetrated through the hole, completely blasting through the floor and kicking up a cloud of dust on the next level, with splinters and debris even spraying out of the window. In an instant, an extremely agile figure leaped out of the window along with the dust, landing and immediately springing up, sprinting like a cheetah towards another building that could provide cover. Heya watched the figure leap out, shouting, "Well done. We forced him out. Go." Heya was the first to rush out of the building, quickly heading towards Shunbei. Chapter 70. The advantage is mine. All you need to do is accept death. After Shinbei was forced out, Heiya immediately erupted with a strong desire to torture and kill, filled with joy. He called for Sure Xian to rush out. As long as Shinbei showed himself, surrounded by everyone, there would be no way out. Sure Xian ran even faster, and the already damaged street cracked like a spider web with each step he took. Just then, in Heiya's line of sight, a black suddenly emerged from the house where Shinbei had disappeared. What was that? Heiya was bewildered, watching as it looked like a bullet, creating ripples in the air as it flew, a high-frequency vibration emitted by the bullet. A bullet? Heiya was almost stunned. How could there be a bullet without the sound of a gunshot? Sure Xian, be careful, Heiya quickly warned, not even thinking about why an ordinary person like Shinbei could shoot a silent bullet. Though Sure Xian's defense had also reached the 3rd level. Being hit by a sniper rifle wouldn't kill him, but he would still be injured. At that moment, Sure Xian was somewhat dismissive of Heiya's warning. What could a sniper bullet do? It wouldn't kill him. At worst, he would be injured. In the wilderness, being injured was as common as breathing. However, Sure Xian's hatred for Shinbei was overflowing, thinking about capturing him alive to inflict the most terrifying punishments and tortures. So, in an instant, Sure Xian chose to dodge. His movements were extremely swift. He suddenly lunged to the side and forward, rolling as he approached the edge of a building, ready to take cover in a shooting blind spot. Just then, another bullet silently pierced through the air, flying towards him, landing precisely where Sure Xian was about to touch down. In an instant, blood splattered across Sure Xian's body, and he was lifted off the ground, tumbling through the air for a few spins before crashing heavily to the ground. His lifeless body showed no signs of life, as almost half of his torso was missing. Moreover, Sure Xian's tragic death was so sudden that he didn't even let out a single cry. It was a clean and swift end, with no pause whatsoever. All of this happened in just a matter of 2 or 3 breaths. A Tier 3 ability user was dead. Heiya looked on in disbelief at this scene. A chill ran through him from head to toe, standing dazed in the open space, almost forgetting he was in a life-and-death situation. He was painfully aware that Shinbei's cunning surpassed his imagination. Shinbei first used one bullet to provoke Sure Xian into dodging, and then the second bullet was the true killer's craft. This level of calculation and scheming was more terrifying than a computer. How could he have penetrated Sure Xian's defenses? At that moment, Heiya couldn't comprehend what kind of bullet Shinbei had used. The power was far beyond the limits of what ordinary gunpowder bullets could inflict. Confusion, bewilderment, dread, and terror filled his mind, swirling chaotically. It was akin to an ant, normally too lazy to crush, suddenly biting an elephant to death in front of him. The impact was even more intense than a lion killing an elephant. An ordinary person with a sniper rifle. Even a god couldn't possibly achieve such a feat of sniping a Tier 3 ability user with a single shot. He suddenly snapped back to reality, his face cold and grim, revealing a hint of unease. Heiya noticed the flash of gunfire from the ruins across from him, but still couldn't lock onto Shinbei. He let out a roar, picked up a rifle that a teammate had dropped, and began to spray bullets wildly towards the area where Shinbei might be hiding. His fingers slammed down on the trigger, and in an instant, the rifle let out a deafening roar, like thunder tearing through the silence. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and tracer rounds shot towards Shinbei's hiding place like a furious swarm of bees, creating a blazing and lethal trajectory. The surrounding dust was stirred up by the intense firepower, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and burnt metal. Each gunshot was accompanied by flying debris, each impact etching new wounds into the ruins. After the bullets were spent, Heiya crouched low among the debris and rubble, using various buildings and obstacles for cover as he charged towards Shinbei's sniping position. At a distance of 1,500 meters, he needed nearly a minute to close the gap. However, as long as he could get within 500 meters, he was confident he could suppress Shinbei's firepower. This meant he still had to cross 1,000 meters with the specter of death accompanying him. Heiya moved rapidly, employing all sorts of extraordinary tactical maneuvers to shorten the distance between him and Shinbei. Shinbei continued firing, bullets whizzing past Heiya. But instead of feeling relieved by the deviation of the bullets, his heart sank deeper. Screams echoed behind him, clearly indicating that Shinbei's target was not him, but rather the teammates still hiding in the ruins. The walls and roof could not stop Shinbei's bullets. His shooting pattern was remarkably standard, ending each target's life with a single shot. The frequency and speed of his transitions surpassed any sniping rules he knew. Blacktooth was once again shocked by the unimaginable power of Shinbei's bullets. The penetration was almost fantastical, as if the walls were made of paper. It was maddening and sent chills down his spine as Blacktooth pressed forward, closing in to within 800 meters of Shinbei. All but 2 cowards who had hidden in the basement had perished under Shinbei's gunfire. At that moment, Blacktooth noticed that Shinbei's battle armor had turned a muddy yellow, resembling a camouflage combat suit. Armor that could change color? Blacktooth's gaze flickered. The rifle he wielded, distinctly different from firearms of the past, along with the alloy magazines hanging at his side, set him apart from other snipers. The people of the wasteland had a simple yet effective understanding of strength. In their eyes, patched clothing, shiny metallic objects, and oddly shaped firearms represented overwhelming power. Of course, the strongest symbols of power were various combat vehicles. Shinbei's vehicle had long been abandoned in the wilderness, but the equipment on him was already enough to showcase his might. His face remained mostly hidden behind a mask, but his calm and cold eyes shone with the deepest intensity in Blacktooth's view. Shinbei even half-knelt, holding the rough and simple Barrett sniper rifle. No longer hiding his figure, and in front of Blacktooth, he pulled the trigger. The flash of fire from that shot was particularly glaring. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream erupted from the ruins, the heart-wrenching cry of a teammate who had tried to flank Shinbei but was caught while fleeing from the basement. Blacktooth turned in horror, seeing a large hole blasted in the outer wall of the small building, with the young man sprawled on the ground, howling, his entire backside soaked in blood. Shinbei swung his gun toward Blacktooth, forcing him to dodge several times before he finally found refuge behind a massive stone. "Kid, you are making an enemy of Shelter 12. Blacktooth shouted angrily from behind the stone. He was furious. The recent battle had nearly cost him all his men. Only one remained, and he was just an ordinary person. Shinbei's bullets and marksmanship were so domineering that he couldn't even lift his head. At that moment, he even began to suspect that Shinbei was pretending to be weak to lure him in. "Can you represent Shelter 12? Shinbei's voice was cold, laced with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, he slightly adjusted his aim, scanning the massive stone with his entire body. Unfortunately, the stone was too thick for the bullets to penetrate. As long as Blacktooth dared to show his head, it would be a headshot. Of course, if Blacktooth stayed hidden for too long, Shinbei wouldn't mind using level 5 bullets. "Listen to me, our leader, Chi Yunlai, is very interested in you. Perhaps we could have a talk." Bang! Shinbei fired a shot directly. The bullet shattered against the boulder, sending stones flying. This was Shinbei's response. Discuss? There was nothing to discuss. A person's remaining value had been drained, and being on enemy territory meant only one outcome, a brutal end. Yet, it seemed that the enemy wasn't planning to give up, continuously shouting from behind the boulder. Occasionally, a branch would be poked out to taunt Shinbei. This wasn't just a futile waste of time. Another teammate was using this opportunity to sneak up on Shinbei. Chapter 71. Close Quarters Combat. You were still lacking as the enemy tried to persuade Shinbei to give up resistance and go to shelter number 12. Shinbei was provoking the other side to step out from behind the boulder. Both sides were extremely wary. The enemy feared Shinbei's eerie marksmanship and bullets. Shinbei didn't want the enemy to engage in close combat either. So far, the enemy had shown no special abilities. Without knowing the opponent's trump card, the looming giant sword overhead couldn't simply disappear. Just as the two were at a standstill, unbeknownst to Shinbei, an enemy, almost cat-like, was sneaking up behind him. It had to be said that this ordinary person's combat skills were far superior to 90 of the average individuals. He crawled almost with his chest on the ground. Every movement was slow and light, like a lizard waiting to pounce. It was evident he had undergone very professional training. When the enemy was only 10 meters away from Shinbei, he suddenly brushed against a transparent tripwire. Instantly, a sound like a soda can rattling echoed, producing a sharp clanging noise. That was a simple warning device set by Shinbei. Very simple, yet hard to detect. At that moment, Shinbei suddenly turned around and fired a blind shot. Bang! The enemy reacted quickly, rolling to the side and hitting the ground just as the sound of the can erupted, dodging the bullet. But just as the enemy raised his gun to retaliate, his hand froze in midair because a dull military knife was pressed against his neck. Shinbei slowly raised his right hand, forcing the enemy to tilt his head back and stand on his toes. From the slight sting on his skin, the enemy could feel the sharpness of the knife and dared not make any sudden movements, only following Shinbei's arm by rising on his toes. Under the threat of death, his throat trembled sharply. Despite the cold weather, beads of sweat were already dripping down. Suddenly, Shinbei lifted the knife, the blade gliding against the enemy's throat, cutting through stubble and leaving a smooth patch of skin. In just a second, the enemy was drenched in sweat, having only seen a flash of the blade before feeling the chill on his neck. Then, he watched as red blood sprayed out, and his body temperature began to plummet. It felt as if something inside him was being ruthlessly stripped away. Just as he was about to scream, Shinbei's left fist shot out like lightning, landing squarely on his nose. The tall and robust man was unexpectedly thrown back like a weightless doll, crashing heavily against the wall of a shed, breaking a large hole and tumbling inside. He effortlessly dealt with the ambusher. Just as Shinbei was about to continue confronting the attacker, a loud bang echoed. A wall was shattered by brute force. The figure of the attacker, like a speeding train, charged directly at him, accompanied by a terrifying, sinister laugh. "You're finished. Let us see how you escape now." The attacker's terrifying physical prowess displayed extreme ferocity. As he exerted force with his arms, the veins bulged, resembling a vicious iron whip descending with deadly intent. Boom! Shunbei was caught off guard and was violently struck away by the attacker's arm. He was tossed like a rag doll. With a crash, Shunbei smashed through countless stones and rubble, becoming buried beneath them. Even his sniper rifle slipped from his grasp. Lost to the chaos. Thud! Thud! The attacker's internal energy surged at a ferocious speed, causing a violent tremor throughout his body, rubbing against his muscles and fascia. A chilling, murderous aura quickly spread through the air, as if it could freeze one's blood. The attacker smirked, revealing a bloodthirsty demeanor. After all, just an ordinary person. So easily crushed. He grunted, I still need to dig you out and take you back. After losing so many people, I have to give the leader an explanation. Just when he thought Shunbei was surely finished under his assault, a stone rolled down from the pile of debris, clearly indicating there was a force pushing upward from within. Soon, one stone after another began to tumble down. The attacker squinted at the pile of rubble, resembling an ancient grave, feeling a sense of foreboding that something monstrous was about to emerge. Still alive? The attacker was somewhat surprised. He thought that even with armor, Shunbei would be crushed or at least incapacitated, with no power to resist. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. Is the armor's defense really that high? The attacker's gaze shifted, a storm of thoughts churning within him, as a suspicion arose that even he found hard to believe. In the next moment, with a crash, Shunbei's arm forcefully broke free from the heavy rubble. That arm was covered in dark iron armor, faintly flickering with a mysterious and eerie vitality. The joints of the armor emitted a deep, powerful grinding sound, like an ancient demon breaking free from its chains. Following that, more stones exploded outward. Shunbei's body began to slowly wriggle out from the pile of rubble, with each piece of armor on his shoulders, chest, and waist defiantly rising against the weight. He squeezed through the broken stones, like the gates of hell opening, a demon emerging from the earth. Finally, when Shunbei fully crawled out from the rubble, he stood amidst the ruins, bathed in the blood-red glow of the sunset, as if he were supporting the very sky. He slowly raised his head, his gaze clear and calm as it met the attacker's eyes, and he spoke lightly. You're strong, but still a bit lacking. In the attacker's eyes, a cold and fierce light flickered. He suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with surprise and delight. Very good. You are the most cunning and tenacious ordinary person I have ever met. I have encountered countless individuals. Some are cowardly, others are resilient. Some compromise for the sake of survival, and there are those who think highly of themselves. But never has an ordinary person made me feel so embarrassed. To call you ordinary would be an understatement. I believe you are even stronger than those with special abilities. The cold and fierce gaze of the one known as Black Tooth seemed to solidify with intensity. I love challenges. In the next moment, Black Tooth raised his hand, releasing an energy wave that enveloped the area. This was one of his abilities, Field Lock. In close combat, he could create a force field centered around himself, enhancing his attack speed and defense while reducing the enemy's speed and accuracy, putting them in a passive position. For Shunbei, who had no firearms at hand, this ability alone was sufficient to solve the problem. In Black Tooth's eyes, Shunbei's armor had decent defense, but could he really fight back? After all, he was just a target. Black Tooth licked his lips, eager to see which was superior, special abilities or technology. Shunbei's calm eyes suddenly flickered with intensity. Close combat. This was Shunbei's first time. He wanted to know if his fighting skills from a past life, combined with the assistance of his armor, could take down someone with special abilities. Shunbei directly took out an intermediate crystal core and inserted it into the power module, extracting energy for later use. In the next moment, Black Tooth wasted no time. He stomped the ground heavily, sending dirt flying, and leaped forward like an arrow released from a bow. Rushing toward Shunbei, he threw a punch, creating a vacuum behind him. The air exploded, and a fierce wind surged towards Shunbei. You haven't been hit before, have you? Then enjoy it. Black Tooth's wild roar accompanied the roaring sound of the air, charging forward. Chapter 72. Clash of Life and Death. As Black Tooth rushed towards him, Shunbei didn't even have time to draw his revolver. In fact, the first thought that crossed Shunbei's mind wasn't to use the gun. At this distance, the pistol's effectiveness was minimal. The threat was far less than it would be from 10 meters away. Shunbei didn't take the hit. Instead, he moved like a whirlwind, twisting his body to dodge. Suddenly darting to the side, he stepped down, and the foot thruster exploded with powerful energy, propelling his body sideways. As Black Tooth's strike missed, Shunbei had already leaped 10 meters away in just a few steps, now holding the revolver in his left hand. At the moment he landed, he pulled the trigger. The 6 chambers of the rotating cylinder spun quickly. With a deep, forceful click, the bullet was ruthlessly pushed into the endless darkness of the barrel. A flash of light erupted from the muzzle, as if a spark had ignited oil, ready to fire. The sparks from the metal friction glimmered like stars in the dark night, brief, yet dazzling. As Shinbei's finger pressed down completely, the bullet shot out from the narrow barrel at high speed. The muzzle expelled scorching flames and billowing smoke. Bang! The bullet left a trail of flames, creating a shower of sparks on the ground. At that moment, Heiya had already vanished from the spot, disappearing so quickly that Shunbei couldn't help but click his tongue. This was one of his abilities, Instant Shadow Evade. It allowed the character to briefly enter a subspace state at the moment the opponent launched an attack, enabling near-perfect evasion as the enemy's strikes seemed to pass through nothingness. In this state, Heiya could also quickly reposition himself to flank or attack the enemy from behind. However, this ability could only be activated once in a short period, and the displacement distance was only about 10 meters. Shunbei retreated a few meters, and a shadow rushed past him. It was Heiya moving at high speed. The sharp whistle and the chilling breeze brushing across his face hinted at its terrifying lethality. If even bullets had a dodge, what kind of ability user are you? It's truly embarrassing. Shunbei attempted to provoke Heiya's weakness with words. Meanwhile, Heiya circled around Shunbei at high speed, responding with laughter. Save those low-end tricks. Your bullets are extraordinary. Only a fool wouldn't dodge. Shunbei pouted and immediately maxed out the output of his power module, beginning to unleash kinetic energy again. He also started moving at high speed, frequently changing directions, but he couldn't aim at Heiya, who was also moving erratically. The wind rushing by became both cold and hard during their high-speed chase. The two of them pursued each other like lightning, flashing from one building to another, even darting into abandoned houses, weaving through them nonstop. While dodging and chasing, they continued to attack each other. Shunbei wasn't just evading. He was also trying to lock onto his opponent. The revolver in his hand was ready to fire, but he hadn't pulled the trigger yet. Heiya was evidently wary of the revolver. As soon as the gun's sights were aligned on him, he would decisively abandon his attack and quickly evade, never giving Shunbei a chance to shoot. Shunbei was patient. Heiya was also patient, but their patience was based on a battle of attrition. Heiya's high-speed ability required energy, and once his energy was depleted, he would be no different from an ordinary person. However, Shunbei had no way of knowing how long Heiya could maintain this chase. Yet, Shunbei felt a bit anxious. His battlesuit was already damaged after being pursued by the evil entity. If it were in peak condition, the number of crystal core sources Shunbei had would determine how long he could outlast Heiya. No matter how much energy an ability user has, it cannot exceed the number of crystal cores. But now, the situation was extremely unfavorable for Shunbei. He urgently needed to find an opportunity to strike Heiya a heavy blow. The chase had already lasted over half a minute. At this distance and speed, the disadvantages of using a handgun became very apparent. From aiming to pulling the trigger and firing the bullet, there was enough time for Heiya to react. Shunbei held a revolver in his left hand, crouching low as he moved like a specter between the buildings under the high-load support of his armor. Meanwhile, Heiya was even lower to the ground, often using both hands and feet, resembling an incredibly swift reptile. At that moment, Shunbei was observing his surroundings, his mind racing. Suddenly, he leaped up from the ground, landing on the outer wall of a building, then quickly maneuvered around the corner. At that moment, Heiya shot forward like a cannonball from a rooftop several meters away, making a soft thud as he pressed tightly against the building's outer wall. He was horizontal. Then, like a gecko, he crawled up the wall at a speed much faster than Shunbei, instantly reaching the corner of the building. Heiya seemed to have a flash of inspiration and did not recklessly rush into the turn. Instead, he flipped his palm, sending out a nearly invisible fine line that curved in the air, aiming for the blind spot around the corner. This seemingly inconspicuous fine line actually held tremendous power. In such brick and wood structures, it could easily leave a cut deeper than 10 centimeters before the fine line could be fully drawn back. He had already dashed around the corner, indicating his confidence in the weapon's power. However, his confidence was met with the deep, unfathomable muzzle of the revolver. Heiya let out a strange cry. The fine line quivered in the air, shooting towards Shunbei's arm like lightning, while his body simultaneously sprang backward. This was the best reaction given the situation, a blend of offense and defense. Clearly, Heiya was well aware of the revolver's power and knew that the brick wall would not withstand the bullet's impact. Retreating back around the corner was not a good choice, and he did not expect the fine line to make contact with Shunbei's body. To his surprise, the fine line easily pierced through Shunbei's armored arm and embedded itself deep into the wall. Yet, he could not feel any joy, for Shunbei's arm remained steady, firmly gripping the revolver, the aim unwaveringly trained on the retreating Heiya. Moreover, Shunbei's right hand had already grasped the fine line that passed through his left arm. With a loud bang, the revolver roared again. Heiya had already shot down to the ground at lightning speed and then bounced sideways. The bullet missed again. Heiya felt a wave of relief, having dodged it. However, Just as he experienced this moment of anxiety, a tremendous pulling force suddenly gripped his arm. Heya looked up sharply to see Shun Bei yanking on his fine line, pulling it back with great force. In the next moment, before Heya could cut the line, he felt himself being drawn upward, as if by a vacuum. At the same time, Shun Bei leaped downward, his right fist drawn back, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It's over. As Heya flew upward, intense brilliance erupted from his eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist, a layer of violent energy enveloping his entire fist, glowing bright red and dazzling. This was his strongest attack, pulsating impact. A unique ability that unleashes powerful energy through rapid vibrations, forming high-density energy waves that strike deep within enemies, causing irreparable internal injuries and resulting in immediate death. At the same time, the entire spine of the Black Fang vibrates violently, resembling a dragon ready to soar into the sky, creating an explosive shockwave even through clothing. This is your demise. You dare to abandon your firearm and face me head-on, you fool. However, you deserve this fate. The Black Fang's expression is fierce, his eyes filled with a violent killing intent that seems to solidify and is about to burst forth. In his view, Shun Bei is simply seeking death. No longer relying on the speed advantage provided by his armor or the threat of his pistol, he leaps down, intending to deliver a falling punch. How absurd. In an instant, Shun Bei descends from above. The Black Fang rushes towards him. The two are about to clash fists in midair. However, just as they are about to collide like comets crashing to Earth, Shun Bei's right fist suddenly shines brightly. It erupts with a thunderous roar. A dazzling current of electricity bursts forth from the palm of Shun Bei's armor, a wild and intense surge of energy, like an awakened dragon breaking free from its long slumber. In an instant, this current illuminates the surroundings, flickering with blue and white arcs of lightning, weaving a brilliant and dangerous web of light in the air. The crackling of the electricity sounds crisp and exhilarating. The Black Fang catches just a glimpse, and his scalp erupts in shock. His brain feels as if it has been struck by a heavy battering ram, leaving him momentarily blank. The electricity is incredibly fierce, seemingly forming a spherical lightning ball in Shun Bei's hand. What the hell? The Black Fang clearly sees the blinding current, but suddenly everything in front of him goes dark. Chapter 73, The Finale and Death Boom. In the midst of the Black Fang's utter astonishment, the two fists collide in midair. Although caught off guard, he is certain that the current in Shun Bei's hand does not stem from an ability, but rather from his armor's capacity to deliver electrical attacks. While somewhat alarming, the Black Fang is unconcerned. How powerful can a mere electric current be? At most, it would cause a mild shock, merely a tickle. There's no way Shun Bei can withstand his punch. The next moment, as their fists meet, the current erupts like a violent lightning storm, the blinding blue light illuminating the sky. Each strand of electricity jumps, expands, and explodes in a frenzy, crackling and popping like thousands of arrows piercing the silent night sky, leaving behind trails of light. Simultaneously, the red energy on the Black Fang's fist releases its force, producing a thunderous roar that shakes the heavens. As a blazing fireball erupts in midair, the calm air is instantly torn apart, a powerful gust sweeps through, and a wave of heat, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, raises clouds of dust like an overwhelming sandstorm, blooming with vivid crimson flames. A series of intense explosions echoed through the air, as if the atmosphere was being forcefully compressed by an unmatched, pure force and speed. Time seemed to stand still. In the depths of Blacktooth's eyes, countless electric currents twisted like serpents, coiling around him. In this suffocating moment, he felt as though he had touched the cold, merciless fingertips of death. The currents instantly pierced the air and surged into his defenseless body with a thunderous force, transforming the scene into a horrific symphony of visual and auditory chaos. A powerful electric arc erupted in an instant, displaying a bizarre and brilliant blue-white light, twisting, jumping, and spreading like a furious, greedy serpent of light tightly wrapping around Blacktooth. Its brightness was enough to pierce the darkest corners of the night. The surrounding air seemed to be scorched by the intense energy, emitting hissing sounds, while the scent of burning and smoke filled the atmosphere. Blacktooth's body convulsed violently from the electric shock, muscles spasming under the high pressure to the point of distortion. The surface of his skin was charred and cracked, with crimson blood oozing out. His facial expression was frozen in extreme pain and terror, his pupils dilated in fear, reflecting an unspeakable inner dread. His body seemed to transform into a temporary lightning conductor, each pulse challenging the limits of life, each tremor resembling a wail on the edge of life and death. Blacktooth never expected the currents released by Shun Bei to be so violent. It was like a high-voltage power grid. How could this be possible? His eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't fathom how such a small piece of armor could provide such a ferocious flow of electric energy. What was the difference from a small power station? He could no longer afford to remain in confrontation. He risked being electrocuted or knocked unconscious. Collapsing in the ruins of the city was no joke. He could easily be devoured by lurking beasts. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart felt as though it was gripped tightly by a large hand, rising with unprecedented, unparalleled danger and crisis. In that moment, he endured the extreme pain of electricity crawling through his brain. His face was a ghastly red, contorted like a demon's, with bared teeth and muscles gleaming with explosive power. He roared with all his might. Die! Boom! Blacktooth once again squeezed every ounce of energy from his body, his crimson fists radiating light. The thin layer of air instantly warped, and sharp, crimson shockwaves formed like an explosion. The scarlet shockwave suddenly expanded, silently shattering everything in its path. Soon, the entire alley was engulfed in a red shadow, and the earthen buildings on either side crumbled like tofu, collapsing. Shinbei was directly blasted away by Blacktooth's strike, his body uncontrollably soaring upwards, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Creaking, Shinbei slowly crawled up from the ground, the joints of his armor producing harsh grinding sounds. Gently stroking his battle armor, Shinbei couldn't help but smile. As expected of the upgraded armor, it truly withstood my strongest blow. Superpowers are impressive, but technology is even more so. He stepped towards the fallen and twitching figure of Heiya, who was foaming at the mouth. Picking up his revolver casually, Shinbei walked leisurely, as if strolling in the void. His gaze swept across, filled with a sense of nostalgia and reflection. Some are waiting for death, some are fleeing from it, while you are chasing it. At that moment, Heiya opened his bloodshot eyes, which bulged out. His charred face had peeling skin, revealing flesh that looked almost cooked. Veins on his forehead bulged, and he stared at Shinbei in shock and disbelief. Who are you? Why is this happening? Shinbei raised his hand to calm him down. Shushing him, this means nothing to you. He lifted the gun again and calmly said, life and death are fated. Fortunes are in the hands of destiny. It's all part of your karmic retribution. Look at this mess. In the end, we all end up as casualties. Why bother? Do you regret it? Give me a reason not to kill you. Under Shinbei's intense gaze, Heiya helplessly and bitterly laughed. Heck, can saving a bullet be a reason? Shinbei, who initially had murderous intent, was momentarily taken aback by Heiya's words. He stared at the ugly, tragic smile and chuckled. Do you think you're funny? I'm not in need of your one bullet. Heiya's eyes trembled violently, reflecting the turmoil within him. In a somewhat humble tone, he said, I regret it. I really regret it. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Spare my life. Let's not cross paths anymore. In Heiya's view, as long as Shinbei showed a bit of mercy, he could crawl back to safety and live on. As for what happened later, he could settle it later. After all, this was all Shinbei's fault. If he hadn't provoked the trouble, none of this would have happened. Therefore, Heiya believed that as long as he yielded, Shinbei wouldn't pull the trigger. However, Shinbei shook his head, his eyes filled with an inscrutable cruelty. No, you don't realize you were wrong. You realize you're about to die. Instantly, Heiya's emotions erupted with resentment, rage, and panic. How dare you? You are against the shelter. May I'll have no escape. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the ruins of the city. Not long after, Shinbei walked out of the ruined city, now carrying over 30 mid-level crystal cores. These were the spoils he had scavenged. Heading west, Shinbei maintained a pace of 10 kilometers per hour. The armor could no longer be overused. It would be completely ruined, and even walking could become ineffective. Beneath his feet lay a silent carpet woven from endless yellow sand and rusted mechanical debris. The once prosperous remnants of civilization had now been eroded by time, leaving only broken skeletons, as if telling a lament of survival from a distant era. The sky was a dull, oppressive lead gray, and the heavy clouds seemed unable to bear the grievances of this world. Light rain began to fall. The rainwater is drinkable, but it may cause gastrointestinal infections. The only safe water source in this world is the purified water from Titan's enormous stomach. Shinbei did not seek shelter from the rain. He continued to walk alone, carrying his weapon, stepping cautiously. After about 5 hours, Shinbei lifted his eyelids, placing his palm on his forehead, and saw a vehicle crashed into a large tree in the distance. He found it. That was the vehicle Shinbei had used to escape. Inside was the corpse of an important target, the juvenile black bat. Whether he could obtain the RV license plate depended on Rock. He checked the vehicle. The engine was intact, but wouldn't start. Crawling under the car for inspection, he found a hole in the chassis where a wire had been completely severed, broken into several pieces with no chance of reconnection. Shinbei snapped a thin branch, soaked it in a puddle for a while, and used it to connect the wires. The engine roared to life. Not bad for a little trick. Shinbei turned the steering wheel, carrying the black bat's corpse, and hit the road again, speeding through the wilderness. After about an hour, Shinbei returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36. He suddenly noticed Titan writhing its massive body, crawling around a corner. This direction is north. Chapter 74. Obtaining the RV license plate after narrowly escaping death twice. Shinbei finally returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36 with his spoils, the Black Bat's corpse. At this moment, Titan was turning. Originally moving east, it began to veer north. If Titan continued straight into the north, it would enter the frigid northern territories. This was not good news for Shelter 36. The entire shelter was in a flurry of activity. A large number of people began to leave the shelter, moving in and out of the dense wilderness like ants, chopping wood and branches as reserves for warmth. No one knew if Titan would enter the north or when it would come out after entering. Therefore, a large amount of firewood became the most essential resource for the shelter. When Shinbei appeared in the garage to return the off-road vehicle, the busy residents all wore expressions of disbelief and extreme shock. They stared at Shinbei, feeling as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't help but exclaim, "His Shinbei? No way he is still alive? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? This is the first time I've heard of an ordinary person escaping from a vile creature." For a moment, wherever Shinbei went, waves of shock rippled through the crowd. Yet Shinbei remained oblivious to it all. Superhumans can indeed outrun vile creatures. But leading the danger away is also a choice for ordinary people. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that survives is a good cat. Shinbei first dragged the Black Bat's corpse to the logistics department, delivering the task target in exchange for a storage receipt. Generally speaking, for collection tasks like this, the materials are first sent to the logistics department, and then rewards are settled at the task office. This helps to minimize corruption. After all, the shelter does not belong to everyone. It is the private property of General Yu Wuchang. Or rather, before anyone could defeat General Yu Wuchang, everyone was just an accessory to the shelter. Any petty theft was essentially just cutting Yu Wuchang's flesh. Back at the task location, Rock suddenly woke up from his nap. He pretended to rub his eyes, as if he doubted his own vision after seeing Shinbei. For a moment, he was taken aback, then he burst out laughing, and his laughter grew increasingly manic. Rock clapped his hands, making a loud sound. "Good, good, good. I knew the goddess of luck would favor you." Shinbei slammed the inventory list onto the table. "I am the goddess of luck." Oh, Rock patted Shinbei's shoulder with a lewd grin. "When did you change genders? Given our relationship, you wouldn't mind if I had a little fun, would you?" The joke was really cold and not funny at all. Like someone exclaiming that evil beings would be completely wiped out. Rock sized up Shinbei and grabbed the inventory list again, clicking his tongue a few times. "It's really hard to believe. You used to be just an ordinary person tagging along with others. And now you've grown to a point I can't even imagine or understand." Shinbei replied, "Growth is necessary, or sometimes you need a little miracle." "This is no longer a matter of miracles." Rock waved the inventory list. "It's you creating miracles. Let us not mention anything else. Don't you feel a shred of fear when facing evil beings blocking your path? Fear can strip a person of their courage to resist and can drive one into a state of frantic madness. Those who always succumb to the former weakness have long become the dung of the vultures and wolves in the wilderness." Shinbei leaned back in his chair and said lightly. Rock stroked his chin, nodding knowingly. He wasn't interested in how Shinbei survived while being hunted by evil beings. He only knew that he could finally drop the title of Godfather. He glanced outside, where the residents were bustling about, busy gathering timber. Lowering his voice to change the subject, Rock asked, "Tell me the truth. What about Yin Hu and the others?" Rock's meaning was obvious. Shinbei had brought back the body of the mission target, while Yin Hu and the others had not appeared, seemingly indicating that something unpleasant had happened during their encirclement of the Black Bat. Shinbei, however, was quite frank and composed, showing a puzzled expression. "I don't know either. Yin Hu told me to stand guard outside, and when I went in to look for them, they were gone. I tried to find them, but I couldn't." "Do you think Yu Wuchang will believe that?" Rock paused, then spoke again. Shinbei suddenly realized and hurriedly added, "My words have flaws. I really didn't find any living people, but there were bodies, and there were plenty of bullet craters on the ground." "Bullet craters?" Rock tilted his head. "Bomb craters?" Shinbei nodded. Rock looked a bit confused. During the encirclement of the Black Bat, with the presence of ability users, there was no need for bomb assistance. How could there be craters? Did another shelter launch a surprise attack? Rock asked tentatively. Shinbei was somewhat impressed by Rock's imagination. As for Shinbei, he wasn't afraid of Yu Wuchang investigating afterward. The investigation would be useless. At the scene, apart from Yin Hu, almost everyone else had been killed by the Black Bat in a single blow. Su Li and Yin Hu were shot in the head by their own gun. However, Shinbei didn't forget to leave them a parting gift of a cluster bomb, reducing them to nothing. There was no trace left of bullet wounds. Moreover, Shinbei cleaned up all the shell casings that fell to the ground. General Yu Wuchang would find it difficult to use this against him. After all, one couldn't suspect someone of killing their teammates just because they survived while others died, right? Who would dare to take on missions in the future? At that moment, Locke was mentally piecing together the details. ensuring he covered all bases in the process so that General Yu Wuchang wouldn't find any faults in his report. As for why only Shun Bei returned alive, Locke had his own thoughts. Only the victors deserved to breathe and have a heartbeat. Yet, he was still filled with doubt. Could Shun Bei have taken down the ability users solely with the firearm in his hand? That seemed a bit unbelievable and hard to imagine. Did he really treat the ability users like targets? Locke decided not to dwell on it, as it was a waste of brain cells. However, he earnestly advised Shun Bei. You must always remember that you are an ordinary person. Perhaps you can still maneuver around the current ability users, but once you encounter something like the Blue Demon, keep your respect and humility. There's no shame in that. Shun Bei smirked. Let's find a way to account for my mission rewards. He suggested that if the Research Institute made any breakthroughs this time. Locke momentarily ignored Shun Bei and continued. You could attempt a second awakening to become an ability user. Shun Bei's expression shifted slightly. He found Locke's suggestion somewhat reasonable. However, Shun Bei wasn't keen on gambling with his life. A 50 chance of awakening and a 50 chance of dying explosively left no room for maneuvering. The risks were too great. He tossed a high-grade crystal core into Shun Bei's hands. Shun Bei smacked his lips. So soon? No need to account for it. Locke shrugged. As long as one person comes back alive, you wouldn't receive any mission rewards. Now that everyone is dead, even though you undertook the mission without compensation, the rewards can only fall to you. Shun Bei grinned. The logic is perfect. Locke waved his hand. Take your little K away. What's wrong? Locke's face showed a hint of displeasure. He actually did something behind my back. Shun Bei's eyes widened slightly. Did little K steal something? He even cleaned my room. Damn. I hate it when things are spotless and organized. Such a house has no warmth. Locke nearly roared. Do you understand? No warmth. Shun Bei slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and patted Locke on the shoulder. Looks like you need a woman. I mean, a woman who can bear my children. Locke was taken aback. When he looked up again, Shun Bei had already left the mission center. He lit a cigarette, took a hard drag, and spat. Children? Damn this survival. Why should the next generation suffer? Shun Bei exited the mission center and headed to the service center, which was the central department of the shelter. Regardless of whether they are abilities users or ordinary people, anyone can come here to handle various matters. For instance, paying fees, immigration issues, policy announcements, and so on. The main structure of the service center is built using reclaimed metal sheets, concrete precast components, recycled wood, and other materials, presenting a rugged industrial style. At the same time, the windows are designed to be small and sturdy, made of bulletproof glass or iron bars. Here, Shun Bei pays for a high-grade crystal core and obtains a permit for a mobile home. With this permit, he can build a mobile home, attach it to the back of a vehicle, and follow the shelter in search of safety. After leaving the service center, he heads to the Research Institute. At this point, Chen Anji has already completed the assembly templates for the wheels and mobile home, stacked to one side gathering dust. After paying another fee, Shun Bei theoretically owns his mobile home. Now it just needs to be assembled. It seems you need to hire some hands. Chen Anji appears behind Shun Bei, wearing a multifunctional work suit and goggles. At the same time, his rubber-gloved hands are dripping with fresh, crimson blood. Shun Bei? Blood? Chapter 75. Building the mobile home and bad news. Shun Bei looks at Chen Anji's hands in astonishment. If he is not mistaken, that should be blood from a black bat. You. Chen Anji shakes his hands. Blood? Haven't you seen it before? Shun Bei shrugs. I thought you only focused on research and manufacturing. Chen Anji looks at him with slight disdain. Combat personnel need specialization, while we researchers need to be versatile. Otherwise, how can we justify this pay? Is there any progress? It's hard to say. Chen Anji cleans his gloves and says, the information we have isn't complete. We still need to study how Shelter Number 1 developed the awakening potion. But I have a feeling it might not be that simple. I think you can justify this pay. Shun Bei says lightly. This sentence enters Chen Anji's ears like a mockery, suggesting they are worthless. However, Chen Anji isn't angry. If you're not as skilled, you have to accept it. I was thinking, if we really can't research anything, should we suggest General Yu Wuchang dig a little deeper? Shun Bei's eyelids twitch. That might be a bit excessive. It could easily spark a war between shelters. Chen Anji's expression suddenly darkens, sneering. War is what drives progress. It's the engine of this world. What he said isn't entirely wrong. Shun Bei scratches his nose. Let us talk about my mobile home instead. Chen Anji points to the housing construction module and explains clearly. The so-called mobile home is supported by 4 movable wheels, achieving a perfect combination of residence and mobility. If you're willing to spend an extra crystal core, you can choose better materials to construct the module, which would have good insulation, waterproof, and moisture-proof properties, and be lightweight and durable. The interior of the module is filled with high-efficiency insulation material, and the exterior is covered with a composite plastic layer that is UV-resistant and weatherproof. The modules connect through precise docking structures, ensuring seamless sealing while allowing for quick assembly and disassembly. But unfortunately, You chose the cheapest option, which has only one function, to provide shelter from wind and rain. Shinbei interjects, that's enough for me. Shunanji spread his hands and continued. The housing section includes wall modules, glass window modules, roof modules, and basic living facility modules. The glass window module ensures stability when the windows are moved or subjected to wind pressure. The roof module is designed aerodynamically, and the modules are fixed with waterproof clips to prevent leaks during rain or snow. The basic living facility module includes simple beds and chairs, but cabinets are not included and need to be purchased separately. Shinbei expressed indifference, stating that he could add them gradually later. Next, Shinanji introduced the installation method. It wasn't too difficult, just remember the general order. It could be done like stacking blocks. After a moment, Shinanji had to go to the lab for work, leaving Shinbei to transport materials from the upper level to the lower level alone. As for Chunanji's suggestion about hiring help, that was definitely not an option. Assembling any module required experience points. If one did not participate in the hands-on work, they would lack the experience points necessary for upgrading after the vehicle was completed. Furthermore, Shinbei didn't even ask Rock and Xiao Kei for help, preferring to do it himself. In the past, whenever a new vehicle was built in the shelter, it would attract a lot of attention. In the lower level of the shelter, there were only two things that made the residents happy. One was the new vehicle, which meant the shelter was growing and could accommodate more people. The other was the birth of a newborn. Recently, due to Titan's maneuvering, it seemed they would be entering the cold winter in the north, and everyone was busy stockpiling wood. As a result, there weren't many people watching Shinbei's vehicle construction. They only glanced from a distance and continued with their own tasks. The sunlight poured down on this desolate land through the battered skyline. Shinbei began the first step of assembling the house. He needed to lower the wheels and then hang them on the public iron cable. Shinbei's vehicle was positioned quite far back, extending over 5 kilometers. He jumped down to the ground, pulling the iron chain with one hand and the wheel with the other. After exerting a considerable amount of effort, he finally hung the foundation of the vehicle onto Titan. The moment it was secured, Shinbei noticed a notification. House construction, experience points 1. The experience points were quite stable. Next, he would build the house on the chassis of the vehicle, following the order from bottom to top and from outside to inside. He ensured that the connections between each module were tight with no gaps to prevent structural loosening from severe jolting. Generally, vehicles are built using wood and can employ various connection methods, such as nails and rivets. In contrast, modular construction only uses slots. If the slots do not fit perfectly, the vehicle could fall apart after several bumps when Titan enters the ruins. This is also why the shelter's personnel do not favor modular construction. However, for Shinbei, this was completely manageable. He began securely installing the chassis components on top of the wheels. Every screw and panel was meticulously fixed, ensuring the overall structure's stability and durability. Soon, the wall modules were fitted together seamlessly, forming a closed and cozy space. Large transparent plastic window modules were embedded within, bringing in precious natural light. The internal wiring and piping have been pre-installed. Although the utility costs for the shelter are high, the Research Institute has left this option open in the design of the house. For Shinbei, this is all part of the experience. House construction, experience 1. House construction, experience 1. 3 hours later, a rugged and primitive-looking RV was completed. Shinbei carefully checked every detail and nodded in satisfaction after confirming that all modules were accounted for. The internal space is not too large, over 100 square meters, divided into 2 rooms, a living room, and a kitchen. No bathroom is needed. The wilderness outside the shelter serves as a natural toilet. Shinbei went out to buy 2 blankets. A minimalist home has been built. Sitting cross-legged inside the RV, Shinbei lit a cigarette. A home on the move is not as good as an empty house. Looking at the RV, Shinbei couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Then, he focused on the RV, and information about it popped up. Superficial RV LV1, 200-200. This RV exists only in the literal sense, with an area of 113 square meters. The construction materials are subpar, and stability is concerning, comparable to a tent, providing only basic shelter from wind and rain. However, the vent design is flawed, leading to water ingress. It is as hot as an oven in summer and cold as an icehouse in winter, lacking any defensive capabilities or comfort. Tread lightly, or it will fall apart. Shinbei, this evaluation is a bit excessive. It's a decent RV. So why is the description so harsh? Is it being judged by the standards of an all-terrain armored vehicle? Shinbei sniffed. That's a bit exaggerated. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be if this RV were to be upgraded into a massive mobile fortress. Let us not think about that for now. With a thought, Shinbei decided to upgrade. An invisible aura spread around the RV. Superficial RV LV2, 0500. This RV exists only in the literal sense, with an area of 113 square meters. The vent design has been improved to prevent rainwater ingress. The door lock has been upgraded for enhanced security. The connections between construction modules have been reinforced for better stability, and the materials used have been upgraded, slightly improving durability and defensive capabilities. After reading the information, Shinbei took a deep breath. Indeed, the upgrade is impressive. Even though he chose the lowest grade building materials, the upgrade can achieve the level of alloy steel defense. At the same time, there's no change in appearance, but the internal structure has transformed dramatically. Awesome. Shinbei stood up and stroked the RV, feeling that this vehicle might be the most important existence following the series of firepower upgrades. Surely, there will be surprises in the end, Shinbei murmured to himself. Then, he started to clean the room. After sweeping some dust, he abruptly stopped. Cleaning the room doesn't even increase experience points. How am I supposed to continue upgrading in the future? Shinbei stroked his chin, unable to figure it out for the moment. There must be a way when the time comes. I'll leave it for now. Just then, the sound of the door echoed as Rock walked in with little K. Rock glanced around and, somewhat complaining, said, "Why didn't you let me know? I could have helped you with some work." Shinbei grabbed a broom and handed it to him, replying, "It's not too late now." Rock tossed the broom to little K and patted him on the back of his head, saying, "Go clean up." Little K knew this was their new home, and he worked with great enthusiasm. Shinbei took off his armor and hung it on the wall, starting to check the components that needed to be replaced, recording them one by one to prepare for procurement. As Shinbei was about to head out, he instructed, "If someone breaks in, shoot him on sight." "Can you stop saying such things?" Rock shot him a glare. "This is a shelter. Who would dare to kill? The worst that could happen is petty theft. Just a warning will do." Shinbei shrugged. The two walked towards the Titan's main body. Rock cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "I have two pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Shinbei replied. "Am I imagining things? Shouldn't it be one good news and one bad news?" Chapter 76. Radio Communication Meeting, Confrontation in the Upper Level of the Shelter. A car passed by a row of dilapidated factories and smoking chimneys, eventually stopping in front of the only well-kept estate, surrounded by walls, which housed a villa. The villa was quite spacious, appearing clean and grand, undoubtedly luxurious compared to the low buildings filled with the style of the old industrial era. Besides the luxury, there were armed guards patrolling the estate, and the convoy had just stopped at the gate. One could see servants dressed as butlers waiting respectfully. As the car came to a stop, they bowed and greeted, "Welcome back, General." At that moment, the drowsy henchmen in the car had already woken up, all gazing at the grand estate with envy and longing. Compared to the emaciated lower-class citizens who were barely clothed, the servants in General Yu Wuchang's estate were well-dressed and full of spirit, highlighting a stark contrast in living conditions. After General Yu Wuchang got out of the car, someone stepped forward to take his cloak. A butler-like figure approached, bowing slightly and saying, "General, In Hu, Su Li, Fei Shu, and others have fallen." Yu Wuchang felt a slight twitch in his temple, but his smile remained warm, showing no signs of concern. "Life and death are unpredictable," he replied. The term unpredictable was his life motto. Everything is transient and will become part of the chaotic world. Despite feeling a twinge of pain, he quickly moved on and asked, "How did the mission go?" As long as the mission was completed and the awakening agents could be developed, combat-type ability users like Ian who could still be artificially cultivated. The Research Institute might need to dig into the walls of Shelter Number 1, but there are no conclusions or plans yet. Just wanted to inform you. The butler paused for a moment before continuing. As for the body of the Black Bat, it was brought back by Shinbei, and he was the only one who returned alive. Shinbei? Yu Wuchang was greatly shocked. That guy actually survived an encounter with the evil species? He was indeed quite lucky, the butler replied. Yu Wuchang didn't pay much attention, seemingly imagining a scenario. Snipers are both dangerous and safe. It's just a matter of luck. How did Rock report back? Rock conveyed that Ian Hu and others had encountered shelling. Shelling? Yu Wuchang was taken aback. They didn't carry artillery, did they? The steward shook his head. Yu Wuchang's expression darkened. Send someone to investigate the scene, focusing on the shell casings, to see which shelter is so reckless. The steward nodded in response and then said, "General, the radio communication meeting is about to take place." The radio communication meeting is a method of contact in the current world of survival. Under ideal conditions, such as using a high-power transmitter, efficient antennas, and suitable communication frequencies, and in an open, unobstructed environment, radio waves can theoretically cover thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. However, in the world of survival, especially for surface communication, considering various complex factors, the radio communication generally covers a range of tens to thousands of kilometers. At specific times, each shelter must communicate with one another, initially to confirm their existence. Now, it has almost turned into a venue for insults between the leaders of the shelters. Yu Wuchang's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, boring. Saying this, Yu Wuchang stepped into the estate. He arrived at a study and lifted a tarpaulin. An old radio equipment, worn by time, stood quietly on a dilapidated workbench. Its shell was no longer the glossy black of years past, but was covered with layers of heavy dust and rust, as if draped in a mottled camouflage coat. The originally smooth edges had been worn down to roughness, marked by scratches and signs of wear. The knobs and buttons, though heavily worn, still clearly displayed their original function labels. Wires were exposed, with connections showing signs of oxidation, but this old radio equipment continued to work stubbornly, producing electromagnetic signals whenever the knobs were turned to adjust frequencies, attempting to find a response that might exist in the distance. Soon, a massive antenna was erected within the estate. The radio was powered on, and the staff began to operate it. The noise of electrical currents quickly transformed into human shouts. "This is Shelter 25. You little bastards, are you still alive? Haha. This is Shelter 8, under the Spider Queen. Shut your mouth. Alright. This is Shelter 12. Leader Chien Lai is looking for a human, male, name unknown, height 180 centimeters, features, wearing red battle armor. If any shelter protects this person, it will be considered an enemy of Shelter 12. This is Shelter 36. General Yu Wuchang solemnly warns all shelters, ambush is shameful. Shelling our personnel will come at a bloody price. This is Shelter 20. Searching for our personnel. Chasing horse and Gonemo. Features, chasing horse has skeletal hands. Gonmo's eyes are completely white. This is Shelter 22. The leader informs Shelter 20, greetings to all your female family members. On the 20th, our team encountered personnel from your side, who are already deceased. I repeat, they are already deceased. The entire radio communication has once again devolved into a war of words. There has always been friction between the shelters, and the leaders are accustomed to it. Only when the Spider Queen from Shelter 8 speaks, does everyone quiet down. At this moment, her voice spreads through the radio. Despite some distortion in the static, her tone remains cold, proud, and mysterious, possessing an ethereal beauty. Like a crystal-clear spring on a snow-capped mountain. Anyone who hears this voice can imagine her unparalleled beauty. However, when you wish to possess this celestial sound, you find it unattainable, accompanied by a shroud of death. From Shelter 36, Yu Wuchang was called out and immediately grabbed the intercom, responding, "Present." From Shelter 12, Chi Yunlai quickly replied, "I'm here." The Spider Queen continued, "Both of you reported an evil seed's chaotic entity. According to the description, is there a wound on the evil seed?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlai immediately recognized where the armored man was from. He suppressed his anger and replied, "According to our personnel's description, that is indeed the case." Yu Wuchang responded quickly, "Yes, there is indeed an incurable wound at the heart." The Spider Queen paused for a moment and said, "The last direction it disappeared towards." Yu Wuchang remained silent. He had no idea where Shun Bei had led the evil seed. But Chi Yunlai knew. When the evil seed appeared, it was not far from Shelter 12. And he could still see it turning into a black dot, advancing northward. Chi Yunlai reported this situation. After receiving the information, the Spider Queen fell silent again and calmly said, "Then I will take action." Just a few simple words. To the other leaders. The Spider Queen of the 15th rank was about to pursue the evil seed's chaotic entity. Chi Yunlai trembled. "Spider Queen, can you really kill it?" The Spider Queen decisively replied, "It is absolutely impossible if not injured. It can be done as long as it is injured." "Then how is the evil seed injured?" The Spider Queen sighed. "That is a power we can only look up to, coming from deep space. Now, you all can continue your discussion." After the Spider Queen went offline, the radio erupted into a cacophony of voices, discussing what the power from deep space could be. For those who were not members of the bloody meeting, understanding this jargon was somewhat difficult, or rather, they were too afraid to think about it. At that moment, many leaders looked up at the sky, filled with confusion. Just then, Yu Wuchang, Chi Yunlai directly named, and cursed him. Yu Wuchang felt bewildered and displeased, personally taking the stage to retort through the intercom. "Chi Yunlai, you are too reckless. You are wasting your life. Your people killed a team of mine. Who is being reckless here? Skills are lacking, and life and death are uncertain." Although Yu Wuchang was somewhat confused about what was happening, he responded fiercely. However, upon reviewing the situation, the person referred to by Chi Yunlai, who was wearing red armor, is very likely to be Shun Bei. Only Shun Bei has connected with the chaotic body of the evil seed. But regardless of who it is, anyone entering the wilderness must face death at any moment. If they die, they deserve it. They should just be reincarnated. Therefore, Yu Wuchang naturally wouldn't indulge the other party's bad habits. However, what Chi Yunlai wanted was not compensation, but the armor on Shun Bei. In Chi Yunlai's view, Yu Wuchang probably didn't realize the value of the armor. The two were exchanging insults from a distance amidst discussions by other leaders. In the end, Shelter Number 1 said, "Any attempts to undermine others will face a devastating blow." Yu Wuchang scoffed and turned off the intercom. He stroked his chin, waved his hand, and said to the steward, "Go, invite Rock over." We have definitely misjudged our assessment of Shinbei. An hour later, Rock walked out of the manor. Upon reaching the lower level, he encountered Shinbei. There are two pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 77. I might get exposed. But I won't die. The first piece of bad news. Rock continued with a serious expression. The Titans might be advancing into the northern winter. Shinbei was not surprised by this. So far, the Titans have been slowly changing direction, and the route into the north is noticeable to anyone. Right now, the entire shelter is busy collecting wood. They have some experience dealing with this. It's nothing, Shinbei replied dun-dun-dun. The second piece of news. Rock fixed his gaze on Shinbei and took a deep breath. I just returned from Yu Wuchang's manor. The leaders of each shelter held a radio meeting. And Chi Yunlai from shelter number 12 has set his sights on you. This news made Shinbei's attention suddenly sharpen. How is this possible? Back then, the Blacktooth team was completely wiped out by him. He had never revealed which shelter he came from. How did Chi Yunlai accurately target him? After much thought, Shinbei considered a very absurd possibility, the chaotic body of the evil seed. As long as shelter number 36 and shelter no. 12 communicate about the movements of the evil seed, it would be easy for Chi Yunlai to associate him with shelter number 36. Rock continued, according to Yu Wuchang. You single-handedly took out an entire team from shelter number 12? At this point, Rock's face was filled with disbelief. Let alone Shinbei being an ordinary person. Even if it were a supernatural being, trying to hunt down and annihilate a whole team would be quite exhausting and time-consuming. Yet Shinbei not only escaped from the evil seed, but also managed to take down an entire team. This is ridiculous. Who exactly is the evil seed here? When Rock first heard this news, he was extremely skeptical and even argued with Yu Wuchang, insisting that it must be shelter number 12 trying to frame him. But the steward on the side confirmed the conversation over the radio. That must be the solid proof. At this moment, Shinbei did not hesitate for too long. After weighing his options, he replied with great certainty, it doesn't matter. We are far from the 12th shelter, and besides, the Titans are entering the northern region. In the short term, they can't do anything to me. Did you really do that? Shot down the ability users one by one? Rock asked, his eyes wide with surprise. A malicious smile spread across Shinbei's face as he leisurely said, it's just that they didn't know fear. Bullets killing ability users is nothing surprising, right? Rock showed a relieved expression, relaxed yet slightly admiring. It seems you have indeed been underestimated in terms of your combat strength, as Yu Wuchang said. That's both a good thing and a bad thing. How so? Your future missions will undoubtedly be more challenging. Shinbei shrugged. Risks are proportional to rewards. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Rock exclaimed, what a saying. Just be aware of your own strength, or rather, your firearms. High-level ability users are not afraid of conventional weapons. You need to have a bottom line in your mind. If you must flee, do so decisively, without hesitation. That advice is worth a drink. Forget it. I'm busy these days. Oh, what is going on? Rock looked around, ensuring no one else was nearby, then lowered his voice. Two things. Yu Wuchang might establish a biological research institute and organize a team to recruit people from the first shelter. Shinbei had heard some rumors about this from Chunin. He tentatively asked, doesn't that mean there will be a conflict? Exactly. Yu Wuchang wants me to research who to organize. Don't worry, I won't let you take that risk. Shinbei responded with a slight acknowledgement. Rock continued. The other matter is that before we enter the northern winter, other shelters will send multiple teams to gather here. Really? Shinbei was quite surprised. For the shelters? Other shelters conducted trades outside Titan, in the wilderness. Only a small number of people could briefly rest in the shelters, like chasing horse and gun ammo allowing large. Organized teams into the shelter was akin to personally delivering the enemy's sharp knife to their heart. If the people from other shelters caused trouble, it would be unmanageable. What is the purpose of this? Shinbei asked, puzzled. Rock's expression turned icy, and he spoke slowly. The northern winter is not without activity. In fact, many people are moving in that area, and there are top-secret documents hidden in the ruins. This time, several shelters are planning to collaborate on a mission to explore. Shinbei's curiosity was piqued. Top-secret documents? Elaborate. Rock stretched and waved his hand. I can't go into details. Your current task is to collect wood. With your dilapidated RV, it's not of much use. Once we enter the northern winter, it will just become a moving refrigerator. Watching Rock's departing figure, Shinbei smirked. From Rock, Shinbei gleaned several important pieces of information. Chi Yunlai was targeting him. There might be a battle for recruitment among the shelters. And the last such recruitment had resulted in many deaths. Additionally, shelters were planning joint missions, though it remained unclear what secrets they aimed to uncover. None of these tasks are suitable for Shinbei. Currently, Shinbei's mission is to upgrade the RV in preparation for the harsh winter in the northern region. Additionally, while there is time, he plans to head south to retrieve the bag that the horse chaser and gun ammo have been looking for from the subway tunnel. After Rock left, Shunbei visited the research institute to custom order some replacement parts for damaged battle armor. He then went to a weapons store, which had some new arrivals. The first thing that caught Shunbei's eye was a rugged-looking large-caliber sniper rifle, entirely black, with a barrel just over a meter long, exuding a dark and violent aura. Noticing Shunbei's intense gaze on the sniper rifle, the store owner took it down with a standard salesman's smile. The owner's calloused fingers caressed the rifle as he introduced it. "This is my new product, named the Death God Series RS-107. A semi-automatic sniper rifle that uses 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds. It has a 5-round magazine, a dual-chamber recoil compensator, a detachable spike-shaped bipod, and a standard Type 3 accessory rail. Equipped with the latest optical rangefinder sighting system developed by the Research Institute." Shunbei furrowed his brows. "Can you simplify it?" The store owner looked at him with some disdain. "The design concept of this thing is specifically for dealing with armored tanks, missile launchers, and even low-flying fighter jets. It can easily penetrate 50mm special steel plates within a range of 2,000 meters. Many shelters are currently researching genetic soldiers to challenge the so-called fourth-tier superpowers." "Wait," Shunbei said, astonished. "Tanks? Fighter jets? Genetic soldiers?" He was completely bewildered. These new terms felt both familiar and strange. The store owner tilted his head. "Are you okay? You don't recognize tanks?" "Well, it makes sense. They rarely appear, but we have several in our shelter, gathering dust in the garage. Their firepower is indeed not as good as cluster fire discs. Fighter jets refer to helicopters, which consume a lot of core energy, with beasts flying everywhere. They also appear less frequently. Genetic soldiers is just our term. The official term is secondary awakening." Shunbei responded with an "oh," thinking the Research Institute had developed some novel technology, but it turned out to be the old methods of the past, merely used by the store owner for comparison with firearms. The store owner smirked. "This gun can make those self-important little brats feel invincible. In this era, the importance of a good gun surpasses even your, well, you know what I mean. I'm talking about firearms. I suggest you replace your sniper rifle. Your current weapon is truly terrible. In terms of both invisibility and power, it cannot compare to the Death God series." Shunbei scoffed. Well, let's just say it disagrees." The store owner. Shunbei focused on the rifle, and information popped up in his peripheral vision. Death God RS-107 Anti-Material Sniper Rifle LV-1-010. Range of 2,000 meters, capable of firing multiple types of ammunition including grenades and armor-piercing rounds. It has immense lethality. Shunbei felt this weapon lacked power, although its base damage was significantly higher than that of a Barrett rifle. The Barrett's level was not something this sniper rifle could compare to. Nevertheless, Shunbei asked, "How much is it?" The base model, without any additional accessories, features 80 intermediate crystal source cores. The bullets are priced separately. Shunbei's eyes flickered. "Let me ask, can this thing kill the evil kind?" The weapon shop owner glanced at Shunbei. "It's best not to make such jokes again." Shunbei chuckled and crossed his arms. "You were the one who brought this ridiculously expensive thing to tease me." The RS-107 is the culmination of the Grim Reaper series, with long range, high precision, great power, and a variety of ammunition types, making its performance nearly perfect. If you can compromise on the gun's performance requirements, I can recommend something else. After considering for a moment, Shunbei realized he had no particular desire for the RS-107 sniper rifle, simply because it had too many attachments. The more complex the firearm, the harsher the environmental requirements. After all, even in the era of fleeing, the AK series is known as the king of civilian firearms for its durability. Next, Shunbei's gaze explored the iron rack back and forth, catching sight of another gun. His eyes narrowed and finally settled on one. He pointed. "How much for this gun?" Chapter 78. New weapons. What Shunbei referred to as an extremely peculiar firearm. It measured only about 20 centimeters in length, interwoven in brass and silver, with a barrel diameter exceeding 15 centimeters, comparable to a large apple. This made the entire gun look top-heavy and oddly shaped, resembling the early German hand cannons on Earth. Especially since this gun had stains and obvious wear marks, it appeared particularly shabby and unattractive among the other firearms. The weapon shop owner seemed to want to laugh, tilting his head. "It actually suits you quite well." Shotgun LV-1-010, the shop owner's whimsical creation. Only this one exists, with a complete lack of accuracy, excessive recoil, ridiculous range, and an overload on the barrel, making it unusable after just a few shots. Due to its age, it has already been damaged. Even when it was intact, it had a considerable risk of bursting. The magazine can hold 3 rounds, and when the trigger is pulled, all bullets are fired simultaneously. Shunbei had long stopped pursuing accuracy in firearms and instead focused on pure destructive power. There were sniper rifles for long range and revolvers for close combat. But he still had a gap in medium-range shooting. Plus, it was a shotgun. Commonly known as a big spray gun, shotguns can fire a burst of pellets, have fierce firepower, high first-hit accuracy, and quick response capabilities, mainly used in ambushes and sudden combat in complex terrains like jungles and towns to strike close-range targets. Generally, shotguns have thick barrels, large calibers, and no rifling, with bullets made up of dozens of small pellets. When fired, they produce a loud sound. And upon hitting a close-range target, they create a honeycomb effect, capable of inflicting widespread damage on enemies. This was the large-scale lethality that Shun Bei had always eagerly pursued. Of course, cluster firepower devices could achieve this as well, but the area of effect for cluster bombs was too vast. A bomb could come crashing down, potentially affecting even oneself. The shotgun, with its fan-shaped spread, effectively compensates for this flaw. However, don't say I didn't warn you. This thing is broken and won't fire. The weapons shop owner kindly advised. In his opinion, he still wanted to recommend the Reaper series sniper rifles, as they could earn quite a bit of money. Shinbei picked up the oddly shaped hand cannon and asked without raising his head, "It's broken? Then I can only consider it a collectible. What's your price? If you want this thing, 10 mid-level crystal cores will suffice." "That's too expensive. I'll throw in 100 rounds of ammunition." Without any hesitation, Shinbei tossed out 10 crystal cores. Not to mention, although this shotgun was in a damaged state, it could be fixed through upgrades. The free shotgun shells alone were worth it. It's important to know that shotgun shells are different from rifle ammunition. There are mainly 3 types of conventional shotgun shells: birdshot, buckshot, and slugs. The structure includes a primer, a shell casing, a wad, and pellets, with the wad separating the shot and the powder. In contrast, handgun ammunition lacks such a separator between the bullet and the powder. Thus, the manufacturing process of shotguns is somewhat more complex than that of other bullets. A broken gun paired with ammunition is quite cost-effective. While the weapons shop owner rummaged for bullets, Shinbei quickly disassembled the shotgun. The smoothbore barrel, action, firing mechanism, magazine, sighting device, stock, grip, etc. Meanwhile, the shotgun's magazine was of the revolver type, not the pump-action type. But that didn't matter. As long as it could fire bullets, it was good. He began the assembly. Experience 1. Moments later, Shinbei reassembled the shotgun. Shotgun LV1. 1010 upgrade. Compared to the beginning, the gun seemed to have no significant changes. Only some aging parts appeared polished and refined with the enhancements. Shotgun LV2. 050. A shotgun with average performance that can fire bullets, with a magazine capacity of 5 rounds, firing all rounds at once when the trigger is pulled, sufficient to cause deadly damage to ordinary armor. After the upgrade, the magazine capacity increased, and its power also grew, posing a lethal threat to ordinary armor. This was a significant upgrade for an area damage weapon. How delightful! In the future, when surrounded by a dozen enemies, the sniper rifle would be ineffective, and the revolver would have obvious disadvantages. With this shotgun, he could quickly take down a group of enemies. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Shinbei caressed the gun, feeling increasingly pleased. Power 1. He stored away the bullets given by the owner and purchased a small amount of sniper and revolver ammunition. Although Shinbei could produce bullets himself, the cost was too high. He had once calculated that producing a bullet cost about 1 mid-level crystal core. Recently, however, the price of bullets had fluctuated, with 5 bullets requiring only 1 crystal core. Whether it's the elemental essence or crystal powder, they must be used sparingly. There's no need to waste expensive ammunition on ordinary enemies. After leaving the weapon shop, he returned to the lower level. Just as he arrived, a notification suddenly popped up. RV experience points 2. He muttered in confusion. RV experience points? After thinking for a moment, he realized he hadn't done anything. Only little K was cleaning the room, which naturally wouldn't increase the experience points. After some contemplation, he checked the time and suddenly understood. It increases automatically by the hour? Exactly. He felt ecstatic inside. An RV that levels up even while lying down is simply marvelous. It's even easier than upgrading battle armor. The powered armor needs to be worn to level up, which is extremely uncomfortable at night. But the RV is amazing. It automatically gains experience points every hour. How extravagant. He chuckled brightly. Next, he walked along the wooden pathway to a second-hand shop and picked up a fireplace as a heating stove. He brought it back to the RV. Little K was still cleaning the room, and it was unclear where he got the furniture made from scrap vehicle parts, with old maps as wallpaper. The bed was transformed from discarded car seats, and the table and chairs were built from iron pipes and wooden boards. Simple shelves hung on the walls, holding tools, canned food, and water sources, along with a hodgepodge of items filling the empty room. Shinbei couldn't help but twitch his lips. The aesthetic sense of humanity in this world was quite peculiar. After installing the fireplace, Shinbei began repairing the battle armor. The toolbox was opened, revealing various high-strength wrenches and screwdrivers, arc welders, laser welding guns, solder, and so on. He wondered if this would increase experience points. If it did, it would be a usable bug for him. But as it turned out, after working for half an hour and replacing all the components. He didn't gain a single experience point. I was overthinking it. After completing the repairs on the armor, he stretched and initiated a self-check. Soon, the self-check was completed. All components and pipelines were in good working order. He focused his gaze on the battle armor. Information popped up. Powered armor LV5, 10,023-10,000. There was nothing much to say. During this time, he had returned from the wilderness, had his rented house swallowed up, executed missions, fled from evil entities, and eliminated the Blacktooth squad. It had been 5 or 6 days. A full day's experience points were calculated to be 1440. The last upgrade had over 5,000 experience points remaining, and with the experience points gained from these activities, he could upgrade again. Upgrade. 1 day without upgrading felt uncomfortable all over. Powered armor LV6, 2330-000. The powered armor allows the wearer to combat ability users with significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. Able to withstand a full force strike from a 4th-tier strength type ability user. New zoom module added. Can magnify the view of objects 5 kilometers away. New adhesion module added. Can climb vertically on walls and glass surfaces. Shinbei gasped in awe. Since entering LV5, the new abilities of this armor have become increasingly extraordinary. Night vision, electric stimulation, magnetic field resistance, high temperature resistance, low temperature resistance, and an amplification system are just the beginning. Yesterday, I was still yearning for an expanded field of vision, and now it has arrived. Wishes come true. Another newly added ability is quite impressive as well. It allows one to ignore gravity while climbing, which will definitely be useful in critical moments. Power 1. As night fell, Shinbei lounged in his room. Xiao Kei curled up, savoring grilled meat strips. Shinbei got up, recalling the bag that Ganemo had mentioned. It was time to retrieve it and investigate what secrets might have been overlooked. He lit a cigarette, his face hidden in the swirling smoke. Xiao Kei, Shinbei called out. Xiao Kei put down the meat strip, straightened up, and turned to look. I'll be going out tomorrow. Gather some wood on your own to prepare for the harsh winter in the north. Xiao Kei obediently nodded. For Shinbei, at Xiao Kei's age, they would still be in school on Earth. But in this world of survival, work knows no age or gender, and death is indifferent to age. The truth doesn't fill the stomach. Chapter 79. Moving forward in the cracks, Shinbei was still fast asleep. He could hear many people walking on the wooden passage. He peeked outside. The sky's edge was quietly tinged with a faint white, signaling the arrival of another morning. The sun had not yet fully broken free from the horizon, but the latent power had already seeped through the gaps in the clouds, casting a weak yet determined ray of dawn. Outside, people were beginning another day of work. The main task remained wood collection, some for personal use, and some to sell to the upper-class residents. Social classes always exist. Some were busy and barely fed, while others enjoyed leisurely lives with abundant food. Xiao Kei got up early. By the time Shinbei stepped out of his room, Xiao Kei had already left the shelter with the main group. Shinbei wasn't in a hurry. He had some meat strips, dried fruits and vegetables, along with a bit of energy paste that tasted like a rag soaked in vegetable juice. He put on his powered armor, with a revolver tucked into his right side and a dagger on the left. He slung a sniper rifle on his back and carried a shotgun as he walked out the door. It didn't matter whether the door was locked. It's not about preventing gentlemen, but rather guarding against rogues. There are no gentlemen in this world of survival. That rare breed of humanity has long been extinct. And there's no education to create gentlemen. Everyone is just trying to survive another day. Shinbei's vehicle was at the very back of Titan. After walking a short distance, the slowly receding wilderness came into view. Shinbei calculated the distance. The spot where he had discarded the bag was 50 kilometers away from Titan. Now, as Titan was constantly moving, the distance had increased by over 30 kilometers. The total distance was roughly around 80 kilometers. He would likely reach the subway's fissure at night. Shinbei jumped down from the shelter, his feet steadying on the ground. Moving away from Titan. After advancing about 10 kilometers, signs of residents from Shelter 36 could still be seen, transporting timber. Both adults and children were seen lifting and carrying dead branches. After another 20 kilometers, all signs of human activity disappeared completely. Only the vast wilderness remained, along with the ferocious beasts that kept appearing. A faint yet steady mechanical hum came from within the armor, and Shinbei quickened his pace. If possible, he would circumvent the beasts. If not, he would take them out from a distance. Finally, before nightfall, Shinbei was only 2 kilometers away from the spot where he had discarded his backpack. Throughout this journey, aside from the beasts, he had not encountered any other humans. After walking another 2 kilometers, he would complete his task and unveil the secret of the backpack. However, Shinbei suddenly stopped, hesitating. At this moment, he stood at the mountain's peak, and the night wind brushed against him. He seemed to catch a whiff of a bloody scent. Shinbei was well aware that he had not seen any unusual signs. The night wind was cold, carrying the usual chill of the wilderness. but there was no trace of blood at all. This was a feeling of danger, a physical sensation that was warning him. Shinbei strained to look deeper into the night. However, under the thick darkness, even though the armor granted him night vision and enhanced perception, the range he could see was far less than during the day. From this vantage point, he found nothing. He took out his armor visor to zoom in again and scan the mountains shrouded in darkness. Yet, after switching through all modes, he still could not pinpoint the source of danger. Shinbei began to doubt whether he was overthinking things. After all, it was not impossible for Shelter 12 to be watching him and dispatching personnel to lay in wait. But no matter how he looked, he detected nothing unusual. At least within his line of sight, everything was quiet. Just as Shinbei was beginning to think his instincts were wrong, a red light suddenly flared up in the distant mountains. Then came the horrific scream of a human in their final moments, followed by a dull gunshot. A sniper. Shinbei abruptly turned around, his pupils dilating sharply. Were there two groups fighting nearby? His brows furrowed deeper. Throughout this journey, he had not encountered any combat elsewhere. Yet here, close to the backpack's location? What a coincidence. Soon, red lights illuminated different locations, followed by intertwined screams and gunfire. There was more than one sniper. Bullets flew chaotically, with one nearly striking Shinbei. He crouched at the mountain peak, observing the flashes of gunfire. It was infuriating that both groups were firing in directions that exactly intersected with his path. Furthermore, they seemed to be moving towards the subway fissure. Were their targets the same as his? Shinbei's mind became muddled. He couldn't remember that this almost buried, fragmented urban ruin held any high-value items worth scavenging. If anything was valuable, it was just the backpack. But the location of the bag was unknown even to the two groups, Chasing Horse and Gone Mo. How did these unidentified armed personnel find out? Shinbei took a deep breath, removed the rifle from his back, and dashed into the vast night. In the darkness, a faint silver glimmer flashed by, and then everything returned to black. Shinbei pushed aside the complicated thoughts and stopped wondering why these two groups appeared here, focusing instead on moving silently through the darkness. Yet, he felt a strange joy in his heart. He liked this moment. In the dark, in the wilderness, and fighting alone. Before his transition, he had spent a few years as a special forces soldier and the following years as a mercenary. This shift in identity did not affect the bullets or the struggle. This was the world he was familiar with. Shinbei rushed toward the position of the closest sniper, who was the first to reveal himself to the flames. He seemed to merge with the darkness, able to sense the pulse of the earth and even the world itself. When he was less than 1,000 meters away from the well-hidden sniper, Shinbei had already sensed his position, yet the sniper had not noticed him. At the same time, through the amplification system, Shinbei heard their shouts to each other. After listening for a moment, Shinbei frowned. These two groups were actually the combat personnel from Shelter 20 and Shelter 22. The defector researcher had come from Shelter 22, while Chasing Horse and Gone Mo were from Shelter 20. Shinbei was certain they were after the bag, but what puzzled him more was how they knew its location. Could it be a positioning device? Shinbei considered this possibility. Now, he was even more curious about the contents of the bag. The incident involving the defector researcher had not yet concluded. It could only mean that Gone Mo's words were true. The items within the bag were worth a fortune. To reclaim his belongings, he would have to go through them. At that moment, Shinbei stopped behind a rock, set up his rifle, and aimed at a mound of earth halfway up a distant hill. The sniper was hiding behind the mound, still searching for other enemy positions. Other snipers were either retreating or moving, but this one, the first to fire, had not changed his position. A rookie. Shinbei muttered a contemptuous remark typical of a seasoned soldier. Those who had survived multiple battles often spoke crudely and viciously, yet their words could also be piercingly sharp. To become a good sniper, having accurate shooting skills was only a minor aspect. For someone like Shinbei, becoming a dancer in the dark required much more. Bang! The moment the gunfire sounded, Shinbei was already moving. The mound of earth was completely blown apart. Even the most solid dirt could not withstand the power of the Barrett rifle in Shinbei's hands. Along with the flying debris, there were also chunks of flesh and half a lower leg. Shinbei's shot only hit the sniper in the lower body, not delivering a fatal blow. He is not incapable, but rather wants to turn that dying sniper into a distraction and a target for attention. It's like lighting a lamp in the dark. No matter how focused a person's will may be, they will occasionally unconsciously glance at it. The sniper rolls and screams in agony. The shot from Shinbei completely severed his legs at the roots, a pain so immense that no human could endure it. Although this injury is fatal, the sniper will not die immediately, so this light in the darkness is destined to shine for a long time. On the battlefield where life and death are at stake, Shinbei's heart becomes as cold as stone, his methods as swift as lightning, fierce and ruthless, leaving no stone unturned. The moment the sniper's screams echoed far and wide, two of his fellow snipers paused and turned to look. This subtle shift between movement and stillness allowed Shinbei, who was stealthily advancing in the dark, to lock onto their positions. In the wilderness, only a sniper can deal with another sniper. This statement is at least partially true. Shinbei silently approached one of the snipers. A distance of over 1,000 meters took only a few minutes. The chaotic fighting became even more intense with Shunbei's entrance. Chapter 80. Equal opponents. Shunbei began to clear the enemies along his path. One of them was a sniper from shelter number 20. This enemy quickly chose a new sniping position and went into hiding. The snipers from shelter no. 20 were well-trained and coordinated. Some advanced while others set up ambushes in their sniping positions. About 10 minutes later, they moved forward to search for the next position. Under the cover of night in the mountains, this was initially a very good tactic. Unfortunately, Shunbei was also a master of sniping. The sniper quickly identified a new target and steadily placed his opponent in the crosshairs. At this moment, his opponent, from shelter number 22, remained completely unaware, lying on the ground and desperately searching for the enemy. The sniper's breathing was calm and steady. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth and nose, yanking his head up, followed by a twist that caused a faint crack as his cervical vertebrae broke. And his body immediately went limp. Have fun with Jumagon Mo. Shunbei half-squatted beside the sniper's corpse, waiting for about 10 seconds to confirm he was dead before he crouched and stealthily approached another locked-on sniper. In the blink of an eye, Shunbei had quietly dealt with 4 snipers from shelter number 20, each one with their necks snapped from behind. In the darkness, Shunbei rediscovered the feeling he loved. His movements became increasingly fluid, swift, and light, as if the night wind was gently supporting his body. It had been a while since he had seen any snipers from shelter number 20 fire their weapons. On one hand, more than half of shelter no. 22's personnel had already perished. On the other hand, many snipers from shelter number 20 had also fallen at Shunbei's hands. At this moment, a flash of red light flickered on the distant mountains, followed by a scream that echoed through the night, the sound of someone facing death. Shunbei glanced at the direction and distance, then raised his sniper rifle, locking onto a sniper who was changing positions. According to Shunbei's judgment, the enemy from shelter 22 intended to shoot him but missed, hitting the enemy at shelter 20 instead. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck. Shunbei set up his sniper rifle. The gun's body was black and smooth as a mirror, reflecting the purity of the moonlight and the faintness of the stars. The reticle of the precision scope steadily locked onto the distant target. In an instant, a dull yet shocking gunshot shattered the night's tranquility. The bullet soaring like a meteor across the sky, rushing towards its target with the power of thunder, leaving behind a blazing trail and a deafening echo. The sniper's body suddenly jolted, and his head exploded, taking a large part of his shoulder with it. After firing a shot, Shunbei didn't even check the result. He began to move swiftly to the side. He had to enter the subway tunnel in a race against time to retrieve his bag. Shunbei stowed away his sniper rifle and began to move rapidly under the cover of darkness, the rugged terrain providing him with the best concealment. 2 minutes later, he had broken the necks of 2 more enemies. At this point, when Shunbei was less than 800 meters from the subway fissure, he looked towards a hill a kilometer away. It felt like there was a sniper, or rather, a superhuman, aiming at him. Boom on the distant hill, in the dark. The muzzle of a gun flickered with a deep and chilling blue light. A brilliant blue energy bullet erupted from the gun chamber, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying the terrifying power to rival that of a cannonball, heading straight for Shunbei's position. This blue energy bullet sped away at a velocity beyond the capacity of the naked eye to capture, the air tearing apart behind it to create a subtle yet shocking sonic boom. Suddenly, the foot propulsion device beneath Shunbei burst forth with particle impact, the recoil propelling him like lightning as he leapt sideways. In an instant, he had deviated from the original path of the blue energy bullet, narrowly skimming past the devastating wave of energy. Although he successfully dodged the direct hit of the energy bullet, the powerful shockwave it released spread rapidly like ripples, engulfing everything around him. Though Shunbei was not hit directly, he could not fully evade the rampant residual energy. His body shuddered slightly as the gravel beneath his feet flew out in all directions, his figure momentarily unsteady, as if struck by an invisible tidal wave. Shunbei rolled forward a few times, then crawled with hands and feet, moving with a speed that rivaled that of a spider. In just a few turns, he had already moved several dozen meters. Shunbei began to accelerate, like a night wolf, darting through the darkness with the wind. His speed increased, and just as he was about to reach the maximum velocity of his armor, he suddenly shivered, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Shunbei's body tensed, and then sprang back, coming to a sudden stop. Less than a meter in front of him, a large cloud of dust suddenly erupted, with sand and gravel hitting his face and shoulders, causing a sharp pain. This was the powerful long-range sniper energy bullet fired by a shooting specialized ability user. If it weren't for Shunbei's sudden alertness, he could have been hit. Shunbei immediately looked in the direction the bullet had come from and saw a flash of blue light. Without a second thought, he leaped to the right, rolled upon landing, and shot out like lightning. However, while still in the air, Shunbei felt a jolt throughout his body, as if struck by a high-voltage current, and he fell heavily to the ground. Behind him, another large spray of dirt erupted. The visual panel of his combat armor displayed nearly 1,000 data points in an instant, and Shunbei quickly realized that another bullet had grazed past him, shattering the armor on the outside of his left arm and taking away a significant chunk of flesh. If it weren't for the armor's defense, that shot could have blown apart half of his body. Fortunately, the remaining muscle fibers still allowed for movement in his left arm. Shunbei crouched on the ground, aiming at the direction from which the bullet had come. However, to his surprise, there was no one in sight. Frowning, he quickly moved behind a large rock and then lay flat on the ground, continuously adjusting the color of his armor to blend in with the surroundings like a chameleon. At that moment, Shunbei understood that the shooting specialized ability user was trying to prevent his advance, covering a distance of less than 800 meters. If he charged forward recklessly, he could easily be shot and have his armor blown apart, potentially breaking his spine. That would be a serious problem. After contemplating for a moment, just as he slowly peeked over the ridge to search for the shooter's whereabouts, another bullet whizzed past his head. The armor on his head shattered again, and a few singed strands of hair fell in front of Shunbei's eyes. He caught a glimpse of the sniper's position, but it was too late to retaliate. Shunbei quickly backed away against the slope and then moved sideways. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a spray of dirt erupted from the spot where he had just been lying, and a sniper bullet shot out from the ground, flying into the vast night sky. This shot had penetrated the soil atop the ridge using the force of the sniper bullet. Had Shunbei remained in place, it would have struck him directly in the chest. This was the second time he had narrowly escaped death. Lying on the back slope of the hill, Shunbei felt his muscles trembling slightly as fear began to grip him. He suppressed his fear and focused on thinking. The sniper rifle had already been wrapped with camouflage strips made of composite materials, and his movements were irregular. Under the cover of night, it was difficult to detect his whereabouts, whether in low light or infrared mode. How had he been discovered? How could he lock onto the opponent? He hurriedly activated the internal cooling system of his armor, lowering his body temperature to match the surrounding environment. If the enemy was continuously locking onto him, it was likely using a similar thermal imaging ability or a life detection ability. This was the first time Shunbei had encountered such an enemy. He had seen many powerful individuals in the past. He had never encountered someone who could suppress him so thoroughly in the wilderness and in sniping. Traditional sniping and counter-sniping techniques seemed completely ineffective against this opponent. This was a rival with outstanding athletic ability, superb hiding skills, and enough patience. At the moment he fired, he could still lock onto his target, even if it was just for a brief instant. He decided to play a trick. Just as he appeared from the ridge, the opposing gun was already aimed at him. Then came 3 consecutive shots. One forced him back, while the other 2 whizzed past him from a few meters on either side. If he had exposed himself by shifting sideways, he might have been hit. Fortunately, he simply stepped back. Next, he directly connected wirelessly to the cluster fire disc that was invisibly waiting in the night sky. Explosions are an art. He borrowed a famous line from someone. Chapter 81. Increasingly confusing information. Obstacles are ever present. At this moment, he had to admit that in past battles, things had always gone smoothly for him, but now, under the dark night, that specialized shooter had indeed taught him a lesson. In the face of absolute strength and skill, he felt overwhelmed. He had brushed past death several times, and his battle armor was tattered from enemy fire. As the enemy played ruthlessly, he could only unleash his powerful weapon to counterattack. If he did not resolve his predicament soon, he wouldn't just lose his belongings. He might even be slowly played to death by the enemy. He remained in stealth mode, connected wirelessly to the cluster fire disc providing cover. Even in the dark, the suddenly appearing cluster fire disc was hard to distinguish. The barrel slightly turned, aiming at the distant hillside. At that moment, the specialized shooter seemed to sense something, suddenly looking up at the night sky in confusion. He abruptly pulled the trigger, hastily firing a shot at him, then leaped up, charging towards the mountain behind him at a speed nearly equal to his own. Bang! Keeping a close eye on the enemy, he finally fired back for the first time. The sniper abruptly halted his charge, veering to the side and leaping 20 meters. His retaliatory shot missed. However, the enemy was not trying to evade his fire. In the direction he had originally been charging, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the ground beneath him even from 1,000 meters away. Just one shell had enough power to cover the entire top of the hill. The shockwave directly knocked enemies down from dozens of meters away. As expected, this specialized shooter definitely had battlefield sensing abilities. Although the shell did not land precisely on the enemy, one shot had enveloped the entire hilltop in smoke and dust. What would happen with 10 consecutive shells covering the area? The ability user had not yet managed to get off the ground when 2 silent shells almost simultaneously landed nearby. One hit even closer than the first, and he was directly lifted dozens of meters into the air by the force of the explosion, thrown far down the hillside, and then fell heavily to the ground like a ragged sack. The enemy lay on his back, eyes gazing at the night sky, struggling to catch his breath. After such bombardment and a fall, it was surprising that he was still alive, considering his explosive power and speed while dodging the heavy artillery. Shinbei had no doubt about his physical prowess. The enemy's left arm had vanished, and the lower parts of both knees had been blown off. His eyes starting to glaze over. His gaze met Shinbei's from a distance, conveying unspoken messages and shock. Shinbei slowly lowered his sniper rifle, which was already aimed and ready to fire. His brow furrowed deeper. This sniper was unusual. The ground continued to tremble, heavy artillery relentlessly bombarding the top of the hill, throwing dozens of tons of dirt into the air. At that moment, the power of steel and fire was expressed to the fullest. In less than a minute, 10 rounds of heavy artillery fire had been completed. However, during that brief moment, whether it was the humans in Shelter 20 or Shelter 22, everyone was terrified by the silent explosions, feeling as if time was stretching endlessly. People were shouting into the night. What the hell? Who planted the mines? From above. The shells are coming from the sky. How is that possible? Why didn't we hear the gunfire? Damn it. Watch out. Even Shinbei was left speechless upon seeing the hillside that had been reduced by over a meter after the bombardment ended. At that moment, Shinbei began to charge in the opposite direction, heading straight for the shooting specialist who was not yet fully dead. In Shinbei's view, this guy's sniping skills were on par with his own, likely a team leader. Yet, he was the only ability user present on the battlefield, which was clearly illogical. Shinbei needed to extract some information to learn how many ability users were involved in the conflict and where they had gone. Having this knowledge would allow him to control the situation. Furthermore, ability users tended to be relatively wealthy. The crystal core was the foundation for Shinbei's equipment upgrades. Another important point was that the enemy had been bombarded to a pulp, looking battered and bruised. However, Shinbei did not see any blood splatter. Strange. At this moment, Shinbei moved like a black phantom through the endless darkness of night. The sparse moonlight spilled onto his shining armor, reflecting a mysterious and stern outline. He held his breath, still as water, yet moving like thunder. Each step he took on the dry leaves or gravel was utterly silent. The lightweight design of his armor made his movements more agile, as nimble as a cat, yet his strength was like a tiger descending the mountain. Meanwhile, both sides in the conflict were still exchanging gunfire. Amidst the hail of bullets, Shinbei's figure, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, pierced through the night, launching a surprise attack with unpredictable speed and angles. Shinbei approached the specialized shooter and pulled him into a shell crater. Bullets flew back and forth above the crater. But for Shinbei, it was temporarily safe. He lifted his mask, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes that stared directly at the shooter. In an instant, the shooter's pupils dilated slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He was an old man with a hooked nose, emaciated and adorned with bone earrings. Despite his body being bombarded and dismembered, his face showed no signs of pain or distortion. This was because his left arm and knees were not made of flesh and blood, but were mechanical. A cyborg? At the same time, blood blisters began to appear at the corners of his mouth. Strangely, when these blisters first emerged, they were bright red, but gradually turned bluish-green. And the newly formed blisters were the same color. Shinbei would not overlook such details. He furrowed his brow, and the gaze deep within his pupils flickered continuously. What the hell is this? A sharp pain shot through Shinbei's mind as he struggled to recall if such biomechanical technology existed in this world. You should retire. Shinbei suppressed his curiosity, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. The enemy took a drag from the cigarette. Appearing relaxed, smoke is the best anesthetic. Will it hurt? Yes. That joke is not funny at all. Shinbei pointed to the old man's severed limb, his tone sounding jokingly light, but his eyes were serious. You've opened my eyes. I've never seen a cyborg before. I've read about silent shells in books, thinking they were a joke, but now I've witnessed it. Yet, I don't remember anyone like you in the organization. Shinbei encountered a new term, the organization. He crouched down slowly, gradually rising, as the black ripples in front of him calmed down. Tell me about the organization. The old man gazed at the night sky, fervor shining in his eyes. That is power from deep space. It is the only end to the world of fleeing. You foolish people don't understand that the debt incurred can never be repaid. I want to hear more than that. Shinbei pulled out a revolver and aimed it at the old man's head. What exactly is the organization? The old man slowly turned his head, his eyes seeming to be covered with a thin layer of dust, his gaze like that of an old black and white television. You must be an escapee. Otherwise, you wouldn't possess its power. The organization will capture you and complete what is missing. Enough with the nonsense. I'll blow you up. Shinbei felt that the old man seemed insane, speaking nonsensically. He only wanted to know the core information, not vague and cryptic words. Tell me how many specialized shooters you have and where they are located. Shinbei no longer dwelled on the organization and instead inquired about the most critical information at that moment. But just as he finished speaking, the old man's body temperature suddenly rose sharply, and Shinbei immediately became alert, taking a step back. The shooter let out a terrible scream, spewing out a blue-green flame from his mouth, and then flames erupted from his nose and ears. Everywhere his blood touched began to burn fiercely. You will definitely be caught. The entire organization will put an end to you, the fugitive, as your destined fate calls forth the power from the depths of space. The old man's words were intermittent, and the flames consuming him were fierce. Within a minute, he was reduced to a charred skeleton. His clothing and gear were burned to a crisp, and if there was a control chip in his body, it was surely destroyed as well. Shinbei did not expect that his blood could transform into such a fierce fuel. Was this sniper really human? At this moment, Shinbei's mind was even more chaotic. He originally just wanted to get to the bottom of things, but in the end, he only acquired bizarre and strange information. Shinbei shook his head, realizing there were plenty of lunatics in this world. For now, he would treat the ramblings of a madman as just that. The current task was still to retrieve the bag. As for what the organization was, Rock must have heard of it, and it could wait until later to learn more. Then, Shinbei picked up the old man's remains and the core crystal from the mechanical ruins, standing up to leave. He headed straight for the subway rift. Chapter 82. Subway encounter beneath the subway rift, in a densely webbed underground passage teeming with countless deadly creatures. Song Yu and Wang Yi leaned against a corner of a room, breathing heavily to regain their strength. Song Yu's pink shirt was open, revealing a corner of a night demon tattoo. He was not tall, with sharp short hair and a fierce glint in his eyes. Wang Yi wore a crooked military uniform, his collar rumpled, a bandage wrapped around his neck, and the last button of his military jacket was undone, causing the hem to awkwardly flare out. From his demeanor to his attire, Wang Yi exuded a sense of untidiness. Song Yi took a deep breath and reached out to turn over a corpse. It was his teammate, a third-tier ability user. There was a large hole where the heart should be. Having fled to this place, his fate was sealed. And he was dead. Song Yu initially wanted to search for some cigarettes. His craving was hitting hard, and an indescribable anxiety and irritation flashed in his eyes. Every nerve ending seemed to scream for nicotine. Unfortunately, this teammate didn't smoke or drink, resembling a Puritan from the old legends. Even Wang Yi, who enjoyed roasting people slowly with flames and seemed to derive a strange pleasure from their screams, abstained from tobacco and alcohol, avoiding all stimulants. If it weren't for the raw and unabashed desire he displayed when looking at women, Song Yu would have thought Wang Yi had no interest in them at all. Song Yu gave up the futile search, but his fingers unconsciously rubbed against each other, mimicking the action of holding a cigarette and lighting it, as if pulled by an invisible force. In the end, he found himself gripping a crumpled piece of clothing from his teammate. He glanced at Wang Yi beside him. Just toss it, Wang Yi urged, clutching a beige bag. Otherwise, how will we know the distance of the enemy at Shelter 22 behind us? Song Yu clicked his tongue. Can you even hear and gauge distance? Anyone can tell direction by sound. Wang Yi responded with an arrogant expression. Song Yu sighed, feeling frustrated. How did he end up with such a teammate who couldn't understand a simple conversation? In such an empty subway tunnel, the sound of gunfire can travel far and wide, creating a multitude of echoes that make it impossible to gauge the enemy's distance. Instead, it exposes one's own position. Song Yu felt a bit displeased, but he had no choice but to comply. After all, Wang Yi was a fourth-tier ability user and the commander of the operation at Shelter number 20. With a forceful fling, Song Yu sent the piece of clothing flying, tracing a smooth and powerful arc through the air, like a phantom brought to life. Diving deeper into the tunnel, thanks to the faint glow emitted by bioluminescent mushrooms, the clothing danced gracefully in the air, each fold moving so realistically, as if a person were leaping forward with determination. In the next moment, a harsh metallic grinding noise echoed from a distance. It was the sound of the heavy, high-speed Gatling gun's multi-barrel rotating. Instantly, gunfire erupted, bullets pouring out like a torrential rain, the Gatling's muzzle spewing forth a fiery chain of ammunition, forming a dancing fire dragon in an instant. Bullets streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, each one dragging a brilliant and dazzling trail behind it. Each shot was accompanied by waves of scorching air, stirring the surrounding atmosphere like boiling water. These trajectories wove together in the dim subway tunnel, forming an impenetrable web of light aimed directly at the clothing that was tumbling and spinning in the air. In the blink of an eye, the clothing thrown by Song Yu was shredded to pieces, like sparks failing to stay aloft. Song Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to Wang Yi, asking distance. 300 meters, Wang Yi replied with certainty. It's likely that the people above can't provide support. We'll charge forward 100 meters. Then you fall back to draw them into the left tunnel while I break through from the right tunnel with the bag. Upon issuing this command, Song Yu unfolded a map that displayed the intricate tunnel routes. His finger traced to the left side, and his expression turned extremely grim, twisted, even showing a hint of vague fear. The left side of the fork ahead at 100 meters is a dead end. What about your resolve? Wang Yi questioned coldly. Do you think you'll be happy if we both get trapped here? Song Yu's jaw clenched, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He folded the map back up and nodded. All right. Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief. Both of them were fourth-tier ability users. And if they fell into internal conflict, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thankfully, Song Yu was compliant and cautious in following orders. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and then we charge out. Wang Yi commanded, leaning against the wall. In the shadows, Song Yu remained silent, his figure unmoving like a stone statue. On the ground, both sides were still engaged in combat. Personnel from both shelters were trying to prevent the other from entering the subway rift. However, under the cover of darkness, a faint shadow moved swiftly, crawling close to the ground like a wildcat, leaping into the subway rift and disappearing into the dark corridor. After Shinbei flipped inside, he did not land. Activate the armor's climbing mode at the first opportunity. Utilizing the powerful magnetic adhesion device equipped on the armor to hang lightly and precisely from the rough concrete structure of the ceiling. The complex network of pipes at the top of the tunnel has corroded severely, with exposed wires hanging down like wilted tendrils. Occasionally, a gust of wind sweeps through the tunnel, creating echoes that sound hollow and distant. Shinbei turned his head in all directions. Under infrared vision, the dark passage was clearly visible. He scanned the ground and, as expected, the bag was indeed missing. He was late, but Shinbei knew that he was merely late. Not too late. If either side had obtained the bag, the battle above would have long since concluded. The personnel above had not received a retreat order, indicating that the bag was still within the subway tunnel. As long as he could find their traces, he could catch up and seize the opportunity to retrieve the bag. The term steal bore no derogatory connotation. Shinbei was aware of his own capabilities. As a fourth-tier ability user, he could adapt to circumstances and evade danger. Against higher-tier ability users, he could only rely on wits and must avoid recklessness. Just then, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed from the tunnel to his left. A faint light flickered in Shinbei's pupils as he quickly crawled along the ceiling like a gecko, each movement filled with rhythmic strength and precise control. His agile arms and leg joints moved fluidly under the precise adjustments of the armor's internal intelligence system, extending and twisting as if they were one, allowing him to traverse the inverted ceiling with ease and grace. One intersection after another passed by him. Although he was upside down, it did not hinder his rapid movement. The subway tunnel resembled a time-worn grave deep underground, with tracks covered in thick moss and debris accumulated over the years. The once pristine white-tiled walls had lost their shine, becoming dull, with faded remnants of old advertisements barely visible, like fossils left behind by time. In just a moment, 3 men appeared within Shinbei's infrared vision. They formed an overlapping cover formation, cautiously advancing deeper into the subway tunnel. Leading them was an ability user wielding a high-speed Gatling gun. His face was adorned with a ring of steel needle-like stubble, making his head appear larger than usual. With grayish hair, yet he looked to be only in his 30s. Following closely behind him was a slender young man with a shoulder bag, sporting bangs that slightly covered his eyes, strikingly handsome. Bringing up the rear was a girl wearing ripped jeans and a black t-shirt featuring a nuclear explosion mushroom design. Her hair was very short, with a light yellow tint in her bangs, and silver earrings hung prominently from her ears. Shinbei hid 200 meters behind the trio. He continued to observe intently. The tunnel ahead twisted, obstructing his view and making it difficult to discern the situation deeper inside. But Shinbei knew well that the person who had truly picked up the bag was not far ahead of the three. To catch up, one must cross over the heads of the 3 individuals. This is undoubtedly a dangerous move. Although the battle armor is advanced and the various modules work together almost silently, the ceiling of the subway tunnel is not very sturdy. During the movement, dust and small stones occasionally fall, easily alerting the trio. The 3 fourth-tier individuals murmured, being close to them is a dead end. Shinbei's advantage lies in long-range shooting, supported by the kinetic energy provided by the armor. With this in mind, Shinbei released his grip on the ceiling, slowly descending while securing his body vertically with his legs. A raw and rugged Barrett sniper rifle appeared in Shinbei's hands. Its stainless steel barrel, as thick as an abandoned chimney and astonishingly long with a massive caliber, protruded outward. Instead of a precise sight, it was equipped with bare mechanical aiming devices, simple yet practical. Even the most basic suppressor or tactical rail had been ruthlessly discarded, leaving only the fundamental structure and function. In Shinbei's view, while the power of a supernatural being is important, precision is also vital for survival. Upside down, Shinbei hung from the ceiling, the crosshair settling on the back of the bearded man's head in front of the group. The trigger, a pure embodiment of the aesthetic of raw power, let out a crisp mechanical sound at Shunbei's fingertips. In Shunbei's combat mindset, the biggest threat was clearly the bearded man. The Gatling gun capable of firing over 1,000 rounds in a minute posed a challenge even to battle armor, let alone fourth-tier supernatural beings. The choice was either to avoid its firepower or to prioritize elimination. Clearly, prioritizing the kill was the optimal solution. Despite the bearded man being the farthest from Shunbei, he hesitated not a moment and pulled the trigger. In an instant, the previously still air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. As a fourth-tier silent bullet constructed from true spirit elements and crystal source core fragments shot out of the chamber at an untraceable speed. The bullet transformed into an almost invisible black line, weaving through the dark tunnel like a venomous snake hidden in the night. Although the bullet was silent, Shunbei shook violently under the recoil, hanging upside down. Despite the awkward movement, the sniper rifle constantly adjusted its angle, keeping the crosshair trained on the back of the bearded man's head. The next moment, blood slowly seeped from the back of the bearded man's head, staining his collar with a shocking brightness. Yet, he did not collapse like an ordinary person. His face contorted, eyes wide with disbelief, the shock rendering him breathless. His expression a mix of pain and astonishment. Under the impact, his body swayed like a giant tree about to fall, stumbling forward a few steps before nearly collapsing, but ultimately managing to steady himself. Damn. The bearded man, a level 4 defensive ability user with level 3 proficiency in firearms, was struck by a bullet from behind. Though he did not die, his muscle tissue was shattered, blood vessels burst, and the pain felt as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart, sharp and enduring. The skin on the back of his head instantly split open, revealing the writhing, twisted flesh beneath. The agony was akin to having his tendons and bones shattered. Every tendon, every nerve screamed in torment. His face contorted in extreme pain, features tightly scrunched, and a low growl of anguish escaped his lips. Damn it! Who ambushed me? The scene left the three bystanders utterly stunned and confused. The young man following him narrowed his eyes in shock, his expression shifting wildly as he exclaimed, "How did you get hurt?" The woman's gaze sharpened. An ambush? Where did it come from? In an instant, the two speculated various possibilities. For a level 4 defensive ability user to be ambushed, at least a level 5 strength would be needed to inflict such severe injuries. But where was the attacker? Even if they were invisible, they would have to reveal themselves. Could it be a firearm? That seemed even less likely. Even a powerful sniper rifle couldn't breach such defenses. Moreover, there was no sound of a gunshot. The key point was the absence of gunfire. An ability user specialized in firearms would emit a blue glow when shooting, yet nothing had occurred just now. It was truly strange. Meanwhile, the bearded man was a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief, still reeling from the shock. He had clearly been leading the way, yet he was ambushed from behind. For a moment, he thought one of his teammates had turned against him. He reached back to grab the foreign object embedded in the wound on the back of his head, intending to see what had attacked him. But the next second, he was jolted violently as energy surged chaotically within him, putting him in an abnormal state of mental shock. At that moment, another streak of fire shot out from the darkness. Precise and unerring, it re-entered the wound on the back of the bearded man's head. The breach defense could no longer withstand the force of the bullet. In an instant, the back of his head exploded, the effect similar to splashing water. The tissue and bones inside his skull scattered explosively under the immense impact, mixing with blood and brain matter into a hazy red mist that spread through the air, marking the end of his life. Thud! In the astonished eyes of the man and woman, the bearded man collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Their hearts raced, feeling as if they had missed a beat. Their faces twisted in shock, disbelief taking shape in their expressions. What the hell was that? The young man, seemingly inexperienced in combat, could only shout in panic. How could he just die? The woman's horrified gaze gradually turned dazed. But her reaction was quick as she suddenly turned to look back into the subway tunnel behind her. Despite the faint glow from bioluminescent mushrooms, she saw no one standing behind her. However, the next moment, her pupils dilated, and she quickly looked up. Several hundred meters away, in her line of sight, there was a figure hanging upside down from the cold, hard, damp stone ceiling. His body dangled, swaying slightly, while the sniper rifle in his hands was aimed directly at her. The woman's face instantly turned pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, leaving damp trails on her cheeks. She never imagined that someone would approach her silently from behind. In her mind, anyone walking between the tracks would make noise, except for the one on the ceiling. And it was just an ordinary person. An ambush. The woman suddenly shouted, her figure lunging to the left. After a few rolls, she hid in a crevice. Once she found a secure hiding spot, an extremely strange expression appeared on her face. Damn it. A sniper rifle could actually kill a 4th-tier defensive ability user. The bullet was silent. It was truly eerie. Don't move, let's lie in wait here. Even snipers fear close combat. Although the opponent was an ordinary person, his bullets were too strange. And he likely had a close-range handgun that posed a lethal threat to ability users. She couldn't afford to underestimate him. This was the first time she felt such trepidation towards the bullets of an ordinary person. Her mind was in chaos. She had never heard of any shelter's bullets having such power. They even dared to take on ability users head-on. Did you hear that? The woman questioned repeatedly. But no one responded. Her heart sank, and with a stiff neck, she slowly turned to look beside her. There was no one. Her eyelids twitched as she poked her head out, only to see a few meters away, her young teammates standing dazed in the tunnel. The woman cursed inwardly. Useless. He was scared stiff and stood there like a statue. She urgently called out, "Come here. Hurry up." Just as her voice fell, footsteps approached, and a cold, emotionless voice echoed in the tunnel. "Stop shouting. Let him rest." The woman quickly withdrew her body, then heard a thud. She took a deep breath, tightly closed her eyes, her teeth grinding together. Even a second-tier defense couldn't withstand 2 shots. The young man with barely second-tier defense was already dead. Waves of terror surged through her heart and invaded every inch of her mind. She simply couldn't comprehend why an ordinary firearm could take down a 4th-tier defensive ability user. It was unimaginable and unbelievable. However, as she listened to the increasingly closer footsteps, she licked her lips, a sly look crossing her face. Slowly, she drew a dagger, resembling a poised mother leopard hidden in the darkness, waiting for the enemy to approach. If they came closer, they would be seeking their own death. In her view, since the enemy behind her did not use their long-range advantage to search for her, once she ensnared them, she was confident she could sever their throat in one strike. The footsteps in the tunnel grew nearer. The woman curled up in the shadows, her back pressed against the cold wall, listening intently to the sounds. She estimated the distance between them. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The footsteps continued. The woman's face lit up with joy, as if she had spotted her desired prey, filled with a sense of determination. 5 meters. Now is the moment. A cloud of dust erupted beneath her feet, and she leaped forward like a ghost, a glint of cold light trailing behind her, creating a series of fleeting shadows. Moving so swiftly that the human eye could barely catch it. Her agile movements were as elusive as a specter. Amidst the sharp whistle of the air, a dark, eerie glow seemed to appear in the tunnel even faster than the sound. As a senior combat-type ability user from Shelter Number 22, her experience in life-and-death struggles was incredibly rich. At this distance, she was confident that her opponent wouldn't have time to draw a gun and shoot. It settled. She was sure to win. However, the moment she imagined rushing out and stabbing the opponent's throat with her dagger, that vision shattered. Because she saw in the tunnel a mechanical battle armor that only had a lower half, seemingly executing commands and moving forward with the sound of footsteps. There wasn't even an upper body, let alone a person. At that moment, the woman felt a rush of confusion. She had seen this kind of defensive equipment before. The weaker the individual, the more they relied on such things to stay alive. But it was impractical, primarily due to the technical challenges of the connection modules and control centers, as well as the materials used for the armor. In other words, battle armor could be developed and improved, but the emergence of abilities had thrown the scientific advancements of this world far behind. Yet she had never seen a lower half armor that could walk on its own. Shouldn't this be controlled by a person? Where was the operator? What was she supposed to stab? The air? The woman swallowed hard, her mind in a whirlwind. She realized that her limited knowledge had led her to be deceived. No, perhaps it wasn't just a lack of knowledge. Rather, the enemy's technology exceeded this era. Suddenly, she felt a chill at the back of her head. A cold gun barrel pressed against her neck. Shun Bei's head slowly emerged from the side, like a malevolent spirit. With a hoarse voice, Shun Bei sighed softly. "Let me guess, are you looking for me?" At this moment, the woman was being held at gunpoint by Shun Bei's revolver against the back of her head. She was just a gun barrel away from death. Her complexion changed dramatically, her pale face filled with shock and terror. "You?" Shun Bei spoke teasingly. "Surprised? I tricked you. My lower half armor was walking along the track while I was still hanging from the ceiling." This idea had come to Shun Bei spontaneously, especially when the woman had hidden inside the chamber. He had originally planned to use level 5 bullets to shoot her, but there was a drawback. The bullets did not provide infrared vision. With no light in the chamber, it was easy to miss. Since level 5 bullets were already limited, it was too wasteful. So Shun Bei detached the lower half of the armor, issued commands on the visual panel, and walked in a straight line, creating the illusion that he was approaching the enemy. Of course, the volume of the cluster fire disc is too large to pass through the crack. Otherwise, if it were to fly over and bomb the chamber, it could solve the problem. However, as a person with special abilities, you were so shocked that you didn't even hear me land behind you, Shun Bei said with a low chuckle. The woman's mind jolted, and she finally understood why Shun Bei appeared behind her. This guy played a clever diversion. Her eyes widened, her eye sockets shattered, filled with extreme distortion and resentment. So what if you heard it? It's already too late, isn't it? Shinbei wore a faint smile. But I feel like you seem to be looking for a chance to resist. I can tell you in advance that my handgun bullets are stronger than a sniper rifle. The woman looked at Shinbei with a somewhat gentle gaze, playfully chiding. Don't. Let us talk this over. You're not from Shelter 20, are you? Her intuition was very accurate and had basis. During the ground combat, there was indeed a sniper from Shelter 20 with very high tactical skills, almost dominating their side. However, sniper rifles usually do not enter narrow terrains. Moreover, that sniper was a specialist with different, much more advanced firearms than Shinbei's. One advanced sniper in a team is enough. There's no need to have two. Therefore, the woman speculated that Shinbei was an outsider. Shinbei did not beat around the bush and answered directly. Indeed, I don't belong to any side. Then what is your purpose? The briefcase. How do you know about the briefcase? The woman's eyes clearly showed a moment of shock. The information about this briefcase was tightly controlled. The locator inside the briefcase only emitted a signal every few days. The last signal was what attracted Shelter 22 to come searching. Shelter 20 only hurriedly followed after seeing Shelter 22's actions. Because I left it here, Shinbei answered generously. This answer shocked the woman once again. She instantly connected to an unimaginable fact. You killed Ma and gone MO. Exactly. Shinbei did not deny it. The woman took a deep breath, her watery eyes glaring indignantly at Shinbei. A slightly stiff smile appeared on her face. I wasn't familiar with them. In fact, I had conflicts with them. You see, the briefcase is not in my hands. You need to continue deeper into the tunnel to find Wang Yi and Song Yu from Shelter 20. How about we part ways here? What do you say? I won't disclose any information about you. I can guarantee that. I trust your character. Shinbei lowered his eyelids and implied, but I don't trust your methods. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinbei pulled the trigger. The entire motion was smooth and decisive, as if time had frozen at that moment. The next second, a dull and powerful click echoed, the sound of the hammer falling and colliding with the firing pin, creating a tremor. The bullet in the chamber exploded with a thunderous bang, shattering the surrounding silence. As the flames flickered and smoke filled the air, a brass .357 caliber bullet shot out of the chamber, leaving a trail of blazing fire. Boom. The woman, already lacking in defensive skills, was struck by the bullet at such close range. Her body stiffened instantly, her head tilted slightly forward, then she fell heavily. The back of her head becoming a gruesome sight blurred with blood and flesh, revealing the deadly metal bullet lodged within. Everything fell silent, with only the echo of the explosive impact resonating in the narrow alley. Shinbei twisted his neck, not lingering for long, and donned his upper and lower body armor, continuing to chase deeper into the tunnel. He didn't bother to lighten his footsteps. He knew it was pointless. The sounds of battle, the gunfire and roaring, had undoubtedly reached Wang Yi and Song Yu's ears. Now, Shinbei's only task was to maintain distance and avoid being ambushed by the two, especially at the corner where visibility was limited. Before he had taken a few steps, he heard an incredible shouting from within the tunnel. Damn it! Song Yu, what are you doing? Move to the left. Get the hell out of here. The screams from behind were incessant. It was clear that a powerful figure was trying to take him down, and there was no way that was going to happen. In Song Yu's view, the cries of the three from Shelter number 22 were distinct enough to indicate that a third party had intervened, and they were exceptionally strong. After all, those were 3-tier 4 ability users. Now, the entire tunnel had returned to silence. Only the reckless footsteps echoed. This indicated that the newcomer was confident and likely a tier 5 or tier 6 ability user. At this moment, failing to escape would surely lead to a bad ending. Between life and death, Song Yu no longer cared about the mission or greater cause. There was nothing wrong with being selfish. Thus, he fled towards the left tunnel. A fierce aura erupted from Wang Yi, who shouted, "Disobeying orders means you're seeking death." In Wang Yi's eyes, if the three from Shelter number 22 were pursuing them, it could be overlooked if Song Yu did not follow orders. But the newcomer was undoubtedly a terrifying powerhouse, and he was genuinely afraid. Who wouldn't he want to live? The right tunnel was only for his own escape. Song Yu had to go left to disrupt the newcomer's judgment and buy some time. At that moment, Wang Yi completely lost his patience, his gaze suddenly turning cold. It seems you want to know your place until I force you to submit. In the next instant, the sound of wind and energy surged violently as Wang Yi pounced towards Song Yu like a ferocious tiger. Get down, Buzz. As Wang Yi uttered this command, his throat violently surged. The airflow seemed to explode from within him like a concentrated bomb. In a flash, Song Yu saw the other Atom's apple move. And before he could process the sound, the air before him erupted, creating a massive shockwave and sound. The force of his exhalation produced an effect akin to an air bomb explosion. Ability, explosive sound wave. The atmosphere was violently intense. almost as if it had solidified into a viscous substance, making it somewhat difficult for Song Yu to breathe. He was taken aback by the astonishing effect of Wang Ye's low shout. Just as surprise hit him, it was quickly dissipated by the ensuing fierce wind and thunderous sound. With a loud bang, amidst the explosive rush of air, he saw a remarkably thick arm descending upon him like a mountain crashing down, instantly filling his entire field of vision. In that moment, Song Yu felt an extreme sense of danger, but as a seasoned fighter, he immediately pushed and grasped forward with both hands, channeling his strength to disperse the violent air. His push was incredibly fierce, with his muscular arms trembling and vibrating, moving as swiftly as lightning. Almost synchronizing with Wang Ye's voice and movements, he completed his counter in an instant, ready to withstand Wang Ye's punch with a tremendous force. Boom! As their fists collided, Song Yu's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if he had been struck by a meteor falling from the sky. His entire body felt like it was being violently crushed, and before he could even hold on for half a second, his knees buckled, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Amid the explosion of dirt and stone, he was embedded in the ground like a frog, unable to resist the overwhelming force, causing blood to spurt from his mouth, as if his internal organs were being squeezed like a sponge. But that wasn't the end. Wang Yi hardly glanced at the aftermath he had caused. With his fingers spread wide, he summoned a fierce wind, and in a flash of thunderous momentum, before Song Yu could even let out a painful roar, he grabbed him off the ground. Unbeknownst to Song Yu, his hand instinctively reached out. Ability: Instant Shadow Theft. It allows the user to steal one item from the opponent, either specified or random. In an instant, a brown leather bag appeared in Song Yu's hand. The next second, without even looking, Wang Yi tossed Song Yu into the dark tunnel on the left. Dazed, Song Yu struggled to stand as the world spun around him. It was at this moment that the echo of Wang Ye's earlier command to lie down still resonated in the tunnel, gradually fading away. Just like that, he was down. In just a second, even before the sound of Wang Ye's shout had dissipated, Song Yu was utterly defeated. Wang Ye's figure vanished into the right tunnel in an instant. Shen Bei heard the sounds of the fight between Wang Yi and Song Yu, and hurriedly rushed around the corner. As he glanced ahead at the straight path leading to a T-junction, he realized the battle was already over. Shen Bei could tell that Wang Yi had likely won, leaving Song Yu severely injured. With Song Yu in such a state, it was unlikely he had anything valuable on him, so Shen Bei decided not to bother with him. Wang Yi was in the right tunnel. After a brief analysis, Shen Bei wasted no time, activating his armor's power output to the maximum and unleashing his foot thrusters. Shen Bei sprinted forward, almost like a spring being released, charging straight ahead. However, surprises and unexpected events always come too quickly. Just as Shen Bei completed his sprint and reached the T-junction, he was about to dash into the right tunnel when a dull yellow backpack was thrown out from the left tunnel with a thud. At the same time, a weak voice came through. "Big brother, here is the stuff? Spare my life, Shen Bei." Chapter 85. A quite troublesome opponent. The sudden change left Shen Bei stunned. He never expected that the yellow backpack would be in Song Yu's hands. What kind of trick were they playing? Those who could run did not take the backpack, while those who couldn't run were carrying the mission item. Shen Bei looked down at the backpack, fully confirming that it was the one he had lost a while ago. He tilted his head to look at Song Yu in the left tunnel, who was now on the ground, slowly lifting his head to look at him. There was a look of uncertainty in Song Yu's eyes. In his mind, the third party involved should have been a powerful figure, at least at the 5th level, possibly even 6th. But now, upon seeing Shen Bei clearly, Song Yu's face twisted in disbelief. A person in battle armor, carrying firearms, with a face smeared in blood, was filled with an expression of incredulity. An ordinary person? Song Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly pent-up frustration causing him to be infuriated. In that moment, his lips turned pale. He was utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the person who fought behind him and killed 3 4th level ability users was just an ordinary person? He had thought he was an ability user. This world was completely incomprehensible. Song Yu couldn't utter a word. Meanwhile, Shen Bei slowly picked up the backpack, tucked it away, and politely said, "Thanks. Put that down." Song Yu's teeth hurt. If he had known it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't have been so stubborn. Wang Yi could easily wipe him out with just a casual move. And it would definitely happen because Wang Yi had an ability, a deflection field, specifically designed to counter bullets. In Song Yu's imagination, although he didn't know how Shen Bei had dealt with the 3 4th level ability users, if it was solely through firearms, then he had kicked against an iron wall with Wang Yi. However, Shen Bei wore a cold sneer. "What I pick up is mine. If you have the ability, stand up and ask for it." Song Yu struggled a few times, but simply couldn't get up. Wang Yi had been too ruthless. His bloodied face was filled with resentment as he glared at Shen Bei. He had planned to discard the backpack and beg for his life under the powerful ability user. Instead, he had overthought and ended up making a fool of himself. The regret was beyond description. Song Yu felt like dying. He could only watch helplessly as Shun Bei quickly left. Damn it! Song Yu pounded the ground with his hands, full of regret. About a minute after Shun Bei left, hurried footsteps came from the left tunnel at the intersection. An enraged Wang Yu rushed out from the darkness. Damn it! Song Yu, you stole the backpack. Are you still alive? Respond to me. Wang Yu was about to explode with anger. He ran quite a distance before realizing that the backpack was missing. Without a doubt, it must have been Song Yu who used his ability to steal it, trying to survive under the powerful user's hand. Wang Yi quickly turned back. Regardless of whether Song Yu was alive, he had to vent his anger on the corpse. I'm not doing this to save my life. Song Yu's vain voice emerged. Wang Yi spat a thick phlegm. Not dead? Good. Good. That means the mastermind has taken the bag, and you've managed to survive, right? It was useless to say anything. We made a big mistake. It's your mistake. No, the third party is not the mastermind, but an ordinary person. What? Wang Yi stepped into the left tunnel and grabbed Song Yu, his eyes filled with pain, malice, disbelief, and other emotions. An ordinary person? Exactly. Song Yu gritted his teeth, roaring. Just an ordinary person, carrying firearms. If it weren't for your foolish commands, how could we have ended up like this? Nonsense. Wang Yi threw Song Yu out, his figure exiting the tunnel, but his voice was filled with unresolved anger. You're just afraid of death. Once I get the bag back, I will definitely bring you back to the shelter for everyone to judge and scorn you. Song Yu's face was filled with indignation, his gaze so deep it was chilling. His voice hoarse. We both made mistakes. I'm not afraid of judgment. Wang Yi didn't respond, his gaze revealing an indescribable cruelty as he stared ahead into the tunnel. He crouched slightly, a smirk forming on his lips, muttering to himself. An ordinary person can kill a fourth-tier ability user with firearms, which means his combat skills are exceptionally high, his marksmanship is good, and his armor provides extraordinary support. However, your true self is exposed. As long as you are not the mastermind and only use firearms, then I have nothing to worry about. In the next moment, Wang Yi stepped down, the ground shattered, and a series of explosive sounds erupted around him, as if a strong wind had violently exploded. Almost at the moment the deafening roar sounded, he had already crossed over 30 meters. Charging forward, Wang Yi accelerated, racing through the complex passage at over 50 kilometers per hour. What he needed to do was use his overwhelming physical strength and speed to catch up with Shun Bei, eliminate him, retrieve the bag, and return to the shelter to complete the mission. Flames of anger blazed in Wang Yi's eyes. The world around him had turned colorful, with a distinct trail marking the path the bag had taken. Ability, directional tracking. As long as an object was tainted with his scent, an invisible trajectory would be drawn. You can't escape. Moments later, Wang Yi saw another intersection appearing ahead. His combat instincts kicked in, making him feel as if he were walking on needles. He suddenly leaned back, his feet bracing against the steel track. A harsh metallic sound erupted, and Wang Yi slid along the track in a unique posture. The soft alloy embedded in his boots fiercely grinding against the rusty rails, sparking a trail of fiery sparks, like a meteor streaking across a dark abyss. At the same time, it seemed as if energy was pouring out around him. The surrounding space instantly twisted and fluctuated as if it were liquid metal. Ability, deflection field. The intersection passage resembled the open maw of a giant beast, connecting to a hidden maintenance tunnel. Shun Bei stood quietly among them, his rifle held steadily in hand, the muzzle gazing like a cold moon into the depths ahead. His eyes sparkled in the darkness, like rare emeralds embedded in an endless canvas of black, flickering with a mysterious and profound glimmer. As Wang Yi's figure entered Shun Bei's line of sight, the entire underground tunnel was instantly illuminated by the flames erupting from the gun's muzzle. The deafening gunfire roared like thunder, echoing endlessly through the empty passage. Shun Bei fired a shot. However, the force field surrounding Wang Yi acted on the high-speed, intensely heated bullet in a manner that defied the laws of physics. The bullet, initially on a straight trajectory, experienced an incredible change upon contact with the deflecting force field, as if drawn and interfered with by an invisible power, causing it to veer off its intended path. The bullet hurtled towards the tunnel wall, and upon impact, the concrete structure shattered, sending large stones flying like raindrops, striking Wang Yi's cheek and palm with sharp, stinging pain. Shun Bei's attack was decisive and precise, with the bullet whistling along the edge of the tunnel wall. But he did not anticipate that Wang Yi would slide backward in a way that nearly defied physical laws. Simultaneously, under the enhancement of his ability, the deadly projectile barely grazed his chest, leaving behind a phantom of death. In that brief moment, Wang Yi not only defended against Shun Bei's shot, but also, upon seeing Shun Bei, swung his left hand. In his grasp, a brilliant ice blue light erupted like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, transforming into a massive ice shard over 3 feet in diameter, with edges as sharp as blades. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Yi launched the ice shard. sending it soaring like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight for Shunbei. Along its flight path, the air froze into crystalline ice, leaving a breathtaking trace. Ability: Ice Sealing Stone. When Wang Yi raised his head again to search for Shunbei at the junction of the tunnel, the cunning Shunbei had already vanished from sight. However, embedded in the concrete wall of the maintenance passage was a circular ice shard over 3 feet in diameter, its edges incredibly sharp. Deeply embedded into the hard concrete structure, nearly a palm's depth, Wang Yi cautiously pried the ice piece out, discovering that its blade was unstained by blood. This sudden ambush had yielded no decisive victory for either side. Although Shunbei's stunning shot temporarily quelled Wang Yi's furious anger, it did not extinguish the fire burning within him. Faced with the traces left by Shunbei, Wang Yi followed closely, fully aware that missing this moment might mean a long wait before he could confront Shunbei again. The earlier close encounter had revealed that even an ordinary person like Shunbei posed a lethal threat, capable of taking Wang Yi's life at any moment. Yet, Wang Yi pressed on without hesitation, knowing that due to the foolishness of Song Yu, the mission target could not be lost. Shunbei was sprinting at high speed, his planned retreat route now disrupted. A troublesome adversary. At this moment, Shunbei had to admit that Wang Yi's ability severely restrained his own performance. The invisible force field can alter the trajectory of bullets, completely different from the 3 extraordinary individuals just now. However, Shunbei concluded that Wang Yi's force field absolutely could not handle multiple bullets at once. Otherwise, in the face of the Gatling gunfire from the burly man at shelter number 22, he would undoubtedly have the advantage and would not be chased down. If there was no opportunity or angle to launch a surprise attack, there was only one path to take: escape. For Shunbei, a calm and decisive escape was a necessary skill. There was no shame in it. As long as he could shake off his pursuers, it would be a victory that could infuriate his opponents. Chapter 86. The Ambush. With only one chance, Wang Yi chased along the trajectory of the bag. Although the directional tracking was continuously consuming his internal energy, he had to keep it active for a long time. This was mainly because Shunbei's combat skills were exceptional. Once it was turned off, he feared losing track of Shunbei within moments. The maintenance passage quickly reached its end, connecting to a long-abandoned subway station. The traces left by Shunbei grew stronger, and he turned a corner, disappearing into the restroom on one side of the platform. Bang! Wang Yi kicked down the locked door of the restroom and rushed inside. The ceiling above had already been opened, revealing a deep ventilation duct. The size of the duct barely allowed a person to squeeze through. Shunbei had fled in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to reset the grate at the duct's entrance. Wang Yi leaped up, his head and upper body already entering the duct. Then he struck sideways with his left elbow, piercing through the stainless steel wall of the duct, getting himself stuck. The initial section of the duct was vertical, then extended horizontally, leading into darkness that Wang Yi could not see through. Should he rush in? Wang Yi hesitated. His extraordinary ability, the skewed force field, was still cooling down and temporarily unavailable. In such a narrow space, Shunbei could shoot without aiming. A single shot would be enough, leaving no place to hide. After a brief pause, Wang Yi's right hand erupted with blue ice crystals, forming a circular shard of ice in an instant. Ice-shattering stone. He hurled it into the duct. There was a muffled bang, as if the entire subway station shook. The ice shard crashed through the duct, spinning at high speed. The metal duct began to twist, resembling a twisted noodle. Wherever it passed, the stainless steel plates that formed the ventilation duct groaned and struggled, but under the almost irresistible force tearing it apart, the entire duct quickly distorted and collapsed, as if struck by countless boulders. At the other end of the duct, a Barrett sniper rifle was thrown out. And then Shunbei nearly charged out from the duct entrance, catching the modified rifle midair and landing lightly on the ground. He suddenly looked up, gazing at the entrance he had just leaped from. With a whoosh, the entrance spewed out countless dust and debris, then twisted and contorted as if it had been wrung by an invisible giant hand. If Shunbei had come out a few seconds later, he could have been crushed by the steel duct. Shunbei only glanced at the twisted duct entrance before disappearing into the deep underground passage with his rifle. The battle was far from over. Although Wang Yi had destroyed the steel passage and missed his strike, it also caused the distance between him and Shunbei to widen again. Wang Yi was not familiar with the terrain, but the trace of the bag was still clearly visible in his line of sight. He exited the restroom and, moving at nearly double Shunbei's speed, was able to quickly return to the main path even after taking a detour, continuously closing the distance to less than 100 meters between them. This was truly frustrating. Shunbei navigated through the tunnel, feeling as though he couldn't shake off his pursuer. This guy must have quite a few abilities. Surely one of them is directional tracking. According to Shunbei's understanding of ability users, there are various powers available. As long as one can afford the crystal source core, they can unlock abilities like a skill tree in a game. Of course, the prerequisite is to have the corresponding rank level. In a certain field of abilities, the more specialized one is, the more powerful abilities they can unlock. However, it's also possible to activate basic abilities at will and use them in combination. Though such combinations are often flashy, but have weaker individual powers. Although Wang Yi also possessed ice element abilities, he was clearly no match for the blue enchantress who specialized in ice. At this moment, various dangerous creatures inhabited the underground passage, yet none emerged, all keeping their distance from the area, especially with Wang Yi, who did not hide his presence at all, giving them too much of a dangerous instinct. This area was unfamiliar to both Xunbei and Wang Yi. However, wherever Xunbei ran, the visual panel of his armor would record it on the map, so getting lost was not an issue. Wang Yi also seemed to have an extraordinary memory of the terrain. Even though he followed Xunbei through the maze-like passages, the distance was gradually closing. Once he had walked through a place, he would not take a longer route again. Xunbei quickly noticed this, but he maintained a steady pace, seemingly preparing to outlast Wang Yi in terms of stamina. Wang Yi's speed was consistently more than 15 times that of Xunbei, neither fast nor slow, showing no signs of significant stamina depletion. As the distance between them closed to 30 meters, Xunbei suddenly stopped. Wang Yi's hair suddenly stood on end. He exerted himself fiercely, his military boots sparking against the steel rails, and suddenly surged forward. He had traversed this segment of the passage before and knew that Xunbei's position was just beyond 2 bends. At this distance, Wang Yi could reach Xunbei in just 2 seconds. Although the deflection force field was still cooling down, he was confident he could dodge Xunbei's bullets, or at least avoid being hit in a vital area. Once he made his move, Xunbei would have no chance left. Wang Yi's body soared through the air with a whistling sound, charging straight toward the opposite wall. He took 2 heavy steps on the wall and forcefully and ferociously dashed around the first corner as if running on the wall itself. The concrete where he landed cracked extensively. As he rounded the corner, Wang Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that an iron oil drum had appeared at the next corner, and a tracer round had just shot into the drum from the side. The flames suddenly illuminated every dark corner of the tunnel, surging and rolling forth, fiercely advancing through the confined underground space. Wang Yi's heart was pounding powerfully, and the sudden danger made every hair on his body stand on end. He was charging towards the oncoming flames at a furious speed of over 70 kilometers per hour, suspended in midair, making it impossible to turn back. In an instant, Wang Yi bent his body, shielding his head with his arms, legs bent forward and straight back, adopting a fully defensive posture. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, a thin ice shield, several dozen centimeters in diameter, appeared out of nowhere before him. This was his second ice element ability, Ice Shield. At that moment, the exploding barrels and the raging flames completely engulfed Wang Yi, not only negating his momentum and shattering the ice shield, but also propelling him backward, crashing him violently against the tunnel wall, mercilessly squeezing and colliding with his body. With the flames hitting the wall, they lost their forward path and had to turn left, rushing into the side tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the explosion's power diminished, and the tunnel was filled with burning flames. These flames, fueled by gasoline, were extremely difficult to extinguish, and the temperature in the underground passage surged to a level where ordinary life could not survive. Wang Yi fell from the wall and landed in a standard position, but nearly stumbled. Large patches of his clothing were still burning, and his hair was singed and scattered. He began to cough violently, his skin burned, and he quickly retreated, rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Damn it! Wang Yi cursed inwardly. His current actions were dangerous, but he didn't care. Under such high-temperature flames, Xunbei naturally could not endure either. Surely, his armor had already become as hot as red-hot iron. Not dead, but severely injured. It was clear who was worse off. This madman was truly digging his own grave. Wang Yi thought. On the other end of the tunnel, Xunbei was not afraid of the flames at all. The armor's high-temperature sensors activated the power module automatically, starting to cool down without Xunbei needing to give any commands. After the upgrade, the armor was also unaffected by the burning heat. At that moment, Xunbei held a sniper rifle steadily in one hand, pointing the muzzle forward. Before him was the fierce surge of gas flames, the fiery momentum overwhelming his view. The most intense phase of the flames quickly passed. Wang Yi did not emerge from the flames as Xunbei had expected. It seemed he had sustained significant injuries in the explosion. If he had truly charged out of the flames, Xunbei would not have been surprised. This somewhat sly young man possessed profound ice element abilities, and accomplishing anything would not be a miracle. Xunbei had already sensed that. Standing in the flickering underground tunnel, Xunbei quietly watched the burning surroundings, constantly searching for Wang Yi's figure. This young man was indeed impressive, with numerous mysterious abilities, definitely a gold-spending fanatic. However, this did not shake Xunbei's determination and confidence in killing. This unexpected discovery of the oil drum was his only chance to retaliate. In Xunbei's estimation, Wang Yi must be unaware that he was not afraid of flames, and at this moment, he should be lowering his guard, busy trying to extinguish the fire. He could easily take Wang Ye's life before he even realized what was happening. Just then, the flames finally subsided. In Shun Bei's infrared vision, he spotted a writhing mass of red. Found you. Shun Bei aligned the scope of his sniper rifle on Wang Yi, who was still rolling and fighting the flames in the tunnel. The next moment, the still-burning Wang Yi suddenly looked up. In his final view, a silent bullet pierced through the darkness, appearing right before him, less than 30 centimeters away. Instantly, his body trembled as if shaken like chaff. His face was filled with a terror and fear of death. His heart was churning like turbulent waves. An incomparable fear and regret flooded his mind, nearly driving him to collapse. Wang Ye's expression twisted as he let out a terrifying scream akin to a dying beast. No, he simply could not understand. Clearly, they were both affected by the flames. Why was Shun Bei unscathed and able to shoot first? Is this scientific? He had been burned by the oil from the drum as an ability user. Yet Shun Bei, wearing combat armor, had not been scorched. However, it was too late for Wang Yi to think about anything else. Although the deflection force field had cooled down, he was unable to activate it in time. The bullet penetrated his forehead and exploded at the back of his head. Flesh and blood splattered. Wang Ye's face was filled with signs of struggle, his gaze dimming, his whole body deflating like a punctured ball. He involuntarily twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, the flames had not yet extinguished and were burning even more fiercely. Shun Bei let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly lowered the sniper rifle, pointing the muzzle at the ground, not even glancing back. Shun Bei walked steadily towards the ground along an inclined staircase, step by step, pushing open the half-closed wire gate. The morning light greeted him, with stars still twinkling. Shun Bei was once again seeing the light of day. Chapter 87. The Door of the Demon, Unified Chip at Dawn. The first light of morning broke. The light, like fragments of broken silk ribbons, quietly fell upon Shun Bei's blood-stained combat armor, reflecting a cold silence. The gentle morning breeze swept over the desolate earth, bringing with it sand and dust. In the distance, abandoned buildings were submerged in sand, their remnants barely visible. Shun Bei slightly turned his head to glance back at the subway tunnel exit, tightening the bag on his body. Stepping on the gravel, he made a rustling sound as he moved towards shelter number 36. This time, Shun Bei's haul consisted only of the bag and a small number of crystal source cores. 4 fourth-tier ability users had died in the tunnel, and they surely had many crystal source cores on them. However, due to the intensity of the battle, apart from picking up a few crystal source cores from the Omnipotent Doctrine's limb modifiers, the rest had been wasted. Nevertheless, Shun Bei's initial target task was accomplished. The secrets hidden within the layers of the bag are undoubtedly of great value. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sparked the fierce clashes and struggles between the two shelters. At this moment, Shun Bei had no time to check the layers of the bag. He accelerated, racing through the wilderness, leaving a trail of dust behind him. This was the advantage of the battle armor. As long as there was a crystal core, there would be infinite kinetic energy, much stronger than the small amount of energy stored within an ability user. At this time, the sounds of gunfire were sparse on the distant battlefield. It seemed that both sides had sensed something was off and were retreating. Shun Bei took a detour to avoid unnecessary trouble and advanced toward shelter No. 36 via other routes. About 5 hours later, Shun Bei could see the Titan slowly crawling in his line of sight. The Titan resembled a moving mountain, slowly revealing its awe-inspiring and terrifying presence on the horizon. Its skin displayed a mix of rusty dark red and sandy gray, reflecting a peculiar sheen in the sunlight with each movement. Even the winds in the wasteland seemed to hold their breath, not daring to disturb this colossal creature. In a world of scarcity, the only hope for survival. If humanity in this world still recognizes the concept of home, it should be replaced by the word Titan. No one can be away from the Titan for long. The maximum time allowed is 3 days after the water jug has dried up. Thus, a saying circulates in this world. Perhaps you might be lucky in your lifetime and never encounter a malevolent being, but you will never find a clean water source. Shun Bei sniffed and quickened his pace, gradually catching up. After about an hour, he caught up with the main convoy of RVs. With a light leap, he jumped onto the connecting plank and returned to his own RV, pushing the door open. Inside, there were many pieces of wood stacked in the corner. Little K was not there, likely still working in the wilderness. Shun Bei turned around and locked his door. He took off his battle armor and hung it on a hanger. Although the armor had been upgraded multiple times to fit the body, it was still not skin. While it was fine during combat, wearing it while resting was somewhat uncomfortable, like being wrapped in a balloon. Shun Bei needed to breathe. Even though wearing the armor granted him experience points every minute, he changed into a lightweight linen shirt. This shirt had a unique style, handcrafted from wild hemp fibers that were resistant to wind and sand, and had good breathability. The texture was rough yet strong. Its high collar effectively prevented sand and wind from intruding, with metal buckles made from scrap vehicle parts securing the collar, serving both decorative and practical purposes in emergencies. The cuffs and hem were cleverly tailored to ensure the wearer wouldn't be restricted during movement. The shirt also featured some cleverly designed practical pockets, such as hidden multifunctional pockets. If one spent a bit more money, some designs would have extra layers of protective fabric sewn into the back or shoulders, though they were not particularly useful. Feeling relaxed, Shunbei sat on his bed, which was still assembled from materials by Little K. The bed frame is constructed from rusty steel bars, discarded mechanical parts, and broken concrete blocks, appearing chaotic yet remarkably stable. The bed surface consists of old tarps layered with sandbags, covered by a recycled military blanket. There are several storage compartments beneath the bed, made from scrap metal sheets, used to store essentials and defensive weapons. Comfort is not a priority. As long as one can sleep, that suffices. In this messed up world, owning a vehicle that serves as a home is already the greatest achievement for an ordinary person. Then, Shunbei placed the bag on his lap and took out a pair of scissors, carefully beginning to dismantle the layers of the bag. He chose a spot to cut that was the most worn but did not affect the overall structure. With the tip of the scissors embedded in the seam, a slight twist of his wrist allowed the scissors to quietly probe in. Gradually applying pressure, the surface of the bag split open with a faint hissing sound, the unique friction between leather and metal resonating. Each inch he cut was precise and methodical, as if he were deconstructing a carefully designed puzzle. As he dismantled, he examined the leather pieces he peeled away, carefully discerning any hidden secrets within. As time passed, the bag was gradually broken down into variously shaped leather fragments. Eventually, only the bottom layer of the bag remained on Shunbei's knee. Nothing else was found, not even a note. Finally, at the bottom of the bag, which was thicker, Shunbei inserted his sharp knife to gently tear apart the two layers of leather. With a snap, a chip, entirely in shades of gray and black, fell onto the floor. Shunbei was taken aback, staring at the chip that was still spinning on the floor. It was not a document or data. It was a chip. He quickly picked it up and examined it between his fingers. The edges of the chip seemed to feature a bionic design, mimicking the shape of desert plant leaves, with smooth lines slightly curling upwards. At the center was a translucent, crystalline core, containing complex and dense circuitry, giving Shunbei a sense of nano-level circuitry construction. Additionally, the back of the chip was equipped with a set of miniature magnetic interfaces, somewhat resembling a USB port, but with different dimensions. Shunbei had no idea what function this chip served. However, a lack of understanding did not mean he could not uncover the answer. After a few seconds of focusing on the chip, information flashed in his peripheral vision. Unified chip, max level. This chip is produced by an apocalyptic-level starship. Once implanted in the human brain, bioelectricity can activate it, and the main control console has the capability for remote operation of this chip. Effect: it can strip humans of their fear emotions, turning them into fearless warriors. Shunbei. The information was brief but explosive. The energy for this chip comes from bioelectricity, which far exceeds the current technological level of the world. Furthermore, once implanted in the human brain, it can actually strip away human emotions. Just thinking about it made Shunbei's scalp tingle. A human who is fearless in battle, willing to charge forward regardless of the opponent, even if they are an ordinary person, can instill fear in those with special abilities. If it were the individuals with special abilities who were implanted with such a chip, what kind of devastating scene would that create? For humanity, having some fear leads to reverence, allowing them to understand what to provoke and what to avoid. In other words, the emotion of fear serves as a protective umbrella for humans, prompting instinctual behaviors for survival. Losing the emotion of fear would essentially turn one into an enhanced version of a death seeker. At the same time, from the brief introduction, Shunbei sensed a different kind of horror. This chip can strip away human emotions of fear. Does it also eliminate other emotions? Could it further manipulate human thoughts remotely? A physical robot. Shunbei rubbed his temples. This chip is truly terrifying. No wonder Gon Mo bluntly stated that anyone who touches this secret is doomed. If this chip were mass-produced to uniformly control human thought, that would indeed be a unified force. A hot potato. Shunbei felt the chip in his palm. Hot like molten iron, as if it were staring back at him like an electronic ghost. Setting aside the functionality of this chip, Shunbei looked at another piece of information. This chip is produced by a certain world-ending class starship, another world-ending class. Shunbei's mystery surrounding this starship remains unsolved. And now another unimaginable piece of information has appeared. What role does this world-ending starship play in the desolate world? Shunbei murmured to himself. On one hand, there is the bloody meeting dominated by the Spider Queen holding the secrets of the world-ending starship. On the other hand, remnants of the world-ending starship can still be found in the wilderness. Wait a minute. Shunbei suddenly recalled the old man who nearly killed him. A specialist in shooting with cybernetic modifications. Does the power of deep space refer to the world-ending starship? Shinbei's thoughts became a bit chaotic. Deep contemplation is of no use. It's too complex and distant. Shinbei's current task is still to survive, especially with Titans entering the cold north. He stashed the cursed chip away. He could have destroyed it, but felt it would be a waste. In other words, this thing might just buy him a life when necessary. Just then, he heard a sound of the door opening from outside. Shinbei stepped out of the room and immediately saw the small figure of Xiao Ke, carrying firewood and carefully stacking it in the corner. At first, Shinbei paid no attention. The desolate world does not nurture the useless. Xiao Ke's work is a necessary condition for his survival. But when Xiao Ke turned around to continue his work outside, Shinbei's gaze turned cold, and he spoke up, "Stop." Xiao Ke stiffened momentarily. Shinbei's tone was somewhat indifferent. "Turn around. I still have to go work," Xiao Ke replied, looking down. Shinbei raised his voice. "I said turn around." Chapter 88. Turmoil, Bloodshed, a breeding ground for growth. Xiao Ke slowly turned around, still keeping his head down. Shinbei stepped forward, lifting his chin with his finger. Shinbei tilted his head, looking at Xiao Ke's face, his teeth rattling. Who did this? Little K's face resembled a canvas repeatedly polished by rough stones, stained with blood and dirt. His once clear big eyes were swollen and bruised, filled with terror and helplessness, tears mingling with blood to leave 2 dark grooves on his cheeks. A bruise marked the bridge of his nose, as if an invisible hand had freely splattered painful ink across his face. Dried blood clung to the corners of his mouth, and his slightly parted lips twisted in agony. Upon closer inspection, fresh scars crisscrossed his skin, forming a shocking map. His disheveled hair clung to his forehead, speckled with crimson, like withered thorns entwined around an innocent life. "I accidentally did this to myself," Little K stubbornly replied. Shinbei pressed his palm heavily on Little K's head, stating each word clearly. "You really are tough on yourself." Little K remained silent, his head lowered. Shinbei turned and returned to Little K's room, rummaging around until he found the P226 semi-automatic handgun. He opened the magazine to find the yellow-orange bullets quietly packed inside, as if they were in a deep slumber. Then, Shinbei went back to his own room and put on his combat gear. He tossed the P226 semi-automatic handgun to Little K, saying, "Take it and go. If you don't deal with the people who bully you today, I will deal with you." Little K trembled at the words, nearly dropping the gun. Shinbei didn't care what Little K thought. A 10-year-old child should be compliant and submissive. Shinbei roughly grabbed Little K by the collar and led him out of the vehicle, jumping down from the shelter. He drew his revolver and pointed it at Little K's head, commanding, "Lead the way." Little K stood still, frozen in place. Bang! Like thunder crashing. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, accompanied by a deafening gunshot and a wave of heat. The bullet shot toward the hard ground at an astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust, resembling a massive, fleeting black flower blooming. The ground erupted into a small pit, sparks flying, dirt scattering. "Next time, it'll be your head," Shinbei said expressionlessly from behind Little K. At that moment, Little K's shoulders trembled with fear, like a startled little beast. Tears swirled in his eyes. His shoulders shook more violently, his throat choked with suppressed sobs. "We can't provoke them. We can't," Shinbei sneered. "The little horse crosses the river. It's you who can't provoke them. If you talk back to me, I'll reunite you with your mother." Little K bit his lip, blood seeping out, hesitating for a moment before finally lifting his feet and leading Shinbei toward a dense forest. On the way, members of the shelter were seen carrying firewood back. When they noticed Little K's stance and Shinbei's imposing aura, they all froze. Their steps halted as they followed the two into the forest. Along the way, continuous whispers filled the air. "Look, Little K is holding a gun in his right hand. Is he seeking revenge? Haha, what a joke, a 10-year-old kid. Would he dare? He has Shinbei backing him up. TCH, outrunning the evil is commendable, but he can't provoke the targets of his revenge. Hurry up, come and watch the show." Shinbei ignored the murmurs of the crowd, maintaining a calm expression and steady pace. However, Xiao Ke was feeling quite anxious. Although he was only 10 years old, he had already mastered the art of survival in a harsh world, knowing one essential rule: endure. If you can't endure, you die. No matter if you are an ordinary person or someone with abilities. Especially for children, enduring a beating is just part of life. Resisting could lead to death as well. If they survive the beating, they might just be left to scrape by after the aggressor vents their frustration. Now, under everyone's watchful eyes, the thought of revenge was something Xiao Ke couldn't even dare to imagine. Especially with all the pointing and whispering, he felt unsteady and weak. Moreover, if he slowed down even a bit, Shinbei would kick him from behind. It felt like his backside was splitting apart from the pain. After hesitating for a while, the group moved through the dense forest and arrived at a clearing. Here, several residents were busy packing and processing wood. Shinbei stopped, surveyed the area, and rubbed Xiao Ke's head. "Now, Tell me, who hit you? Xiao Ke shakily pointed to one of the men with his left hand. However, Shinbei was not satisfied with Xiao Ke's gesture and slapped his hand down hard. A splash of red appeared. Xiao Ke winced in pain, looking confusedly at Shinbei. Point again. Not understanding, Xiao Ke raised his left hand once more. Smack. Shinbei interrupted again, his tone icy. I don't want to see a third mistake. Xiao Ke's bewildered gaze flickered as he raised his right hand holding a gun. Shinbei nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he ruffled Xiao Ke's hair. That's right. Now shoot. Seeing that Xiao Ke seemed unable to pull the trigger, Shinbei pressed his revolver against the boy's head. I said, shoot. At that moment, the commotion created by Shinbei had attracted everyone's attention. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony. Huh. Do you think Xiao Ke dares to pull the trigger? He may be young, but he still has some sense. He definitely wouldn't dare. Not to mention Xiao Ke. Even Shinbei wouldn't dare. Yeah. If something happens to a man under Third Master's command, it would be catastrophic. I heard Third Master and Shinbei have conflicts. Is Shinbei doing this on purpose? Who knows? But he snatched the wood Xiao Ke had packed, if they don't give it to him. Hitting people isn't exactly the behavior of a good man. Huh. In this cruel world of the survival of the fittest, where are the good people? The target Xiao Ke was pointing at was a gaunt man, his face as pale as a corpse, with hair in a disheveled mess like a bird's nest. This man understood very well why Shinbei had brought Xiao Ke here. Yet, he showed no fear. Although he was an ordinary person, his backing was not ordinary. He was supported by someone with abilities. He crossed his arms and, with a mocking expression, laughed loudly. Huh. Shinbei, propping up a little kid. Is your reputation really that worthless? Shinbei's fame did carry some weight in Shelter Number 36. He is known for his exceptional combat skills, a ghost on the battlefield. But that's all there is to it. He is somewhat useful for tasks that are not too difficult, but once the difficulty increases, he is ultimately not a supernatural being and is of little use. Ignoring the man's taunts, Shinbei felt that even a glance at him was a desecration of himself. Shinbei simply fixed his gaze steadily on Xiao Ke. The man's gaze grew more brazen, mocking again. Shinbei, why don't you just raise your gun and take me out? Afterward, if Third Master comes looking for you, don't come crying, haha. Shinbei's expression shifted slightly. What a coincidence. Third Master's people? Shinbei became more invigorated, squatting beside Xiao Ke. If you don't shoot him today, he'll take you out tomorrow. Think for yourself. Xiao Ke's pupils constricted. He firmly gripped the cold metal of the gun, took a deep breath, and aimed at the man in front of him. With a crisp sound of the trigger being pulled, the handgun erupted with a powerful force. The recoil struck his still youthful body fiercely, as if a wild beast had been unleashed. In an instant, the handgun vibrated violently in his hands, like a small creature trying to break free from its constraints. Xiao Ke's shoulder was slammed by this force, causing his entire body to involuntarily step back, his arms shaking like withered leaves in the autumn wind. His cheeks twisted slightly from gritting his teeth, and despite his eyes being blurred by tears and gunpowder smoke, the bullet had already penetrated the man's forehead, blood splattering everywhere. Before dying, the man's blood-stained face was filled with shock and terror, seemingly unable to believe that after bringing out Third Master, Xiao Ke really dared to pull the trigger. At that moment, the gunfire acted like a mute switch in this world. The entire scene fell silent, with only the sound of the man collapsing to the ground. Xiao Ke was panting heavily. His first kill had him drenched in sweat, his body weak and trembling. He raised his right hand, about to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Shinbei reached out again, interrupting, safety off. Xiao Ke nodded in understanding. It seems that Rock's assessment of you was somewhat distorted, Shinbei commented dismissively. Rock once thought that once Xiao Ke awakened, he would be a fierce beast. But now, seeing Xiao Ke scared stiff after his first kill, it was obviously an overestimation. It should be noted that Shinbei felt nothing during his first kill, as if he were born to be a cold-killing machine. Of course, there seemed to be no basis for comparison. Shinbei was only 16 years old when he made his first kill. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed through the dense forest. At the same time, a voice filled with fury pierced the air, reaching the ears of everyone in the clearing. What audacity! You dare to kill my people! Shinbei slowly turned his gaze, revealing an extreme coldness and ruthlessness. He saw Third Master emerging from the dense forest. Chapter 89. The question of being human is very complex. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the dust-covered ground, forming patches of varying light and dark. Within the light spot, a body lay on its back, blood still bubbling and flowing. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth, mingled with the smell of gunpowder from metal bullets. An individual broke through the dense forest and appeared in the center of the scene. He first glanced at the deceased. His expression was extremely grim, dark as if a mop had been soaked in water. This was the second time that someone had provoked him. The man had a scruffy beard and a weathered face. Although his appearance was ordinary, His deep-set eyes seemed capable of penetrating one's soul. An indescribable coldness and ferocity emanated from his grim visage. "You're looking for trouble." The other person, with a mocking and cold gaze, responded, "Yes, but don't just think about it. Please take action." As soon as the words fell, he raised a revolver. The dark muzzle aimed directly at the man's forehead. The hand gripping the revolver showed no signs of trembling or hesitation. This hand, having gone through countless life and death trials, seemed forged into a precise machine, every movement filled with strength and accuracy. The revolver felt like an extension of his body, perfectly fitting the contours of his palm. A natural synchronization. His foundational skills were solid and unquestionable. The man's face twisted in rage, his gaze deep and glinting with lethal intent. He pressed his head directly against the muzzle, speaking in a domineering and ruthless tone. "Come on, I'll give you a chance to see if your bullet can kill me." "You said it." The other individual remained indifferent, his finger directly pulling the trigger, but in the next moment, without a sound. The moisture in the air crystallized into fine, yet dense ice crystals. These crystals quietly adhered to the surface of the revolver's trigger, as if whispering the prelude to a freeze. Instantly, as the temperature continued to drop, the ice crystals began to multiply and spread wildly. In the astonished gaze of the man, countless ice crystals layered over the revolver, transforming from scattered dust to a complete covering, as if time had been momentarily frozen. Presenting a tranquil beauty, originally cold and unfeeling, the revolver, under the influence of the ice crystals, instantly became a radiant work of art glowing with a deep blue light. This scene unfolded so quickly that he hadn't even had time to pull the trigger. Then, a sharp and clear tone, as if each syllable had been meticulously sculpted from a millennium of cold ice, resonated. "Everyone disperse. What is all this fuss about?" The man tilted his head. This voice was very familiar. It was the Blue Enchantress. She walked gracefully towards them, her eyes sparkling like blue crystals, illuminating the scene for a fleeting moment. Coupled with her pure, flawless visage, she resembled a true angel descending to the mortal realm. Her hair danced in the wind, and her white robe billowed, revealing her beautiful figure beneath. The Blue Enchantress gently twirled a strand of hair at her ear, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two men. Her expression somewhat impatient. "Aren't you too tired of this?" The man radiated an aura of menace, anger evident. This time it was him looking for trouble. "He killed my people. It was me who did it." Little K was stubbornly shouting on one side. Shinbei's pupils clearly revealed a look of disdain as he looked at the third master. "Some have died as a price for their wrongdoings. This is similar to having to pay for a meal. Since he dared to steal timber and hit people, he was already prepared for death. Of course." Shinbei spread his hands. "If the third master doesn't intend to reason, I am very willing to meet this, as I also don't care to reason. Reasoning is often unclear and indistinct. A duel has only two outcomes, life or death. Some people should not get involved." Shinbei turned to the Blue Demon. "What do you say?" The Blue Demon's gaze was obscure and deep, as if penetrating layers of wind and snow, revealing a flavor of uncertainty. "I really am giving you face." Shinbei shrugged. "I will only give you 3 counts to get out of my sight." Or else. The Blue Demon raised one hand, and the air suddenly shifted. A faint blue light shimmered in her hand, becoming tangible, like the thin ice forming on a lake in a winter morning, spreading little by little. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, and time appeared to stand still at that moment. In the silence, under the focused gazes of everyone, a crystal-clear ice spear gradually took shape, its tip sharp as an ice-breaking sword, radiating a cold light. The body of the spear flowed with complex ice patterns, resembling a carefully crafted artwork by nature, each line containing boundless frost power. In the abyss-like pupils of the Blue Demon, blue light surged. "Die." Shinbei pulled Little K and turned to leave, showing no hesitation at all. When the Blue Demon revealed her lethal ice spear, it was as if her inner turmoil was like a volcano ready to erupt, with murderous intent hot and boiling, hard to suppress. Shinbei felt a bit embarrassed. He had thought the Blue Demon would be more polite. After all, their relationship should be fairly good, right? Unexpectedly, the woman turned hostile, truly unpredictable. This reminded Shinbei of Bailuo. Women in this world are really troublesome. He murmured to himself. They are far less manageable than women in a coma. In the open space, the third master could no longer contain his anger, and he spoke mercilessly about the Blue Demon's repeated interruptions. "Isn't this excessive? Are you Shinbei's personal bodyguard?" The Blue Demon replied in a calm tone. "He is at the same level as you. Do you think he wouldn't dare to kill you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the third master's face suddenly stiffened. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he roared. "Demoness, although I am your deputy, I am not your joke. Is it amusing to make fun of me?" Yu Wuchang has already adjusted his evaluation. It's just that Rock hasn't issued it yet. "Impossible." The third master nearly squeezed out the syllables from his throat. "He is an ordinary person." Why does he qualify to be the deputy captain? The blue demon raised the ice spear, staring directly at the third master, exhaling cold air. Are you questioning me? The corners of the third master's mouth twitched. I didn't mean that. You should go ask Rock. The blue demon turned to the crowd watching and shouted. What are you looking at? Do you want to freeze to death in the northern winter? Get to work. A single sentence woke the members of the sanctuary, who were immersed in the audacity of Xiao Kei's actions. Their minds really couldn't keep up with the pace. With a whoosh, everyone disappeared without a trace, carrying wood in just a few breaths. The blue enchantress strolled back, slightly tilting her head, and said, according to Rock's arrangement, you have a task soon to undermine the wall at shelter number 1. Stay low-key, or you might get yourself into trouble and delay the mission. Third Master had a grim expression. He didn't care about the mission. Only one thing mattered to him. Since Shinbei could stand on equal footing with him, would he go or not? The blue enchantress paused. If he goes, you might die? What a joke. Third Master's gaze kept flickering. To put it bluntly, women are inherently timid. The blue enchantress raised her eyes, her expression playful. Are you giving me a chance to find a new partner? But that requires Shinbei to have the capability. Third Master, unfazed by the blue enchantress's malicious teasing, replied, so what? Did Shinbei earn his position based on your evaluation? What's wrong with bringing him out for a spin? Are you afraid he might lose his life and you lose face? What did Yu Chang say? Forge heroes through trials, and true men through combat. Third Master continued to provoke the blue enchantress. In his heart, Shinbei had become someone he must eliminate. He couldn't sleep if he didn't get rid of him. As long as the blue enchantress didn't intervene, everything was negotiable. All right, I'll create an opportunity for you. The blue enchantress replied succinctly before turning and leaving. Inside the RV, Xiao Kei was bandaging himself, cleaning his wounds. Shinbei lounged on the floor, lighting a cigarette. His gaze flickered through the smoke. Third Master was deeply troubled. Bro. At this moment, Xiao Kei raised the bandage, seemingly seeking help. Shinbei reached out and tied a bow at both ends of the bandage. This should be something your godfather helps you with. Xiao Kei was taken aback. Uncle Rock? Shinbei nodded. Remember, when you see him, call him godfather. Why aren't you my godfather? I could die at any moment. Xiao Kei fell silent for a moment. Shinbei patted Xiao Kei's shoulder and smiled. A good backing is more important than your effort. Xiao Kei winced as the pat opened his wound, hissing in pain. Shinbei clicked his tongue. I'll give you one more piece of advice. Xiao Kei sat up, listening attentively. If you feel pain, it's because your kindness or evil isn't pure enough. Xiao Kei was completely baffled by this statement. For a child his age, it was too profound. He tentatively asked, so what should I do? Should I be kind? My mom once explained this word to me. It means something beautiful. Shinbei shook his head. You should constantly adapt until the evil is completely eradicated. I don't quite understand. Isn't that impure and more painful? Shinbei lay back on the ground, arms spread wide, and said, at least in biological terms, constant adaptation can still be considered human. Xiao Kei curled up, lying in Shinbei's arms, yawned, and fell asleep. Shinbei patted Xiao Kei on the back and gently said, I hope that after experiencing today's events, your future life won't have any fatal flaws. This flaw was self-evident. Chapter 90. Upgrading the armor a few days later. A visitor arrived unannounced at Shelter 36 in the middle of the night. Although referred to as an uninvited guest, this was actually an undercover operative sent by Yu Chang. He brought back a piece of information. A researcher at the Biological Research Institute of Shelter 1 couldn't resist the offer made by Yu Chang and was planning to defect. In the world of survival, besides Shelter 8, which was untouchable, all other shelters could be considered subordinates in comparison to the Spider Queen. The strength of each shelter was relatively equal, leading to a lot of commotion, but in reality, no one could really do anything to each other. This situation allowed for rampant scheming, depending on who was willing to invest and sacrifice. Thus, Yu Chang's plan quietly commenced. Rock was busy selecting suitable personnel for the task at hand. The main difficulty in this defection was how to safely bring the defector from Shelter 1 back. Deploying high-level operatives was risky. If they were lost, it wouldn't be worth it. High-level mutants required vast amounts of crystal cores for training. They could not be mobilized unless absolutely necessary. In fact, they needed to be kept hidden as trump cards, so that other shelters couldn't gauge their strength and become a deterrent. On the other hand, if the deployed mutants were too low in rank, the efficiency of the task could not be guaranteed, and any slip-up would be a loss. After careful calculation and consideration, Rock concluded that if Shelter 1 discovered the defector, they likely wouldn't mobilize high-level mutants without knowing the composition of personnel at Shelter 36. Therefore, based on this judgment, Rock searched the computer for a list of 5th-level mutants and 4th-level mutants in Shelter 36 and began to organize the team. Rock's strategy was cunning. He divided the team into 3 groups with varying numbers of members. Team A would handle the lure, Team B would provide support from the side, and Team C would be the main force. Each team would also have different advance directions and withdrawal routes. Yu Wuchang didn't pay much attention to this. He trusted Rock's capabilities but subtly suggested that Shun Bei serve as a sniper, acting as the frontline scout. Rock let the suggestion go in one ear and out the other, completely disregarding it. However, just as the personnel list was about to be finalized, the Blue Demoness visited late at night, and the two discussed for 3 hours. In the end, Shun Bei's name appeared on the task list. As time passed, the Titan's route was officially confirmed. After a sharp turn, it crawled straight toward the northern winter domain. The personnel in the shelter had no choice, either wander into the wilderness or follow the Titan. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't separate from the Titan to wander in the wild. That was not wandering, but seeking death. Gradually, the temperature around them subtly shifted. And even this land, ravaged by time and scarred, sensed the delicate changes. The air was filled with a unique scent, the characteristic aroma of a transitional period between cold and warmth. The members of the shelter were busier, taking advantage of the time before the official arrival of snow and wind, and while there was still vegetation in the wilderness, they made one last timber harvest. Night fell. A pale moon hung in a corner of the sky, reflecting a faint light with its semicircular side, while the rest of its unappealing portion lurked behind thick clouds, casting a tangled, broken shadow. In the wilderness, the various trailers hanging behind Shelter 36 creaked as they rolled over the gravel. When these sounds came together, they formed a continuous booming noise. Little K covered his ears, lying on the ground, flipping through the comic books left over from the old era. Although he couldn't read many words, the cities and stories depicted inside captivated him. Brother, could people drink water freely in the old days? Little K asked curiously. Shin Beidwan brought a cup of water and placed it in front of him. Little K held the cup, took a light sip, and pushed it back towards Shin Beidwan. Shin Beidwan smiled. No, even in the old days, drinking water cost money. Little K responded with an "oh," feeling much more at ease. The idea that drinking water required money was still within his understanding. Shin Beidwan ignored him afterward, tending to the not-so-strong fire in the shelter. The fireplace crackled, releasing waves of hypnotic warmth, making him feel even more drowsy. Experience points 1. A notification popped up in Shun Beidwan's peripheral vision, waking him from his drowsiness. RV with superficial characteristics LV2, 500-500. This RV exists only in a literal sense, with an area of 113 square meters. The design angle of the exhaust vent has been improved to prevent rainwater from entering. The door lock cylinder has been upgraded, enhancing security. The connections of the RV construction modules have been reinforced, improving stability. The materials used in the construction modules have been upgraded, resulting in a slight increase in durability and defense. Experience points are full, Shin Beidwan thought, directly upgrading the RV. He knew that in just a few days, Titan would enter the harsh winter of the north. Although Shun Beidwan had stored enough timber, the adequacy of it was questionable. No one knew how long Titan would stay in the cold winter. Therefore, if the RV could be effectively upgraded, it would play a crucial role in whether Shin Beidwan would freeze to death, almost instantly. The upgrade was completed with changes to the RV that were not visible to the naked eye. Tentatively called an RV Residence LV3-1000. The RV has an area of 113 square meters. Comfort has been improved, seismic resistance has been enhanced, and it won't fall apart on bumpy roads. The building materials have been upgraded, increasing durability and defense. Insulation has improved, ensuring that even without heating equipment, the indoor temperature will not drop below -10 degrees. After reading the information, Shun Beidwan felt a mix of joy and concern. Although seismic resistance was important, it wasn't needed at the moment. The claim of improved insulation was indeed true, but not by much. With a constant temperature of -10 degrees, it could withstand short periods, but long-term loss of heating would still lead to freezing. Shin Beidwan yawned, recalling that the outdoor temperatures in the northern winter could drop to over -50 degrees, with indoor temperatures also below -30 degrees, which would be absolutely fatal for ordinary people. Even for those with extraordinary abilities, enduring such conditions would be challenging. I'm afraid the only one who can remain unscathed is the Blue Enchantress. She specializes in ice element abilities and has a natural affinity for low temperatures. However, Shin Bei is in a good mood, at least, judging by the current upgrade momentum. The next upgrade will definitely ensure that the mobile home maintains a constant temperature above 0 degrees. Next, Shin Bei's gaze turns to the power armor. For the past few days, he has been collecting wood, constantly keeping an eye on the movements of the third master, afraid of a sneak attack. He has also been wearing the armor, accumulating quite a bit of experience points. It's time to complete the upgrade. Power Armor LV6, 30-00030. 000. This power armor allows the wearer to contend with ability users, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 4th-tier strength-based ability user. New features include a vision enhancement module, which can magnify objects from 5 kilometers away, and an adhesion module, allowing vertical climbing on walls and glass surfaces. Upgrade. Power Armor LV7 050000. This power armor allows the wearer to contend with ability users, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 5th-tier strength-based ability user. New features, thermal imaging system. New feature, life magnetic field detection, detection range, 3 meters. Ignoring walls and other obstacles. This upgrade excites Shinbei. The defensive power has reached the 5th tier. Even tougher. Great. The thermal imaging is also nice. But its effectiveness is limited against ability users, as they usually control their body temperature. Once their temperature aligns with the surrounding environment, thermal imaging becomes useless. However, it still has considerable utility for nighttime reconnaissance of ordinary people and ferocious beasts. Another feature is life detection. This detection is quite impressive. Based on Shinbei's previous life experience, in the event of a disaster where people are trapped under rubble, the life detector comes into play. Such instruments typically use infrared, audio, video, radar, electrostatic fields, optical, and gas-sensitive technologies, each with its strength suited for different rescue conditions. In actual rescues, multiple instruments often work together. First, the infrared detector identifies the approximate location of survivors, then the radar detector pinpoints them accurately, and finally, the optical detector observes the surroundings of the survivors to determine the rescue plan. The underlying principle is based on the reflection of electromagnetic waves, detecting various micromovements caused by human life activities to obtain information about breathing and heartbeat, thereby identifying the presence of life. The armor's detection is based on the life magnetic field. Every entity, whether alive or inanimate, constantly emits a magnetic field, varying in strength. For ability users, there may be abilities that can suppress their life magnetic field, but it will never be completely shielded. It depends on the sensitivity of the armor. This still needs to be tested in actual combat. If the results are promising, it means Shinbei's combat power has been upgraded once again. As long as someone tries to launch a sneak attack, once they enter the 3-meter range, the armor will definitely issue a warning. This is a critical alarm for Shinbei, one that concerns his life. He can only say it's a strong one. Shinbei got up to retrieve his firearm. He had accumulated quite a bit of experience from the last battle in the subway, and there was potential for upgrades. As he passed by the window, he looked outside. A strange bird slowly glided past above the narrow window, opening its flat beak several meters wide to swallow a patch of damp clouds. Its misty left wing met the night light, instantly swirling into a mass, until it circled above the shelter. Originally intending to dive down, it seemed to bump into something, hesitating as if startled. Then, the strange bird expelled a mist containing ice crystals and turned to swim toward the moon. Shinbei shrugged. Since the shelter didn't sound an alarm, there was no need to worry about the strange bird attacking. Suddenly, a head appeared at the narrow window, startling Shinbei like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Is there a woman hiding in here? I've been knocking for ages. Rock shouted from the window. Shinbei replied, Chapter 91, Venting and Upgrading Firearms. What is going on? I almost want to kick the door down. As soon as Rock entered the room, he started chattering nonstop. 2 deaf people, 1 big deaf person, 1 small deaf person. Shinbei ignored Rock's complaints and said to Little K, call someone. Godfather. Little K chirped. Shinbei looked at Rock with a smile. What a polite kid. Rock's face darkened. He wanted to turn around and leave, unable to stand his inexplicable role as a stand-in father. But thinking of the important matters today, he held back and said with a mischievous smile, be good now. If you call me Godfather again, I'll pull out your teeth, okay? Little K let out a howl, covered his mouth, and scurried back to his room. Shinbei spread his hands. He knows you're looking for me, and actively avoided it. Nonsense, Rock said, sitting casually on a makeshift chair. He was scared by me. He not afraid to kill, but can be scared by you? Weren't you startled just now? Shinbei shot back, unable to retort. Speaking of killing, Rock leaned forward, his hands crossed on his thighs, his tone darkening. Is this how you educate children? Shinbei placed a metal kettle in the fireplace, adding a powder called Wildland Soulfire. After stirring for a while, he poured it into a cup and handed it to Rock. A unique flavor, a blend of subtle bitterness and mild sweetness, filled Shinbei's mouth. This drink was somewhat similar to coffee from the old days, dispelling fatigue and invigorating the spirit. My education is just fine. Shinbei lit a cigarette, took a puff, and tossed it to Rock. At least, one can live without dignity, but not without courage. Let us not talk about that. Rock raised the burning cigarette and asked, why did you take the first puff? I helped Little K with his first kill. What is wrong with that? Huh? Rock took a deep drag, smirking, your saliva is truly delicious. Spicy and refreshing. You've successfully grossed me out. Shinbei grinned. Rock raised the Wildland Soulfire and downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips. Nowhere near as good as vodka. Isn't there a box stored in the bar? It's finished. So you're looking for an excuse to hold me accountable. Thank you for giving me a way out. Shinbei tapped the cigarette, but, then please go ahead. I'm listening. Rock spread his arms behind his back, stretched lazily, and looked at the ceiling. I once said I would try to keep your tasks manageable, but I failed. Shinbei seemed to understand something. Rock was indeed trying to avoid making Shinbei participate in tasks that only those with special abilities could handle, which were extremely dangerous. After all, Yu Wuchang had already rated Shinbei's abilities as equivalent to those of a special ability user. The strength of ordinary people doesn't matter. But they shouldn't be underestimated. In any field, there are exceptional individuals. Even a carpenter can create value beyond others' imagination. In this era, while technology has advanced, there is a severe gap in craftsmanship. Every shelter values talent. Moreover, in the upper echelons of the shelter, besides some high-ranking officials, there are also many outstanding individuals among ordinary people living there. At this moment, Shinbei had a playful expression and smiled. This isn't worth you coming to warn me. You should wish me to make a fortune. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Rock raised an eyebrow. If it were a collaborative effort, I wouldn't mind assigning you high-risk tasks, but this situation is special. Shinbei pressed his hand down. Let me guess, there's Senyi in the team, right? When will you be senile enough for me to show off? Rock pouted. Shinbei shrugged. Hopefully, that opportunity will come. Rock took a puff of his cigarette and said quietly, this task is about undermining. I originally planned 3 teams, any of which could separate you and Senyi, but the blue enchantress got involved. Shinbei tilted his head. Initially, Shinbei thought it was Yu Wuchang who intervened. He didn't expect it to be her. Women are indeed troublesome, Rock said. Shinbei didn't say much and didn't ask further. It must have taken a long discussion between Rock and the blue enchantress to make this decision. Shinbei was only concerned about one thing. How much can I earn? You should worry about whether you can come back alive. That's the difference between you and me. No. Rock corrected. It's the difference between ordinary people and special ability users. If I hadn't been tainted by the divine punishment missed with your performance, you would just be a subordinate in front of me. But now I'm almost like an ordinary person, aware of what it feels like to be at a high place where it's hard to breathe. Shinbei said, you felt it, but I haven't. Isn't that a bit unfair? Damn it. Rock pinched out the cigarette, but if there were fairness, why am I little K's godfather and you are not? Then I could have little K call me grandpa. Damn. Rock's lips twitched. Your words are something that a whole box of vodka can't solve. Fine. Shinbei smiled. I don't care about others. Just tell me how much I can get. 3 high-level crystal cores. Shinbei nodded. This task's reward is indeed good. His cluster firepower frisbee is truly a bottomless pit. The experience points for other equipment can be generated out of thin air. Only the cluster firepower frisbee requires money. Without funds, it cannot be upgraded. A large number of crystal cores is what Shinbei needs the most. Moreover, the energy consumption for the stealth tracking of the cluster fire disk is significant. Without sufficient financial resources, it's truly unsustainable. Shinbei shouted to Xiao Kei in the inner room. Come out to see your godfather off. I haven't said I'm leaving yet, Rock glared. Shinbei waved his hand. There's nothing more to discuss. I can at least offer some suggestions. Your suggestions are always from the perspective of a supernatural being. They're useless to me. Save them for others. Rock scoffed, weirdo. After Rock left, Shinbei stared blankly at the fireplace. The firewood in the fireplace had already gone out. By the time Shinbei snapped out of his daze and wanted to add more, it was too late. He stood up and returned to his room. He took down the sniper rifle and gazed at it for a moment. Sniper rifle LV5, 201-200, modified Barrett M95, range 1400 meters, 5 rounds, extremely high lethality. Moving shot, accuracy 30, blind shot accuracy 30, silencing effect 30, recoil reduction -30. Can be used normally even if the barrel is clogged with mud. This sniper rifle, which had accompanied him for a long time, never disappointed him. It was one of the foundations of his survival. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV6, 1-300, modified Barrett M95, range 1,500 meters, 6 rounds, significant increase in lethality, new attachment. Flamethrower, range 10 meters. Each use consumes 1 mid-level energy core. This upgrade not only increased the range, but also added an unexpected attachment for Shinbei. In his usual thinking, he believed that upgrades to the sniper rifle would only enhance its power without any surprises. As it turned out, a flamethrower was included. Shinbei scanned the sniper rifle again. There were 2 unusual features. There was an extra button on the side of the trigger, likely for switching the flamethrower mode. At the same time, beneath the muzzle hung a cylindrical object the size of a middle finger. The top of the cylinder had an opening, which was the flame nozzle, and there was a slot below it. By pressing it gently, he could open the gap and insert the energy core. As for the principle behind it, Shinbei didn't need to ponder. Just like an esports player's task is to win the game, not to study the underlying code. Shinbei smacked his lips. What good is this thing? He couldn't think of any opportunity to use the flamethrower in this world. How about roasting chicken wings? Shinbei stared at the flamethrower attachment, contemplating. No, the fuel is too expensive. It would be better than nothing. He put down the sniper rifle and took out his revolver. Revolver LV4, 50-50, 5 rounds, rifling intact, increased lethality, magazine capacity 1, recoil reduction -30. Continuous fire damage increases. This revolver was Shinbei's weapon for close-range single-target shooting. The length of the barrel alone was intimidating, resembling a small hand cannon. It was a symbol of death, especially since the damage would increase with consecutive shots. He loved it immensely. Shinbei upgraded it directly. Before embarking on a mission, it's essential to ensure that all your gear is ready to maximize your capabilities. Revolver LV5, 0-80, 6 rounds, significantly increased damage. New feature, when 1 round is fired, the next round's power will stack. However, recoil will also accumulate. Hiss explosion. The effect of this upgrade can only be described as explosive. Once the chamber is empty, the next bullet will have increased power. There are currently 6 rounds in the cylinder. If 5 are fired, the 6th bullet will have 6 times the power. Terrifying. What kind of power the 6th bullet could unleash, Shinbei couldn't even begin to imagine. However, the increased recoil was somewhat uncomfortable for him. The 6th bullet might result in a scenario of inflicting 1,000 damage while taking 800 in return. But after a rough estimate, Shinbei's expression improved a bit. As long as there are benefits to be had, it's enough. Shinbei felt quite satisfied, especially in a world where abilities run rampant. What more could one ask for? Then, Shinbei glanced at the shotgun propped up nearby. He decided against it for now. He hadn't fired a single shot yet. Shinbei could only say that the enemies weren't giving him a chance. No rush. He could upgrade slowly in the future. After finishing the upgrades, Shinbei tossed himself onto the bed. Tomorrow's tasks were straightforward. One was to carve bullets, and the other was to buy a camera to complete the components for the cluster fire disc. The day after tomorrow, he could set off to carry out the wall-digging mission. Chapter 92. Astonishing components. Since acquiring the RV, Shinbei's dreams had become much gentler, no longer filled with bloody imagery or scenarios of falling from great heights. In the past, he would always dream of strange things, massive data streams, the compression of time and space, uncontrollable time, and starry skies resembling the mouths of colossal beasts. There were also fleeting moments like shooting stars with trailing tails of light. Shinbei's dreams would repeatedly churn through these scenes. He tried to clearly see the fleeting lights, but they remained elusive. The ups and downs of his dreams left Shinbei doubting whether he had been through some exhausting training upon waking. Now, in contrast, he began to dream of his hometown's wheat fields and scenes from his childhood. Of course, familiar shadows would always flash in every corner of his dreams, grafted onto any unfamiliar or familiar images. He no longer felt anxious, but always seemed to have lost something important, his heart aching from the pull. Each morning, when Shinbei woke up, this emotion became increasingly intense. He didn't know what he had lost. Each time, he would check his firearms, armor, ammunition, and supplies. Nothing was missing. Shinbei self-diagnosed that this might be a side effect of his crossing over. Dressed, Shinbei stepped out of his room and headed toward the upper level of the shelter. The dawn was quietly breaking through the night's cover. Outside the wilderness, sand and wind filled the air, and the cold frost was rampant. It was getting colder. Even as Shinbei breathed, his mouth emitted steam like a small steam engine, producing white mist. The white mist swirled like smoke, changing shape with the direction of the wind, sometimes gathering in clusters, sometimes rising and dissipating in wisps. Shinbei wrapped himself up and passed by a bar. Weak sunlight filtered in, illuminating the dim corners where a few people, having drunk to excess the night before, were now snoring loudly, empty bottles scattered around them. Outside the bar, a new sign had been hung, filled with text. Essentially, it warned that the shelter was entering the harsh winter of the northern region, and although the bar remained open, there was a minimum consumption requirement. No lingering for warmth. It was a very human warning. Shinbei shrugged and smiled silently before moving on. He walked past a camper van where a middle-aged woman was using a rusty old metal can as a makeshift stove to brew a thin soup. She then grabbed a handful of purslane, bitter lettuce, and tendervine leaves, tossing them in to form the base of the soup, which had a hint of natural bitterness and a fresh plant aroma. Of course, there were also some grain scraps and old beans, dark and unappetizing. These grains had been dug out from a mouse hole. In the wilderness, there were still some wild grains left. Sometimes humans couldn't find them and would curse the entire mouse family, sweeping through to obtain them. Is it good? Shinbei asked, standing by the pot. The middle-aged woman ignored him and hurried back inside with the pot. Shinbei thought, I'm not trying to take your stuff. What's with the attitude? He sighed, reminiscing about the old days when encountering a person from the Northeast and asking if something was good was equivalent to a direct invitation to share food. Northeasterners would readily offer their food. He entered the upper level of the shelter. Looking around, the power plant shaped like a hot pot was surrounded by interconnected factories capable of producing firearms, textiles, canned goods, and beverages. It was the stability of the upper level that gave the factories their value. If there weren't such a vast area on the back of the Titan, providing only fresh water, humanity would have nearly gone extinct by now. Shinbei wandered to the research institute. Shinanji was not on the first floor. After inquiring, Shinbei went to the second floor. In fact, he could buy a camera without going through Shinanji. He could easily purchase one at the front desk. However, Shinbei had some matters he wanted to approach indirectly to glean information from Shinanji, particularly regarding body modifications. As Shinanji was likely to know much more than Rock. That was why he hadn't asked Rock directly yesterday. The hot white smoke intertwined and rose. The entire second floor flickered under the intense blue flames, with high-temperature sparks occasionally splattering onto the brown polyester mask. Shinanji, wearing two bright red gloves, held a welding rod in one hand and a welding gun in the other, moving in a rhythmic manner across the metal, ultimately leaving behind a beautiful gradient fish scale pattern from red to gold. It looked quite magnificent. Shinbei did not disturb Shinanji's work and instead wandered around the second floor. He discovered a set of arm armor on a table. The arm armor weighs about 15 kilograms, featuring a dark blue-black color. Its structure is not very precise, but the materials used are substantial. The most distinctive characteristic is the dark red bearings installed at the joints connecting the fingers and palm, while the elbows are wrapped in an unknown glossy leather. What is this? Shinbei muttered to himself. Shinanji paused his welding, glanced back, then turned to continue welding, saying, "It's equipment designed for mining and breaking rocks. Our tests show that healthy adult males can easily handle it, significantly improving mining efficiency." Shinbei responded with an "oh," cradling one of the pieces and playing with it for a while. He donned the arm armor, inserting his fingers into the cold metal joints, took a deep breath, and heard a crisp snap. After moving his fingers, he attempted to pick up a glass cup with his right hand, but as soon as he applied force, the glass cup shattered. Not bad, he noted. Shinbei took it off and tossed it onto the table. This piece of equipment was nearly useless to him. His battle armor could easily achieve that level of strength. Moreover, Shinbei didn't need to mine, so it was completely irrelevant to him. Nevertheless, he focused for a moment and activated the information pop-up. The interface was very user-friendly. If you didn't focus for a few seconds, it wouldn't display any information at all. Otherwise, just glancing at something would clutter his view with notifications, which was quite intolerable. Seeing even a stone pop-up information was unbearable. Mining arm armor LV-1020, an equipment designed for convenient mining. As it provides energy beyond that of an average person, it can also be used for lethal purposes. How much is it? Shinbei asked Shinanji directly after reading the information. However, Shinanji was focused on welding and completely ignored him. Shinbei's instinctive question about the price was driven by the information hint that it could be used for killing. Good. Shinbei was in need of something for that purpose. He could imagine that after further upgrades, it would surely become one of his backup weapons. Who would complain about having too few options? Especially for an ordinary person like Shinbei, any option that could enhance his strength was worth investing in. Of course, he scoffed at devices that could only be activated by those with special abilities. After waiting for quite a while, Shinanji finally straightened up. Done. Shinbei, help me take off the mask. Shinbei assisted in removing the mask, revealing Shinanji's face, who then exhaled heavily and carefully peeled off a layer of thin, bright red gloves from his hands. He placed the gloves into a sterilization tank he had prepared earlier, not bothering to take off his heat-resistant suit, and picked up a turbo engine from the table to examine his craftsmanship. This turbo engine was only slightly larger than a human heart, shining brilliantly after polishing. Above the engine were 4 parallel brown metal pipes embedded into a complex internal structure, while the lower part was welded with 2 gear-like fans that passed through from front to back, exhibiting a delicate and meticulous structure that radiated a unique industrial aesthetic. Shinbei's gaze remained fixed on the turbo engine. Soon, information popped up. Blazing Heart Turbo Engine, accessory, max level. Though small in appearance, it contains immense power, like a constantly beating heart that breathes life into machinery. The Blazing Heart Turbo Engine is recommended for use as the core power system in devices that require high efficiency, compactness, and strong thrust support. Its exquisite craftsmanship and efficient design not only meet stringent performance requirements, but also allow for prolonged overload output of kinetic energy. What a great item. Shinbei's eyes lit up. It can completely replace the power module on my battle armor. You see, while the battle armor is excellent, the power module has always been a weak point. It frequently overloads, and during extended combat, the kinetic energy just can't keep up, leading to overheating and damage. Previously, the combat intensity was not high, so it was barely usable. If it really encounters extreme combat, the power module would definitely burn out and fail. Shinbei licked his lips, just about to speak. Chen Anji put down the turbo engine, quickly walked a couple of steps to grab a sterile clamp, then picked up a red glove from the sterilization box, placed it in a specially designed medical bag, evacuated the air to seal it, and then put the medical bag into a temperature-controlled cabinet with a password lock. Shinbei? Huh, what is this operation? Is a broken glove really that important? Goodness, it looks like it would shatter at a touch or melt with a squeeze. Shinbei couldn't help but show a hint of frivolity. Hee. Seeing Shinbei's expression, Chen Anji perked up and began to boast, narrow-minded. This glove is essentially a consumable, highly susceptible to bacteria. It can discolor and rot in the air in as little as 48 hours. Shinbei gasped in disbelief. A consumable? After finishing with the turbo engine, Chen Anji had nothing else to do and started to flaunt his authority in this field. Like a teacher, he started to explain at length. Shinbei began to understand. Many components are mixed with some bizarre materials from this world, such as the ashes and blood of ferocious beasts, which lead to strange properties in the materials. Moreover, the working environment is extremely harsh, with extreme temperatures being the most common, such as the work environment Chen Anji just touched, where the surrounding temperature even exceeded 100 degrees. Who knows what kind of radiation and gases might be produced? This gives rise to many protective items, such as gloves made from heat-resistant materials, protective masks, and so on, to isolate and reduce the damage to materials and the harm of harsh environments to workers' bodies. However, most protective items cannot completely shield against the strange negative reactions emitted by the materials. This can make it difficult for welders to adjust their techniques flexibly, leading to a significant reduction in the precision of the welded products. Chen Anji's gloves are among the most advanced protective items, almost capable of completely shielding against the strange negative effects caused by high temperatures, resulting in minimal damage to precision. For someone like Chen Anji, who needs to conduct practical research, these gloves are indeed essential. Go ahead, bring on the fortune. Chen Anji leaned back in his chair, sipping tea, and continued leisurely. This time at the Research Institute, how many crystal cores do you want to splurge on? Shinbei replied, Chapter 93, Deeply Entangled Relationships. Just buying one camera? Upon hearing Shinbei's procurement request, Chen Anji sprayed his tea out. Shinbei grimaced, feeling a bit sorry, not for himself, but for the tea. In the old days, tea was a common household staple, but in this world of survival, it was extremely precious. After all, the space on the Titan is limited, and there isn't much land available for growing tea. Shelter 36 doesn't grow tea trees. It must be an item exported as a resource from another shelter. The price isn't cheap. One high-grade crystal core can only buy one or two, akin to the medieval West's obsession with tea, valued as highly as gold. At this moment, Chen Anji felt a bit disappointed. Although Shinbei couldn't be considered a big spender, every time he came, he always made some strange requests, adding a bit of fun to the monotonous work. But now he only needed a camera. How boring. I'll just give you one, Chen Anji said, pointing to a camera in the corner of the ceiling. Pick whichever one you like and take it down. Shinbei looked a bit confused. Take it down? You guys don't need it? To guard against gentlemen, not against rogues, Chen Anji chuckled. The power is already expensive. In fact, the cameras up there are just for show and aren't powered on. Besides, there are always people in the Research Institute, so it's not like anyone would dare to come in and steal anything. At this point, Chen Anji paused and lowered his voice again. I'll say something you might not like. Upper-class residents are more cultured than lower-class residents. Shinbei chuckled. Are they? Maybe, but not by much. It was clear that Chen Anji had never faced the harsh realities of society and had always lived a comfortable life in the Research Institute, completely unaware of the treachery and cruelty of humans in the wilderness. Shinbei didn't hold back and directly took one down. What do you want the camera for? Chen Anji curiously asked. Shinbei joked. I plan to record beautiful moments and show them to bachelors. Chen Anji's eyes widened in surprise at Shinbei's train of thought. That's a good way to make money. You actually took that seriously, Shinbei sighed. After setting up the camera, Shinbei shifted the topic to the mining armor. Why does this equipment look like a prosthetic? Chen Anji answered directly, without beating around the bush. It's designed based on the concept of prosthetics. Then why not connect it directly to flesh and blood, instead of wearing it? Shinbei asked. Chen Anji looked at Shinbei with a strange expression. Are you suggesting that it should be modified in the way of the omnipotent cult? Here it comes. The topic was officially on. Shinbei pretended to shake his head. What is the omnipotent cult? A bunch of lunatics messing around with prosthetic implants. They can even replace hearts. What flows inside isn't blood, but lubricant. And the nutrients for the brain are nutrient solutions. After a brief pause, Chen Anji continued. Without a sense of smell, you can't even feel what it's like to defecate. Huh, isn't that a sad thing? Shinbei slowly widened his eyes. Can I say this is a form of mechanical ascension? Mechanical ascension is an ancient term. Chen Anji stroked his chin and continued. Your understanding is emotional. The reality is that prosthetic implantation is an implantation, not a complete replacement of the body. Think about it. If the brain could be replaced by a computer, then the term prosthetic implantation would not hold up in meaning. That would be called a robot. Therefore, other organs can be replaced, but how long can the human brain be preserved? Just as long as our lifespan. Chen Anji spoke in a roundabout way. He could have gotten straight to the point, but instead, he took a detour, as if afraid that Shunbei wouldn't understand. Shunbei did understand, though. The all-powerful church can transform the human body while retaining the human brain. So why haven't I seen such transformed people? Shunbei asked, already knowing the answer. Chen Anji shrugged. Their sanctuary has an extremely low demand for material, and all members are transformed individuals, whom they call the gifted. Moreover, they rarely venture out and are only interested in specific things. Of course, there are also sanctuaries that hire them for tasks. Yu Wuchang feels they are a bunch of lunatics and prefers not to interact with them. Humans only deal with humans, which isn't a problem. They aren't human. They are just a pile of scrap metal. It's no surprise you haven't seen them. Shunbei responded with a soft "oh." The two then continued discussing the all-powerful church. Some information was consolidated in Shunbei's mind. Overall, the idea behind the all-powerful church as transformed individuals is good, to empower ordinary people. However, the risks associated with bodily transformation are too great, with a death probability exceeding 70%. Only madmen or those with no other options would be willing to take the risk of transformation. Furthermore, during the transformation process, a brain-machine module interface must be reserved. Although it's unclear what it's for, just thinking about it is frightening. After learning this information, Shunbei suddenly thought of the unified chip. He had a few more questions and continued to ask, such as what the all-powerful church is interested in and where their technology comes from. In fact, this is the same question. It's important to note that the technology of the all-powerful church is clearly several eras ahead of other sanctuaries. This abrupt leap is very inconsistent with the current technological development of the era. Chen Anji seemed to have a strong aversion to this topic. He only mentioned the words deep space power and then was unwilling to elaborate further. Now Shunbei could confidently conclude that the so-called deep space power and world-destroying starships absolutely refer to the same target. One could infer that this world was originally a world-destroying starship, which was later destroyed for unknown reasons, leading to its disappearance. The technology from the world-destroying starship was partially acquired by the all-powerful church, while other technologies may have been divided among other sanctuaries, leading to some technological advancements. However, due to the emergence of supernatural powers, these supernatural forces have overshadowed technology and become the mainstream power. According to normal development, technology and metaphysics should be opposed. Thus, a world resembling an apocalyptic escape scenario presents a distorted form. Both technology and supernatural abilities exist, but no matter what kind of power it is, it cannot change the fact that the evil beings cannot be killed. The escape from disaster must continue. Everything that happened 100 years ago has gradually been forgotten by humanity. Only a few still pass on some information, and this information has also gradually deviated from the truth. It gives a strong sense of being distorted and endlessly processed. For example, Chen Anji once mentioned that he heard a song. They climb up through a long ladder, taking more than 90 sunrises. The ladder stretches to the sky, with a total of 69,000 levels. When they reach the moon, it happens to be a full moon, and looking up, all they see is the vast land, completely submerged in silver light. The meaning is obscure and difficult to understand. According to Chen Anji's explanation, if one can still see the land when looking up, then there must be a paradise in the deep space. This is purely nonsense. Whether there is a paradise, Shunbei cannot be sure. But hell is right beneath his feet. After a conversation, Shunbei gained a new understanding of the universal church. The topic then shifted to the mining arm armor. Let's talk about something serious. Shunbei pointed to the arm armor. How much is this? Our market price is 10 mid-level crystal core units. That's not very affordable. Shunbei was surprised by the high price of this equipment. Of course, it wasn't too expensive for Shunbei, but for miners, this price is quite unaffordable. A miner can only earn about 20 crystal core units in a day. Although this item can significantly increase work efficiency, what use is it if miners can't afford it? I know the price is high, but any price depends on the time. Chen Anji's words suddenly woke Shunbei up. Shunbei realized, so, this mining arm armor hasn't been mass-produced yet, and once it is, the price will drop. Exactly. Chen Anji looked at Shunbei with appreciation for just this one sample. The cost is naturally high, but once the quantity increases, the price will come down. That's why I said your timing for asking about the price is off. What? Are you thinking of becoming a miner? Chen Anji brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Shunbei. I'm just interested in strange things. Shunbei took a sip. The tea-making skill was somewhat lacking, but the taste was acceptable. Chen Anji's gaze was filled with ambiguous meaning. You might be interested in the turbo engine, shouldn't you? Who eats and shares just a couple of bites? Chen Anji chuckled. If I weren't so busy, I wouldn't mind chatting with you all day. Let us talk about the turbo engine price. I'm also interested, Shunbei said straightforwardly. 3 high-level crystal core units. Shunbei wiped his nose, feeling suspicious that the world was conspiring against him. Just yesterday, Rock said he completed a task and could earn 3 high-level crystal core units. Coincidentally, the quote here matched perfectly. You all conspired, didn't you? Shunbei dropped 10 mid-level crystal core units, grabbed the armor, and turned to leave. I'll take it. What about the turbo engine? Shunbei waved his hand without looking back. No money for now. Then I can't wait for you. Hurry up and make money. If someone else wants it, I'll sell it directly. Shunbei paused in surprise and turned back. Someone else wants it? No one would need it, right? Ask the Universal Church if they want it. Shinonji replied with a roll of his eyes. Shunbei twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Make sure to keep this toy for me. Shinonji grinned and replied, Sure thing. Chapter 94. Hook Lock, Hyperdimensional Light Column. 3D printer. Shunbei left the upper level, not heading home, but instead purchasing some high-explosive gunpowder and scrap metal. He then jumped out of the shelter and ran for 30 kilometers nonstop until he reached a shaded spot beyond the skyline, where he could no longer see Shelter 36. Shunbei wirelessly connected the cluster fire disk and let it land on the ground. After taking a glance, he noticed a small impact crater on the disk. He recalled the strange bird from yesterday and realized that it must have collided with the disk. It seemed he needed to be cautious of flying beasts. However, after a self-check, the cluster fire disk showed no issues, relieving Shunbei's worries. He activated the crystal source reconfiguration device, tossed in the crystal core, true spirit elements, and scrap metal, and began producing shell casings. At the same time, Shunbei installed a camera on the cluster fire disk. During the recent upgrade, the disk had gained a wide-angle vision feature, which he completed today. After staring for a moment, Shunbei checked the information. Cluster fire disk LV3, 32500. A flying device capable of ground strikes, with strong firepower, a cruising range of 20 kilometers, and an increased wireless connection distance of 3 kilometers. It features a Doomsday-class Starship intelligent chip, basic version, with designated strike target commands. Can be equipped with a monitoring system for real-time data feedback and simple command editing. Additionally, it has a storage compartment for holding items. A cloaking system allows the cluster fire disk to become invisible, but the shape will be revealed once the firepower system is activated. The text showed no significant changes. The last time he bombarded while heading to the subway tunnel, he gained quite a bit of experience. Furthermore, the monitoring system, which had previously shown missing prompts, was now fully functional. Shunbei pulled up the data for the cluster fire disk. Cluster fire disk. Remaining kinetic energy, 10. Loading capacity, 12 shells. Remaining ammunition, 24 shells. Terminal wireless connection, 1 meter. Edit command, none. He tossed in a mid-level crystal core to fill the kinetic energy. Shunbei then looked at the experience points for the cluster fire disk. He needed 100 more points, which equated to 20 shells. Shunbei stroked his chin, eager to fire a few rounds to gain experience for an upgrade. However, he hesitated, realizing it would be a waste of money and ultimately meaningless bombing. After pondering and estimating the output of the shell casings, Shunbei decided to prioritize upgrading. The cluster fire disk currently had 36 shells. If he wasted them all, he would just be able to upgrade. Meanwhile, the crystal source reconfiguration device, while maintaining sufficient bullets, could still produce 10 more shells, which should be enough. After waiting for an hour, Shunbei gathered the shell casings, took out the toolbox from the cluster fire disk, and began to load the shells with gunpowder. His focused gaze was sharp like that of a hawk. First, carefully take out the tightly sealed block of high explosive from the backpack. It is a hard, deep-colored material. Using a ceramic knife, the cutting is precise. Each slice is accurate as a surgical procedure, ensuring the amount of explosive is just right, not a bit more, not a bit less. Next, he opens another tightly sealed small container, which holds homemade core powder. This pale blue powder, shimmering with a mysterious glow, resembles stars scattered across the earth, possessing immeasurable energy potential. He holds his breath, gently stirring with a slender glass rod, cautiously sprinkling an appropriate amount of powder evenly into the shell, his movements as delicate as handling fragile living cells. Then, the explosive column, the explosive tube, and the fuse are assembled together and inserted into the shell. If this were the old days, smoke agents would need to be filled. However, in this world of survival, such things have become obsolete for reasons unknown, and he doesn't want to delve into such meaningless thoughts. Finally, the tailpipe, basic drug tube, and tail fins are combined. After putting everything together, a shell for the cluster fire disk is completed. He works continuously for half an hour, assembling 10 shells and setting them aside. Then, he connects wirelessly and sends out the command. The cluster fire disk begins to ascend. Adjusting the angle, under his command, it starts to rain down shells. Streams of blazing, dazzling fire erupt like comets striking the ground, shooting out from the barrel with long, trailing flames. The moment the shells hit the ground, The earth emits a painful wail, and a dazzling sea of fire rises amidst billowing smoke, with soil, rubble, flames, and metal fragments intermingling and splattering. Experience points 5. Experience points 5. Experience points 5. During this time, he glances at the core reassembly device. Core reassembly device LV5. 1031,000 good. After using it a few times, this device can be upgraded. With a thought, he decides to upgrade it directly. Core reassembly device LV6. 33,000. A core reassembly device with qualified production capacity, efficient, improved success rate, and good energy consumption. New. Can connect to a 3D printer for interactive operations. 3D printer missing. He looks at the text that pops up in his peripheral vision, slightly surprised. Besides the improvement in production efficiency, it can also connect to a 3D printer? What effect will that have? He can't think of it for now, but he notes it down to test with a 3D printer later. Next, amidst the sounds of explosions, he takes out the arm armor, rubbing his hands together. He looks excited. Let me see what the upgrade is all about. He begins to dismantle it. After studying it for a while, he finds that the arm armor is quite complex, composed of at least dozens of different functional parts intricately combined. However, it can generally be divided into several sections. The main frame, serving as the foundation to support the entire arm armor, is made of high-strength alloy. The handguard protects the palms and fingers from direct impacts and abrasion, made of a dark bluish-black hardened unknown metal. The joint bearing assembly includes dark red bearings, rotating hinges, internal bushings, and more. The elbow joint reinforcement consists of complex mechanical structures, such as reinforced brackets and flexible linkages. However, it is not necessary to completely disassemble this part. It can be removed as a whole. If it is taken apart completely, it may be impossible to reassemble. Next is the elbow protection pad, wrapped in a shiny leather that provides cushioning and comfort. Connection fasteners, bolts, nuts, rivets, etc. ensure the overall structural stability. There are also some other less important components. Carefully, he adjusts the angle of each dark red bearing to ensure they can be smoothly detached from the main frame without damage. Then, he focuses on the dark bluish-black handguard, where each plate is connected by a meticulously designed interlocking structure. Using a special small wrench, he systematically releases the hardened alloy locks, gradually peeling them away. It takes quite some time. Once the arm armor is disassembled, he recalls the previous steps and begins to assemble it. This item is different from firearms. He could assemble it even with his eyes closed. The arm armor is a novel gadget that he has never seen before, giving him a sense of nervousness akin to assembling a display stand for the first time. Of course, assembling a display stand has video demonstrations for guidance, but this arm armor relies solely on his memory. Fortunately, his brain works diligently. Experience 1 soon. The assembly of the arm armor from a pile of parts is complete. He glances at the information. Mining arm armor LV1, 2020 upgrade. Mining arm armor LV2, 050. An upgraded equipment for convenient mining. Mining efficiency increased by 10. New feature. Grappling hook. Missing grappling hook and iron chain. Can launch a grappling hook up to 30 meters to latch onto targets for movement. How did it turn from a killing tool to a grappling hook? This leaves him somewhat perplexed. Does a weapon for killing need further upgrades to appear? However, he doesn't feel too disappointed. At least the new grappling hook is quite nice. It gives a sense of being like Spider-Man. As long as he equips the grappling hook and iron chain, it will be fine. Now, the only problem is how to gain experience with this thing. It wouldn't really require actual mining, would it? He doesn't mind mining too much. The main issue is that there are no mines to exploit along the current route of the Titan. He clicks his tongue in frustration. It seems like it will take a long time before he can upgrade again. He estimates he will have to wait for a while. No rush, good things take time. In a moment, all the ammunition on the cluster fire disc is expended. He winces at the thought of the loss. He recalls the cluster fire disc without looking and directly upgrades it. To the naked eye, the cluster fire disc expands to a diameter of 10 meters. There is a slight feeling of pressure now, and its shape has also changed, increasingly resembling a newborn spaceship. Cluster Fire Frisbee LV4, 1000. A flying device capable of ground strikes, equipped with fierce firepower. With a cruising range of 30 kilometers and an increased wireless connection distance of 5 kilometers. New features include a communication system, able to transmit voice while in stealth mode. A hyperdimensional light beam, capable of designating specific items for retrieval, and a storage compartment, 1 cubic meter. This is quite interesting, thought Shinbei after reviewing the information. The cruising range and wireless connection distance have both been enhanced. The communication system is also impressive, allowing for stealthy communication that could intimidate anyone. The hyperdimensional light beam reminded Shinbei of the beams projected by extraterrestrial crafts, which could retrieve items in a zero-gravity environment. However, this hyperdimensional light beam can specify items, thereby reducing the storage space needed. This means someone is cleaning up for me. Shinbei felt a little excited. He could focus on killing while the cluster fire frisbee automatically collects crystal cores behind him. Wonderful. Controlling his excitement, Shinbei loaded 10 shells into the cluster fire frisbee's ammunition bay. The 10 barrels automatically loaded the shells. He activated its stealth mode and continued to follow. Shinbei began his return to the shelter. Tomorrow would be the day to embark on the mission. Meanwhile, all of Shinbei's equipment upgrades were complete. Another life and death competition awaits. Chapter 95, Stance, Isolation, Internal Conflict, A New Day. In the shelter garage, a group of people were exhaling steam, rubbing their hands and stomping their feet. Damn it, going on a mission at this time. Do you want to retire? At least there should be a fire to keep warm. Do you believe that you know who would roast you? Or will you just stand by? I will throw spices. The last remark drew laughter from the crowd, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that this mission would be quite challenging. It was neither about hunting ferocious beasts for meat nor escorting supplies for trade. Instead, it was about ensuring the target returned alive to Shelter 36. The mission statement was clear: the target must be alive. Whether others lived or died depended on their own abilities, but the target must survive. At this moment, You-Know-Who and Rock appeared in the garage. Everyone's demeanor shifted, and they straightened up, shaking off their laziness. You-Know-Who scanned the room, surveying each person's face. There were 3 fifth-tier ability users: Prisoner Boy, Water of Destiny, and Third Master. There were even more 4th-tier users, including Maru 5, Little Knife, and Full Moon. The only ordinary person among them was Shinbei, dressed in combat armor. You-Know-Who was quite satisfied with Rock's arrangements, narrowing his eyes like a blade. He addressed everyone. You must already know the mission details. I don't want to waste a word on it. The target, Nyogon-Ben from Shelter 1. There must be no mistakes. This relates to the overall strength of Shelter 36. Depart. Rock subtly gave Shinbei a glance. Shinbei nodded slightly. The team set off. Various vehicles roared to life in the garage, speeding out onto the deck, making a sharp turn, and stopping at the side. Others jumped out of the shelter, getting ready to board the transport vehicle. Shinbei climbed into the car and immediately saw 3 fifth-tier abilities users sitting in the driver's cabin. Among them, the Third Master curled his lips, glanced back at Shinbei with an unfriendly look. Shinbei felt no disturbance inside. He got into the car, found a seat toward the inside, curled up his body, hugged his sniper rifle, and closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, Wanwu jumped into the car and exclaimed, "Hey, Third Master, it's great to be alive." The Third Master chuckled, "Yeah, as long as you don't court death, you'll live." Shinbei slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wanwu, who was a man in his 30s with triangular eyes, dark skin, and a lean body covered in scars. Wanwu met Shinbei's gaze, exposing his big yellow teeth. "I've carried out missions with many ordinary people, but most of them ended up dead." Shinbei displayed just the right amount of apprehension on his face. "It seems you're quite the jinx." Wanwu looked at Shinbei with an excited, cruel, and brutal expression. "Then you'd better keep your distance from me." Saying that, he sat down closely beside Shinbei. To Shinbei's surprise, he didn't mind at all. He put his arm around Wanwu's shoulder and whispered, "What I enjoy most is dancing on the edge of death." Wanwu laughed heartily, his laughter wild and unrestrained. "Oh, I really like you. Are you saying I'm more likable than the Third Master? Then you're just being delusional, ordinary person." Shinbei released Wanwu's shoulder, seemingly unconcerned. "Looks like the Third Master is still quite charming." Shinbei silently cursed himself for failing to win Wanwu over. It seemed Wanwu was loyal to the Third Master. At this moment, another man named Cha Xiaodao had yet to board the car, but his voice came in first. Anyone with a bit of brains knows the Third Master's reputation. Shinbei looked toward the back of the car. First, 2 gleaming machetes were thrust in. Then, Cha Xiaodao himself squeezed in. He wore a shiny black leather coat, high boots, and a white scarf, dressed like an old-school Western cowboy. In the pocket of his jacket, he had cut cigars instead of cigarettes, and he carried 2 machetes in one hand. Shinbei was astonished. He had to admit that Cha Xiaodao's pair of swords, both in shape and material, were unlike anything he had ever seen. One of the blades was a deep, eerie blood red, resembling congealed blood, as if cursed flames were flickering within. The blood-red blade was irregularly adorned with dark patterns that twisted and spread. The other blade looked as if it were forged from bones, with a chilling aura emanating from it, as if it came from the depths of hell. And one could almost see countless bones piled within the blade like mountains of corpses. Just the appearance of these weapons was enough to terrify anyone. This was the essence of blade energy. Even someone like Shinbei, who usually believed that strength was paramount, recognized that these were exceptional blades, absolutely eye-catching and cool, like sparks flying from a power line. Wanwu smiled and said, "Let me boast a bit. That red blade in Brother Xiaodao's hand is called the Demon Blade Blood Sea, and the white one is called the Ghost Blade Corpse Mountain. They are his most prized weapons." Wanwu then tapped on Shinbei's armor and teased, "I wonder if this layer of metal can withstand a chop." Shinbei chuckled and said, "Don't point the blade at me. My style is all about being cool, not practical." Just then, another man entered the back compartment and sarcastically remarked, "Not practical? So that makes you useless, right?" Wan Wu feigned anger. "Man Yu, why are you being so unfriendly? What if you crush Shinbei's fragile heart with your harsh words?" Shinbei turned to look at Man Yu. He was wearing a leather combat suit, with the top buttons undone, revealing a chest full of hair and well-defined muscles. His eagle-like nose and deep gray eyes gave him a powerful and charismatic presence. Shinbei twirled the revolver in his fingers, licked his lips, and flashed a devilish smile. "If we compare marksmanship, you, Man Yu, would be the useless one. If we compare abilities, if I die at your hands, then I'm the useless one. Otherwise, you might just drown in your own arrogance. Are you trying to teach me how to live?" Man Yu's lion-like, authoritative gaze fixed intensely on Shinbei. "How about we have a little spar?" In an instant, Shinbei raised the revolver to Man Yu's forehead, yet his lips curled into a cruel, bloody smile. "Or maybe you should ask Xin Yi who I've killed with this gun." Man Yu didn't expect an ordinary person to dare point a gun at a 4th-tier ability user. In that moment, he felt as if he could hear the wails of souls beneath the gun barrel. His 6th sense flared up, and an inexplicable turmoil surged within him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. All right. Wan Wu jumped in to mediate. "Shinbei is impressive. Shinbei is the best. That's enough. Right?" Man Yu's expression turned as cold as ice, contemplative, and he snorted before sitting back down. Shinbei's anger and murderous intent were beyond words. If Man Yu dared to say another word, he would definitely shoot through his forehead. As for what the others thought before the team even arrived, Shinbei didn't care. If they wanted to play with fire, he would accompany them to the end. Shinbei's expression was extremely displeased. Then he grinned and called out, "Xiao Wu, I appreciate your honesty. The fake stuff 1T do. Just remember, I'm older than you. Calling me Wu go 1T hurt you." Wan Wu's hoarse voice carried a hint of anger. Shinbei scoffed, ignoring them. Shinbei realized that this Team C, with 3 4th-tier ability users and the meditating Xin Yi, a 5th tier, were all in cahoots. They must have already reached an agreement to deal with him. The question was, when would they strike? That was what Shinbei needed to think about. He had to take the initiative. Timing was crucial to catch them off guard. Soon, more than 20 people, all 3rd-tier ability users, boarded the transport vehicle. These individuals temporarily shared the same military truck. Before long, the vehicle began to move slowly. The journey was going to be very long. To reach the vicinity of shelter number 1, they would need to travel about 500 kilometers. Considering the wilderness terrain, which was often devoid of clear paths and required avoiding fierce beasts or dealing with various troubles, it was conservatively estimated that the journey would take up to 3 days. Shinbei looked at the crowded vehicle ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, they could form a team, but they were being led by 3 5th-level ability users. Was Luo trying to reduce the probability of the team being discovered? Shinbei was also unclear about the specific tasks of the 3 teams, but they were definitely different. There was a main force, a cover, and a distraction. A typical tactic of mixing truth and falsehood. At some point, the 3 teams would split up. Shinbei briefly contemplated. This point would be the beginning of the anomaly. Glancing at the back of the driver's head, he silently smiled. He shrank back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. As long as the 3 teams had not split, Shinbei was absolutely safe. With so many people, it was unlikely that the driver would act prematurely, making it difficult to explain to Yu Wuchang. Only after they separated could he take control of the team without leaving any traces. It would be soon. Before the task began, he needed to internally deal with a wave. Soon. Chapter 96. Dispersal and Change. In the wilderness, the transport vehicle trudged like a stubborn beetle over the rugged, scarred earth. This steel beast, wrapped in rust and dust, had a mottled body. On this land where time seemed to stand still, the vehicle's heavy tires ground over gravel and debris, producing a dull and rhythmic creaking sound, as if the entire vehicle would fall apart at any moment. In this world of fleeing, humans hardly maintained their vehicles. As long as the engine worked, other components were completely ignored. Even if a tire burst, they would continue to drive, with no intention of replacing it. This was their subconscious understanding of normalcy. The 2 dim yellow headlights at the front struggled to pierce through the darkness, illuminating the blurred road ahead, with dust dancing in the beams like ghosts. Inside the vehicle, exhausted people clung to the rusty, cold seats, their faces blurred by smoke and sweat as the vehicle swayed. It felt as though their brains might be jostled loose, leaving them in a daze. After 2 days of travel, they were almost crammed in. Stretching their legs seemed a luxury. The air inside was filled with a unique smell of mixed oil and sweat, laced with a hint of rust, causing frequent coughing among the crowd. Shinbei raised his head to look outside the vehicle. The sky resembled an ancient canvas eroded by time, with a weary moon hanging amidst the stars. It was no longer bright like a silver plate, but displayed a dull and deep copper-gray color. The edges of the moon blurred and uneven, like scars left from countless battles and storms. In a moment of daze, Shinbei seemed to understand what Shunin was referring to when he heard that folk song. Looking up, could the land he saw not be referring to the moon? He tightened his grip on the sniper rifle in his arms and continued to be lost in thought. He didn't know how long it had been. Dawn arrived. Shinbei felt the vehicle beginning to turn eastward, and the speed was gradually increasing. He had no idea where the vehicle was currently traveling. Many places in the wilderness had no names. After all, apart from Titan, no place name had any real significance. Just like the hearts of those who left their hometowns for work in the old days, it cannot be retained. What is forgotten is not just oneself, but also one's name. Gradually, the sky brightens. At the same time, the temperature begins to rise. The exposed land is scorched by the blazing sun, cracking into countless ravines. On the distant horizon, the outlines of once prosperous cities can still be faintly seen, now turned into piles of shattered concrete and metal skeletons. Groups of spiky beasts can be seen galloping towards the oasis. These creatures are nearly 40 meters long, with skin resembling ancient bronze armor sculpted by time, covered in rough and hard rust-colored scales and sharp, horn-like spikes. Behind the spiky beasts, there are even more ferocious creatures, resembling a moving black fortress. Draped in scales as deep as the night, the shadowy, iron-jawed giant beasts chase and tear at their prey. The vehicles skillfully avoid the paths of these beasts, not out of fear, but because it's not cost-effective. After about 5 hours of travel, the troop transport vehicle stops in a small valley. Everyone jumps down to stretch their muscles and relieve fatigue, voicing their complaints. Damn, this is exhausting. It's too cramped. I've never felt this tired in a vehicle before. Where's this place? Where is shelter number 1? What is going on? Why are we stopping here? Get out of the way. I need to relieve myself. Move aside. At this moment, a young prisoner stands in front of everyone. He has a strong build, with a high nose and wide mouth, and a mane of hair like a lion, giving him an imposing presence akin to a towering mountain. His eyes are like glazed glass, occasionally shimmering with silver light, adding an otherworldly aura to him. Silence. Just 2 simple words, yet they command the entire crowd. Everyone falls silent. From now on, Team A has 10 minutes of rest, Team B has 20 minutes, and Team C has half an hour. As he says this, the young prisoner waves his hand. A human approaches the dense forest and lifts a camouflage cloth. There are 3 off-road vehicles inside. Shinbei glances at them, realizing they must have been prepared here in advance. This indicates they are quite close to shelter number 1. 10 minutes later, Team A departs early, heading towards the 9 o'clock direction, traveling about 30 kilometers. If they see anyone, they can provoke them but must avoid initiating conflict. The main goal is to attract attention. The young prisoner speaks in a calm tone, continuing to give orders. Team B will depart in 20 minutes, heading towards the 10 o'clock direction for 25 kilometers. Then lie in wait. Their main task is to cut off the enemies pursuing Team C. Team C will move out half an hour later, heading towards the 12 o'clock direction for 35 kilometers, then disperse and walk 3 kilometers to find the researcher Nyogon Ben, who is outside doing quantitative tasks, and bring him back. After finishing his instructions, the young prisoner waves his hand. That's it. Rest. With a clatter, everyone begins to scatter. Some relieve themselves, some eat, and others lie on the ground, sound asleep, each in different postures. At this moment, Shinbei has some realizations. Initially, he thought there would be an insider to bring Neo Ganben out for the handover. Unexpectedly, it was during his quantitative task that he was quietly taken away. Quantitative tasks are a common practice in various shelters. Shelter 36 also has them. And even Shinonji has to step out of the shelter and take a proper walk outside. According to Rock's explanation, quantitative tasks were originally designed for the sake of equality and fairness, requiring everyone's participation. It is a tradition left over from the collective effort to build the shelter. However, over time, the identities of ability users and researchers have become increasingly elevated. Ordinary people doing quantitative tasks would be courting death. Ability users and researchers could just throw something together to complete the task. It felt like a casual outing, picking up a few pieces of wood. In Rock's strategy, he precisely seized this loophole. There was no need to infiltrate Shelter 1 and forcibly bring someone back. Tasks could be assigned right in the wilderness. Of course, most general defection incidents are related to quantitative tasks. But just as there are thieves every day, there are also measures taken to prevent theft. To prohibit everyone from doing quantitative tasks for the sake of a low-probability event would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the shelter. Therefore, even though the leaders are aware of this flaw, they still retain the tradition. After all, quantitative tasks mean the residents are working for free, without having to pay for core resources. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Shinbei turned around in place, taking in the valley's terrain. The valley was surrounded by dilapidated, rusted stone walls. A vibrant green forest stubbornly took root along both banks of a large river. The river was over 30 meters wide, rippling with shimmering water. Numerous small streams also flowed chaotically through the valley. At this time, everyone was on the east bank of the river. Sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, filtering through the gaps in the leaves and casting dappled shadows in the green forest. Shinbei knew that a change would occur in half an hour when the other teams left. Third Master would definitely not let him leave this valley. Having a clear understanding of the terrain, Shinbei decided to disappear first and wait for an opportunity to act. Shinbei walked through the crowd towards the dense forest. But he always felt someone was watching him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Third Master leaning against the truck, chatting casually with a captive. Shinbei pretended to adjust his belt, which shifted Third Master's gaze away. He moved deeper into the forest, glanced back, and saw no one following him. He then quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a run, scaling the damaged rock wall like a racing hare, sprinting towards the mountain peak. About 10 minutes later, Shinbei found himself halfway up the mountain. He climbed a large tree, and his armor's visual panel began to zoom in on the view. He saw that Team A members had already set out in their off-road vehicle from the valley not far away. Sliding down the tree, he crouched low and dashed along the ridge of the peak. Shinbei's armor changed to green, but to be safe, he instinctively grabbed a handful of grass while running and chewed it vigorously. A bitter, electrifying taste filled his mouth. He then smeared the sticky juice on his sniper rifle. The sniper rifle does not change color. To better conceal himself, Shinbei felt that no matter how much he did, it was still not enough. Soon, Shinbei arrived at the entrance of the creek and forest tributary. He crouched under a large stone, using the dense vines to hide his figure. In the valley, Team B had already set off 10 minutes earlier. Now it was time for Team C, led by San Yi, to prepare for departure. Team C consisted of 10 members, all waiting for San Yi's command. But San Yi was in no hurry, his gaze still fixed on the dense forest where Shinbei had disappeared. 5 minutes passed, and Shinbei still had not returned, causing some restlessness in San Yi's heart. That guy isn't just sitting on the side with a stick, is he? San Yi's words were left unfinished. Man Yu and Cha Xiaodao chuckled. The other members were confused, slowly realizing that it seemed one person named Shinbei was missing from the team. Someone whispered, "What if he was taken away by a beast in the valley?" San Yi snorted, "This area has been scouted by our scouts. There are no beasts here. Otherwise, how would we dare to come in? In my opinion, Shinbei has likely defected." The others exchanged glances, half believing San Yi's words, but no one spoke up. Man Yu licked her lips, her eyes glinting. "According to the shelter's rules, we need to pursue and punish for desertion." Cha Xiaodao rubbed his dual blades, his expression unchanged. "What are we waiting for? Give the order." That was exactly what San Yi was waiting for. He waved his hand. "Everyone, the escort mission can be delayed. But there must be no delay in punishing Shinbei. Search, shoot on sight, kill if captured." After a brief moment of silence, anger appeared on the faces of the other members of Team C, and they immediately began to execute the order. Many of these third-tier ability users carried guns. For those lacking assault options, shooting was a suitable choice. Although the bullets might not be very effective, a blind cat can still catch a dead mouse. More importantly, it could disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Everyone dispersed and quickly chased in the direction where Shinbei had disappeared, completely unguarded. Chapter 97. Play, Sniper. Final Circle. Shinbei's current position had not reached the mountaintop, but was slightly elevated on the hillside. He gently pushed aside the grass and looked down the mountain. On the path he had taken, San Yi and the others were searching up the mountain in a fan shape. The few ability users in front were oblivious, soon to become cannon fodder for the Pathfinder. Shinbei set up his sniper rifle, and with the help of his combat suit's enhanced vision, the crosshairs settled on the barely visible head of San Yi. However, Shinbei did not pull the trigger. Shooting San Yi with the first bullet would be unwise. First, it was not safe, and second, it could negatively affect his retreat route. Ordinary snipers often make this serious mistake. Shinbei calmed himself down. He first needed to eliminate the ability user on the left. This way, while moving, the user on the left would not be able to shoot and hinder him. The third-tier ability user was raising a binocular, peering up and down. He carried an old G22 sniper rifle on his shoulder, with an effective range of 800 meters for living targets. Clearly, he was not a professional sniper. He merely used the sniper rifle as a tool. His skills were far inferior to those of Shinbei. Shinbei had to wait until the enemy entered a certain range, as it would increase the accuracy of his shots. Even if the enemy turned to escape, the bullets would still be able to pursue them. The lighting was excellent at that moment, and the crosshair remained relatively still. Shinbei breathed steadily. The enemy's search radius was closing in and becoming increasingly chaotic. Some enemies were already within 500 meters of Shinbei, while others lagged a kilometer behind. Just then, an enemy on the left was in the foremost position of the search. An opportunity arose. Shinbei aligned the crosshair of his sniper rifle with the enemy's head. A silent bullet flew quietly from the barrel with a flash of light. The enemy seemed quite perceptive, with strong instincts. Although he did not hear any sound, his gaze was drawn to the flash of light. Without any hesitation, he immediately dove to the side. Shinbei seized the moment, firing a second sniper bullet. The bullet flew out, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment before shattering like glass. The bullet transformed into an invisible arrow, precisely penetrating the enemy's back. The force of the bullet caused the enemy to shudder violently, an indescribable pain spreading from his back throughout his body. The enemy's scream had barely escaped his lips before the intense impact forced it back down his throat, turning it into a muffled groan. His previously airborne dive turned into a fall to his knees, his face contorted in agony. He struggled to remain upright, but could only lean forward weakly, his hands grasping at the wound on his back, only to touch the warm, sticky blood and torn fabric. Finally, he stared wide-eyed, unable to close them. As he collapsed to the ground, Shinbei showed no hesitation, turning his rifle again to aim at another ability user. This time, he shot with great accuracy. A single bullet directly penetrated the head of this ability user. However, the noise made when this enemy fell was substantial, alerting others to the situation. Instantly, shouts erupted from the enemy ranks. Something's happened. Someone's been killed. Over here. Over here. Shot dead. How come I didn't hear a gunshot? Damn it, another one down. Shinbei fired a silent bullet. What the hell? Was his bullet that powerful? Sun Yi looked at the two dead bodies, his cheeks puffed up, and his deep-set eyes revealed a look of surprise. He never expected that Shinbei, who clearly used a sniper rifle, could kill silently. Then, his expression turned serious, and he shouted decisively, "Stop dawdling. Surround them." Quickly, the team members immediately stopped hesitating and began to climb rapidly. Meanwhile, Shinbei had already abandoned his position and was sprinting to the left, crouched low. As he advanced, the branches trembled wildly, becoming the most eye-catching movement. A few ability users with rifles randomly shot at the swaying trees. This did not hinder Shinbei's speed. If it had been the two ability users on the left who were still alive shooting, he would have been hit several times. Although the armor could withstand bullets, he feared the bullets getting through the gaps in the armor, leading to unexpected consequences. At this moment, Shinbei turned a corner, with a steep cliff on his right, almost at a 90-degree angle. If it were anyone else fleeing, they would surely run along the left path. But Shinbei was clever and activated the climbing mode of his armor. With hands and feet, he climbed up like a gecko. After crawling about 100 meters, he stopped and pressed himself against the rock face, completely still, like a bat with its wings retracted. The camouflage of the armor disguised him as a patch of moss or a small tree. Soon, Sun Yi and his group rushed to the bend and appeared near the cliff. They hesitated little and headed straight to the left in pursuit. Shinbei tilted his head slightly, watching their figures chase deeper, accompanied by continuous curses. A smirk crept across Shinbei's face. The scene was akin to a sniper hidden at the top of a tall tower, observing the frantic movements of enemies below, like ants. However, Shinbei knew that if he accidentally dislodged a small stone or disturbed a branch, he would be discovered by Sun Yi and the others. He quickly climbed down the cliff and aimed at the pursuing group ahead, firing 2 shots. The 800-meter distance was covered by Shinbei's upgraded sniper rifle, using modified level 4 bullets. The impact of the bullets was substantial. The first hit an ability user in the rear, leaving him with a gunshot wound in his backside, making survival nearly impossible. However, he wouldn't die immediately. The shattered pelvis would cause him to scream in agony. The second bullet hit another ability user in the neck, blowing his head off. In an instant, 2 more people from Sun Yi's group were dead. It was the agonizing scream of the one shot in the backside that caught the attention of those in front. They suddenly turned around, horrified by the sight of the 2 mortally wounded individuals, their expressions shocked and faces flushed, as if Shinbei had slapped them hard twice. Damn it! How did he end up behind us? A ghost sniper. What the hell? Is he an ordinary person? No way, he must be an ability user specialized in shooting. Damn it, he's playing us. At that moment, Sun Yi glared at Shinbei, who stood at the bottom of the cliff giving him the middle finger, then vanished again into the greenery, his eyes blazing with fury. He finally understood what the blue enchantress meant when she said that Yu Wuchang had to adjust Shinbei's level. This level of combat awareness and boldness was not something an ordinary person would dare to do. He didn't run, but instead took the risk to climb the cliff, successfully using the blind spot of everyone's vision to evade detection. Sun Yi sniffed, more convinced than ever that there was definitely something wrong with the bullets in Shinbei's firearm. Killing ability users was like dealing with ordinary people. It was simply unimaginable. His eyes were still filled with lingering shock, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he gritted his teeth and said, "Traitors will be punished. No matter how far they run. As long as we get close to Shinbei, we have 100 ways to kill him. He's just an ordinary person. How could he possibly be so terrified?" After speaking, San Yi explosively kicked off the ground, cracking it open and sending sand and gravel flying as he dashed forward. The three members of Wan Wu didn't care. They knew it wasn't their turn to act yet and followed closely behind. However, the remaining 4 third-tier ability users were a bit anxious. It was clear that Shen Bei intended to deal with the small fry first. Yet, they had no choice but to follow San Ye's orders, gritting their teeth as they kept up. Shen Bei chopped down a cluster of low shrubs, secured the fishing line, and then used a long pole to lift it into the treetop before returning to his sniping position while holding the fishing line. The low canopy resembled a sniper disguised in camouflage. Tugging on the fishing line created the illusion of someone moving among the branches. San Yi led Wan Wu and the others rushing over, followed by 2 third-tier ability users. Shen Bei quickly pulled the fishing line to simulate the appearance of someone crawling in the grass. Sure enough, the 2 lagging ability users were immediately drawn in, barely hesitating. One of the ability users raised his hand to conjure a fireball and hurled it forward. The other moved swiftly, lunging forward with a charged right fist, bursting with electric arcs, striking the burning grass with the force of an eagle diving for a rabbit. Boom, crash, little brat, die. However, when the fist of this ability user struck the ground, creating a deep pit, he realized something fell off. There was no flesh or blood to be found, only hard earth and dust. It suddenly hit him. This was a trap. He had been fooled. Retreat. He turned to call out to his teammate. But when he saw his comrade, he noticed a bloody hole in his forehead, and he fell backward to the ground. For a moment, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his head, and a hard object was lodged in his mouth. He coughed up blood, and a bullet casing fell from his mouth. His vision began to blur, fading into a black and white haze as he stumbled and collapsed, breathless. It was meaningless. Shen Bei retracted his sniper rifle and continued to shift positions, weaving through the battlefield. He genuinely felt as if he were mistreating children. Perhaps the development of their abilities had made them overconfident, unable to see even the simplest of disguises. Unlike in the old days, where firearms had similar power and whoever was hit would die, now they had to continually refine battlefield tactics. At this moment, Shen Bei ran back along the ridge, reaching the peak, and climbed a tall tree, hiding within the lush canopy. He surveyed the positions of others around him. The entire valley felt like it had been muted, utterly silent. Only San Yi and the 4 others remained. Come on, let us see who can make it into the final circle. Shen Bei began to wirelessly connect the cluster fire disc, activating the camera to provide a god's eye view. Chapter 98, Bombardment, Missed Shots, Death, Ambush. At this moment, the visual panel inside the armor presented a god's eye view of the concentrated firepower disc. Shen Bei took a careful glance, and the entire valley scene was laid out before him. However, the camera's clarity was somewhat low, as the equipment from the research institute was not exactly reliable. Despite the clarity issues, this did not hinder Shen Bei's observation. The valley remained silent. Shen Bei reduced the god's eye map size and placed it in the lower left corner of the visual panel. He then activated the thermal imaging module to scan the area below the valley. There were no findings. It seemed that the others had likely used their abilities to lower the temperature. Next, Shen Bei activated the life field detection, which would alert him if any living creature approached within 3 meters. Although the range was short, it served as a life-saving warning. Shen Bei slid down the large tree and ran a distance to reach his designated location. The dense shrubs around him were generally below 3 meters in height, with each shrub's crown resembling an inverted green lotus leaf, its branches nearly drooping into the wet mud below, some even sprouting fleshy roots. He hacked away at some nearby branches to get close to the tree trunk, allowing his armor to blend in with the thick leaves. He extended his long sniper rifle through the tangled branches, peering through the crosshairs at the quiet southern end of the valley. Shen Bei was unhurried, still leaning against the tree, the canopy enveloping him like a glass cup, with the dark muzzle of his rifle motionless and aimed at the southern end of the valley. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Bei's patience was rewarded. He noticed movement in the bushes to the south of the valley. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. In his line of sight, the rustling bushes suddenly shook. But Shen Bei was taken aback, as if he saw a clay figure being blasted apart, scattering dirt and stones. Not a person? Shen Bei was suddenly alarmed, shifting his gaze slightly to the left. A horrifying scene unfolded before him. In his view, there was a full moon grinning menacingly, surrounded by a chaotic and violent energy vortex. He saw his left hand supporting his right, fingers spread wide, with energy swirling in his palm like boiling water, gradually coalescing into a fiery sphere of light with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, shining with a dazzling blue-white glow. Ability, Entropy Explosion Cannon. He swung his arm forcefully, as if pulling the trigger of a giant cannon. In an instant, the condensed energy sphere shot out like a meteor, tearing through the air and leaving a scorching and distorted rift in space-time. The air compressed violently under the impact of the energy sphere, erupting with a continuous series of sharp sonic booms, akin to the roar of thousands of cannons. The shockwaves raised trees and debris high into the air, heading straight for Shunbei. In that moment, a profound sense of terror filled Shunbei's heart. The speed of the full moon's ability was incredibly fast, and the explosive power was likely substantial. Even if his armor could withstand it, some modules would still be damaged. In such a place, there were no spare parts available. There was no time to escape now, even if he started running immediately. However, Shunbei reacted quickly, extending his left hand suddenly. A rope shot out from the mining armor with a whoosh, directly anchoring itself to a large tree about 30 meters away. At the moment of the full moon's explosive impact, an overwhelming force erupted from the winch of the mining armor. His feet instantly left the ground, and his unsupported body traced a sharp parabolic arc in the air, like a stone forcefully catapulted from a slingshot, flying rapidly through the explosion's light and shockwave. At the moment of the explosion, a blazing pillar of light tore through the air, creating countless dazzling cracks. Trees, gravel, and even the air were reduced to dust under this violent energy impact. During this earth-shattering explosion, time seemed to slow down for a few seconds. Shunbei was tossed about in the air by the shockwave, uncontrollably flipping like a piece of paper caught in a tornado. In an instant, the thrusters on his feet fired kinetic energy, allowing him to stabilize his posture midair, then twisting at the waist to face the direction of the full moon. He raised his right hand with the sniper rifle. Without needing to aim or even look, he simply pulled the trigger. At that moment, the full moon in the distance was clearly visible. He looked somewhat surprised, his expression reflecting disbelief. He was astonished at Shunbei's escape technique, which involved using an iron chain hook to pull himself away. Although the explosion had already occurred, Shunbei was certainly affected. However, being away from the center of the explosion, the power of his unique ability's entropy blast would naturally be weakened. What surprised him even more was that Shunbei had the time to waste bullets shooting. TCH. The full moon's face showed unmasked sarcasm, even crossing his arms and standing still, as if watching a fool. He scoffed. The disdain in the full moon's gaze was palpable, shooting without aiming. What do you think you're hitting? As he spoke, the full moon raised his middle finger. Shunbei's bullet indeed went off target. Moreover, it was way off. The bullet's trajectory didn't even exist in the same dimension as the full moon. The bullet flew 5 meters to the left of the full moon, disappearing into the dense forest. But the next moment, the space in front of the full moon seemed to darken, and his previous arrogance vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of terror flooding his heart. He suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. Initially, he thought it was a bug biting him, but the pain intensified, as if some metallic object was rolling around in his brain. His face suddenly turned pale with fear, as if a terrifying monster lurking in the endless darkness behind him was dragging him. He helplessly screamed and struggled. The full moon trembled, touching the back of his head. It was sticky and warm. Bringing it to his eyes, it was blood. How could this be? In that brief moment, the full moon imagined many possibilities. Perhaps Shunbei had accomplices attacking him from behind. It could also be that a certain individual used Earth-based abilities to form an Earth spear that pierced through his head. There was even a possibility that another person had stabbed him. Ultimately, he couldn't figure out why he had been injured. In a moment, the brain was crushed to pieces by a metallic object, then burst forth from the forehead. Thud! A level 4 ability user fell to the ground, lifeless after just one attack. At this moment, Shunbei also collapsed, crashing into several trees as thick as his wrist before finally stopping. Coughing, Shunbei took a breath, feeling as if his internal organs were misaligned, his head spinning. Shaking his head, he finally regained his senses. That was intense. Shunbei felt a lingering fear. If the mining armor had upgraded to a grappling hook, he would have been severely injured or even dead despite the protection of the armor from that strike. The money spent was worth it. It truly saved his life at a critical moment. Shunbei took a deep breath, quickly stowed away the grappling hook, and continued to relocate while holding his sniper rifle. As for the fallen opponent, he didn't even glance at them, knowing they were undoubtedly dead. Although his shooting from the air wasn't even blind shooting, it was a level lower than random shooting. He was firing level 5 bullets. It didn't matter if he missed. With his mental connection, he could adjust the trajectory. Meanwhile, Wanwu rushed to the side of the fallen opponent, his brow furrowing, cursing under his breath as he turned to the direction Shunbei had disappeared, his teeth grinding in anger. Just over 10 minutes ago, the commander had instructed the 4 of them to pair up for mutual cover while pursuing Shunbei. Wanwu was in the same group as the fallen opponent. He used his earth abilities to create a decoy, running on the side to test Shunbei's shooting and to ascertain his position. It was indeed successful. Shunbei had fallen for it. Moreover, the opponent had spotted Shunbei and launched an attack. Just when Wanwu thought Shunbei was certain to die, it was the opponent who ended up dead. This made Wanwu's previously stoic face break into a sweat, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. He felt the humiliation of being toyed with. Although he had heard of Shunbei's high combat skills, he had always looked down on him due to his ordinary background. Now, he had to face this cunning opponent seriously. Shunbei was not only crafty, but his weaponry had also undergone incredible modifications, bringing the defense of an ability user down to that of an ordinary person. Damn it! Wanwu was furious. With a stomp of his foot, the earth flew up, slightly lifting him as if in anti-gravity, propelling him swiftly through the dense forest in the direction Shunbei had disappeared. During the pursuit, he continuously absorbed soil from the ground, wrapping himself in a thick mud cocoon. Splash! Shunbei arrived at the riverbank. Without hesitation, he jumped in, the foot thrusters propelling him across the water like a speedboat. At the same time, he dropped a few timed explosives beneath the surface. After reaching the shore, he took a quick look around. There was a large rock on the hillside, a great ambush spot. However, Shunbei paused for a moment, glancing back at the river. After a brief moment of thought, he jumped back into the water, lying back to sink to the bottom. In Shunbei's calculations, the pursuing enemies are undoubtedly Earth-type ability users. There is no doubt that a close-range underwater ambush is the best choice, although it carries some risk. 2 minutes later, the first alarm clock explodes. Shunbei estimates the time it takes for the enemy to catch up. From the moment of the full moon's death to this point, Shunbei has run for 1 minute and 40 seconds. He believes there must be accomplices near the full moon, especially that mud dummy. It could either be the work of a certain individual or a technique of another. The weapon of the one named Xiao Dao is a pair of knives, indicating that their abilities will not develop towards the earth type. If it were the individual, that would be quite something. Shunbei takes a deep breath and begins to wait quietly. Time passes. The countdown for the alarm bomb is recorded on Shunbei's visual panel. There are 20 seconds left until the first alarm clock explodes. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom. Chapter 99. Crossing the river, alarm bomb. Ambush. The individual follows Shunbei's trail and reaches the riverbank. He flies close to the ground, stepping on dirt clumps. After hesitating for a moment, he seems to be observing the underwater situation. However, the river water is murky, making it impossible to see anything clearly. This also relaxes his vigilance. Since he cannot see underwater, if Shunbei is lurking below, he won't be able to see above the water either. Moreover, he can fly just above the water's surface without causing splashes. There shouldn't be any major issues. The individual then starts to cross the river. Just as he has not flown out 2 meters, boom, an unknown bomb suddenly detonates beneath the murky water's surface. He is startled and has no time to react. In an instant, the previously silent lake's surface ignites like it has been set ablaze by hellish flames, accompanied by a deep and shocking rumble. The lake water is violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand, forming a magnificent and terrifying water column. The water droplets at the top of the column, mixed with mud and debris from the lake bed, create a chaotic, three-dimensional scene that shoots up into the sky, and then, pulled by gravity, cascades down like a waterfall, forming a curtain of misty rain. At the center of the explosion is the individual's position. The mud cocoon enveloping him is also cracked by the shockwave of the explosion, with some of the mud falling away under the force of the water column. Inside the mud cocoon, he is not affected in the slightest. However, he is still startled, his expression somewhat twisted. Underwater bomb? Damn, there are quite a few tricks. There shouldn't be any more ahead, right? He briefly considers the idea of retreating. At this moment, he is only 2 meters from the shore and could easily return to reinforce his mud cocoon. But he only entertains this thought without taking any actual action. It's not that he looks down on Shunbei. How many underwater bombs could he possibly have? Let him explode them. What can he do to me? Can he blow himself up? That would be underestimating himself. Besides, Shunbei probably ran off to the distant forest on the other side long ago. The individual continues to fly just above the water's surface, energy surging within him. It's not that he doesn't want to fly higher. It's just that his ability only allows him to fly at this altitude. After advancing 3 meters, there are more disturbances underwater. It was as if a monster was churning the water beneath, with a thunderous roar. This time, the mud cocoon on Marugo's body shed a few more layers. Keep going. Who's afraid of whom? Marugo, undeterred, pressed on. As long as his body remained unharmed, he could shed as much of the mud cocoon as necessary. Soon after, explosions erupted on the water's surface, with columns of water shooting up continuously along Marugo's path. If an ordinary person had been hit, their bones would have been shattered. Even an ability user without a shield would have suffered broken limbs or met a swift end in such a barrage of explosions. But for Marugo, aside from losing some of the mud cocoon, not a single hair on him was harmed. Mastery of abilities ensured a long-lasting survival. Marugo felt a sense of pride in his heart. With so many abilities to choose from, selecting the right core to consume was a skill in itself. Simple defense or attack were not the optimal choices. Balance was the key. Before long, Marugo reached the opposite bank of the river. dragging his tattered and nearly defenseless mud cocoon. Now, he was only 1 meter from the riverbank. As soon as he crossed, he could grab the soil again to wrap himself in a thick layer of defense. He even felt an urge to charge forward under the protection of the cocoon. Defying the sniper bullets from Shunbei, Marugo was extremely confident that Shunbei's bullets couldn't penetrate his defense. As he thought of this, adrenaline surged through him. It felt like standing atop a 500-meter skyscraper, looking down at the ground, with an uncontrollable impulse to jump. In that final meter, Marugo propelled himself forward using the stones at his feet. Just then, with a splash, Marugo's eyes widened. Was there another bomb? But the sound didn't match the rhythm of a bomb. What was it? He quickly looked down. His pupils constricted sharply. A dark, iron-hard gun barrel burst through the water. Every millimeter it rose was accompanied by a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Once the entire gun was visible, Marugo realized it was an extraordinarily oversized revolver, seemingly modified countless times, and the largest revolver he had ever seen in his life. It looked as if it had been conjured by magic. In the brief moment of Marugo's shock, a vague silhouette began to emerge from the murky depths. A horrifying form that resembled a spectral warrior returning from hell. Shunbei's face gradually appeared from the water, like lightning breaking through the gloom, leaving Marugo stunned and unprepared. The face was half hidden in the flowing water, yet even partially revealed, it projected an endless aura of intimidation and lethal intent. Shunbei's sudden appearance disrupted Marugo's rhythm and shattered the initial calm. The surrounding air instantly became heavy, as if even the light was intimidated by this sudden killing intent. Dimming and sagging. Surprised? Shunbei revealed a chilling smile. What are you planning to do now? Wang Wu was completely stunned. He never expected that after the mud cocoon he had been bombarded with shattered, and he had finally managed to reach the opposite bank at this moment. Shunbei not only did not enter the dense forest, but instead lay in ambush on the water's surface. What to do? What else could he do? At this moment, Wang Wu felt as if the air around him had solidified. There was no doubt that the two sides were less than 1 meter apart, and that revolver looked several times more menacing than the sniper rifle in his hand. A single bullet fired out, and he feared that he would. Buddy, there's no need. Wang Wu's heart raced, his eyes filled with confusion, trying to distract Shunbei as he edged towards the shore. In the realm of the mud cocoon users, there were two forms. One involved directly grabbing the soil to instantly form a mud cocoon. The other involved remotely pulling soil and stones to wrap into a cocoon. This method wasn't slow, but it was definitely not faster than a bullet. A sinister grin appeared on Shunbei's face, his killing intent palpable. The handgun slightly turned, carrying a warning. If I were you, I would do nothing and quietly wait for death. Wang Wu's face changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead. What do you want? Why not talk about it? Tell me, what is Third Master's ability? I hope our conversation doesn't involve anyone else. Boom. Shunbei didn't give Wang Wu any chance for nonsense. If you don't want to talk, then don't. In the instant the bullet left the chamber, Wang Wu's entire world fell silent. Even if he broke his head, he would not have thought that Shunbei would be so decisive in killing. He only wanted to negotiate and gain some leverage. But Shunbei's bullets were truly worthless. In the end, Wang Wu watched helplessly as the bullet entered from below, piercing through beneath his ribs and bursting out from his back. Wang Wu let out a mournful cry, his heart sinking into an abyss. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes, his vertical pupils closing, collapsing by the water's edge. His body took on an unusually twisted posture, his face contorted in pain, his skin pale to the point of being almost transparent, as if illuminated by the moonlight on ice and snow. He could still breathe, but it was rapid and irregular, like a bellows. At this moment, Shunbei rose from the river, his battle armor starting to heat up, steam billowing around him. By the time he walked back to the shore, he was completely dry and spotless. Click. Shunbei tucked the revolver back into his waist. He took the sniper rifle with his other hand, passed by Wang Wu, and said lightly, "You know how to play mahjong, right?" Wang Wu's eyes revealed boundless resentment and hatred, his voice disjointed. "You won't succeed. What you say doesn't count." Shunbei continued walking forward. "I will definitely set up a mahjong table for you in the full moon." Heh! Wang Wu gasped more than he breathed. Blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, his life force rapidly fading. He finally managed to utter a final sentence. "Third Master will send you down. I'll wait for you to play landlord." Shunbei waved his hand and disappeared into the dense forest, while Wang Wu's body gradually grew cold. His pupils beginning to disperse, allowing the river water to wash over him, like a feather drifting on the water's surface. Before long, he sank into the river, decaying alongside the mud and sand. When San Yi and Cha Xiao Dao, drenched, arrived at the riverbank, the water's surface was already calm. San Yi bent down and touched the cold blood on the stone, his gaze turning even colder. Wang Wu is dead too. Cha Xiao Dao's face was grim. "We must confront Shunbei." Out of the 11 members of the team, Only man, you managed to injure Shinbei. The others didn't even touch a hair on him, and they are all dead. In fact, Cha Xiao Dao's words revealed his dissatisfaction with San Yi. As the leader, his command was utterly terrible. It's so embarrassing. Letting Shinbei jump around, killing one after another, it's simply a disgrace. Cha Xiao Dao's words pierced like a sharp knife into San Ye's heart, causing blood to rush to his head, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. What is the use of saying so much nonsense? San Ye's voice was filled with suppressed rage as he growled, "Chase. I want to see what new tricks Shinbei can come up with." At that moment, Shinbei sat next to a cluster of bushes. He glanced at the time on the visual panel of his battle armor. It took him 10 minutes from killing the first person to ambushing Wan Wu. Next up are San Yi and Cha Xiao Dao. Shinbei wasn't sure how to respond, especially since he had never faced someone like San Yi, a 5th-tier ability user. If San Ye's defense was at the 5th tier, based on Shinbei's estimation, it would take a lot of shots to injure him. So, the priority had to be Cha Xiao Dao. This guy's ability defense definitely wouldn't be too high. At most, he was at the 3rd tier. After upgrading his firearms, Shinbei's firepower was comparable to that of an ordinary person against a 3rd-tier defense. This was the advantage of upgraded technology. If he couldn't match the formidable physique of an ability user, he would drag them down to the level of an ordinary person. The problem would be much easier to solve that way. More than that, he could only act according to the situation. But Shinbei firmly believed that the one who would walk out of the valley alive would definitely be him. Although he had no attachments, he didn't want to die. Shinbei quietly sensed his surroundings. Although he felt nothing, not even a small animal, he always had the feeling that something was watching him silently. Whenever he felt being observed, it made him very uncomfortable. In his previous life on the mercenary battlefield, this feeling was almost always real and had saved him countless times in the past. However, now Shinbei couldn't find the watcher. Even though it was surely very close, he maintained a combat-ready posture, amplifying the goddess view from the cluster fire disc in the lower left corner. He needed to find out what was wrong. After careful observation, he still couldn't see San Yi and Cha Xiao Dao on the screen. But Shinbei's heart trembled slightly, as if he began to understand something. He raised his head and looked in the direction provided by the goddess view. Slowly crouching down, he assumed a ready stance, carefully observing everything around him, not overlooking even the tiniest leaf. A strong wind blew by, causing the surrounding bushes to bend to one side, then stand upright again in unison. However, there was a shrub that took slightly longer to fall and rise compared to its companions. This was not surprising. It was impossible for 2 trees to be exactly the same. Yet, in Shinbei's eyes, this 1-meter-high shrub had branches that were a bit softer than its peers, and it should have fallen more quickly. Shinbei took out 2 bullets, removed the tips, and poured the gunpowder over the shrub in front of him, then ignited it with a lighter. With a whoosh, bright flames quickly spread over the entire shrub. The gunpowder burned out in an instant. But this tree was clearly highly flammable, with the flames on its branches growing stronger, the bark cracking constantly, and eventually, a more intense blue flame bursting forth from within. At that moment, a sound of pain and a scream resembling a curse, not belonging to humans, was heard. This ultrasonic vibration, inaudible to the human ear, was emitted by the flaming shrub. If it weren't for Shinbei's armor's amplification system, it would have been completely unheard. Then, he saw the shrub twisting its branches at an unnatural speed, even pulling its thin, long roots out of the ground. Seeing those broken roots, one could imagine its pain. This shrub was like a fire-breathing spider, beginning to crawl away rapidly, seemingly trying to escape. What a fascinating world of survival. This plant was alive. Shinbei looked curiously at the dense shrubs around him, knowing that there were at least a dozen of such strange shrubs hidden there. As for the rapidly fleeing tree, Shinbei wasn't worried. At its burning rate, it would be reduced to ashes after crawling a few dozen more meters. Despite being mentally prepared, the endurance and mobility of this shrub still shocked Shinbei. If caught off guard, this shrub could easily strangle an ordinary person or a low-level supernatural being with its branches. Perhaps when he was pouring gunpowder on the branches earlier, it was already preparing to launch an attack. Thinking of this, Shinbei couldn't help but feel fortunate. It seemed this shrub had no idea what gunpowder was or what he intended to do. Otherwise, it would never have allowed him to do so. With a whoosh, Shinbei threw his dagger, which accurately pierced through the blazing shrub's branches, pinning it firmly to the ground. The shrub immediately let out a piercing scream, its fiery branches futilely scraping the ground, leaving nothing but a pile of charcoal ashes behind. It then frantically cursed and unleashed a series of complex and nonsensical shouts. This time, responses came from a greater distance, and in Shinbei's perception, the high-frequency sound sources had increased to over 40. The noise made his head ache. It seemed this shrub was relaying its experiences and encounters to its companions. But where was the brain of this shrub, and how could it possess such high intelligence? Interesting. However, Shinbei's goal was not to study the flora and fauna of the wilderness. That was the work of research institutions. He decided to get up and leave this place. After all, starting a fire was an obvious presence that could easily be noticed by the old man and the young knife wielder. Of course, this was also intentional on Shinbei's part. Luring them out was a necessary step. Otherwise, the endless stalemate without confrontation would hold no meaning for either side. After strapping on his weapon, Shinbei continued moving, and about 3 minutes after leaving his original position, a roar echoed through the Exosuit's loudspeaker. This was not the inaudible high-frequency sound of the bushes, but rather the sound of a human being attacked. The voice was familiar. It belonged to the young knife wielder. Shinbei was taken aback. There were only 3 living beings in the entire valley, and no ferocious beasts around. Could it be that the old man and the young knife wielder had turned against each other? In a fleeting moment, Shinbei dismissed this thought. It was unlikely. The only possibility for the young knife wielder being suddenly attacked was the strange plant's assault that had just occurred. Heaven's help. Shinbei was overjoyed and swiftly moved like a cat toward the source of the scream. He passed the area where he had burned the bushes and quickly advanced about 300 meters before quietly stopping. He noticed that at least a dozen bushes had gathered in a heap, filling the loudspeaker system with high-frequency sounds, along with the shouts of the old man and the young knife wielder. For some reason, Shinbei suddenly thought of a horde of living corpses gathering to feed. He decided to turn off the loudspeaker as it was too noisy and distracting. He slowly pushed aside the grass and looked ahead. Just a few dozen meters away, there was a particularly dense thicket. Through the wildly waving branches and leaves, he could see the young knife wielder lying on the ground, his limbs tightly entangled by branches. His combat gear was already torn to shreds, leaving him almost bare, his face frozen in a look of extreme fear and pain. Bushes completely uprooted from the ground crawled over him, occasionally stabbing their sharp roots into his body, incessantly feeding on his flesh and blood, then pulling back to seek out another tasty spot. One bush had even grown directly on his chest, nearly embedding its entire root system into his body, feeding with such fervor that not only the bark was undulating, but even the leaves were tinged with deep crimson. Beneath the young knife wielder's skin, it seemed countless bugs were writhing, indicating that the roots of the bushes were piercing back and forth, trying to absorb more flesh and blood. Meanwhile, some of the outer bushes were stripping off his pants and attempting to tear apart his sturdy military boots to find new places to pierce. Shinbei noticed that these bushes stripped away all metal items, including his 2 machetes, tossing them far away, startling him. The old man was nearby, trying to pull away the tangled roots to rescue the young knife wielder. Shinbei grinned. He never expected that the fire he inadvertently started would attract the old man and the young knife wielder. Yet this strange bush had dragged the young knife wielder into an irreversible abyss. They can only blame their poor combat skills. They are so focused on hunting me down that they didn't even notice the anomalies in the bushes, leading them into a dilemma. It's easy to see why there are no ferocious beasts in this valley. It's probably due to these plants. Although right now, the situation for Cha Xiaodao is merely passive. He is still far from death. However, if San Yi doesn't save him, it will be a countdown to his demise. Damn it, get it off me. Cha Xiaodao howled with a grim expression. San Yi kept jumping nearby, trying to approach Cha Xiaodao, but the numerous tree roots around him kept striking, preventing him from getting closer. San Yi's eyes burned with urgency, but he couldn't advance even a bit. Even when he used brute force to tear away the roots entangled around his waist, it was futile. More roots surged in like a tide. Hold on, San Yi shouted. In the next moment, get away from me. With a clang. In the next instant, San Yi let out a furious roar, and with 2 clear sounds of metal clashing, 2 curved blades shot out from his sleeves. However, instead of attacking the roots, the blades, propelled by energy, circled around San Yi at an astonishing speed, forming a terrifying blade storm. Special ability, Spinning Blade Dance. As the blades whirled around San Yi, a storm formed, and the ground was instantly thrown into chaos, with large amounts of soil and dust being cut and stirred up, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the sky within a radius of 20 to 30 meters. Swish! Those annoying roots were turned into wood chips upon contact with the blade storm, scattering in the air. At this moment, San Yi's face was grim as he took steps toward Cha Xiaodao. According to San Yi's strategy, rescuing Cha Xiaodao was merely a matter of minutes. But if nothing unexpected happened, an unexpected event was about to occur. Not far behind San Yi, in the grass, a dark gun barrel emerged. The gun's muzzle flashed with fire. Whoosh! After the bullet shot out, it instantly sparked against the blade storm protecting San Yi. Snap! San Yi was momentarily stunned. That sound is off. Chapter 101. Ignoring death. Pursuit. Close combat. Shinbei would not allow San Yi to rescue anyone with external assistance. He would love nothing more than for the strange bushes to suffocate Cha Xiaodao. How could he let San Yi act recklessly? Therefore, Shinbei directly fired to create a distraction. Although the bullet was shredded by San Ye's ability, the spinning blade dance, along with the roots, causing no real harm. It successfully attracted San Ye's attention. As long as he could hold San Ye back, it would be another victory for Shun Bei. At this moment, San Ye sensed something was wrong and slowly turned his head to look back. Shun Bei, camouflaged in battle armor that blended in naturally, still had his gun barrel exposed, which was caught by San Ye's gaze. Shun Bei. San Ye exhaled hot air in frustration. He was really close to losing his mind. After chasing from the riverbank, he quickly discovered thick smoke and flames rising from the dense forest. Without a second thought, he charged in with the small knife. But when misfortune strikes, even a sip of cold water can get stuck in your teeth. Unexpectedly, he encountered a strange thicket halfway, which instantly dragged the small knife into the mud. Just as he wanted to rescue, Shun Bei suddenly jumped out. The third master was furious, his anger surging, and he was about to pounce on Shun Bei. Save me. Save me first. The small knife was screaming in agony amidst the thicket. At that moment, Shun Bei silently placed the alarm bomb at his feet. He then slowly stood up, raised his middle finger at the third master, and wore a disdainful expression. Make your choice. Will you chase me? Or will you rescue the small knife? The third master paused, caught in a dilemma, hesitating for a second, his teeth chattering. This time, Shun Bei was so close. Right in front of him. And the small knife was also so close, not far from the gates of hell. The third master no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, his body turning into a storm of blades, directly heading towards Shun Bei. The third master's choice was Shun Bei. Indeed, the small knife could be saved. But Shun Bei was even more infuriating. If the small knife died, the third master would take revenge for him. At this moment, Shun Bei showed no hesitation, grabbed the twin knives lost by the small knife, and inserted them into the harness on his back. He immediately dodged, his foot thrusters emitting powerful energy, his form shooting out like a fired cannonball. The small knife caught a glimpse of the third master's movement from the corner of his eye, and instantly, his face was filled with immense pain, determination, and hatred. His expression twisted as if he was enduring a horrific punishment, trembling and struggling madly. His eyes welled up, and the despair and hatred within him seemed to ignite completely. He never expected that the third master would make such a shameless choice. With a roar of resentment and agony that pierced the heavens, he shouted, "Third master! How could you?" The third master was deaf to it, his eyes only on Shun Bei. Shun Bei was systematically dismantling his team one by one. He could not let him go, nor would he. If Shun Bei got away, who would compensate for the deaths of the others, and for the grievances he suffered at the hands of the Blue Demoness? Losing just one small knife. What was there to complain about? Kill, kill, kill. The third master was bloodthirsty. Boom! Just as the third master reached the bush where Shun Bei had been hiding, the alarm bomb exploded with a deafening roar. The sudden sound was like thunder cracking, echoing wildly through the dense forest. The earth seemed to tremble as if a furious giant had stomped on it. A powerful shockwave swept out. The third master was in shock, feeling as if he had become a kite with a broken string, being propelled far away by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ground. The curved blades on his body were twisted and deformed, completely unusable. Damn it! The third master brushed off the dirt from his body, feeling a bit dizzy from the shock. He shook his head, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but it was nothing serious. The third master stood up again and continued to pursue Shun Bei's figure. The speed of the third master was even faster, almost turning into an afterimage in the dense forest, getting closer to Shun Bei. Since death was inevitable, it was better to save some strength for a final word. The venomous voice of the third master echoed through the woods. Shun Bei leaped up, crossed a ravine, rolled a few times, and quickly got back on his feet to continue running. He glanced at the God's Eye view map on his visual panel. Shun Bei felt a bit of toothache. The third master truly lived up to being a 5th-tier ability user. His speed was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Shun Bei pulled out his revolver. Without looking back, he tilted the gun and fired behind him. Bang, 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 the revolver began to spew flames, the continuous gunfire merging into a single deafening sound. The bullets were fired wildly, most of them missing their target and flying off into the unknown. However, one bullet struck the third master, exploding on his shoulder, with the shell flying off and leaving a bloody hole in his skin. Charred white bone could be faintly seen. Although this injured the third master, it was not a fatal wound. For an ability user, such injuries had no significant impact. It merely weakened his momentum slightly. But the third master was also surprised. He had 5th-tier defense. How could he be injured by Shun Bei's pistol? Damn it. Has this guy been aided by the Research Institute? This bullet defies logic. As an ability user, one could withstand gunfire with 4th-tier defense. Although it was risky, it was still possible. 5th-tier defense could almost ignore the threat of bullets as long as the same spot wasn't hit repeatedly. Injuries could occur, but they would never pose a fatal threat. 6th-tier defense could completely disregard bullets, as they couldn't penetrate the flesh at all. Yet now, Shun Bei had taught him a lesson. Bullets from the old era still posed a lethal threat, even in a world of escape. The third master's eyes were fierce, his skin and muscles twitching violently as if they were about to bleed. Hatred surged in his heart. He swore he wouldn't be human if he didn't tear Shinbei apart today. At the same time, Shinbei was secretly astonished. Through the god's eye view, even without looking back, he could see clearly that the bullet that hit the third master was the second one. This meant that after the first 2 shots missed, the power of the second bullet should have doubled. A bullet with double the power barely created a blood hole instead of shattering the entire arm, which was truly surprising. This guy really was 5th-tier defense. Shinbei murmured with a shout, lowering his body and sprinting through the forest with the maximum power of his battle armor. His running posture was quite peculiar. It resembled that of a werewolf from a novel rather than a human. In many places, Shinbei used both hands and feet, or leaped directly from one tree to another, crossing obstacles before continuing to run. During this process, Shinbei also took the time to reload his revolver. The third master was hot on his heels. While he couldn't match Shinbei's battle armor in terms of speed, he was not weaker than Shinbei at top speed, and might even be slightly stronger. Moreover, his physical stamina was evidently abundant. He sprinted for several minutes at a steady pace without showing any signs of fatigue. When encountering obstacles, he would leap up and land heavily on the trunk, using the force to propel himself forward. Unlike the other person, each of his powerful landings would shatter the bark, sending debris flying and leaving deep footprints on the trunk. As the distance between them diminished, the pursuer began to laugh, the sound growing louder and more frenzied. Blood vessels in his eyes started to spread, and his breathing became heavier, gradually entering a state of near-manic excitement. The armor had its power limitations and could not tap into any potential. In contrast, the human body had limitless potential. The pursuer was caught in a euphoric state akin to being under the influence of a hallucinogen. His sole focus was to capture the other person and then dismember him. At that moment, the other person could hear the heavy breathing behind him, getting closer. The distance continued to close, from 50 meters to 30, then to 10. Finally, just 3 meters away, the life detection system began to alarm frantically. This was not good. There was no opportunity to create distance. Continuing to run like this, the pursuer would undoubtedly pounce and tackle him to the ground for close combat. The other person was not afraid of close quarters. Having been a special forces soldier and mercenary in a previous life, he had combat skills honed through real-life experience. Moreover, his armor's defensive capabilities were no joke. But who knew what kind of abilities the pursuer had? He could easily be on the receiving end of a beating. However, the other person had no way to create distance, leaving him with no choice. In the next moment, his foot suddenly caught on a tree root, causing him to lurch forward. After shedding the inertia of his armor, he quickly slammed his hands down to the ground. Then, he flipped over, drawing the twin blades he had picked up, and oddly sprang back up. The blade in his right hand came down directly toward the pursuer's head, while the left hand held the hilt backward, slashing at the pursuer's abdomen. The sudden change caught the pursuer off guard. He never expected that after such an unusual rebound, the other person could counterattack. The pursuer was not afraid of close combat. It was just that the twin blades were exceptionally sharp, and the blades of wind and snow were not to be taken lightly. An ordinary person wielding these blades posed no threat. But was the other person still ordinary? The kinetic energy output from his armor clearly indicated that he possessed immense strength, likely comparable to a level 4 power-type ability user. It was just that he lacked any abilities. However, the pursuer remained cautious, making a sudden stop. His right foot stomped down, displacing a thick layer of soil, and he halted his momentum as the dust exploded around him. Then, leaning slightly forward, he swung his left foot back and kicked out with force. In an instant, his thigh moved like a steel whip, aiming for the other person's wrist, producing a sharp sound as it cut through the air, the movement swift and extraordinary. A large expanse of sand and stone suddenly rose up like a curtain. Blocking the force shook Shinbei's right wrist violently, causing the machete in his hand to fly out, soaring high into the air before embedding itself in the ground. Swish! However, the machete in Shinbei's left hand remained unaffected, its blade glinting sharply as it aimed straight for the third master's abdomen. At that moment, the third master was just about to lift his right foot, intending to kick the incoming machete away, but for some unknown reason, his movement was noticeably delayed by half a second. Shinbei seized this opportunity. The power provided by his battle armor made his strike incredibly fierce and intimidating. The blade scraped against the third master's abdomen, sparking a flurry of fiery sparks and a series of blood droplets splattering out. Chapter 102. What you imagine as mutual destruction is just your thought. There were no surprises, whether from Shinbei's perspective or the third master's. Although the third master had a high level of defense, the two machetes were indeed powerful weapons. Their sharpness was truly frightening. Coupled with the strength provided by Shinbei's battle armor, which was almost beyond that of a typical 4th-tier ability user, This strike directly caused a wound on the third master's abdomen, sending a cascade of blood droplets flying. The wound was not large, but it was extremely humiliating. At this moment, the third master didn't even consider the wound on his abdomen. It was merely a breach of skin and muscle. He immediately reached out and grabbed Shinbei's machete with one hand. With a grim smile, he said, "Shinbei, your evaluation by Yu Wuchang is truly accurate. Why not reveal the technology of your battle armor instead of keeping it all to yourself?" At this point, the third master not only wanted Shinbei's life, but also the technology he possessed. In less than half an hour, an ordinary person, relying on technology from unknown sources, nearly wiped out their team. It was not much different from a certain powerful organization. The technology of that organization was kept in a closed state and was not shared externally. Yet Shinbei alone could unleash such terrifying power. What a brilliant mind. Now, the distance between the third master and Shinbei was merely the length of a machete, making it impossible for Shinbei to create distance and utilize his strengths. As long as he could destroy the machete in Shinbei's hand, even though Shinbei could exert strength equivalent to a fourth-tier user without abilities, he would be at a disadvantage. The third master believed that he had complete control over the situation. Shinbei's demise had already begun. At this moment, Shinbei tried to pull back the handle of the machete. He knew that its threat to the third master was no less than that of a sniper rifle. But he couldn't pull it back. Shinbei had no choice but to shake his left hand, and the revolver fell into his grasp. Raising the gun, he said, "Reveal the technology? Huh, I don't have that much compassion." TSK facing the crude muzzle of Shinbei's gun, the third master showed no fear at all. His eyes gleamed with a cold and fierce light. A qualified wilderness wanderer should indeed strip away their emotions. "However, I want your life in exchange for your technology. How does that sound?" Shinbei's eyes were like two black holes, cold and unfathomable. "If you want to create value, don't tread on me. You can kill me if you wish, everything will be yours." That was indeed a fair point. As soon as the third master finished speaking, Shinbei directly pulled the trigger. "However, I don't like dying at anyone's hands." At that moment, time seemed to freeze in the instant the hammer was slowly pressed down, and the static particles in the air seemed to be drawn by this poised force. With a cold and brief click, the trigger finally reached its critical point, triggering a chain reaction of mechanical links. At this moment, the modified level 4 shell, which had been dormant in the 6th room, suddenly awakened. Accompanied by the clang of metal collisions, the firing pin completed its mission, striking fiercely against the thin layer of primer at the bottom of the bullet. In an instant, the primer erupted with a scorching spark, swiftly igniting the core powder and high-explosive gunpowder inside the bullet. The high-pressure gas generated by the combustion burst forth like a beast breaking free from its cage, instantly expanding to its limits and propelling the bullet out of the chamber. From the open muzzle, flames and smoke intertwined into an angry fire dragon, brief yet dazzling. Bang, the bullet shot out, flying straight towards the center of the forehead of the third master. In that fleeting moment, illuminated by the firelight, the corner of the third master's mouth curled slightly. At that critical juncture, his eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if the space around his head had subtly twisted. Just as the bullet was about to touch the skin, the air rippled in layers. The bullet seemed to fall into a black hole or traverse a spatial tunnel. Ability, space folding. Suddenly, the bullet appeared at the back of the third master's head, flying straight back and smashing a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in half. Shinbei was momentarily stunned by this scene. His previously calm eyes began to fluctuate violently. This ability gave Shinbei the illusion that the third master's head was like a void projection. The cold and eerie aura of the third master surged. "Continue. Empty your revolver. I can wait for you to reload." Bang, 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 without hesitation. Shinbei kept pulling the trigger, for bullets were fired almost instantaneously. But to no effect, the bullets still passed through the third master's head, obliterating the trees behind him without causing any harm to him. Shinbei furrowed his brow and murmured, "Abilities really are full of tricks. This is the insurmountable gap between us." The third master's eyes suddenly burst with intense brilliance as he continued. "Now, just die?" The third master exerted force, crushing the blade, eliminating what he considered the last threat. Shinbei then turned the gun, no longer aiming at the third master's head. His expression calm as still water, suddenly whispering, "Can your ability protect your torso?" Upon hearing this, the third master focused his gaze, flicked his sleeve, and a whip made of entwined greenwood appeared in his hand. He suddenly lashed out at Shinbei. Ability, space split whip. The long whip suddenly radiated a brilliant green light, striking through the air, and instantly 7 or 8 violent energy beams shot out, sealing Shinbei from head to toe with a sharp screech that tore through the air. "With my defensive capability, how could I take your bullets head on?" For the third master, he was not unfamiliar with being shot. The result was not to be feared. It was merely a superficial wound that did not pose a fatal threat. However, There was only one bullet left in Shinbei's gun, but his whip could easily kill Shinbei. It was important to note that the green wooden whip in his hand was made from the fibers of several rare plants found in the wilderness, crafted into a high-grade weapon. With just one strike, it could split a car in half. Coupled with his extraordinary abilities, its power was immense. In contrast, Shinbei had only a thin layer of armor for protection. With a single lash, it would not be difficult to tear Shinbei's body apart. In the next moment, however, Shinbei's response once again surprised Sanyi. In the air, 7 or 8 whip-like energy blasts coalesced, containing explosive power that shattered the air. As they struck down, Shinbei did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his armored arm to block. Clang, 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 clang. The violent whips struck Shinbei without hindrance, producing a thunderous sound. Sanyi did not expect this cunning opponent to stand firm and take the blows. It was as if he was courting death. At that moment, as Shinbei endured Sanye's lash, the gun in his hand suddenly pointed downwards, aimed at Sanye's abdomen. Flames erupted from the muzzle. The bullet shot out. Boom! In an instant, the previously confident Sanye's face turned pale with fear. He looked down at his abdomen. A horrific, gaping hole appeared. How could this be? He glanced at the wound on his shoulder and then at the one on his belly. They were completely different. A world apart. An overwhelming chill spread through his heart. Sanyi took a step back, his body and expression completely stiff, staring intently at Shinbei, who had been flung away like a rag doll. At that moment, Sanye's mind was in a daze. He had been shot and knew the power of the bullet. Why? Why did Shinbei's last shot tear his abdomen apart? Was the power of this bullet a bit mystical? It was simply unscientific. Damn it. Suddenly, a massive pain began to invade his nerves. Every cell felt as if it were being filled with boiling iron, constantly wailing in agony. Sanyi collapsed to the ground with a thud, clutching his abdomen, trying to push his already mangled insides back in. He emitted a sudden green glow, channeling energy throughout his body, as the shocking wound began to slowly heal. In less than 3 hours, his wound would recover. It wasn't a big problem. Sanyi gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, breathing heavily. Such an injury would be fatal to an ordinary person, but Sanyi was only severely injured. With his strong physique, he would not die immediately. His abilities could also accelerate the healing process. It was just a matter of time. As for the task of escorting the cattle, it could only be postponed for now. Leaving him no time to think about it, Sanyi lay back on the ground to make himself more comfortable. At this moment, he was completely relaxed. After all, Shinbei had been knocked away by him and would clearly not survive. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Just then, a rustling sound reached his ears. The expression of the third master shifted. Is it that person? Have they escaped from the strange bushes? This is bad. He had almost lost his combat ability. That individual would definitely hold a grudge and kick him when he S down. After all, he had saved that person before, but chose to pursue another target instead. Such resentment cannot be easily resolved with just a few words. A price in blood must be paid. The third master immediately rolled on the spot, maintaining a half-crouched stance, gripping his green wooden whip tightly. He slowly raised his head, just about to explain something, when his gaze suddenly froze, as if he had seen a ghost. In the reflection of his eyes, the shadow that made the rustling sound was actually that individual, shining with a metallic sheen. Chapter 103. Your death brings me unexpected gains. At that moment, when the third master saw the newcomer, his scalp went numb. It felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily blank. His eyes widened, his rugged face twisted and trembled, as if each word was being squeezed out through his teeth. You. The third master was completely stunned. That individual had actually survived his full-force strike. Damn it. That person should have been broken into pieces. Sorry, I'm still alive. Sorry to disappoint you, that individual said while walking, casually pouring the hot shell casings from the revolver. With his left hand, he tossed new bullets into the air, and with his right hand, he spun the cylinder. A flick of his arm sent all the bullets falling neatly into place. Click. The cylinder locked back into position. The reason that individual was still alive was entirely due to the incredible power of their armor. Even though they were sent flying dozens of meters like a spinning top, crashing through countless trees, the third master's fifth-level full-force strike was nothing against the armor. Although the armor was twisted and deformed, its protective effect had spared that individual from any harm. The only discomfort was from the dizzying fall. In fact, that individual had considered using cluster firepower to bombard the third master. However, he was too tightly wound. Even if he bombarded him, he would also be affected. Moreover, there were only 10 bombs on the firepower disc, and he didn't know what he would encounter on the way back. He had to conserve his resources. At this moment, that individual slowly raised his arm, the dark muzzle of the gun looking incredibly fierce, like the gaping mouth of a living abyss. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, aiming at the third master's torso and firing wildly. Bang, 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 the gun mouth erupted with a blaze of intense fire, accompanied by deafening explosions. As 6 deadly bullets charged towards the third master like unleashed hellhounds, wild yet orderly. Those 6 projectiles seemed to leave behind scorching and blurred trails in the air, forcefully creating 6 deep vacuum tunnels, like molten iron being poured into ice. Before the third master had a chance to react, all 4 bullets struck his heart. Instantly, he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, his limbs flailing helplessly in the air as clouds of blood burst forth. Ah! The scream echoed through the valley, lingering endlessly. Thud! The third master fell heavily to the ground, a gaping wound in his chest. The faintly visible heart, still beating inside, did not satisfy Shinbei. The revolver had a unique feature. Continuous fire on a specific spot would cause the bullet damage to increase. Clearly, the increasing damage was nowhere near as satisfying as the effect of an empty gun stacking multipliers. Shinbei replaced the bullets again, loading 6 new ones. The gun was aimed directly at the heart within the bloody hole. Then, Shinbei forcefully stepped on San Ye's stomach, grinding down hard, as if stepping on a pile of soft mud. Blood splattered everywhere, like a burst water balloon. Ah, damn. San Yi felt Shinbei's metal-soled shoe cut through his newly healed scar like a rusty dull knife. The intense pain surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing his entire body, every nerve ending screaming, transmitting that piercing, excruciating sensation. At that moment, every muscle in his body spasmed, his heartbeat frantic like a drum, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, causing pain so severe it felt like he was suffocating. The entire world began to spin in his eyes, with only the burning sensation from the wound remaining crystal clear, as if flames were raging within him, shattering his body and mind. Kill me. Damn it, just kill me. San Ye's veins bulged, his eyes nearly popping out, letting out a thunderous roar of rage and despair. He knew that if Shinbei didn't die, he would definitely not survive, and he had no desire to beg for mercy. It was utterly useless. He only wanted a swift and painless death. Meanwhile, Shinbei's eyes were filled with an inscrutable cruelty. Your extravagant wish, I truly cannot fulfill. He spat saliva mixed with blood at Shinbei, trying to provoke him. Shinbei, wearing a mask, watched the phlegm and blood trickle down, chuckling. San Yi, your mind is truly narrow. We are all out here making a living. In this situation of being captured, wanting a quick death, where is such a good thing? You can only blame your vitality for being too strong. With that, Shinbei lifted his foot, shaking off the flesh and blood. He grabbed San Ye's ankle and dragged him toward the direction of Cha Xiaodao. I once told Wan Wu that I would bring you down to play mahjong together. Shinbei revealed a cruel, fierce smile and continued, I keep my promises. San Yi immediately roared in fury. Damn your mother. I curse your mother. I curse your whole family. Did you hear that? I curse your whole family. Shinbei stopped, aimed the gun at San Ye's lower body, and fired directly. The bullet exploded in his pants. A mass of blood splattered out like egg yolk. San Yi let out another wail, nearly fainting from the pain, his anger rising even higher, still cursing. Shinbei spoke lightly. If I were you, my last words would definitely be to slowly reflect on my life and summarize it. Once dead, you will truly be forgotten. My summary is, Shinbei, you damn well want to have a good death. Very well, whether this last word will take effect remains to be seen. But at least it is your final bit of rationality. Soon, Shinbei dragged San Yi back to the strange thicket nearby. Shinbei once wanted to use an external tool to identify this plant, but it showed no response. It seemed ineffective on living beings, so he had to give up. At that moment, the body of Cha Xiaodao was a gruesome sight, completely drained and resembling a desiccated corpse, as if weathered for 1,000 years. Shinbei paced back and forth, exerting strength in his arm. He grabbed the ankle of San Yi and tossed him directly away. Enjoy yourself, Shinbei said, watching San Yi fall into the bushes. He clapped his hands, took out nutrient paste and clean water, and sat down to begin eating. The bushes sensed the scent of flesh, and countless roots sprang up from the ground, inserting themselves into San Ye's body and starting to drain him frantically. San Yi struggled helplessly, like a fly caught in a spider's web, futile and tragic. Meanwhile, Shinbei continued to eat with an expressionless face, enjoying the scene. In a short while, San Yi gradually fell silent, his flesh and blood seemingly drained away, leaving only skin and bones, a pitiful sight as he died in the bushes. Shinbei stood up, adjusted his combat armor to low power mode, and prepared to return the same way, driving towards the vicinity of shelter number 1. The task still needed to be done. Cluster fire discs, high explosive powder, crystal core powder, and various other needs all required money. Although Shinbei could venture into the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts and extract crystal cores, the profit was not high. It was far less than what an ability user could earn from killing fierce beasts. After all, every bullet Shinbei fired cost money, whereas an ability user's energy could regenerate on its own. Overall, completing tasks was still the most cost-effective option. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a thud behind him. Shinbei turned around in confusion. The strange bushes had somehow tossed out a metallic object. It was a small black box, palm-sized, with a surface coated in a wear-resistant, high-temperature ceramic layer, presenting a deep metallic texture. What was this? Shinbei bent down to pick it up and examined it closely. The object had a compact and sturdy structure, surrounded by complex wiring and heat dissipation fins, with a ring of LED status indicator lights around the edge. He couldn't understand it at all, but Shinbei had his ways of figuring things out. He fixed his gaze on the box. A few seconds later, information popped up in his peripheral vision. Apocalypse-class Starship Defense Module. The defense module is the core of a starship's shield generator, kinetic deflection array, energy absorption armor, and multiple defense systems working in tandem to create an indestructible protective barrier for the starship. It can be placed on cluster fire disks and collaborate with intelligent chips. Shinbei. It turned out to be a defense module for a starship. It can provide a protective barrier. Shinbei's pupils suddenly contracted. His heart shaken. Back when he hunted the true spirit element in the small town, he had picked up an intelligent chip. However, it had become a basic version due to the lack of a war database defense module SP model. Now, Shinbei had just wanted to watch Sanyi experience his own death and pain, but unexpectedly found a defense module. In Shinbei's view, the war database should be a collection of war tactics or a massive amount of war data, etc. He couldn't fully grasp what the SP model was just from the words. He looked up at the distant bushes. What a coincidence. The bushes only absorbed flesh and blood, detesting all metal objects, which they would throw away. Was it sheer luck, or was it fate? Shinbei took a deep breath, feeling it was too mystical to understand. However, he was quite happy. The last time a strange bird collided with the stealthy fire disk, it wasn't a big problem. Next time, if a stronger flying beast collided, it could very likely damage the disk significantly, leading to substantial losses. Now, with the defense module, he could worry a little less. Shinbei directly connected the cluster fire disk infinitely and roughly tossed it into the disk after it landed. How to install it and connect the lines would be left to the disk itself. He glanced at the information. Cluster fire disk, equipment upgrade, estimated time, 10 minutes. Shinbei checked the time. Half an hour had passed since the battle began. There was plenty of time. He just needed to wait. Chapter 104. Plans changed faster than expected as the 10 minutes passed. The information on the cluster fire disk updated. Cluster fire disk LV-4-0-1000. A flying device capable of ground strikes, possessing extremely fierce firepower, with a cruising range of 30 kilometers. Wireless connection distance increased by 5 kilometers. New features. Transmission system. Can transmit sound while in stealth. Extra-dimensional light beam. Can designate specific items for retrieval. Storage warehouse. 1 cubic meter. Defense module. Now connected to an intelligent chip. Can provide a defense shield for the cluster fire disk. Every 3 protections require 1 advanced crystal core. After reading the information, Shinbei felt joy in his left brain, but pain in his right. The addition of defense to the cluster fire disk was a good thing, as it could prevent attacks or collisions from flying beasts in the air. Furthermore, it could resist attacks from ability users when the cluster fire disk was present. However, the energy consumption required truly made Shinbei's heart tremble. To protect 3 times, it actually required 1 advanced crystal core. This was far too expensive, giving him a strong sense of financial strain. Shinbei sighed, feeling he couldn't keep up with this expense. He rubbed his temples, wondering what else he could do. He had to grit his teeth and persevere. Then, Shinbei took out the panel of the cluster fire disk. Cluster fire disk. Remaining energy, 90. Ammo capacity, 10 rounds. Remaining in ammo bay, 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 1 meter. Defense energy storage, none. Edit commands, none. Shinbei began to edit the commands. He input, search for humans using the extra-dimensional light beam, collect crystal cores, and return to the valley assembly point after completion. After issuing the command, the cluster fire disk processed the information and slowly ascended to execute the command. Shinbei didn't need to manage it further, as it could automatically retrieve items without him having to run around, just waiting for the results. Shinbei then returned the way he came. By the way, I picked up the long knife that was kicked away by the third master. I must say, this red knife, called the Bloodsea Demon Blade, is really impressive. The other white one, known as the Corpse Mountain Ghost Blade, has already been crushed by the third master and is of no value. After swinging it a few times, I found it to have a great feel, making it a perfect close combat weapon. Naturally, I took it without hesitation. I cautiously made my way through the grass, across the river, and down the valley. I had to be careful, even though the enemies in the valley had been eliminated and there were no ferocious beasts. The strange plants could also be deadly. Who knows how densely they were distributed? Better safe than sorry. After spending over 10 minutes, I returned to the spot where I got off earlier. An off-road vehicle was quietly parked at the entrance of the valley. I sat in the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, and took a gentle puff. My lungs relaxed. It was annoyingly pleasant. I smacked my lips. Before I finished the cigarette, the cluster fire disc returned, landing in front of me. I jumped out of the vehicle, rubbed my hands together, and excitedly opened the storage compartment. Reaching in, I pulled out quite a few crystal source cores. After counting, I found that the total number amounted to a high-grade crystal source core. This was quite a fortune for me. If I abandoned the mission, I could easily return to the shelter with a high-grade gold source core, and if I saved it, I might just make it out of the northern cold winter region. However, I sniffed and placed the equivalent value of a high-grade crystal source core into the power module of the cluster fire disc. I pulled up the panel. Cluster fire disc. Remaining energy, 90. Ammo load, 10 rounds. Remaining in ammo bay, 0 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 1 meter. Defense energy storage, 0.3. Edit command, none great. The charging is complete. I could worry a little less now. I edited the command again, ascending 300 meters. Going stealth and following. I extinguished the cigarette butt and jumped back into the off-road vehicle, inserting the engine crystal source core. I launched into action with a powerful start. I drove out of the valley and made a left turn. My target was shelter number 1, Nyogon Ben. In the wilderness, the sun hung like a weary old man, pale and powerless, its rays obscured by swirling dust, leaving only mottled shadows. As I drove the off-road vehicle, I left a trail of dust behind. The original appearance of the vehicle was unrecognizable, reduced to a steel skeleton with heavy tires. The roar of the engine and the howling wind and sand filled my ears, but I paid them no mind. I constantly adjusted my direction to avoid veering off course and missing shelter number 1. On the path ahead, I could still see the tire tracks. One of the tracks had sharply turned, winding along the distant dense forest. That was the mark left by Team A. According to the mission plan, they were supposed to appear at the 2 o'clock direction of Nyogon Ben to attract the attention of shelter number 1, then leave directly from another direction and return to the shelter. Not long after driving, Team B's tracks followed the bumpy little hill, disappearing behind it. Team B needs to lie in ambush here to support Team A. Once there are enemies pursuing, they must step forward and cut off the enemy's path. Shinbei glanced at the hill, connected to a cluster fire drone, and edited the command to have it fly over the small hill to see the situation behind it. Shinbei was also worried about this group being unreliable, so it was better to grasp the situation first. After a while, the visual panel in Shinbei's armor displayed an image. At a glance, Shinbei's pupils constricted, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He slammed the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle's speedometer shot up as he sped away at full speed. The image showed that there were indeed people behind the hill. Not just 10, but more than 20 were in a chaotic battle. The scene resembled a dynamic oil painting, vibrant and full of tension. Some were surrounded by blazing flames, resembling an indomitable war god. Others manipulated invisible forces, instantly tossing enemies into the air. There were also those wielding the power of lightning, each strike accompanied by an overwhelming force. In the core area of the battle, invisible energy waves surged and collided. Colorful halos clashed with the movements of the ability users, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. It was a true melee. Blood splattered, and heads flew. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Clearly, plans changed faster than expected. Team B, led by Cheong Tong, encountered an unknown member's attack for some reason. It was likely from shelter number 1 or another shelter. But for Shinbei, it didn't matter. This route back was already compromised. He planned to pick up Nyogonbin and reroute to shelter number 36. After about half an hour of driving, Shinbei gradually approached a dense forest. He turned the vehicle around without turning off the engine, facing south. He took out a spare small alarm clock and pinched a small amount of gunpowder, roughly the amount used for firecrackers. Alarm bomb. Gunpowder amount severely insufficient. Will almost cause no damage. This was the effect Shinbei wanted. He was not satisfied if the explosion was too large. Next, he casually found a heavy stone on the ground and wedged it above the accelerator. Between the accelerator and the stone, he placed the alarm bomb. After adjusting for a while, he ensured a delicate balance among the three. As long as the alarm bomb exploded slightly, it would disrupt the stone's balance. Pressing down on the accelerator and allowing the off-road vehicle to maintain maximum speed. At the same time, Shinbei dismantled 2 steel bars inside the vehicle. With a strong bend, 2 C-clamps appeared in his hands. He then inserted the C-clamps between the steering wheel and the steering axis, securely fastening them with clips. The steering wheel was locked in place. This way, the vehicle would maintain a straight line without veering off. He set the alarm's explosion time to 30 minutes. Shinbei was uncertain about this timing and could only pray that he would find Nyogonben in half an hour. There was no more to be done. He had done what he needed to do. No one can achieve perfection, just as no one can control the trajectories and destinies of all individuals. No one knows whether accidents or coincidences come first. The rest is left to fate. Then, Shinbei, clutching a sniper rifle, crouched and jogged into the dense forest. This area of forest appeared dark red overall. Each leaf seemed stained with blood, shimmering with an eerie and enchanting luster. The thick canopy layered upon itself, resembling a massive scarlet curtain that obscured the sunlight from the sky, immersing the entire forest in a suffocating and mysterious dark red glow. The bark of the trees was cracked and rough, covered with dark red moss and mineral deposits accumulated over time. Shinbei changed the color of his combat suit to blend in with the surrounding environment. Once he stepped inside, he caught a unique scent wafting through the woods. A mix of damp earth, decaying leaves, and an unusual fragrance from unknown red vegetation. If Shinbei had entered this dense forest alone, he would have closed the external air circulation system of his suit. However, since his mission target was conducting a quantitative task within, the strange air was naturally harmless to the human body. Rustle. Shinbei stepped lightly on the leaves, inching deeper into the woods. According to the covert signal, Nyoganbin would have a layer of white cloth wrapped around his left wrist. As long as Shinbei saw it, he could take him directly. He proceeded stealthily. Not long after, Shinbei heard voices ahead. Chapter 105. Finding the mission target? Hey, buddy, I heard you're planning to undergo a second awakening? Of course. This is a benefit provided by the shelter. We have to sign up quickly. TSK. I heard the mortality rate is high. Be careful your wife becomes a widow. Taking a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you can't become an ability user, as an ordinary person, you only have the life of a beast. You're really bold. I wouldn't dare. Better to live a miserable life than to die well. Once I become an ability user, you'll only have envy. Plus, signing up now doesn't cost any money. Later, when they stabilize mass production, you'll have to queue even if you pay. Those people at the research institute just dangle bait and treat you like a guinea pig. A guinea pig is still braver than you. Forget it. I'll go pick red fruits instead. I'm done chatting with you. Shinbei listened carefully. He could be certain that the crowd ahead consisted of individuals from shelter number 1 conducting quantitative tasks. Thus, he was very close to Nyoganbin. He just didn't know his exact location yet, and needed to explore slowly. Shinbei altered his method of advancement, beginning to crawl on the ground, inching forward to avoid alarming anyone. It's important to know that the shelter conducts reconnaissance in advance for quantitative tasks, making the danger almost non-existent. However, to be cautious, the shelter also dispatches ability users for protection. After all, every individual is a treasure for the shelter. Losing one would be a moment of heartache. Therefore, Shinbei must proceed quietly. At this point, the cluster fire disk began to slowly descend, providing a wider and clearer field of vision. 10 meters ahead, 3 people were at work. Shinbei slightly leaned to the side, trying to minimize his movements and sounds with each step. His palms and knees left shallow marks in the sand, resembling a winding path. Thanks to the camouflage provided by his armor, Shinbei almost blended into the ground and foliage. However, from Shinbei's perspective, even in such an environment, he was confident he could pass by without alarming anyone. The caution ingrained in his genes had become a fundamental skill for him. The precise control of force provided by his armor allowed him to move even more silently. With a soft rustling sound, Shinbei glided through the gravel like a snake, keeping a distance of 3 meters from the 3 workers. He glanced again at the overhead view on the map. About 20 meters ahead, he spotted more than a dozen scattered individuals. Shinbei slowly raised his head, scanning each person. There were no individuals with white cloth wraps on their left arms. He circled around, moving close to the ground. After crawling about 100 meters, he found no one in the vicinity. Shinbei activated the command for the cluster fire disk to provide a broader view, searching for the scattered personnel in the dense forest. As his field of vision expanded, the clarity was somewhat lacking, but it was sufficient for locating individuals. Soon, several gathering points appeared on the map. Shinbei selected a relatively good route and planned to continue moving forward. However, at that moment, the life magnetic field detection module of his armor began to sound a frantic alarm. On the map, a red dot moved rapidly, almost instantly overlapping with the green arrow. The green arrow represented Shinbei's current direction and position, while the small red indicated the enemy. Shinbei was startled. The life magnetic field detection had a range of 3 meters, and he had just checked the area nearby, finding no one within dozens of meters. This meant that a superhuman had approached him invisibly in an instant. Moreover, it was not just passing by. If it were passing by, the red dot would continue moving. But now it was hovering right above him. This clearly indicated that someone had targeted him. Shinbei quickly rolled over and looked up. Indeed, a shadow leaped down from a tree, a purple dagger aimed directly at him. Shinbei moved swiftly, his right hand reaching for his waist, bringing his revolver into position. Ding! The tip of the assailant's dagger met the muzzle of his gun. Only then did Shinbei see clearly that the one attacking him was a tall woman. A level 3 superhuman. She wore a black triangular mask that revealed only her eyes. An incredible scene unfolded. With her head down, she pressed her dagger against Shinbei's gun while keeping her body straight and motionless. Surprisingly, Her long hair and mask did not fall under the influence of gravity. It seemed she was using some of her energy to resist gravity, maintaining her mysterious and imposing presence. "Oh, your draw speed is quite impressive," the woman said in a delicate voice from behind her mask. Shinbei's gaze remained icy as he replied softly, "My speed in pulling the trigger is even faster. You wouldn't dare to shoot," the woman said with absolute certainty. "The gunfire will attract more people to attack you." Shinbei fell silent for a moment, pretending not to speak. He just stared at the wide-angle map, checking if anyone was approaching nearby. "I've been watching you for a long time," the woman spoke again. "From the way you fiddle with the off-road vehicle to coming in and wandering around, I have no idea what you're looking for. How about we make a deal? You tell me your purpose for coming here, and I'll let you go." Shinbei naturally wouldn't say anything. Otherwise, Nyoganben would undoubtedly be doomed. A traitor has only one fate, not to get caught, because if caught, it's death. At that moment, Shinbei continued to observe the wide-angle map and saw that the group closest to him had already left, heading deeper into the dense forest. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The silent bullet shot out. The flash of fire illuminated the woman's face, revealing her look of utter disbelief. In that instant, she couldn't even imagine that this infiltrator, who seemed to be clueless about his intentions, would actually dare to open fire. No matter how modified, that revolver would produce a loud noise. Did this guy want to die? However, until the bullet shattered her chin, she didn't hear a gunshot. In her last second of life, her mind was racing, wondering why there was no sound of gunfire. Thud. The woman could no longer maintain her upright posture and collapsed to the ground, stirring up a flurry of leaves. Shinbei quickly retracted his handgun and concealed it on his body, within the field of vision provided by the cluster fire disc. The group that had left turned their heads collectively to look after hearing the sound of someone falling. "What is that noise? Someone fell, right? Should we go check?" "Forget it. We've come this far. Going back would just be a waste of time. Let us just keep moving." "Okay, well, falling shouldn't cause any injuries." The group mumbled for a while before turning away. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. The timing was just right. If that group really came over, he wouldn't have been able to hide. Once exposed, it would inevitably lead to a huge mess. People could be killed, but making too much noise would alert others with abilities, which would be very unfavorable for finding Nyoganben. Shinbei remained lying on his back for about 30 seconds before he flipped up. He quickly brushed aside the leaves, dug a shallow pit, and tossed the woman's body inside, covering it with leaves. Overestimating oneself, Shinbei took one last look, ensuring that no one would discover the body before continuing forward. He crawled along, searching for the scattered 100 or so people, but still couldn't find Nyoganben. Shinbei started to feel frustrated. Nyoganben wouldn't be playing hide and seek with him, would he? At such a time, he should just show himself. How could he complete the mission if he couldn't find him? Annoyed, just as Shinbei was about to turn back and head towards the group in the northwest direction, suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dense forest ahead. A figure emerged. The person looked somewhat unwell, gritting their teeth and appearing to be uncomfortable. Shinbei hid behind a tree and quietly peeked out. That glance was quite significant. Suddenly, he noticed that the person had a white bandage wrapped around his left wrist. The target had appeared. Shinbei was extremely excited. After searching for so long, he finally managed to complete the first half of the mission. However, Shinbei did not rush to reveal himself. Instead, he waited for the man to walk past, and then paused for a few seconds. After confirming that there was no one behind him, Shinbei quickly moved in and followed a few steps behind. The sound of crunching leaves soon alerted the man, who was about to turn around. Shinbei suddenly spread his arms, swiftly maneuvered around the man's back, reached down with his right hand, and firmly grasped the man's throat while covering his mouth and nose with his left hand. He then dragged him into a nearby dense forest. Shinbei had no time to converse or confirm his identity. Any conversation or standing still would significantly increase the risk of exposure. First, he needed to subdue him, and then he could reveal his identity. The man struggled continuously, trying to break free from Shinbei's deadly grip, but it was all in vain. After dragging him into the bushes, Shinbei took a quick glance around. "Safe. Quiet. I come from shelter number 36. Shinbei initially thought that revealing his identity would make the man stop struggling and comply. However, to his surprise, the man's struggles intensified. Shinbei tilted his head, looking quite puzzled. This situation seemed off. According to logic, when Shinbei revealed his identity, the man he had kidnapped should have shaken his hand and, if not calling him comrade, at least stopped struggling and followed his next commands. However, the reality was, the moment he disclosed his identity, the man struggled even more fiercely, like a fish out of water or a pig ready for the slaughter. Was the target mentally unstable? Shinbei wondered. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the bushes not far away. Shinbei instantly looked up, stunned. It was a young man with a thin build, disheveled gray-white hair, an ordinary appearance, and a somewhat dull expression. A completely unremarkable man. But what surprised Shinbei was that this man also had a white cloth wrapped around his left wrist. Shinbei was taken aback. He had one target at hand. And now another one had appeared. Shinbei quietly asked, "What is your name?" The man replied honestly, "Nyo." Before the man could finish his sentence, Shinbei, without any hesitation, decisively grabbed the hostage's head with both hands and twisted forcefully. With a crack, he twisted the hostage's head more than halfway around. The hostage instantly rolled his eyes and died. "Nyo," Shinbei said. "Very good." He dropped the corpse and clapped his hands. "You are exactly who I was looking for. Let me introduce myself. I am Shinbei from shelter number 36. Nyo seemed not to hear him at all, staring intently at the corpse, filled with disbelief and a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why did you kill him? He was innocent." Shinbei crouched down and untied the white cloth from the corpse's left wrist, revealing a gash, likely from a branch or another sharp object. "All right, so he was just trying to bandage the wound." Shinbei stood up, his expression unchanged, and said, "If I don't kill him, he'll go back and report, and can we still escape?" "Whether we can escape is your concern. What wrong has he done?" Neo Ganben retorted angrily. With a sudden motion, Shinbei drew his pistol and pressed it against Neo Ganben's forehead, his gaze cold and unfeeling. An intimidating chill emanating from him. He said icily, "My mission is to escort you back to the shelter, not to pay the price for your ridiculous kindness and conscience. Remember this. Anything that threatens my life, including you, I will ruthlessly abandon and erase. From now on, keep in mind that even though you are a guest of a certain influential figure, in my eyes, you are no different from the beasts of the wild. Control your emotions. I dislike unnecessary chatter." After saying this, Shinbei began to check his equipment one last time. Neo Ganben seemed taken aback by Shinbei's words, shivering slightly, standing still in silence. A few seconds later, Shinbei glanced at the time and pulled Neo Ganben towards the southeast. They walked slowly to avoid others in the dense forest. Neo Ganben couldn't help but ask, "Why are you the only one? Where are the others?" Shinbei replied quietly, "It's not that I disrespect you. It's just that unforeseen circumstances occurred on the way here, and I'm the only one left to take you back." Upon hearing this, Neo Ganben paused, his face pale and sorrowful, his eyes filled with an unresolved worry. "With things like this, I can't imagine making it to the shelter alive. You should go back. I've changed my mind. I'm not going." Shinbei could understand Neo Ganben's feelings. Logically, such an operation would be better with more people. In fact, that was how it was arranged by the planner. The team consisted entirely of those with abilities. It was far more powerful than when ordinary people were involved in the previous incident at Shelter 20. Now, only Shinbei remained for the mission, needing to cross the vast wilderness. Even if they weren't being pursued, countless beasts lay in wait along the way. It could easily lead to death on the spot. But at this point, it was useless to speak further. Neo Ganben couldn't just change his mind like that. Shinbei said calmly, "I don't want to point a gun at your head. If you don't realize the situation, either I'll execute you on the spot, or you'll come with me. I can't just leave empty-handed." A flicker of fear crossed Neo Ganben's eyes. Although he was a researcher at the institute, he was fundamentally just someone with a slightly sharper mind than others. Physically, he was still an ordinary person, not to mention someone like Shinbei, who had killed before. Even an ordinary person with a simple gun could shoot through his skull. With a heavy sigh, Neo Ganben silently followed Shinbei. As Shinbei observed from an elevated perspective, he spoke again. "You're not young anymore. There are some truths I don't want to elaborate on, but you need to understand that you will pay for your actions. Since you've chosen to defect, don't hesitate. Walk to the end, and you will see the light. Trust me, I am a lone wanderer of the wilderness, and I will definitely take you back to the 36th shelter." This is a strategy of mixing punishment with reward. He has to do this and cannot show too much leniency to you. We are now entering the second half of the mission. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of escape. This requires you to maintain a state of high alert, without any hesitation, constantly pushing your potential. Otherwise, once you encounter danger, you might hesitate about whether to turn back. That would be the real danger. While I can take care of myself, I can't guarantee your safety in the ever-changing wilderness. So, you will have to rely on yourself to run for your life. Gradually, the two of us reached the southeast edge of the dense forest. I pushed you down to crouch in the grass. I lifted my head, using my armor to enhance my vision and surveyed the surroundings. At the 9 o'clock direction, about 5 kilometers away, two teams were provocatively chasing each other. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Team A led by Ming Zhongshui attracting the attention of Shelter Number 1. Normally, this situation wouldn't lead to significant conflict. After all, everyone is just trying to survive in the wilderness. Encounters between personnel from different shelters usually don't involve deep grudges, and no one would risk their lives. At most, there would be some insults exchanged and a few test shots fired to show off. As for the direction of Team B, that route is definitely off limits. I don't know who attracted their hatred, but they started fighting. The situation that is currently favorable for me is that both teams A and B have successfully drawn attention. The likelihood of us being noticed here is very small. I glanced at the time. There are 5 minutes left until the alarm goes off. I took a deep breath and pointed outside the dense forest, saying, "Do you see that ravine 2,000 meters ahead?" You nodded. I patted your shoulder. I don't know what promises you were given, but it's definitely worth your effort. Now, take your first step, crawl forward, don't run, but crawl close to the ground into the ravine. I'll cover you from behind. Your face showed a look of astonishment. To you, 2 kilometers is exhausting, even just to crawl. This is definitely a huge test of your stamina. Aren't you coming with me? You asked, surprised. I shook my head. There are some tactical issues I don't want to explain too much about. Just trust me, you won't go wrong. I'll teach you the correct crawling posture. First, extend your right hand forward, palm down on the ground, then follow with your left hand. Bend your right leg with your knee on the ground, and then bring in your left leg. Alternate moving your hands and feet forward, paying attention to maintaining your body's continuity and coordination. With that, I took out some camouflage paint and applied it to your face and hands. Your outfit is earth-toned, which blends well with the soil outside the dense forest. I grabbed some dirt and sprinkled it on you to cover any glaring colors. Continuing, if you get tired midway, you can take a short break. Focus on your breathing rhythm. Keep your mindset steady. With me here, you are very safe. Nyogonben hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, lay down on the ground, and began to crawl forward. Shinbei asked, "Your satchel is in the way." Nyogonben turned his head and replied, "You don't understand its value." "All right, you continue," Shinbei shrugged. Then, Shinbei started moving towards the southwest direction, stopping about 1,000 meters away. This distance was positioned between the off-road vehicle and Nyogonben's crawling path. It could confuse the enemy's sense of direction while ensuring a constant watch on Nyogonben's every move. Of course, the ideal situation was for no one to notice the anomaly here. If discovered, Shinbei needed to lure the enemy towards the off-road vehicle. Time slowly passed. Shinbei crouched in a tree, motionless like a statue. He didn't even need to turn around to grasp the situation on Nyogonben's side. The cluster fire disc was silently and invisibly moving above Nyogonben. At this moment, Nyogonben was lying on the ground, gasping heavily. Shinbei couldn't help but sigh. As a researcher, he was already facing high physical exhaustion. However, in terms of the return journey, this was merely an appetizer. Shinbei's gaze swept over the dense red forest once more. Suddenly, his combat armor's amplification system picked up faint shouts. "Damn it! Third sister has been killed. Her body is buried under the leaves. Enemy attack. Gather, gather. Count off. See who's missing. Li Air. Here. Pang-san. Here. Nyolu. Nyogonben Nyolu. Where are they? Where is he? Someone. Search. Damn it. Hurry up. He's a researcher. Move fast. Load the guns. Spread out in a line. Push forward. Move quickly." After hearing the voices, Shinbei felt as if awakened from a ghostly slumber, slowly opening his eyes. The muzzle of the sniper rifle gradually lifted. Like steel endowed with a fierce soul, it exuded an eerie silence. Shinbei quickly turned the muzzle towards Nyogonben and fired a shot. In Chapter 107, the decoy to confuse the enemy, the silent bullet glided through the air. In the next second, the bullet, like a meteor streaking across the sky, accurately struck the ground in front of the crawling Nyogonben. It kicked up a cloud of dust and debris, instantly creating a deep crater in the ground, with surrounding dust swirling and rising, forming ripples that expanded outward. This bullet didn't harm Nyogonben, but exploded into a brownish-gray flower before him, issuing a warning in a strong and direct manner. Nyogonben was startled and briefly suspected that Shinbei was toying with him. As he shrank his head and looked back towards Shinbei, he saw Shinbei extend his right arm forward, palm facing down. Although Nyogonben was not a professional combatant, he understood this signal and remained motionless on the ground. At this moment, Shinbei looked into the dense forest, removed the magazine, and quickly loaded 5 ordinary bullets. He set up the sniper rifle, scanning back and forth with the crosshairs. Finally, at a distance of 1,200 meters beyond his field of vision, an enemy holding an MP-38 submachine gun jumped out, searching in Shinbei's direction. This outdated submachine gun is truly ancient. The wooden guard and grip are still made of engineering plastic, which lightens the weight of the weapon. Its firing rate is slow, but it has high accuracy at close range, conserving ammunition. Only ordinary individuals would choose such a weapon for self-defense. Shinbei breathed calmly, his lips moving softly. May there be no escape from hell. Every time Shinbei pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle, he would mutter something, not asking for anything, just invoking a feeling, a sensation that could communicate with the bullets in the chamber, soothing them to seek out their targets. A crisp gunshot echoed briefly in the dense forest. The enemy holding the submachine gun had a spray of blood blossom on his forehead, with thick, milky brain matter oozing out, sliding down his nose. This was an utterly ordinary bullet, meant to draw the enemy closer, preventing their scattered team from discovering the trail of their target. After the gunshot, Shinbei slid down the tree and ran southwest, clutching his sniper rifle. 3 minutes left. Shinbei silently kept track of the time. He had to be precise, as everything was under control. At that moment, after the loud gunshot, the enemies who had emerged from shelter number 1 to search immediately reacted to the sound, and the previously scattered group rushed toward the direction of the gunfire, heading southwest. Meanwhile, 2 armed personnel had already reached the edge of the dense forest in the southeast, the same starting point where their target had begun to crawl forward. People in the southwest. Let us go. Do you see someone 500 meters away? Is that a person? What person? People can't stay still. Let us go. If we're late, we'll get scolded. Look, it really looks like a person. Damn it. The gunfire is in the southwest. There's no one here. Bang, another gunshot echoed, accompanied by screams. Did you hear that? The firefight is in the southwest. All right, let us go. The 2 crouched low and quickly ran southwest. Shinbei's second shot hit an enemy holding an AK-47. This was actually due to the residual effects from his previous life as a mercenary. Seeing an AK-47 made it a priority target for elimination. This weapon had been classified as prohibited on Earth because its bullets would explode upon entering the body, unlike ordinary rifles. The shattered bullets would embed deeply into flesh, causing dark wounds to continuously bleed. Attempting to extract the fragments from the wound by oneself or having a doctor do it was as difficult as picking out glutinous rice from a bowl of regular rice. Those who became disabled due to this had only a few fortunate enough to survive, showcasing the lethality of this gun. However, Shinbei now had armor for defense. An AK-47 bullets could not penetrate it. Yet, the instinct buried deep within him was something Shinbei could not control. After 2 gunshots, Shinbei sensed that the enemies were closing in on him. Although he didn't have a god's eye view, the rustling grass and shouts allowed him to relax. As long as he didn't focus on the southeast direction, he would be fine. At the same time, Shinbei could feel that those pursuing him were just ordinary people. It seems that the ability users are occupied by Team A and Team B. This is actually good news. Just as Shinbei was drawing the enemy's attention to the southwest, suddenly, a red vine wrapped around the barrel of his sniper rifle was severed by a flying bullet. The bullet struck a large rock on Shinbei's right side, causing numerous fragments to scatter. Shinbei quickly rolled and took cover behind the mountain. A regular rifle couldn't shoot with such precision and power. This had to be a bullet fired from a high vantage point using a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. Such a weapon typically requires 2 snipers working together, one to aim and the other to use precision instruments to test wind direction and correct the aim. In fact, the sniper rifle in Shinbei's hands also ideally requires 2 operators. However, he preferred to work alone. As long as his fundamentals were solid, he could forego the observer. Shinbei wasn't afraid of such bullets, but he was worried that the sniper in the distance would spot Nyogon-ben, which would be disastrous. Fortunately, he had made Nyogon-ben stop moving. Otherwise, if it moved again, the sniper above would surely notice. For this type of weapon, as long as Nyogon-ben was injured within effective shooting range, Shinbei's mission would almost be considered a failure. In the wilderness, there was still a long way to go. Where could he find medicine for Nyogon-ben? Without hesitation, Shinbei decided that the sniper above had to be eliminated. At that moment, Shinbei sprang out from behind the boulder. With a bang, another bullet whizzed past him. Holding his weapon, Shinbei ran swiftly, leaping over the high, twisted roots of trees. The friction between his armor and the plants made a whooshing sound, and as soon as his feet touched the ground covered with dry leaves, he pushed off again, not daring to waste a second. While running, Shinbei crouched low, like a cheetah chasing a fleeing deer. This not only helped him hide, but also effectively increased his speed, allowing him to shake off the pursuers behind him. Shinbei's figure disappeared into the dense forest. Before long, he reached a point on the hillside where he could peer out, crouching behind a cluster of thick leaves, carefully extending the sleek, dark barrel of his sniper rifle. His armor's optics zoomed in, continuously scanning the opposite slope for suspicious targets. Soon, Shinbei spotted 2 figures atop a large rock. He could clearly see 2 heads peeking out. One had a big beard, his cheeks constantly moving, possibly chewing gum. The other had a cigarette in his mouth, a smug smile on his face as if he were saying something. The gum-chewing guy clearly had the demeanor of an experienced operator. These 2 must have taken down quite a few people together. Whether in this world of hardship, the old era, or on Earth, skilled individuals often fall prey to their own exceptional abilities. If their shooting was unusually precise, it could be considered a remarkable skill. And that sense of achievement from such a lofty position could lead these 2 to become overly complacent. How arrogant. Shinbei's sniper rifle was already aimed at the gumchewer, whose temples throbbed in rhythm as he chewed, perfectly aligned with the crosshairs. The guy smoking a cigar was blocked beside him, occasionally using a precision telescope to check the movements in the dense forest. Finding nothing, he relaxed and chatted. Shinbei decisively fired. With a bang, a golden-brown shell gleamed as it ejected from the chamber, rolling down the rock wall with clinks and clatters. Through the scope, the bullet pierced the area between the smoker's Adam's apple and neck, where soft tissue wrapped around nerves and blood vessels had no effect on the bullet's penetration power and trajectory. After the bullet exited the soft tissue of the Adam's apple, it lodged into the temple of the gunman, coming to rest in his brain. The guy with the pierced Adam's apple might have had a chance of survival with immediate medical attention. The one shot in the brain died instantly, his head slumping to one side on the rock, with thick blood bubbling out of the wound, forming crimson bubbles. Only the one with the shattered Adam's apple was still struggling, gasping desperately as his cheeks puffed in and out, but oxygen could no longer enter his lungs properly. The red blood pooled like melted asphalt, soaking into the back of the smoker's head against the rock. It wasn't his own blood, but that of his partner, who had died before him. Job done. Shinbei stowed away his sniper rifle, slid down the slope, and fired another shot into the forest to lure the enemy into pursuit. After running for another minute, he could see his vehicle parked outside through the trees. The glass in the driver's seat was covered with a black cloth, obscuring the interior. That dead woman, the so-called third sister, was truly foolish. She didn't even think to destroy the vehicle upon discovering it. She was only focused on achieving her own goals. Before making progress, he needed to cut off the enemy's escape route. Shinbei calculated the time and began to slow down. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Shinbei burst out of the forest, climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, and pulled out his shotgun. Once all the enemies charged out of the forest, baring their teeth, Shinbei grinned and fired the shotgun. In an instant, the power built up in the chamber exploded forth with a deafening roar, and a fiery blaze erupted from the muzzle, resembling a firebird breaking free from its restraints. The shotgun's muzzle flame bloomed like a hellish flower, fierce and cruel, accompanied by the acrid smell of gunpowder and flying metal shards. 8 lead pellets accelerated within the chamber, forming a dense web of firepower. Boom! Each pellet screamed as it tore through the air, accompanied by a thunderous blast, like the wrath of thunder exploding in a confined space. In an instant, the first wave of over 10 enemies that charged out were caught off guard. They were all knocked to the ground by the powerful impact of the pellets. As gravel flew and debris scattered, blood and shattered organs filled the air, painting a scene in crimson. Shotgun experience 12. Shinbei was somewhat surprised. The shotgun did not level up based on the number of shots fired, but rather on the number of targets hit. On my eyes. Damn it. My chest is ripped open. My hand. Why is his shotgun so powerful? Someone come quickly. Just then, a faint explosion sounded from the cockpit. In an instant, the off-road vehicle, under the pressure of heavy stones, slammed on the gas and shot out. All the personnel from shelter number 1, who were moving slowly, rushed to the southwest corner. They were shocked by the chaotic scene, with several people even dead. What happened? Where are the others? Where's that guy? Can't you care about my injuries? Defection. It's definitely defection. That guy shooting is standing on the roof of the vehicle, and the off-road car drove away. It must be him driving. Direction? South. Hurry up and call the psychics to chase. That guy is too good with a gun. We ordinary people can't handle it. Damn it. Go back and gather people. At this moment, Shinbei was standing on the roof of the car, watching a few enraged enemies chasing after him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They are neither psychics, nor do they have advanced armor like his. It would be strange if they could catch up to the off-road vehicle. Gradually, after the enemies behind him disappeared from sight, Shinbei jumped off the car, rolled to absorb the impact, and glanced at the off-road vehicle speeding ahead. Shinbei estimated the fuel. The off-road vehicle could probably still run for 50 kilometers. By the time shelter number 1 catches up, they would only see the vehicle that had stalled. By then, he would have already taken the guy far away. Shinbei activated the foot thrusters, and with a burst of energy, he headed southeast. Before long, Shinbei turned back north, moving in a straight line. According to his plan, after reaching the ravine, he could meet up with the guy and then make a wide detour southeast towards the 11 o'clock direction, returning to shelter number 36. This was Shinbei's planned route. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Chapter 108. Escape, seek shelter, and tell the tale at full speed. Shinbei maintained a speed of 60 miles as he turned back. A few minutes later, he jumped into the ravine and looked up towards the direction of the red forest. The guy was still lying motionless 800 meters away from the ravine. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. His plan was successful. No one had noticed him. Shinbei picked up a stone and threw it with all his strength, hitting the target perfectly on the guy's head. This distance was quite far, and without the power of the armor, he definitely couldn't have thrown it that far. But with the enhancement of the armor, it was a different story. The guy seemed startled, as if shocked. Fortunately, he didn't scream, but lifted his head to look around. When he saw Shinbei appearing in the ravine in front of him, his face was filled with question marks. However, the look of confusion disappeared instantly, replaced by joy. It was obvious that there had been gunfire in the southwest direction just now, and Shunbei appearing in front of him meant he had shaken off the pursuers. Just as he was about to stand up and take off running, he saw Shunbei gesture for him to stay down. The guy's mouth twitched, continuing to crawl forward. He was a bit annoyed. Not allowing him to stand up and run was one thing, but he came over to help him, and he was already exhausted. Shunbei naturally would not reveal himself to assist Nyogon-ben once any unusual situation arises. His current position would be the best distance to protect Nyogon-ben. Alternatively, it could be the distance to turn and escape. Shunbei would not be reckless. In this harsh world, there are too many powerful foes. Without a sense of reverence for those with abilities, one is bound to encounter misfortune and never regain their footing. Therefore, during battles, Shunbei always maintained a strategy of pulling and tugging. If he could ambush, he would never confront directly. If he could maneuver around, he would definitely avoid letting the enemy get close. By leveraging strengths and compensating for weaknesses, and with sufficient patience, he could establish an advantage. After spending considerable time, Nyogon-ben's palms were covered in blood, exhausted, and only then did he roll into the ditch. Rest for 3 minutes, then we'll set off immediately. Shunbei took out disinfectant and bandages from his backpack to clean and bandage Nyogon-ben's palms. Sweat dripped from Nyogon-ben's face as he gasped for breath. Is there no vehicle? There is, but it has already become our scapegoat. Shunbei's simple statement left Nyogon-ben speechless. 3 minutes later, Shunbei lifted Nyogon-ben by the shoulder and began to circle in the direction of 11 o'clock. According to Rock's deployment, Team A would return from the northeast. Now, Shunbei's direction was deviating from the northeast, essentially circling around Team A. This was also to avoid encountering the team from shelter number 1, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. If luck was on their side, after making a large circle, Shunbei might very well meet Team A. That would be much better, as they could take a vehicle back. If not, it would be within reason, and they would have to walk back. 500 kilometers is a long way. However, in his previous life as a mercenary, Shunbei had walked across Africa on foot. This distance was nothing for him, but there were challenges, such as whether Nyogon-ben could keep up and the ferocious beasts along the way. After jogging for half an hour, Shunbei led Nyogon-ben out of the ditch and officially entered the vast wilderness. The sky was shrouded in a chaotic gray haze, with sunlight filtering through thick clouds, appearing dim and powerless, like an old coin dulled by time, casting only a few weak rays on the broken horizon. Shunbei looked around. As far as the eye could see, barren land stretched endlessly. In the distance, the remnants of buildings lay scattered like the bones of a giant beast. The once prosperous city now only had broken walls and weathered concrete pillars. Further away, enormous sand dunes rolled like a sleeping giant, covered with a thin layer of yellow sand, occasionally lifted by the wind to swirl and roll in the air, forming waves of elusive sand mist. The outlines of ancient mountains were faintly visible, yet eroded by time to the point of being unrecognizable, with cracked rocks occasionally revealing mottled ores like scars. Shunbei stopped, connected the firepower drone to follow him, letting it hover in place. After he moved a kilometer away, it would begin to follow him at a steady pace. Shunbei didn't need the drone to scout ahead. He could visually observe the situation that might arise at any moment. However, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings, leaving the situation behind him to be monitored by the cluster fire discs. At that moment, Shunbei heard a rustling sound coming from behind. Turning around, he saw Nyogon-ben tearing open a plastic wrapper, taking out a piece of candy, and popping it into his mouth before tossing the wrapper on the ground. Do you want a piece? Nyogon-ben asked. Shunbei shook his head. If you have plenty of candy, it's fine to eat some now. But if you only have one left, I advise you to spit it out. That piece of candy could save your life when your stamina is all gone. Nyogon-ben opened his mouth slightly and hurriedly spit the candy back into the wrapper, tucking it away. Also, Shunbei continued as he walked ahead. Don't throw any trash. I'm not talking about environmental issues. Trash gives away your position to the enemy. Nyogon-ben nodded in understanding. About an hour later, it started to drizzle. This kind of rain wasn't a problem for Shunbei, but it was uncomfortable for Nyogon-ben. The raindrops carried a slight radiation, falling on him with an unsettling sensation, as if thousands of mosquitoes were biting him all over. Nyogon-ben felt quite uncomfortable. It was manageable for a short period, but it could become unbearable over time. The cold raindrops, like the tears of a woman who had lost her warmth, kept falling on Nyogon-ben, making him scratch incessantly. Shunbei didn't push on forcefully and pointed to the right. There's a big rock over there where we can take shelter from the rain. Let's go. The sky was vast, with dark clouds stretching endlessly. The wind grew stronger, whipping the moisture around like countless fine needles, stinging Nyogon-ben's skin and causing him considerable discomfort. He ran energetically. Before long, they reached the rock. It was quite wide, with straight edges and a slight downward slope, but it didn't provide a natural shelter from the rain. This won't keep us dry? Nyogon-ben questioned, puzzled. Shinbei led him to the upper side of the rock slant, pulled out a shovel, and, with the powerful energy of his armor, quickly dug a hole beneath the rock in just a few minutes. Jump in. Although the space was small, only allowing them to curl their legs, it was enough to shield them from the wind and rain. Shinbei had chosen this spot carefully, digging on the upper side of the rock's incline rather than the lower side, as he feared that digging below might alter the rock's load-bearing angle. With the rain washing over it, the rock could lose its balance, which would be disastrous for both of them. At that moment, Neo-Gan let out a sigh of relief and began to take off his clothes, wringing out the water. Shinbei inserted the crystal core into the sniper rifle slot, switching the shooting mode to flame mode and controlling the flame output. A fire flickered gently. A flamethrower? Neo-Gan asked while holding his clothes up to dry, his gaze fixed on the sniper rifle. This modification is quite interesting. Such a small component can emit flames. Looks like the technology at Shelter 36 is impressive. Shinbei leaned against the wall of the pit and curiously asked, "Do you know about mechanics too?" "No. I am not a professional researcher in mechanics, but with some related knowledge, once you accumulate enough, it becomes relatively easy to cross disciplines." Shinbei couldn't help but think, "You really don't know anything." The next moment, he followed the topic and said, "Tell me about your research. What is this second awakening potion?" Upon hearing this, Neo-Gan became excited. This was also the key value that made him worth recruiting. Neo-Gan spoke enthusiastically, a stream of technical jargon pouring out as if Shinbei were testing him. Indeed, it is a potion that allows for a second awakening after a failed first awakening. This is one of the most confidential projects at Shelter Number 1, a high-tech product meticulously developed by our research institute after countless days and nights of experimentation. This potion can stimulate the innate potential of the human body, achieving an unprecedented second awakening, granting the user powers that transcend conventional life limits. The core structure of the potion is based on a microscopic substance called quantum genetic polymer. According to our understanding, it only exists in the blood of beasts at the divine level. However, purifying it requires a lot of equipment and methods, which Neo-Gan rambled on about, making Shinbei feel drowsy. After purification, this substance can deeply reshape the genetic chains within living organisms. Each drop of the regeneration agent contains dense nanocapsules that encapsulate encoded biological intelligence sequences. These sequences can be released the moment they come into contact with human cell membranes, precisely docking onto target DNA molecules, triggering the activation and mutation of specific gene clusters. It simulates the first awakening, induces the second awakening, and opens the ability tree. This is the special effect of the potion. Isn't it impressive? Shinbei didn't fully understand the lengthy technical terms, but he grasped the gist. In simple terms, this potion can simulate the environment of the first awakening, tricking cells into undergoing a second awakening. The principle is that simple. As for the production process of this potion, it must be quite complex. Otherwise, Shannon had been researching for several days without a clue, forcing Yu Wuchang to activate the underground connections and contact Neo-Gan to bring him in. "So, are you interested?" Neo-Gan rubbed his hands together. "Once I succeed in making the potion, I can give you priority to use it, allowing you to become an ability user as well." Shinbei opened his mouth and yawned. "The mortality rate is too high. I am quite satisfied with my current situation, no need." "What a pity." "I told Lee." Neo-Gan hadn't finished speaking when Shinbei interrupted him, smiling. "If I were you, I wouldn't reveal all my cards. Once the detailed process is laid out, you'll have no value left for utilization. If I were your competitor, I could easily crush your head. Remember, don't be too naive. If others ask you something, just say what you need to, or you're courting death. It's like teaching a tiger how to catch prey. You should still keep a trick up your sleeve." Neo-Gan suddenly widened his eyes, covered his mouth, and nodded heavily. "Thank you for the reminder." Shinbei smiled lightly, closed his eyes. "Let us take the time to rest. There's a long way to go." 2 hours later, the rain stopped. The two of them crawled out of the pit. Shinbei quickly dealt with the sand and gravel covering. Stepping on the pebbles, he continued forward with Neo-Gan. Chapter 109. The journey ahead is full of dangers. Fortunately, the current environment is a gravel road. If it were a dirt road, Shinbei wouldn't dare to travel with Neo-Gan after the rain stopped. It would leave a series of footprints, which would be very troublesome. Although there were no pursuers behind them, Shinbei, who almost had obsessive-compulsive tendencies, would not allow himself to leave any flaws. After walking for 3 hours without incident, the two left the Gobi area. Vague mountain peaks appeared ahead. Shinbei looked around. The mountains in this area rose abruptly from the woods and grasslands, and many were active volcanoes, resembling chimneys piercing the clouds, exuding rolling hot dust that blended into the magma-colored clouds. The sky was about to darken. Neo-Gan tentatively asked, "Are we still going to travel in the dark?" Shinbei nodded firmly. "When others are resting, every step we take is an extra measure of safety." Neo-Gan looked back at their previous path, puzzled. "It seems like no one is chasing us. so there's no need to rush, right? You said seems like. So what do you think? Shinbei looked directly into Nyogonbin's eyes. To Shinbei, the return journey would definitely not be smooth. The calmer the early stages were, the more fear Shinbei felt. He wished someone would jump out and keep his fighting state maintained until they caught up with the Titan. Only under pressure is there motivation. The transition from relaxation to tension isn't something that can be achieved with just a shout. However, the sky was about to darken, making it impossible to see the road. And there were surely fierce beasts hidden among the vegetation. Nyogonbin seemed resistant. Visibility wasn't a big issue for Shinbei. His armor had infrared and thermal imaging systems for assistance, so there was nothing to worry about. The only difficulty now was finding the road. As they moved into this area, they might still see the road buried by wind and sand. At this moment, the road was completely invisible, and it was unclear where it turned. Having a road was much better than hacking through branches and climbing mountains. But with the lighting so dim, it was hard to discern the density of the forest or the extension of the road. Day and night are the same for me. Shinbei scanned the surroundings and chose a direction. We will search for traces of the road along the outskirts of the forest. Until we find the road, we should not approach the dense forest. Regardless of whether Nyogonbin agreed or not, he had no choice and certainly no right to suggest anything. Wherever Shinbei went, he had to follow. If left to navigate the wilderness alone, he probably wouldn't last 2 days before perishing in the wild. The two ran about 5 kilometers along the outskirts of the forest. At that moment, the wind blowing from the wilderness into the dense forest increased significantly. Like claws from the Real Sea trying to push the two into the depths of the forest. After running another 3 kilometers, they encountered trees unique to the wilderness, steel trees. Their trunks were iron gray, the crowns not very lush, but exceptionally tough, with leaves hardened like steel and sharp edges. They passed through this peculiar grove of trees. Shinbei finally spotted a narrow strip of cleared land at the edge of the steel-bone forest, about 25 meters wide and stretching over 2,000 meters into the woods. The strip was covered with thick grass, which was very lush. If an adult fell inside, even the tallest person standing outside would be unable to see them. Shinbei couldn't discern the color of the long grass and could only imagine it to be either yellow or green. The road was found. Shinbei felt a bit uplifted. As long as he followed the old road, he believed it wouldn't take too long to cross this mountainous area. At this moment, Nyogonbin was gazing at the broken road that extended into the darkness, his whole body trembling. No one could guarantee that within this narrow strip, there wouldn't be a few ferocious beasts lurking, ready to hunt at night. If luck was on their side, there might be none, but if not, they could run into a whole pack. This thought made Nyogonbin feel a bit anxious and angry, and he turned to look at Shinbei, whose facial features were hard to make out, saying, "Yu Wuchang's arrangements and command are truly terrible. I ran all this way just to feed the beasts." Shinbei naturally understood that Nyogonbin was hinting at him. Sure enough, Nyogonbin continued. To pass through this kind of terrain without even a handgun is like being a naked lamb. Shinbei had 3 guns on him, a Barrett sniper rifle, a revolver, and a shotgun. For the people in this world, handling firearms was a basic skill. Almost everyone had received shooting training, to the extent that picking up a gun meant knowing how to disengage the safety and fire it. Although some had varying degrees of proficiency, overall, they were not unfamiliar with guns. Clearly, Nyogonbin's words were a request for a firearm. However, Shinbei pretended not to understand. Looking at the agitated and wise Nyogonbin, Shinbei feigned anger and said, "Yes, I will go kick Yu Wuchang's butt." Nyogonbin's eyes widened in the darkness, his pupils sparkling. He felt Shinbei clearly understood his meaning, but was just playing dumb. Of course, Shinbei would never give him a firearm. He could not trust anyone at his back, especially someone who was a target of the mission. He might even say he didn't trust anyone behind him at all. However, Shinbei didn't completely refuse and tossed him a dagger. "This should be enough for you." Nyogonbin clenched the dagger, and a long, helpless sigh echoed in the darkness. Shinbei turned to look at the old road left behind by the previous era. The wind blowing here rustled the grass and trees, creating a sense of lurking danger. Shinbei then started walking along the road. Behind him, Nyogonbin seemed unwilling to accept this and spoke up. "I say, can we discuss this? You have 3 guns on you. You can't shoot them all at once. If you give me one, I can help out." "All right, Nyo-Lu. If you keep babbling, the beast will really jump out and bite your butt," Shinbei reminded him. Nyogonbin nearly exploded on the spot. "Nyo-Lu? What kind of nickname is that? How infuriating. I feel like there are many small ferocious beasts in this grass." Shinbei temporarily instructed him. "If they charge at you from the front, you should use your left arm to shield your throat and stab the beast's belly fiercely with your right hand's dagger. Try not to get hurt, otherwise, your scent will attract a lot of beasts. If something sudden happens, what you need to do is not hide in front of me or to the sides, but stand back to back with me." Nyogonbin nodded nervously behind him. About 10 minutes later, Shinbei suddenly stopped, half squatting and pushing Nyogonbin down as well. At that moment, a sound resembling a low growl echoed in the air. Nyogon Ben, frightened, quickly positioned himself back to back with Shunbei, raising his sharp dagger in a defensive stance, trembling as he said, "Did you hear that? There are beasts ahead." He lowered his voice and cautiously reminded, "It's not a big deal. It should be the sound of beasts hunting, gnawing on their prey." In Shunbei's field of vision, enhanced by infrared and thermal imaging, he could see movement in the distant grass, as a large patch of grass was flattened. For blazing soul-hunting beasts were seen tearing into the flesh of a dead, unknown beast. Their fur displayed a unique mottled color, a mix of rusty green and dark red, resembling the charred remains of metal. Their eyes shone with a captivating red light, like fiery flames in a lava lake. At that moment, their three-part lips were smeared with sticky blood, and they occasionally extended their tongues to leisurely lick the meat scraps off their whiskers. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 conspicuous bone gravel predators, appearing anxious as they circled with their tails tucked, afraid to approach. The bone gravel predators were long and agile, their bodies covered with a hard shell that seemed to be formed from weathered bones and gravel. Their heads were narrow and flat, with eyes flashing a cold blue light like phosphorescence. They had rows of exceptionally hard and complex teeth. Faced with the 4 strong, blazing soul-hunting beasts, these bone gravel predators had to wait for leftovers. If there were only one blazing soul-hunting beast gnawing on the fatty meat, it was likely that this group of bone gravel predators would rush in to snatch it away. It seemed that by the time the 4 blazing soul-hunting beasts were full, the unknown beast would be left with, at most, a skeleton. The 7 or 8 bone gravel predators, looking not much smaller than the blazing soul-hunting beasts, could potentially overpower them if they worked together. However, even in a world of survival, there are natural balances and cycles among species. At that moment, the 4 blazing soul-hunting beasts, chewing on fresh meat, noticed Shunbei and Nyogon Ben's presence. But they paid no mind and continued to devour their prey. The 5 bone gravel predators, however, were restless with hunger. Showing their teeth, they collectively turned to look at Shunbei, drooling uncontrollably. Clearly, these bone gravel predators realized that waiting for the blazing soul-hunting beasts to finish was futile. Upon spotting Shunbei and Nyogon Ben, their eyes lit up, and they started to growl at each other. Shunbei could sense that they were plotting to encircle and attack. Faced with the sudden surge of murderous intent from the bone gravel predators, Nyogon Ben's face was filled with panic as he muttered, "What to do? What to do? They're onto us." Shunbei set up his sniper rifle on the spot, his expression calm. "It's time to test your speed. Run up the slope. Jump as you go, like you're hurdling. Otherwise, you won't be fast enough, and the bone fragment predators will bite through your Achilles tendon. What about you?" Nyogon Ben still had the energy to worry about things he shouldn't. "Of course, I'll clear the path." After hearing Shunbei's words, Nyogon Ben's eyes widened in shock. But there was no time for him to think further. The bone fragment predators were already howling and charging at them. He took a step forward and fled up the slope, his running posture awkward, reminiscent of a plump country lady trying ballet for the first time. Though his face was hidden, one could imagine the look of terror in his eyes. At that moment, the bone fragment predators, driven by hunger, were charging directly at Shunbei. Yet Shunbei remained still. The sniper rifle erupted in flames. Bullet after bullet pierced the darkness, flying out at high speed. At this moment, Shunbei knelt on one knee, steady as a mountain, with his back straight, facing the 5 bone fragment predators that were lunging at him. He showed no signs of fear or panic, despite the cold blue light flickering in their eyes, like phosphorescence wandering in the dark. The rows of intricate teeth in their mouths appeared especially menacing under the moonlight. In the next moment, Shunbei slowly adjusted the crosshairs of the sniper rifle, aided by the enhanced vision provided by his armor, allowing him to clearly see the charging postures of the bone fragment predators in the dark. His breathing became steady and powerful, as if he were one with the desolate land beneath him. The instant he pulled the trigger, the air seemed to tear apart, and a fierce spark erupted from the chamber of the sniper rifle. A bullet, gleaming with a cold light, shot out at an almost supernatural speed. The sound of the bullet slicing through the air lingered in his ears, leaving a bright silver trail across the night sky, heading straight for its target. At the moment the bullet struck, the bone fragment predator directly in front of him seemed to be violently hit by an invisible hammer. Its once hard, stone-like shell shattered like thin paper, erupting in a dazzling spark. The bullet penetrated its head, creating a trail of blue light intermingled with dust. In the face of this lethal blow, the beast appeared so fragile. The bone fragment predator let out a chilling scream, its body shaking violently from the impact of the bullet. Its massive frame lost balance and fell heavily to the ground, sending a flurry of gravel flying. As the air filled with the smell of burning metal and flesh, this bone fragment predator struggled for less than a moment before it breathed its last. The remaining 4 bone fragment predators were clearly shaken by this scene, stopping in their tracks, the cold blue light flickering uncertainly in shock and panic. Yet Shunbei did not relax. He quickly adjusted his stance. He knew that these hungry beasts would soon suppress their fear with their predatory instincts and continue their assault on him. If they had just eaten, they would have probably fled with their tails between their legs. But just like humans in a predicament, whether one fights or not, death is inevitable. Naturally, one must choose the more favorable option. Sure enough, the 4 bone shards predators were momentarily stunned before charging back again. Shunbei stood his ground, decisively pulling the trigger of his sniper rifle once more. Accompanied by a resonating metallic impact, a powerful bullet burst forth from the chamber. The bullet struck the chest of the leading beast, exploding inside like a miniature bomb, instantly shattering its hard skeletal exterior and erupting with dazzling sparks and shockwaves. After a wretched howl, the bone shard's predator fell to the roadside, its foul blood gushing out and staining the ground. In an instant, the other 2 bone shards predators rapidly surrounded Shunbei from both front and back, lunging in for the kill. Shunbei felt relieved that he had sent Niu Yanbin away earlier. Otherwise, in this situation, Niu Yanbin standing behind him would have become the target of the predators. At this moment, the sniper rifle was too long and impractical for close combat. Shunbei reacted swiftly, dropping the sniper rifle and grabbing a revolver with his left hand while drawing a long knife from behind with his right. He spun in place, firing the revolver and blasting the bone shard's predator in front of him. Using the momentum from the spin, he swung the knife in a horizontal slash. Simple, yet a combination of speed and skill. In an instant, the head of the bone shard's predator flew backward and crashed to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering onto the nearby tree branches, pattering as if it were being struck by rain and wind. Shunbei didn't pause in his actions and picked up the sniper rifle again. However, when he turned the muzzle to locate the last predator he wanted to eliminate, he suddenly realized that it was gone. Shunbei quickly turned his head to look in the direction where Niu Yanbin had run. His pupils narrowed slightly. The last bone shard's predator had actually changed direction amid the chaos and was now charging straight at Niu Yanbin. At this moment, Niu Yanbin was running frantically up the slope, feeling a menacing wind rushing from behind. He glanced back out of the corner of his eye and was startled. How was it that the predator that had been focused on Shunbei was now chasing after him? Is my meat more appealing? Niu Yanbin wanted to cry out for Shunbei to save him, but his voice was caught in his throat, unable to make a sound. Perhaps his panic had made him forget how to shout, or his mind had gone completely blank. Even his brain seemed to have disconnected the command to run, and his legs were moving on instinct alone. Just then, he heard Shunbei's low shout from behind. Get down. Niu Yanbin's whole body jolted. Get down? Isn't that asking for death? Shouldn't he be running at full speed? But Niu Yanbin's thoughts were one thing, and his actions were another. It was as if his instincts no longer belonged to him and were instead obeying Shunbei's command. Leaning forward, he dropped to the ground. In that moment, he felt the earth tremble slightly. That was the vibration produced by the bone shard's predator running. Niu Yanbin turned over and looked up. He saw a bone-crushing predator with glowing blue eyes leap up from the darkness, forming a massive, suffocating shadow that pressed down on him. The distance was so close that Niu Yanbin could count the teeth in its mouth, noting their arrangement and the strength of its bite, an instinct honed by his profession. In an instant, as the predator's gaping maw lunged for his throat, warm, foul-smelling blood splattered across Niu Yanbin's face. Immediately afterward, he felt a heavy weight on his chest, as if a truck had crashed down on him. Dizziness struck him, and his breath was pushed to the limit. Overcome by fear and difficulty breathing, he let out a gasp and fainted. Shunbei, holding a sniper rifle, quickly ran to Niu Yanbin's side. The corner of Shunbei's mouth twitched. It had taken this guy almost a minute to cover such a short distance. His physical endurance was truly lacking. The reason Shunbei had told Niu Yanbin to lie down was that the predator had also adjusted its position as Niu Yanbin moved. Although Shunbei had the opportunity to hit a moving target, the risk was significant. If he missed, it would be Niu Yanbin who would take the hit. Even enhanced individuals couldn't withstand the upgraded sniper rifle and bullets, let alone Niu Yanbin. One shot could obliterate his upper body. Thus, Shunbei's command for Niu Yanbin to lie down would inevitably provoke the predator to leap forward for the kill. This parabolic motion, at its peak, would momentarily render the predator stationary. That would be Shunbei's chance to fire a bullet and take down the beast. And indeed, it worked. Whether in the old world, during a disaster, or on Earth in a past life, basic tactics remained universally applicable and effective. The only thing Shunbei worried about was whether Niu Yanbin would be crushed by the predator. He reached out and pulled the over 300-pound predator's corpse away. He then slapped Niu Yanbin's face. No response. Shunbei checked Niu Yanbin's breathing. It seemed like he had briefly inhaled Shunbei's life force and suddenly came to. Why is heaven black? Niu Yanbin asked groggily. This is hell, Shunbei replied, pulling Niu Yanbin up. You're still okay, not crushed. Just barely. Niu Yanbin gasped, touched his face, and asked, why is my face a bit swollen? Shinbei replied, the predator prefers live prey, so it slapped you. Nyogonben felt Shinbei was treating him like a fool. After all, he was a biological researcher and had never heard of such habits among predators. They moved on. Shinbei led Nyogonben in a circle, avoiding the area where the fiery hunting beast was feeding, trying to stir up as little trouble as possible. There were no paths in the forest. They walked unevenly, much slower than on the dilapidated road below. A strong wind blew at the mountaintop, making it feel like a blower's nozzle, sometimes pressing against Nyogonben's back, sometimes swelling outward, making him quite uncomfortable. The vegetation, resembling sagebrush, swayed in the breeze. About an hour later, the two individuals returned to the road, and their pace increased. After walking in the dark for 4 hours and avoiding some dangerous beasts, they fortunately did not encounter any real danger. Shinbei, protected by his armor, found walking relatively easy. However, Nyogonben was clearly struggling to keep up. The immense physical exertion from crawling through the dense red forest had already taken its toll on him. Although he took a break at a large rock, the appearance of bone-crushing predators did not break him. That alone was a testament to his pushing past his limits. Now, Nyogonben's steps were heavy, swaying with each stride, looking as fragile as a cicada in winter, ready to collapse at any moment. Shinbei glanced at the time. Dawn was still 4 or 5 hours away. He needed to let Nyogonben rest. Otherwise, once daylight arrived, this guy would definitely just drop and sleep, unwilling to wake even in the face of danger. Much like a thief caught napping on a comfortable sofa in a villa, knowing he shouldn't be asleep, but succumbing to it anyway. Shinbei scanned the surroundings and spotted a large tree not far away. Nyo Lu, hold on a bit longer. We can climb up the tree to rest. Nyogonben yawned and nodded with a grunt. Soon, they reached the base of the tree. Shinbei took a look. The tree seemed to be over 10 meters high, with a thick, smooth trunk. Can you climb up? Isn't resting down here enough? Nyogonben replied. Shinbei shook his head. The ground is too dangerous. When you sleep, all your senses will shut down to ensure a good rest. If a beast approaches, you won't even notice, and you could die in your sleep. Hearing this, Nyogonben glanced at the trunk, feeling like a small snail standing under a giant onion. I can't climb. Before Nyogonben could finish, Shinbei crouched down. He immediately understood the next steps. Although Nyogonben's movements were clumsy, he managed to step accurately onto Shinbei's shoulders. After securing his arms around the trunk, he began to climb up. After some effort, Shinbei was sitting on a broad cluster of leaves, facing Nyogonben, who was clinging to the same trunk. The night wind seemed to deliberately blow away the warmth from Nyogonben's body, continuously swirling around them. Nyogonben's lips trembled violently. The night wind is a bit chilly. I just wish I had more fat. After saying this, he hugged the tree tighter, fearing that a sudden gust would send him tumbling down. Accumulating fat in this world was no easy task. Shinbei tightened his legs around the branch, while simultaneously raising his long knife to cut away the leaves on either side. Responding, you don't need a rope? Nyogonben asked curiously. I'm used to it. Shinbei wasn't boasting. He could handle sleeping with ropes, especially on such a sturdy trunk. Make the most of your time to sleep. We have a journey ahead once dawn breaks. After finishing his words, Shinbei leaned against the tree trunk, holding a revolver in his right hand, resting it on his lap, and closed his eyes. The wind had barely stopped throughout the night. It was not until the fiery sun rose above the eastern horizon that there was a sign of it calming down. Shinbei shook the drowsy Nyogonben awake, urging him to clear his head and prepare to climb down from the tree. In Chapter 111, The Primitive Forest, The Bullets in the Dark, Shinbei used a long knife to cut a walking stick for Nyogonben, which would save him some energy. Nyogonben released his embrace of the big tree he had clung to all night, lazily opened his mouth wide, stretched out his back, blinked his slightly bloodshot eyes, and said slowly, shouldn't we eat something? We can eat while walking. Shinbei didn't want to waste time. He led Nyogonben down the tree trunk and continued along the road. The sun gradually rose higher. Their shadows became shorter. Shinbei held his sniper rifle, constantly observing the surroundings. His nerves remained taut. After a simple meal of energy paste and a sip of clean water, the two continued their silent march. After about 3 hours, a wide river appeared before them. There had originally been a bridge on the road, but it had collapsed under the erosion of time. To cross the river, Shinbei considered 2 options, swimming across or using the following firepower cluster to fly over. However, he immediately dismissed the latter option. Revealing their trump card was not a wise choice. Otherwise, there would be no need for Shinbei to walk. He could have simply hung under the firepower cluster and flown back to the shelter. Can you swim? Shinbei asked. Nyogonben nodded. I can. But the river is quite wide. Think about the position you could get at shelter 36. It's all worth it, Shinbei said, igniting a fire in Nyogonben's eyes. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to get into the water. The river was relatively calm now. Shinbei instructed. You need to learn how to use the waves we create to push yourself forward. using the gentlest movements to achieve the fastest speed towards the goal. Don't drift off course. As soon as they entered the water, Shunbei began to paint a picture on this side of the river. There are many fruit trees growing across the bank. Once we get there, we can rest and enjoy sweet and delicious fruits. Nyogon Ben licked his lips. Then what are we waiting for? Let us swim. Shunbei had never been here before. Using such enticing words was a necessary lie. The water level was at Nyogon Ben's neck, and he could still not see the other side. The heavy river water kept shifting, making him feel suffocated. It wasn't long before he was exhausted. Shunbei, supporting Nyogon Ben from behind, said, "Try not to look ahead, otherwise, it will increase your fatigue. Sometimes, it's beneficial to keep your head down and push through without looking at anything. Otherwise, the despair from afar can shake your confidence." Relying on his armor, Shunbei continuously lifted Nyogon Ben, preventing him from sinking. As time went by, under Shunbei's protection, the two of them, like little monkeys squatting in the water, stepped on the shallow rocks and sand, gradually making their way to the shore. The water level gradually descended as they moved, with Shunbei pressing down on Nyogon Ben's body, hunching him lower until he was submerged beneath the thick algae accumulated along the shore. Shunbei looked up at the riverbank for a moment, and, seeing that there was no movement around, he shook off the river water from his body and pulled Nyogon Ben, who was lively and energetic, onto the shore, quickly crouching behind a pile of rocks. Shunbei urged Nyogon Ben to quickly take off his clothes and checked his body. He found no signs of bites from any small underwater creatures. Once everything was in order, Nyogon Ben, unable to withstand his hunger, lifted his damp bottom and climbed vigorously up the steep rock face, eager to pick some fruit from a nearby tree to fill his empty stomach. "Just kidding," Shunbei said. Nyogon Ben fell back onto the ground, staring wide-eyed at Shunbei, almost in tears. "This is just a drawing. I give you 99 points, one less to keep you humble." So frustrating. At that moment, Shunbei pulled a palm-sized gray crab from a crevice in the rocks, skewered it on his sharp knife, and held it up for Nyogon Ben to see. "The crab tastes amazing. I love to soak them alive in a vinegar jar, and after 3 hours, take them out, roll them in hot oil on a strainer, and they become crispy and delicious. A big gulp of beer after that will make your stomach dance with joy." After listening to Shunbei's description, Nyogon Ben's mouth watered. His throat involuntarily moved a few times as his gaze returned to the struggling crab on the tip of the knife. He focused on the high-protein crab meat inside its claws, unable to contain himself, and looked around for a rock to smash it open to get some fresh meat to satisfy his hunger. Shunbei threw the crab back into the river. "If you don't want to end up with an upset stomach, don't eat anything raw while on the move. Crabs are edible, but they must be cooked." Shunbei had no interest in cooking. Even if the sniper rifle had a flamethrower, it would waste precious resources. It's all about the money. Nyogon Ben felt a bit frustrated, but dared not say much. He continued to follow Shunbei up the riverbank. An hour later, they faced a hilly terrain. The mountainous landscape was quite striking, resembling a giant green stone man stretching its arms to swim, with the bulging hills on either side covered in unknown plants. Though not overly dense, they were lush and vibrant, full of life. The two began to jog along the hills. This area seemed safe, with no fierce beasts in sight. They just needed to speed through. After crossing the last hill, a vast expanse of forest appeared before them. They could also see an old sign at the entrance of the valley forest, on a large rock. It was engraved with the words Primitive Forest Park. Shunbei rubbed his temples. Another forest. Such terrain presents natural obstacles for walking, far less favorable than flat ground. But as Shunbei looked around, the massive forest stretched endlessly before them. The detour would take ages. Shunbei sniffed and waved his hand. "Let's go." No other choice. Along the dilapidated and undulating road through the forest, the two plunged into the primeval woods. Dense and humid vegetation clustered like a herd of sheep on both sides of the road, creating a vibrant canopy. This made Shunbei feel a sense of fear, as if he had fallen into a green ocean, or like a small flea dropped onto the back of a sheep. The sky above was shrouded in a milky gray mist, resembling countless clouds drifting overhead. Meanwhile, in the dark corners of the forest where sunlight could not penetrate, mushrooms with caps of various colors emitted a soft glow, illuminating the lower part of the woods into a dazzling world. Countless tender plants were striving to grow, swaying their purple, red, and green leaves in the wind. At that moment, a flower radiating a pale blue light floated slowly past Nyoonbin. It looked so delicate that it could dance anywhere with the gentlest breeze, beautiful like a dream. Shunbei reached out his hand to try to touch this floating flower. But as soon as his fingers brushed against it, the nearly transparent petals recoiled in fright. "Don't touch it." Nyoonbin's warning came a second too late. Shunbei's fingertips turned black at a visible speed, with wisps of smoke rising. However, protected by his armor, he was mostly unharmed, just slightly burned. This thing could generate a lot of heat. Roasting you would be no problem at all. Nyoonbin, taking on a professor-like demeanor, seemed to be educating his companion about the world. If they were collected, they could be made into bombs, but their short shelf life made them impractical. Shinbei shrugged. The vast forest, with thousands of floating flowers spreading death, created a bizarre, yet vibrant world. The scenery was indeed nice, but for the two fugitives, there was no time to admire it. They just hoped to pass through the primeval forest safely. After walking for about an hour, the surroundings remained almost unchanged, except for the occasional dilapidated houses left over from a bygone era. If it weren't for these different houses, Shinbei might have felt as if he was walking in circles. Just then, a dull, booming shot rang out from the area to Shinbei's front left. Echoing through the misty air, the once silent woods erupted with flocks of birds taking flight, scattering in all directions. Without hesitation, Shinbei lunged forward, pulling Nyo Onbin into the grass by the roadside. In that instant, a blue energy bullet whizzed past Shinbei's former position, smashing into a large tree. Shinbei pressed Nyo Onbin down in the grass, not retreating but advancing, crawling forward for over 10 meters before stopping. This was Shinbei's cunning reverse thinking. Normally, when ambushed, the logical choice would be to retreat. However, Shinbei knew that the opponent was a marksman-type ability user. Retreating 10 meters, or even 100, would be insignificant in terms of range. At the same time, the enemy would likely be scanning for opportunities to shoot again. Shinbei took a different approach, entering the blind spot of the opponent's line of sight. This provided him with a brief moment to catch his breath. At that moment, Nyogon Ben was pale and filled with terror. He believed that any gunfire indicated that the number 1 shelter was hunting them down, even though the shots were coming from in front of them, not behind. However, bullets were indeed being fired at the two of them. Nyogon Ben asked in a panicked tone, "Who could be shooting?" "Do I have eyes that can see 1,000 miles?" Shinbei responded. Although he didn't have such extraordinary vision, he could still see a few kilometers ahead. He quickly connected to a firepower drone, sending it to scout ahead to find out who was firing. There was no question of friendship. They were definitely enemies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be shooting from the shadows. It was just unclear which faction the enemy belonged to. Before long, the firepower drone flew over Shinbei's head, and another dull sound of a sniper shot echoed. Shinbei's vision just caught a glimpse of a blue light flickering 700 meters away. However, he couldn't see who it was. The opponent vanished too quickly after firing. Boom. 50 meters behind Shinbei, an energy bullet exploded. Shinbei sniffed, tentatively attacking what he assessed to be a rookie. This was his evaluation of the situation. If it were him, he would have remained patient and not fired randomly. After a while, the God's Eye view finally reached above the opponent. Due to the dense forest and other peculiar plants obstructing the view, the firepower drone made a round before barely capturing a figure in the thicket. When Shinbei saw it, his teeth ached. The enemy in front was actually wearing the attire of the number 20 shelter. Meanwhile, a person holding a special sniper rifle for ability users was running quickly, seemingly trying to regroup with distant teammates. Without any hesitation, Shinbei grabbed his sniper rifle, his eyes flashing, and began to pursue rapidly. If he let this person escape, it would be a huge problem. Chapter 112. Chase and sniping. Shinbei never expected to encounter someone from the number 20 shelter on his journey. There was no doubt that he was a mortal enemy of that shelter. He estimated that his appearance, especially his battle armor, had probably made it onto their wanted list. After all, he had indeed caused significant trouble for 2 teams from the number 20 shelter in the past. But as the saying goes, if my friends die, I won't. This was all predestined. Initially, Shinbei thought about retreating, but the primal forest was too vast. Taking a detour would only increase other risks. Naturally, he had to pursue. He couldn't let the enemy escape to report back. It didn't matter if he fell into an encirclement, but Nyogon Ben couldn't afford that. After a brief moment of thought, Shinbei turned to Nyogon Ben and said, "I'll scout ahead. Maybe I can find a vehicle. You stay here and don't move." Nyogon Ben was extremely afraid of being left alone. It could be said that if he were abandoned in the wilderness, he would likely starve or be eaten by wild beasts. The goals of the 2 individuals are too ambitious. Shinbei pulled back the bolt and naturally wouldn't tell him that the enemy came from within. He continued, "Besides, I run faster than you." After saying that, Shinbei began to sprint along the left slope of the road, planning to take out the recently shot ability user first. Shinbei swiftly moved through the towering ancient trees, lightly stepping on the forest carpet of fallen leaves and humus, making only a faint sound. The driving device at the joints of his combat armor emitted a faint hum, allowing Shinbei to nimbly leap between the jagged tree roots and piled rocks. His speed in navigating the complex terrain was clearly faster than that of the ability user. Shinbei's instincts, embedded in his genes, combined with the fine control provided by the combat armor's joint modules, enabled him to maintain a posture akin to a sprinting cheetah. Just when Shinbei thought he would catch up to the enemy in a few minutes, a clear gunshot rang out from his right side. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of blue light from the corner of his eye. Another marksman ability user? However, The bullet seemed to have deviated significantly and did not hit the swiftly moving Shunbei at all. This indicated that the opponent was not qualified to hit a moving target, or perhaps Shunbei's speed in jumping and weaving was simply too fast. Based on the general location of the gunfire, Shunbei switched to a crawling mode, hiding among the dense vegetation, and began to maneuver northwest. This roadblock must be eliminated. In fact, marksman ability users are truly terrifying beings. Their role on the battlefield is very clear, as they can create a suppressive force. Their firearms pose a deadly threat to other ability users. They can control the rhythm of the battlefield through interference and shooting. They are also very effective for covering retreats, instilling caution in those pursuing. Not to mention chasing, shooting at the enemy's back is best left to marksman ability users. More importantly, snipers usually stay away from the front lines, making them much safer than other close combat ability users. This is also why ordinary people today like to flaunt their sniper rifles. One could say that firearms have not been eliminated partly due to the lingering presence of marksman ability users. After carefully crawling for 2 minutes, Shunbei found himself in a position where he could potentially snipe the area where the gunshot originated. He performed a thermal imaging scan of the area ahead. Nothing was detected. Shunbei slowly crouched up, leaning against a tall, straight tree trunk, and raised his Barrett sniper rifle. Through the scope, the crosshair swept over the rolling green waves of vegetation, revealing no suspicious activity. However, as the crosshair scanned back halfway, he suddenly noticed a cluster of leaves shaking inexplicably. Shunbei quickly lowered the T-shaped crosshair, trying to discern the body shape of the enemy concealed within. Yet, all he saw was something resembling a human calf. Shunbei did not rashly pull the trigger. He found this calf suspicious. Using the combat armor's magnified vision, he confirmed that it was indeed a human calf. But it was smeared with some kind of oil, seemingly for preservation. However, the dryness of the surface skin, lacking moisture, could not be concealed. A decoy? Shunbei frowned. If he guessed correctly, this calf should be apart from some unfortunate individual, severed by the enemy and pulled with fishing line as a disguise to lure him into shooting. Once he fired, his position would be exposed, and the enemy hiding in a corner would immediately send an energy bullet into his head. Shunbei quickly scanned the surroundings of the calf. To create the pulling effect, the fishing line must have a point of leverage. It was nearly impossible to pull from above or below. That would be too foolish. Therefore, the enemy's position was likely at either the 4 o'clock or 10 o'clock direction. Shunbei gently pulled back the sniper rifle barrel wrapped in green vines and peered towards the 4 o'clock direction, seeing nothing unusual. As he shifted the T-shaped crosshair towards the 10 o'clock direction, he spotted a figure with a green scarf wrapped around their head, biting down on a blade of grass. The face, smeared with dark green camouflage paint, was pressed tightly against a massive sniper rifle used by an ability user. This sniper rifle, known as the Soul Reaver, was quite famous in the Wasteland world. It was forged from dark titanium alloy, with a surface covered in a layer of shimmering active metal film that changed color with the energy fluctuations of the wielder. The body of the rifle resembled a giant sci-fi wing, with smooth and dynamic lines. Energy bullet conversion devices were embedded on both sides of the rifle. Its length and caliber far exceeded those of conventional sniper rifles from the old era. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Shunbei's mouth as the armor amplified his vision and slowly adjusted the focal length. A green head, resembling a beetle, was focused at the crosshair's intersection. Although Shunbei could only use weapons from the old era, their power surpassed that of the Soul Reaver. Moreover, shooting specialists often used crystal cores to enhance their shooting abilities rather than defense. With a whoosh, several green leaves hanging down were gently swayed by the airflow created when the bullet exited the muzzle. The silent bullet tore through the air, leaving a silvery trajectory. The terminal focus of the crosshair struck the round green head, which exploded into fragments. Flesh and blood splattered on the shiny green leaves surrounding the target, quickly dripping down as the adhesion and friction decreased. This long-forgotten scene of blood and flesh, along with the sensation of shattering a human skull, began to boil like morphine in Shunbei's veins. After hitting the target, Shunbei quickly crawled back and retreated into the dense vegetation behind him. This lush greenery, resembling green wool, required utmost patience while moving beneath it. Shunbei, like a small hedgehog hidden among the plants, used the slowest and steadiest movements to retreat to a safe position without disturbing the branches and leaves, taking a full minute to do so. After confirming there were no subsequent shots fired, Shunbei sprinted away at full speed once again. 3 minutes had passed, and he wondered if he could still catch up. The forest was shrouded in layers of white mist, and the moisture in the air seemed to start descending, continuously condensing and covering the lower atmosphere. Giant luminescent plants resembling lanterns retreated from Shunbei's view. Their trunks were as sturdy as iron, covered with a thick layer of oxidized rust. These plants were not to be touched. Their lantern-like shapes would capsize onto a human's head, draining their blood as nutrients. Taking advantage of the darkness cast by the overhanging clouds, Shinbei surged forward like a wild horse, racing through the layers of green waves. A few minutes later, he looked up at the forest ahead, where a novice sharpshooter had become faintly visible, like a piece of black bread floating in milk. However, he had already crossed a river. The sharpshooter had even attempted a blind shot at Shinbei. Instead of dodging, Shinbei ran even faster. As the enemy disappeared back into the forest, Shinbei finally reached the riverbank. Without a word, he leaped into the churning waters. With his legs together like a dolphin's tail, he propelled himself forward using his waist, his arms slicing through the water as he swam rapidly towards the opposite shore. Soon, Shinbei was splashing through the pale water, soaking his back as he landed. The novice was indeed just a novice, not even seizing the opportunity to counterattack. The sky had darkened, but floating flowers began to appear, swaying among the ancient trees and illuminating the forest even more brightly. These dazzling yet deadly traps adorned the forest with vibrant colors, but behind their beauty lay lethal dangers. Shinbei cautiously navigated through the woods until a large valley, resembling a bowl, came into view, lush with plants and shrouded in mist that seemed to have fallen from the sky, appearing unable to rise again. Shinbei crouched beneath a cluster of low treetops, glancing around at his surroundings. The sharpshooter had vanished. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had lost his target. Even the cluster firepower drones hovering above would struggle to capture the enemy's silhouette in such dense foliage. Just then, a burst of fireworks erupted 3 kilometers above him. Shinbei focused his gaze. It was likely the assembly signal for Shelter 20. It seemed the enemy was scattered throughout the forest on collection missions and had become aware of his presence. Shinbei now had 2 choices, to take the initiative or to retreat closer to the bull. However, he knew he couldn't do that. The closer he got to the bull, the higher his own risk would be. Thus, Shinbei chose to take the offensive. There was a deep-seated grudge between both sides, and the red cloud of Shelter 20 had a strong vendetta against him, likely offering a hefty bounty. People die for money, and birds die for food. If Shinbei wasn't on the menu, he would be on the list. Moreover, exiting the forest would inevitably lead to open plains, which was common knowledge. If he didn't deal with the enemy, it would be very troublesome if they had vehicles to chase him on the plains. Additionally, he would lose the advantageous terrain. It was clear to Shinbei what was most beneficial for him. At that moment, Shinbei was running down the steep valley slope. Taking advantage of the fact that they had not yet gathered, he needed to seize the time to take them down one by one. As he ran, he felt his knees were particularly awkward. Suddenly, he felt one foot slip, as if he were falling off a cliff. Fortunately, the other foot had not yet lifted, allowing him to leap forward in that instant, like an agile monkey, propelling his body upwards. His hands caught onto a swaying branch, preventing him from falling into the abyss below. Shinbei hurriedly looked down at the misty ground beneath him. Just as he was about to let go and jump back onto the sloped wall of the valley, a wave of panic surged through him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Below his suspended feet was not the imagined distance of 2 to 3 meters between a large tree and the rocky ground, but rather an unfathomable abyss. The terrain was essentially a trap. Utilizing the power of his battle armor, Shinbei quickly kicked and pulled himself up into the tree canopy. If the branch in his hand were to break now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Climbing to a sturdy part of the trunk, he finally felt a bit calmer. Shinbei swung his hand, and the iron chain from his armor shot out, throwing it towards the outer side of the crown. With a swift sound, the hook caught onto a nearby tree crown 15 meters away. After a few strong tugs, he felt the pull was stable and secure. Having something to hold onto was convenient. Shinbei pulled on the rope and kicked his way over. The surrounding mist clung to his battle armor, making the front of it wet with dripping water. After passing through this area, he quietly landed on the ground and crouched forward for a while. In his field of vision, a cableway gradually appeared ahead. It resembled a spiral bridge ladder, likely a remnant from an era long past. The entire cableway was made of steel cables and wooden planks, elevated between trees. Some of the wooden boards were decayed, while others were well preserved. The cableway was at least 50 meters above the valley floor, extending southward in an S-shaped curve. But Shinbei could not make out where it led due to the visibility being limited to about 20 meters because of the mist. Shinbei stepped onto the cableway. After a short while, he suddenly felt a slight shaking, and although he still could not see clearly ahead, he sensed that something alive was also attached to the cableway and was jogging towards him. At this point, Shinbei had just taken a few steps onto the cable bridge when he noticed movement behind the mist. He decisively retreated back to the bridge's start and climbed up a large tree. Through the thick and blurry mist ahead, a human silhouette gradually emerged. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shinbei stared unblinkingly at the approaching figure. It turned out to be someone wearing the outfit of Shelter Number 20. And it was a woman, an ability user. However, her rank was not high, barely at the 3rd level, though he was unsure of her specific attribute. Nevertheless, Since Shinbei had already dealt with a 5th-level defense user, a 3rd-level woman would not pose much of a problem. To Shinbei, there was never a distinction of gender, only enemies and himself. The notion of not hitting women is non-existent. It only leads to harsher blows. However, at that moment, Shinbei did not draw his weapon but continued to conceal himself in the trees, intending to capture a prisoner to interrogate about the personnel composition and numbers. Shinbei resembled a leopard hidden in the treetops, patiently fixated on the unfortunate individual inching closer. Just as the woman's head was about 2 meters away from his position, Shinbei quickly calculated the timing for his attack. He leaned forward from his perch on the tree branch, like a seabird diving from a height. His left hand reached down, gripping the ponytail at the back of the woman's head, pulling downwards to force her to tilt her neck up, while also controlling his falling center of gravity. Just as Shinbei intended to draw his knife and hold it against her neck, his left hand suddenly lost its grip. He felt the hair on her head being forcibly yanked away. Once the woman broke free from his control, she rolled forward, maintaining a half-crouched stance. Her gaze fixed on Shinbei with a sinister intensity. Shinbei looked at the wig in his hand, his lips twitching. What a situation. No amount of planning could compare to this wig. What was supposed to be a sure thing had been turned into a joke by this piece of hair. The woman smirked cruelly. So you're Shinbei? No wonder the signal for assembly went off. What a coincidence to run into you here. Our leader is very interested in your armor. How about we have a nice chat? Shinbei's expression was inscrutable. The last one who called himself Black Tooth said something similar. Huh. The woman waved her hand dismissively. That's entirely different. What is your choice now? Are you thinking of struggling a bit more? If you don't mind me hitting women, that is. Shinbei slowly raised his head and continued. It would be even better if you could provide some intelligence. In the next moment, Shinbei didn't have time to engage in further conversation with her. With a roar, he charged like a ferocious tiger unleashed. A bolt of lightning accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, rushing towards the woman just 1 meter away with an incredibly fierce and rapid demeanor. At this distance, a handgun could be useful, but its limitations were too great. If she grabbed his wrist, the handgun would be useless. Close combat would be more cost-effective. And at that moment, with the enhancement of his armor, Shinbei's bodily reactions, stamina, strength, and speed all explosively increased, far exceeding the limits of an ordinary person. Even those with abilities would look up to such technological power. The armor was like countless overlapping gears. Even a slight adjustment would amplify the output power by hundreds or thousands of times. After the battle with the Third Master, Shinbei had gained a new understanding of his combat capabilities. Although he lacked special abilities, his fighting experience was forged in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Whoosh! In less than the blink of an eye, amidst the howling wind, Shinbei had already closed the 1 meter distance and was right in front of the woman. At the same time, his fingers spread wide as he reached for her shoulder. If this moment is seized, with Shinbei's current strength and sharpness, even a 3rd-tier defense would instantly pierce through a woman's shoulder blade, leaving her completely unable to resist. However, in that fleeting moment, a sharp scream erupted from the woman, who had initially looked incredulous, as she faced Shinbei's fierce grab. The scream seemed to contain some inexplicable mental force, causing Shinbei to feel as if a steel needle had pierced his brain, bringing unbearable pain. He let out a muffled groan, his head throbbing painfully. And his previously assured attack lost its aim, failing to capture the woman, allowing her to evade instead, leaving only 5 deep cuts. As Shinbei managed to stop and turn around, he felt 2 streams of warm liquid flowing from his nostrils. It was blood. The woman looked at the bloody wound on her shoulder, momentarily stunned, and a hint of crimson flickered in her fierce eyes, looking terrifying. A trace of shock remained on her beautiful face, her voice unusually hoarse from the earlier outburst. Very good, no wonder Black Tooth died at your hands. Your strength is quite impressive for an ordinary person. Shinbei's nostrils continued to bleed. The woman's sound wave attack was indeed alarming. He licked the blood trickling to the corner of his mouth, tasting sweetness mixed with bitterness, like fine sand. He found it strange that his own blood had such a taste and texture. Not thinking too much about it, Shinbei spread his arms and sneered. If this is all you can do, you should kneel down early and don't force me to strip you of your clothes. Having successfully navigated the crisis, the woman stared fiercely at Shinbei, her eyes filled with unmasked malice and cruelty. Very good, my little darling. You've given me an incredible surprise. You think you're cute. With a sinister laugh, Shinbei interrupted her rambling, resembling a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, viciously launching another attack. You worthless thing, do you think you are facing who? Facing Shinbei's fierce leap, the woman's face turned pale. She suddenly stepped forward, her long, fair legs sweeping out like a steel whip. Her toes erupted with crimson flames. Ability, Flame Heavy Kick. She kicked out with a swift, piercing sound, her movements exceptionally quick. This kick was aimed directly at Shinbei's head, not carrying any hint of gentleness, but rather filled with lethal ferocity, clearly showcasing a combat style of fighting techniques. Moreover, she was wearing sharp high heels, and with her ability enhancing the explosive power of the flames, if this kick landed, it would undoubtedly shatter a person's skull. Even though Shun Bei had protective armor, in her eyes, it could still be shattered. Shi-Hen-Ti used the earlier strange soundwave attack again. As Shi-Hen-Ti mastered that ability for long, she had only just begun to grasp it. Just executing it once had already damaged her vocal cords. Attempting it again would risk damaging her trachea, making it impossible to launch a second attack in such a short time. Nevertheless, even in the face of Shun Bei's assault, she showed no fear. Swish. Shun Bei's reflexes were equally astonishing. He immediately sensed the formidable power behind her kick. Though his combat suit could undoubtedly shield him completely from harm, Shun Bei was not one to take a hit without retaliation. He abruptly lowered his stance, evading the trajectory of her high-heeled kick aimed at his head, and surged forward with an overwhelming, fierce momentum, charging straight at her without hesitation. Foolish. With a contemptuous glare, the woman's sweeping kick, erupting in a burst of violent flames, abruptly changed course midair. Her pale, slender leg reflected a dazzling light, descending like a cleaving axe towards Shun Bei's head. Thud. A sweep transformed into a direct chop, reacting to her swift alteration. Shun Bei barely managed to tilt his head aside, his shoulder emitting a grating sound of armor friction. Then, the flames at her feet exploded as if dozens of bombs had detonated simultaneously, unleashing a kaleidoscope of destructive energy. The dense mist and the damp ground surface twisted and shattered under the scorching heat, with visible shockwaves rapidly spreading outward. In an instant, Shun Bei was engulfed by the woman's explosive impact and apocalyptic blaze. Yet, despite this, Shun Bei stood firm amidst the raging flames, extending an arm to make a grab. In that split second, the woman's scornful, triumphant eyes met Shun Bei's icy, ruthless gaze. His eyes conveyed a crystal-clear message. Got you. Almost simultaneously, a dull impact, the sound of cracking bones, and a piercing, venomous shriek erupted. The woman collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony with a distorted expression. Unnoticed until then, a gleaming long blade had been deeply thrust into the gap of her knee on the leg she had used for her fierce kick, blood spurting out. This was Shun Bei's brutal retaliation, enduring her kick to ruthlessly incapacitate her leg with the blade. Damn it. Excruciating pain nearly overwhelmed her consciousness. Though she possessed special abilities, she lacked iron will and life-or-death combat experience. With one leg disabled, she revealed the fragility and panic of an ordinary woman. Swish. Without a word, Shun Bei lunged forward once more, targeting the woman as she struggled and screamed on the ground, trying to rise. Hazily aware of the impending danger, she instinctively attempted to evade or resist, but the extreme agony and the surgical blade embedded in her knee joint left her unable even to stand. Wait. Crouched on the ground, the woman screamed in terror. We can't, crack. Denying her the chance to finish, Shun Bei swiftly and mercilessly stomped on her other intact knee, shattering it completely. Her beautiful face contorted into a grotesque mask as she let out another heart-wrenching shriek, resembling a vengeful spirit. Any man witnessing her current plight would feel a pang of compassion. I know that individuals with special abilities possess strong vitality. Shun Bei grinned wickedly as he watched the woman, who was frantically trying to attack him with her hands in the air. You won't get the chance. Now, I have just one question for you. How many people are in your team? Who is the highest-ranking individual? And what are your main abilities? I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. Listen to me. We can indeed have a good conversation. 2. How about this? Even though I'm injured, I'm fine down below. You're not trying to take off my clothes, are you? Why not give it a shot? Let me go, how about that? 1. Are you even a man? Boom. Shun Bei pulled out his handgun, and a bullet shattered her forehead. Stretching lazily, Shun Bei continued walking towards the suspension bridge. This is the elegy before the gates of hell open, the sound of death seeping through the door. Melodious, delightful. Chapter 114. Frenzied firepower. Shun Bei didn't have time to engage in dialogue with the woman. Not speaking meant death. Villains perish from too much talking. The more urgent the situation, the more decisively one must strike. At the same time, Shun Bei concluded from the recent battle that the rank of an individual with special abilities is one thing, while the abilities themselves are another. They are two different matters. An individual with second-tier abilities, if possessing many crystal cores, can recklessly illuminate the abilities that can be learned at that level. However, without resources, one can only rely on 2 abilities like that woman did. Therefore, individuals with special abilities are not to be feared. Rather, it is wealth that is truly formidable. This realization brought Shun Bei a sense of calm. What he needed was also wealth, and what those with abilities needed was wealth as well. They were all starting from the same line. It just depended on who could earn more. Shun Bei glanced at the dead woman, lifted his right leg, and kicked her off the suspension bridge. Just as he was about to continue along the bridge, he heard the thud of her body hitting the thick layer of decayed leaves below. Thud, thud, thud. 3 bright red lines of fire suddenly shot up from below the suspension bridge near Shinbei, causing the leaves above him to scatter chaotically. Shinbei immediately understood that there was a sniper hiding beneath the trees nearby, startled by the falling body. Estimating where the shooter might be, the sniper had taken 3 shots in a lucky attempt to ambush him. There were more people below. From the sound, it seemed to be an SVD sniper rifle. The 3 lines of fire were not blue, but red. Either a special ability sniper was providing long-range support, or it was an ordinary person below. Shinbei's objective was to eliminate all threats, so he wouldn't let this go. He hung his arm armor on the iron chain of the suspension bridge and dropped down like a bat hanging upside down, silently descending. As his head plunged into the mesmerizing mist, Shinbei felt as if he had entered deep water, akin to a paratrooper jumping from a plane. Just before opening the parachute, he descended for a full 9 seconds, and the thick, sauna-like white mist before him suddenly became as thin as silk. Although the surroundings were still somewhat dark and shadowy, the faint ink-colored outlines of the scenery were effectively reflected in Shinbei's pupils. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out again. Shinbei quickly locked onto the position at 2:30. 3 dark lines like hidden flames shot up into the air where the wooden boards had fallen. It was an ordinary person crouching like a thief, exaggeratedly tilting his head back to peer into the layer of white mist above, looking as if he were very hungry, expecting a steaming pie to drop down from above. However, in those brief seconds, Shinbei tightened his legs around the iron chain, securing himself at a height of 20 meters. The Barrett sniper rifle he held was readied as Shinbei performed a sit-up, twisting his torso to align the reticle with the head of a shadowy figure. The damp, half-rotten wooden board fell along with Shinbei, and after that ordinary person fired 3 shots into the air above the board. He attempted to turn his face to shoot at Shinbei, who was directly above him in the tree canopy. To his shock, he realized that the descending object was extremely peculiar. He had already sensed that the shadow sliding down the cable bridge was the first greeting from the Grim Reaper after his arrival. Bang! Just as that ordinary person aimed to quickly turn his gun to shoot at Shinbei hanging halfway up the tree, a bullet, accompanied by a gust of wind, shot out of the chamber and struck his left eye socket. In the dark forest, a bowl-like object was seen flipping off the top of that guy's head, spinning and flying away. Shinbei knew exactly what that was and was familiar with such scenes. It was a human head, split in half by the impact of the bullet, with brain matter splattering as the skull flew away. This kind of brutal and valuable tactic was a lesson for everyone who witnessed it. But the prerequisite was that the witness had to be alive to continue improving oneself. If one died, everything was lost. After clearing away the ordinary person beneath the cableway, Shinbei slung the sniper rifle on his back, patted his arm armor, and the winch automatically pulled him up. Returning to the upper layer of the white mist, Shinbei felt as if he had come back from another world. He then cautiously jogged forward along the worn and eroded cableway. This cableway indeed connected the valley walls on either side. It seemed that the person who built it intended to create a shortcut bridge over the forest. After crossing the iron cable bridge, Shinbei ran straight for 3 minutes. Behind a pile of rubble, he spotted an enemy about 500 meters ahead, leaning against a tree and smoking leisurely. Shinbei was puzzled. Why was this guy not rushing toward the location of the fireworks, but lingering here instead? Shinbei activated his cluster fire targeting system to scout the area. He suspected this guy was waiting for someone. Sure enough, the overhead view revealed that behind the smoking man, in a dense patch of grass, there was another man exposing his backside as he relieved himself. After assessing the situation, Shinbei directly picked up his sniper rifle, poking the muzzle out from behind the rubble. At that moment, it was unclear whether the smoking man had a quick reaction or if Shinbei had accidentally knocked a stone down. Shinbei, positioned behind the crosshair, saw the man suddenly look up, his pupils dilating for an instant. The optic nerves above his eyeballs swelled and turned red, resembling a spider's web. Bang! Without any hesitation, a bullet, determined to hit its target, shot out from the gap in the pile of rocks. It pierced through the mist of water that still hung in the air, heading straight for the target captured by the crosshair. Just as the man's brain signaled his muscles to dodge, a sudden burst of blood mist occurred. The bullet first shattered the cigarette before penetrating the bridge of the target's nose, but its astonishing destructive power obliterated the entire head. After eliminating this enemy, Shinbei knelt behind a large rock, his long-barreled sniper rifle resting upright on his right hand. He remained still because there was still another enemy in the bushes. However, the foliage was too dense to see the man's figure clearly. Although he could still make out the clustered firepower disc, the 2-dimensional perspective and 3-dimensional shooting were not aligned. Shinbei had not practiced such a peculiar shooting method, so he decided to wait. The opponent would inevitably move. Any movement would cause the bushes to sway, signaling the moment to shoot. If there was no movement, Shinbei would have to flank. No matter the method, he would not allow the enemy to survive. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The man in the bushes suddenly stood up. Shinbei intended to shoot, but in that fleeting instant, he pulled down the sniper rifle and lay flat on the ground. Then, a light sound echoed through the air, a sign of energy level elevation. Shinbei recognized it immediately. It indicated that the man was activating his weapon and beginning to charge energy for the cannon. This firepower configuration was incredibly fierce. Shinbei had witnessed a similar weapon in a member of Team A led by Ming Zhong, who had encountered a wave of fierce beasts on the way to shelter number 1, and he had been fortunate enough to experience the weapon's power, which was truly nerve-wracking. In the distance, the muscular man with special abilities wielded a scythe-type rapid-fire cannon. With a caliber of 20 millimeters, it may not have seemed large, but with magnetic force and energy field technology to assist in dissipating heat and correcting barrel vibrations, its power was over 40 greater than that of a standard rapid-fire cannon, making it a formidable weapon against all mutant creatures and arrogant ability users. The cannon was not lightweight. Even an ordinary person would struggle to lift it, let alone maneuver it with ease. Moreover, the immense recoil could shatter bones. Only those with weapon mastery abilities could handle it proficiently. The next moment, as the muscular man squeezed the trigger, an invisible flow of energy instantly activated the advanced systems within the cannon. The magnetic and energy field devices moved like agile spirits, dissipating the heat and vibrations from each shot at lightning speed, keeping the cannon in optimal combat condition. In an instant, the pile of rocks where Shinbei was hiding was submerged by intense artillery fire, with 20mm shells pouring down like a thunderstorm. Shrapnel flew everywhere as the machine gun roared, and the scorching metal streams sliced through the vines and branches in the forest, causing trees to crash down. Stones shattered and struck Shinbei's armor with a loud clatter. He covered his head, feeling the ground tremble beneath him, as if the air itself was being ripped apart by the violent energy, creating visible shockwaves. "Get lost," the burly man shouted, shaking the small cocoon in his hands as he swept the machine gun in Shinbei's direction. This barrage lasted only 30 seconds before the gun fell silent. It wasn't that the burly man couldn't hold the gun, it simply needed to recharge. However, even that brief period of battlefield suppression would have been enough for him to achieve a lot if he had teammates. Unfortunately, he did have teammates, but they were already dead. It was just a one-on-one with Shinbei. Chapter 115. The whole pot served, one must admit. The firepower from the opposing machine gun was exceptionally fierce. Although this weapon was referred to as a scythe, it also had another nickname, which was frequently used in the wasteland, the ability user's ruler. The term ruler was quite clever, implying lessons, teachings, repentance, and warnings. It was akin to a teacher's ruler, striking the palm to teach a lesson. This weapon's power was indeed a nightmare for many ability users, even suppressing Shinbei to the point where he couldn't lift his head. If it weren't for the pile of rocks providing cover, his armor would have been torn to shreds in no time. Even while hiding behind the rock pile, the metal torrents from the machine gun still grazed against Shinbei's armor. The left shoulder plate had already curled up like peeling skin, and the faceplate showed cracks, resembling the onset of floaters in his vision. However, it wasn't a serious problem. Despite the damage, the armor's basic functions remained operational. At this moment, the once mighty rock formation shaped by nature over millions of years had been ruthlessly reshaped by the fury of the machine gun, leaving behind countless deep and ugly scars. The searing artillery fire ignited fierce flames on the cold stone, turning the originally hard rocks a fiery red, with the intense heat causing their surfaces to flow like lava, emitting a strong and acrid burnt smell. The pile of rocks resembled a beehive struck by a massive hammer, with stones scattering everywhere. A powerful shockwave instantly turned some of the stones to dust, creating rolling dust storms that mixed with water vapor, forming a cement-like texture that obscured the sky. Shinbei's visibility was severely limited. He could no longer see the situation ahead, making blind firing unlikely to hit the enemy. Taking advantage of the burly man recharging the machine gun, Shinbei activated the thermal imaging system, piercing through the layers of dust. The captured visuals were relayed to the display panel of his armor. In that moment, Shinbei's view transformed from a world constructed of ordinary light to a mysterious tapestry woven from heat. The swirling dust rose in front of Shinbei, yet it no longer served as a barrier to his vision as it once did. Through this thermal imaging filter, the dust appeared like a thin silk curtain, revealing the enemy's figure with flowing textures and layers due to the temperature differences. The outline of the large man transformed into a clear, discernible halo, resembling a vivid thermal relief sculpture. Shinbei could see that the man had not yet pulled up his pants, and had shifted a few steps to the left, standing still to charge his weapon. Perhaps in the man's eyes, this swirling dust was his best form of protection. Shinbei decisively raised his sniper rifle. Despite the dust covering the muzzle, he didn't care at all. After all, in previous upgrades, even when mud and sand had filled the barrel, The weapon had still functioned reliably, not to mention mere dust. With a crisp sound of the trigger, a bullet pierced through the dust, carving a vacuum trail in the air, much like a chalk eraser, leaving a clean mark on the surface. In the next moment, Shinbei heard a sound from the enemy across, a cry that seemed to want to escape, but was abruptly cut off, as if the life had been snatched away at the moment of utmost fear and insecurity. Shinbei's ghost bullet had indeed surpassed the large man's expectations, instilling fear in him. Shinbei put away his sniper rifle, ran out from the pile of rubble, shaking off the debris from his body, and continued to sprint forward with the rifle in hand. At this moment, Shinbei was circling around the center point of the fireworks explosion, taking out as many enemies as he could from the periphery. This level of combat was both comfortable and pleasant, with low intensity, allowing him to reduce the enemy's manpower effectively. Before long, Shinbei found himself in a maze formed by steel thorns, their branches resembling tempered swords, glinting with a chilling light. He easily circumvented this area, knowing no enemies would tread here. These plants were like wire mesh, not particularly harmful but extremely bothersome, capable of tearing clothes and leaving scratches on the skin. 3 minutes later, he encountered an unusual tree formed from a fusion of metal fragments and biological tissue. Its trunk resembled rusted copper pipes, while its leaves were vibrant green, dripping with life. Countless sparkling mineral crystals adorned the crown, producing a tinkling sound whenever the wind blew. Here, Shinbei spotted another enemy. Without surprise, he shot and blew the man's head off. The man fell to the ground, unaware of where the bullet had come from. Shinbei counted his tally. So far, he had killed 6 people. A typical squad consisted of around 10 individuals, meaning he had already eliminated half. 5 minutes later, Shinbei stopped circling, having found no one along the way. Perhaps they had all regrouped. At this moment, the concentrated firepower from above was nearly inoperable. It was a tangled mass of plants intertwined, making it difficult to discern what lay beneath the canopy. Therefore, Shinbei had to rely on careful reconnaissance to locate the enemy. He began to crouch and move toward the center. As he got closer, his posture lowered deeper, eventually crawling like a little mouse, silently navigating through the underbrush. Shinbei was always cautious with his hands and feet, never letting his weight rest on the plants unless he sensed something solid like a rock or a crevice, fearing another mysterious drop that could cause a loud noise. Time passed without him noticing. Shinbei halted his crawling as he faintly heard voices nearby. What is going on? Why are there still people who haven't returned? Can't they see the large assembly signal? Are they blind? Captain Ba Ziang, could Shinbei be scaring himself halfway? What is there to be afraid of with just Shinbei? But just now, I think I heard the sound of a machine gun firing. Are you an idiot? Fighting fierce beasts is different from firing a gun. Ba Ziang cast a disdainful glance and waved his hand, continuing, let us wait 3 more minutes. If they don't come back by then, the credit for catching Shinbei will have to be theirs to envy. Shinbei listened intently, estimating that the two sides were about 100 meters apart. He could even see shadows moving in the distance. The enemy team leader, Ba Ziang, was a tall, muscular middle-aged man with no hair on his head or face, exuding an impressive aura like a fierce beast, giving the impression that a terrifying creature had entered the scene. He looked like a formidable fighter. At the same time, there were several vehicles at the assembly point. However, Shinbei was surprised to find that the size of this team exceeded his expectations. Despite having already lost 6 members, there were still 14 or 15 left. A full team of 20. Shinbei sniffed. If he wanted to take them out one by one, it would be nearly impossible. Weighing his options, he realized there was only one way to deal with so many enemies at once: concentrated firepower. Shinbei began to retreat, moving away from the area to avoid the shockwave. He backed up from 100 meters to 300 meters. Just as 3 minutes passed, he climbed a large tree to gain a vantage point. At that moment, Ba Ziang and his team were preparing to head south, likely searching for their missing members. Shinbei decisively issued a bombing order. In an instant, the concentrated firepower hovering above Ba Ziang and his men revealed itself. The barrel slightly tilted, pointing toward the ground. A flash of fire passed, and the silent shell was fired. The shell traced a blazing tail through the layers of mist. What is that? Someone inadvertently looked up and saw a bluish object falling through the mist. Ba Ziang, hearing the noise, looked up, his pupils suddenly constricting in shock. For a moment, he questioned his very existence. There were no fighter jets flying in the sky, nor the sound of artillery shells. How on earth did this happen? Shells. Enemy attack. Scatter. Ba Ziang quickly waved his hand, shouting loudly for everyone to take cover. Boom. Just as his voice fell, a shell, carrying overwhelming power, crashed down heavily to the ground, and in that instant, the target area was engulfed by a terrifying shockwave. The energy released in the explosion surged like a tidal wave, transforming into a dazzling white light, which then expanded into a massive fireball, bursting forth with a blinding flash and scorching heatwave. The rolling heat waves even dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing a clear blue sky. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage was still raining down shells. Under the bombardment, the target area became unrecognizable, with dust, debris, and metal fragments intertwining and flying about, creating a chaotic storm reminiscent of the apocalypse. The piercing screams were relentless. My arm has been blown off. Ah, my leg. Help me. What the hell is that thing in the sky? Shoot it down, run. This shell is too powerful. Although the enemy had discovered the aerial bombardment, it was too late. The artillery was merciless. Even some with special abilities raised defensive shields, but under the immense impact of the artillery, they were instantly torn apart. Several vehicles twisted and deformed in the flames, as if they were molten iron, collapsing on the ground, with wreckage scattered and burning tires leaving trails of black smoke in the air. Meanwhile, Shinbei, holding a sniper rifle, was constantly scanning the area. One of the special ability users seemed to have a high defense or was using some ability to offset much of the bombardment's power. However, even they were hit by a barrage of shells, resulting in a severed arm, the wound blackened and blood gushing out. Furthermore, upon noticing the aerial bombardment, this individual released an enormous fireball aimed at it. But the barrage's defensive module activated, raising a light barrier of pale yellow, pieced together like diamonds. To withstand the fireball attack, Shinbei felt a pang of heartache. Defenses cost money. He shot a bullet directly into the head of the person still attacking the barrage, causing their head to explode in a flamboyant spray of blood. Everyone else was no exception, all injured, missing limbs, and unable to get up. It could be said that the shells from the barrage were several times more lethal than the machine guns of the heavily built man. Still, it was a 10-round burst. Unsurprisingly, even if not all were dead, they were heavily wounded and unable to fight back. Shinbei jumped down from the tree, holding a revolver, exuding an air of superiority as if looking down on all living things. He walked in. The scene was a wreck. Steel fragments, severed limbs, shredded flesh, and blackened earth formed a hellish sight. Bang! Shinbei shot a bullet into one person's head, although this person's lower body was already blown away. Shinbei didn't mind wasting bullets to eliminate any potential witnesses who might see the barrage. Bang bang! Shinbei stepped on the blood-soaked mud, shooting anyone he saw in the head. Death upon death, they had to die even if they didn't want to. Not a single one would be left alive. But just as Shinbei was about to shoot the last person, Ba Ziang, an unexpected anomaly that startled him suddenly occurred. Chapter 116. Risking injury for life, Shinbei swiftly dealt with the remaining enemies. He didn't even pay attention to the vehicles as the enemies were clustered together, preparing to leave. The concentrated firepower unleashed a barrage of devastating explosions. At this moment, Shinbei entered the battlefield and began to shoot. When he aimed at the last person, Ba Ziang, an unforeseen event happened. He saw Ba Ziang's damaged body suddenly erupt with an invisible wave. An invisible force field expanded from him, with a radius of at least 10 meters. As Shinbei's revolver bullets fell into this force field, the metal casings quickly slowed down, and the tips began to glow red from the intense heat. Shinbei furrowed his brows. This guy has quite a physique. After such relentless bombardment, he still hadn't died and had the energy to maintain a defensive stance. At the same time, Shinbei noticed that Ba Ziang's protective force field was fundamentally different from the one used to counter gun ammo initially. It no longer consumed energy to absorb the kinetic energy of the bullets directly. Instead, after the bullets slowed down, they were deflected, tracing arcs. And when they exited the force field, they were angled upward. Once out of the force field's range, the bullets regained speed and shot off into the forest at a 40-degree angle, aimlessly. Shinbei tilted his head. The effect of this protective stance was similar to Ganmo's. However, it didn't require as much energy to resist the bullet's kinetic energy. It was somewhat like using a small force to counter a great one. Just then, Ba Ziang, like a resurrected zombie, had his joints moving, rippling like waves beneath his skin. Then, he slowly propped himself up with both hands. His eyes expressed a mix of pain, malice, and disbelief. With a thunderous roar, mixed with a sound like a tsunami, he exclaimed, very good, you did well. I wasn't going to find you, but you came to kill me instead." Ba Ziang swayed as he stood, his body hunched, arms hanging naturally, resembling a werewolf about to transform under the night sky. He shook his hand, revealing a mysterious vial of shimmering light. Upon seeing this, Shinbei immediately thought of drug use and decisively fired his weapon. He had to interrupt it. Bang bang, the gun spat fire as bullets shot out one after another. But Ba Ziang's protective force field remained intact. The bullets all veered off course. Ba Ziang raised the vial, ignoring Shinbei's gunfire. He had no choice but to drink it, having nearly lost half his life in that incredible bombardment. He had no combat capability left. Although Shinbei was an ordinary person according to the intel, his armor seemed formidable. If he didn't drink this potion, he might die. Although the cost of consuming the potion is high, it's still better than being killed. Ba Xiang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and resolutely poured the entire bottle of potion down his throat. This potion was developed by a research institute based in Shelter Number 20, and it was based on the blood of a powerful entity. In an instant, the potion seemed to burn his throat like a raging flame, coursing down as a searing energy exploded within him, as if volcanic lava were breaking through the earth's crust, flowing freely. In a moment, an astonishing wave of energy erupted from his body, causing the air around him to become suddenly dense. His clothes began to tear apart, and beneath his skin, the dark muscles that had previously been bombarded twisted and writhed as if being squeezed by a tremendous force, transforming into a rough and jagged appearance resembling ancient tree roots. Covered in a sinister black hue, his face also underwent a transformation, his features contorting, his eyes bulging with a blood-red glow, resembling the eyes of a monster from the abyss. His mouth split to the roots of his ears, and a set of sharp, white fangs emerged from the corners of his mouth, forming a massive maw capable of devouring the world. At the same time, dark, sharp bone spikes quietly emerged from his forehead. Next, his limbs underwent horrifying changes. His finger joints stretched exaggeratedly, his nails hardened and elongated into claws sharp as curved blades. And new bone spikes seemed to erupt beneath every inch of his skin, making his arms look like two sides lined with barbs. Finally, the most bizarre scene occurred. A long, jet-black whip-like tail suddenly extended from the end of Ba Xiang's spine, agile and deadly like a venomous snake, covered in rough scales, with the tip resembling a poison stinger. The entire transformation process was completed in just 1 second, and the original human was completely gone, replaced by a terrifying monster with bulging muscles, a twisted visage, and an aura of invisible menace. At this moment, the red light in Ba Xiang's eyes flared. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and his voice was a chilling blend of human and beast, like glass scraping against steel. "Let us have some fun." Xun Bei's eyes flickered, and his heart trembled. What is this? A transformation potion? But Xun Bei didn't dwell on it. Whether Ba Xiang was human or monster at this moment didn't matter to him. It was either him getting killed or him killing Ba Xiang. In the next moment, Xun Bei slightly bent his knees and suddenly leaped backward, simultaneously firing his revolver again. Bang bang. At that moment, the revolver felt as if it had transformed into an automatic assault rifle. A round of 6 bullets fired in succession, continuously striking Ba Xiang. In an instant, blood holes burst forth from Ba Xiang's flesh. Blood sprayed like a fountain. However, Ba Xiang only took 5 steps back before halting the bullet's kinetic impact. At the same time, he appeared momentarily dazed, as the core energy within the bullets repelled against the energy in his body, causing a brief mental shock. The power of the bullets was surprisingly formidable. Ba Xiang quickly shook off the additional shock effect of the bullets. Ignoring the wound, he didn't even flinch. It seemed that after drinking the potion, even his pain receptors had been severed. Ba Xiang's exaggerated mouth opened wide, his face twisted with a frenzied look, filled with a chilling hunger and greed. It appeared that Qianli had underestimated his value, being able to injure my transformed body and cause a mental shock. At that moment, Xun Bei had just landed, and the bullets in his revolver had been quickly reloaded. Xun Bei's expression was extremely calm, as if he were a dead man. Or the enemy was a dead man. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Xun Bei felt numb, remaining utterly composed. In the next moment, Ba Xiang's muscles tensed, and strands of black mist rapidly gathered around the charred gunshot wound, while his yellow vertical pupils fixed on Xun Bei. His mouth full of sharp teeth grinning wide. But it's useless. From the wound, hot casings clattered to the ground. Looking at Ba Xiang's monstrous appearance, Xun Bei's eyes were filled with uncertainty. "So, how do you plan to kill me?" Ba Xiang spread his arms and laughed wildly. Of course, before he finished speaking, his devil-like figure suddenly flashed, darting toward Xun Bei at an astonishing speed, while he laughed maniacally. "There are thousands of ways to live, but only one way to die. Fear me, you scum." Xun Bei's vision of Ba Xiang grew larger. He didn't retreat. It wouldn't help, as this guy was clearly faster than him. He decisively raised his handgun and fired. The first 5 bullets were intentionally shot into the air. The last bullet, as Ba Xiang charged in front of him, was aimed steadily at Ba Xiang's left eyeball. At that moment, Ba Xiang's fierce face was almost pressed against Xun Bei's mask, and they were so close they could see each other's pupils' reflections. "Die first." Ba Xiang swiped down with his hand. Time seemed to slow for a moment, and Xun Bei could clearly see the trajectory of Ba Xiang's claw, a visible ring-shaped shockwave rapidly expanding like a wave from the tip of his claw. Where the claw passed, the air erupted with thunderous sounds, reverberating back and forth, showcasing the tremendous and violent force contained within. Yet Xun Bei did not dodge. He pressed the gun directly against Ba Xiang's left eyeball, with a calm voice devoid of warmth. "I don't believe your eyeball is as hard as iron." I also don't believe your flesh beneath the armor is as hard as iron. Ba Xiang responded with a sinister grin. In the next breath, boom! Bang Shinbei was like a train hitting him at full speed. Then he was violently sent flying backward amidst a series of explosive cracking sounds from his bones. His armor, skin, muscles, and bones, these 4 layers of natural defense were torn apart like paper. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. And the tremendous impact caused Shinbei to uncontrollably tumble through the air. A series of crashes shattered several large trees, carving long trenches in the ground before finally collapsing under one of the trees. Wow, with a thud, Shinbei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood onto his visor. Mixed with the blood were fragments of internal organs. Shinbei felt every cell in his body screaming in agony. His muscles felt as if they were being torn apart. His bones felt like they had been crushed into dust by a heavy roller. This was a long-lost pain. Instead of disheartening him, it made him even more exhilarated. Pain. It was his own fire, his own friends. At that moment, the already crimson visual panel emitted a barrage of warnings. Warning, skeletal structure damage 90. Warning, overall armor defense damage 80. Warning, life support system completely paralyzed. Warning, all joint movements completely paralyzed. Shinbei directly shut off the chaotic alerts. Amidst the creaking and grinding noises of the armor, he leaned against the large tree and slowly stood up. Gripping his revolver, he took one step at a time to head back. Meanwhile, Ba Xiang was in a far worse state. His left eye had exploded, taking a portion of his skull with it, exposing a milky, charred brain. Damn it! Ba Xiang reached up to touch his exposed left brain. What the hell? Did the bullet's power increase? Ba Xiang was utterly confused. By his estimate, a single bullet should only breach his defenses, but not be fatal. Under such circumstances, he had dared to mock Shinbei, facing him head-on in a trade of injuries. But now he realized he had been a bit careless. Ba Xiang was completely unfazed. He was sure that with one blow, Shinbei would surely not be able to get up again. In fact, he was undoubtedly dead. After all, it was the blood of the Black Emperor, known for its ferocity and resilience. Then, a series of rustling footsteps approached. Ba Xiang suddenly turned his head. There. Amidst the chaos of the corridor, he saw Shinbei, clad in nearly wrecked, tattered armor, still spewing blood, taking one step after another toward him. Chapter 117. I might die, but you haven't one step. Shinbei emerged from the depths of the forest. As he walked, he emptied the spent shells from the revolver. Then, from his bag, he pulled out bullets, inserting them one by one. Behind him was a trail of blood, marking his path. Blood dripped from the seams of his armor, making him look like a demon crawling out of a blood pool. Shinbei's gaze was profoundly deep, through the blood-red visor, as if it contained an unfathomable abyss, ready to swallow every soul that met his gaze, sinking them into eternal slumber. In terms of momentum, he even overshadowed the humanoid monster Ba Xiang. Spit. Ba Xiang's eyes surged with overwhelming fury as he spat, his dinosaur-like body exploding through the air, each step covering nearly 10 meters and creating 1-meter-wide craters in the ground. He charged toward Shinbei, bringing with him a fierce and violent wind. How dare you still stand there? Kneel before me. Ba Xiang unleashed his terrifying physical prowess, displaying extreme ferocity. As he channeled energy through his arms, the veins bulged, resembling a menacing iron whip crashing down. Although Ba Xiang was quite surprised that Shinbei was still alive, it didn't matter. One attack had shattered his armor. With a second strike, he could take his life. Meanwhile, Shinbei maintained a calm smile on his face as he raised his revolver. Bang bang, another 5 bullets were fired. Bang. The final shot, a deep and powerful gunshot, instantly tore through the stillness of the air. The revolver spat out a blazing tongue of flame, accompanied by swirling smoke, as the bullet, like an avenging angel, accurately struck Ba Xiang's right eye. In an instant, Ba Xiang's eye socket exploded, blood mingling with the shattered tissue, the eyeball turning into a pool of crimson liquid under the high-pressure impact. Next, under the force of the bullet, the right side of Ba Xiang's skull was also blown away. At the same time, Ba Xiang's attack came in an instant. The tail end of his steel whip cut through the air with a piercing shriek, striking Shinbei with a loud crack. The upper part of Shinbei's armor was instantly shredded, flying into pieces. His chest caved in significantly, as if it had collapsed, and he was sent flying off the ground, spinning like a top, tossed dozens of meters away. Ugh, haha. Ba Xiang let out a frenzied screech. Despite his eyes being completely destroyed and his skull nearly gone, it did not affect his perception of the outside world. Of course, pain was meaningless to him. Ba Xiang spread his arms and laughed maniacally. Interesting. He slowly turned his head, his eye sockets now resembling black holes, gazing in the direction where Shinbei had fallen. This time, in his perception, Shinbei had stood up again. However, this time Shinbei was injured more severely, unable to even stand straight. Why the hell are you still standing? Ba Ziyang dragged his iron-like tail across the ground, leaving deep furrows as he approached Shun Bei. Why? Why can you still stand? Do you look down on me? Pain. Shun Bei's voice was devoid of any emotion or fluctuation, as if he were discussing something trivial. Pain keeps one awake. Click, click, click. Shun Bei began to reload. When he reached for the sixth bullet, he found his bag completely empty. No regular bullets left. Shun Bei pulled out the lining of his bag and retrieved a level 5 revolver bullet to insert into the chamber. Gritting his teeth, Shun Bei straightened his already deformed spine with a tremendous, unimaginable tearing force. His joints were dislocated, and under the external pressure, all the nerves felt as if they were being scorched by fierce flames. Beads of sweat mixed with blood rolled down. Shun Bei aimed his gun and fired 5 shots into the air. I understand now. Ba Ziyang's sinister laughter was low. The first 5 shots were a distraction. The true power of the last bullet is cumulative. This kind of technology is truly eye-opening. If you say you're an ordinary person, I begin to doubt whether this world has encountered a glitch. At that moment, Shun Bei still maintained a smile. That smile, though faint, was filled with a chilling aura. Finally, Shun Bei turned the gun's muzzle, aiming directly at Ba Ziyang's exposed cerebral cortex. Bang! Shun Bei showed no hesitation and decisively fired the bullet, heading straight for Ba Ziyang's brain. If this bullet hit, it would surely shatter Ba Ziyang's brain. Ba Ziyang spread his arms wide, laughing arrogantly, his laughter growing louder, even overpowering the deafening roar of the wind. What? Are you planning to shoot my brain? Unfortunately, you have no chance. In the next moment, Ba Ziyang wore a fierce and lewd smile, still maintaining a forward-charging posture, and suddenly opened his mouth wide. Boom. In an instant, from Ba Ziyang's gaping mouth, a fierce, dead silence, like a corrosive black wave, spewed forth, directly sweeping towards Shun Bei. Ability, Death Ray. This was the signature ability of the Black Emperor, a wild deity, possessing an astonishing capacity for annihilation and obliteration of matter and energy. Yet, the transformed Ba Ziyang unexpectedly unleashed this seemingly paradoxical move. This meant that any attack from an ability user, once it came into contact with the black light, would dissipate and be destroyed, let alone Shun Bei's bullet. Shun Bei couldn't comprehend the power of Ba Ziyang's move, but instinctively, he sensed something was wrong. A strong intuition warned Shun Bei that if the bullet entered the black wave, unexpected consequences could occur. Although Shun Bei was confident that the last bullet would hit Ba Ziyang's brain in a split second, Ba Ziyang's calm demeanor was perplexing. How could he act so recklessly with his vital point exposed, solely relying on the black light? Thus, Shun Bei decisively connected his consciousness to the bullet at the moment it was about to contact the black light, causing its tip to suddenly rise, shooting straight up into the air, as if its combat power had taken a vertical leap, barely grazing the trajectory of the black light. In the next instant, boom, the eerie silence of the death ray collided with Shun Bei's body, resembling boiling oil in water, resulting in a series of rapid explosions of black light. As the black light swept through, trees within a radius of over 10 meters instantly shattered. In less than half a second, Shun Bei groaned under the impact of the violent shockwave, his body violently thrown back amidst a spray of blood. At that moment, the flesh on Shun Bei's arms, chest, and even his face had been corroded away, leaving him as if he had lost half of his life. Haha, Ba Ziyang laughed wildly. How about that? Feeling good? Let me ask you, feeling good? Whoosh, just as Ba Ziyang finished speaking, a bullet fell from the sky, smashing through his brain. With a crash, the bullet's powerful kinetic energy rolled within his already damaged head, like a crocodile's death roll. At this moment, Ba Ziyang's mouth was slightly open, his face filled with horror and shock. How could a bullet fall from the sky? Despite his brain being reduced to a pulp, thanks to the effects of the drug, his consciousness remained largely intact. He swayed unsteadily, like a drunken dog, barely able to stand. Hadn't his bullets been obliterated by the deadly breath? With a thud, he fell to the ground. After struggling a few times, he managed to stand up again, taking 3 steps forward and 1 step back, heading towards the direction of Shun Bei. The humiliation and rage within him threatened to burst forth. Shun Bei, you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But in the end, I'm still the one standing. Stumbling, he reached Shun Bei, who had fallen to the ground. At that moment, Shun Bei was extremely weak, having lost all defenses from the second impact. The deadly breath had nearly cost him his life. Had the deadly breath been unleashed while Shun Bei's armor was intact, the completely sealed environment would not have allowed him to be so severely injured, bringing him to the brink of death. Shun Bei breathed lightly, blood trickling down his face like small snakes. You may be alive, but you haven't won, he said with a cold smile. I haven't won. Then who lost? Was it me? Ba Ziyang sneered. Qi and Lai wanted my armor and technology, and you got nothing, so you lost. With a sinister grin, Ba Ziyang declared, no worries, I'll take some fragments back. It's still a completed mission. Now you die? With that, he lifted his foot and stomped down on Shun Bei's head. Without protection, Shinbei's head was bound to burst. Not to mention Shinbei, even an ability user in such a situation would be doomed. Suddenly, a blinding light descended. Bang crash. Blood and flesh splattered all over Shinbei. Nyogonbin felt a bit anxious. He remained hidden in the grass as instructed by Shinbei, not daring to move. Fortunately, no fierce beasts passed by or caught his scent. He could hear distant explosions, but he didn't want to know what was happening. He just hoped for Shinbei's return. Without Shinbei, he wouldn't dare step out of the grass. Nyogonbin estimated the time. Shinbei had been gone for almost 2 hours. Each minute felt excruciating. After an unknown amount of time, he heard rustling footsteps. Ecstatic, Nyogonbin jumped out of the grass. Shinbei, you finally. Before he could finish, terror washed over his face, his eyes widening. The person before him was not Shinbei, but a girl. The girl had a high, straight nose, shallow eye sockets, and strikingly beautiful features that exuded a sense of vigor. Nyogonbin took a few steps back, swallowing hard as he looked at her. Why you? Who are you? The girl stared at him for a while before smiling lightly. Is the target my brother is escorting you? Chapter 118. This is not our homeland in shelter number 8. Shinbei slowly awakened from a deep coma, the chaotic world before him gradually taking shape. He found himself inside a massive transparent cylinder. The surface of the shell glimmered with a faint golden light, reflecting intricate circuit patterns like a liquid metal exterior. The liquid inside the chamber was clear and bright, surrounding his scarred body, as if he were suspended in an amber crystal within the river of time. The walls of the chamber were embedded with countless tiny mechanical arms and life support tubes. Shinbei felt dizzy, using all his strength to tear away the tubes and push open the shell. He looked around. This was a medical room. Deep purple lights flowed down from the embedded pipelines in the ceiling, casting a glow on the polished chrome alloy workbench. In the corner, precision and complex biological monitoring devices emitted a bluish glow, with streams of data jumping across their displays like twinkling stars. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, mixed with the subtle scent of electrical currents emitted by advanced medical equipment. Shinbei staggered a few steps, slipped, and fell to the ground. He began to examine his body. The skin that had been corroded by Ba Xiang's lethal breath had returned to its original state. In fact, it was even whiter and more tender than before, like milkshake. Just then, he heard the door open, and before he turned his head, a voice called out, "Oh, my bae, how did you get out?" It was Nyogonbin, holding a popsicle in his hand, who unceremoniously shoved the entire thing into his mouth while helping Shinbei up. He took a set of clothes from the wall and placed it on the bed. Shinbei looked at Nyogonbin with some confusion. The length of that popsicle was quite impressive. Come, sit down and rest for a while." Shinbei leaned back in the chair, calming his breathing for about 3 minutes before gradually regaining control of his body. He shook his head. How long has it been? 10 days. We should go back. Nyogonbin paused in silence before speaking with difficulty. I think shelter number 8 is not bad. Shinbei fixed his gaze on Nyogonbin and asked, Do you know the story of the butcher who skillfully cuts beef? Nyogonbin chuckled. Do you really think I'm an ignorant fool? You mean to say my skills are proficient enough to gain status here, right? No. Shinbei squinted his eyes and explained, the story is not about skill through practice, but about going with the flow. Nyogonbin was taken aback. And I am your flow, understand? Nyogonbin chewed thoughtfully, and after a moment of silence, he naturally understood Shinbei's meaning. But then he said, But you still have a sister here. Shinbei's gaze fell. Back then, he had fought Ba Xiang with injuries for injuries, fighting to the death. He had underestimated Ba Xiang's vitality after transformation. At that time, Shinbei was remarkably calm about death, as if this journey was merely a brief dream, just a passerby. And in the final moment, just as Ba Xiang crushed his own skull with a kick, Shun Nin descended from the sky, accompanied by blinding light, wielding some unknown ability, and struck down Ba Xiang in one move. The original owner's memory of Shun Nin's appearance had become incredibly vague. But at the moment Shun Nin reached out to pull Shinbei up, the surging memories pierced through his mind. Yet, the memories were somewhat strange. They had the same parents, but he didn't know. They know where they came from. These memories are completely absent. What can be seen starts from the original owner mining. The original owner supported his young sister with meager income. If they encountered areas with no resources due to the presence of titans, the original owner could only pick some fruits to stave off hunger. Sometimes, they couldn't even get clean water to drink. His lips cracked, and his skin was parched. Despite this, the original owner remained filled with boundless motivation. And this motivation was his cheerful sister, Shun Nan. The warmest scene was when the two sat at the edge of their vehicle, watching the sunset. That sliver of the setting sun resembled a shattered molten gold disk, hanging at the edge of a rusted skyline, casting its last rays. The sky looked like a yellowed old photograph, mottled and colorful. They sat side by side, draped in tattered yet colorful cloaks, their faces bathed in a warm golden glow from the sunset. The little boy tightly gripped a sharpened short knife, cutting a strip of meat he had obtained for the first time in a month. Meanwhile, the little girl hugged a patched-up doll, giggling as she savored the hard-earned food, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. They gazed at the setting sun together, letting the evening breeze gently caress their youthful cheeks, carrying away the dust. In that moment, the soft light of the sunset seemed to embrace them tenderly, stretching their shadows long. At that time, it was the original owner pulling little Shun Nan along. And now, it was Shun Nan reaching out to pull Shinbei. The two met again. Their conversation was very brief. Brother. Each spoke just one word. The wind at that time seemed to lighten, afraid to blow away a syllable that the other might not hear. No need for many words. After more than 10 years of separation, a single word was enough. Then Shinbei said a bit more, mentioning a certain creature, and fainted. At this moment, Shinbei shook his head, speaking calmly. I don't belong here. And you don't belong here either. Can we join? The creature counted on its fingers, tempting Shinbei. You may not know what shelter number 8 is. Let me explain. It's the home of the top combatant, the Spider Queen. Just look at the medical equipment here. It's obviously a generation ahead of other shelters. Only the shelters of the church can compare. Moreover, from what I know, your sister has a high status in shelter no. 8 and seems to have a close relationship with the Spider Queen. Shinbei shot a glance back. Could it be that low? Back then, his sister was personally taken by the Spider Queen, who had squatted down in front of little Shin Nan, holding her hand. Shinbei looked directly at the creature and asked a critical question. What can you do in shelter number 8? You may have caught the attention of Yu Wuchang, but the Spider Queen might not necessarily value you. Don't you understand the principle of preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix? Neo Ganben faced Shinbei, gritting his teeth and his cheeks puffing up. Actually, I still have something in my hands, something even more powerful than the secondary awakening potion. If I take it out, even the Spider Queen would have to meet me personally. This thing is. Shinbei suddenly lunged forward, gripping Neo Ganben's mouth and growling in a low voice. Did I not tell you not to casually reveal your abilities? What kind of place is this? What if there are listening devices? Neo Ganben's pupils shrank, but he nonchalantly replied. So what if I rely on my own abilities to stay here? Shinbei stared at this naive and reckless individual, realizing the harsh realities of the wild. Are you sure what you have is truly yours? Is your ability really your own? Shinbei sat back down. No matter where you are, your life is not your own. Neo Ganben was left speechless, staring blankly. After a moment of silence, he slurped on his ice pop. Why not stay here? Don't you want to be with your sister? Shinbei took a deep breath. She doesn't need me to worry about her. A simple statement. Neo Ganben seemed to grasp that complex and helpless emotion. Something intricate and unexplainable, difficult to look at directly. It was too complex for him to understand. Shinbei stood up and walked outside. Get ready. We need to go where we should. As Shinbei exited the medical room, he found himself in a long corridor. The ceiling was lined with LED lights, casting a soft glow. Just the power supply alone indicated that the resources of shelter number 8 were far superior to those of shelter number 36. At the same time, various medical staff in white coats moved about. Upon seeing Shinbei, they merely nodded slightly without asking too many questions. Shinbei stepped outside. This was the second floor of the shelter. Looking around, the buildings here were tall, large, and beautiful, with a coordinated and unified appearance. However, Shinbei felt a monotonous déjà vu. The style was cold and rigid. Although it looked more aesthetically pleasing, it lacked the vibrant atmosphere brought by the diverse architectural styles of shelter number 36. There were no drunken ruckus, making the silence rather uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the functions of the second floor were similar to those of other shelters. Large plots of land were planted with various crops, lush and thriving. Shinbei walked forward against the warm wind. Here, one couldn't just wander around. Of course, it wasn't about restricted areas, but rather the pathways. There were pedestrian crossings, and one had to walk according to specific arrows. People walked in rows of 2 or 3. No crossing or taking shortcuts before reaching the turning points marked by arrows. The emphasis was on order and self-discipline. Shinbei followed behind 2 people. Soon, an odd building appeared in his line of sight. Its shape resembled a Ferris wheel, but instead of being round, it took the form of a spider web. It was likely made of modular connections, with various rooms and offices inside. Shinbei didn't need to think much. It was undoubtedly the Spider Queen's residence. Before long, Shinbei arrived at the supply depot. According to the rules of the various shelters, outsiders must disarm completely and store their weapons in the supply room to be retrieved upon departure. When Shinbei woke up, his armor, weapons, and backpack were all missing. Naturally, they were stored here. Shelter number 8 has very detailed divisions among its departments. If it were shelter number 36, he would have to find the logistics department. Shinbei walked in, reported his situation, and retrieved his belongings. It was a shabby pile. The armor was completely damaged, resembling a robot from the final battle, ready for scrapping. It was battered and dented, with edges curling up, giving off a sense of an old, worn-out beast nearing its end. A staff member kindly asked, "Do you need help with the trash?" Shinbei understood what he meant. Besides the firearms, the armor was just a heap of scrap metal. The best fate for it would be to toss it into the furnace, to be remelted into iron blocks for making screws or something. Shinbei shouldered his weapons and, holding the armor, smiled as he said, "No need. I'll take it home." The staff member gazed at Shinbei's departing figure, momentarily dazed. Going home? Carrying scrap metal home? Is this person unwell? How could one develop a sentimental attachment to junk? What a weirdo. Chapter 119. Parting is for reunion at this moment. Shinbei leaned against the railing at the edge of the second floor of Titan, looking down. Behind him were rolling caravans. However, the caravans here were much better overall than those at shelter number 36. The exteriors were brightly colored, uniformly painted white, and the designs were varied, exuding a livelier atmosphere. Definitely stronger than shelter number 36, right? A crisp voice came from behind Shinbei. He didn't look back, his gaze somewhat dazed as he nodded ahead. "Neo Lu just came to find me. He said you don't want to stay here." Shin Nan gently placed her small hand on the railing, leaning her upper body against it, her hair cascading down, emanating the fragrance of sweet flowers. "If you're here to persuade me, there's no need." Shinbei replied lightly. Shin Nan shook her head with a smile. "No, you have your freedom. I just want to know why you don't want to stay here." Shinbei lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly, the smoke lingering for a full minute before he spoke. "If you can't make it here, shelter number 36 will always be a home. I have to protect that home for you." Shin Nan nearly burst into tears. Shinbei knew that when the Spider Queen took Shin Nan away, there was no mention of a deadline. Everyone and everything has a day when their value is completely exhausted. Shinbei was no exception. Therefore, he held steadfast to what he needed to protect. If Shin Nan were to be eliminated at shelter number 8, at least she wouldn't be left without a place to stay. "My only concern was eased once I saw you," Shinbei said with a gentle smile. Shin Nan bit her lip, her eyes slightly red and swollen. "Got it, brother. Prepare a vehicle for me." Shinbei flicked the cigarette butt away. "No problem." Silence ensued. A long stretch of silence. Shinbei found himself at a loss for words. And it seemed Shun Nan had also lost her spirit. "Be well." Finally, Shinbei tossed a remark, turned around with her belongings, and left. Shin Nan's long hair fluttered in the wind, strands obscuring her eyes. Those strands seemed to tear apart Shinbei's silhouette. Some people walk further away, while others feel closer the farther they go. "Damn it, I heard Shinbei is here." A spirited girl jumped onto the railing, grabbing Shin Nan's shoulder and loudly asking, "Where is he?" Shin Nan pointed at the vehicle chasing the sunset. "He's gone. It's driving me crazy." Bai Luo held onto the railing tightly, her anger unabated. Meanwhile, Shin Nan smirked, tossing her hair. That road the vehicle was taking was not just any road but the path she would take home someday. Just then, a person in a white coat rushed over. "Supervisor Shun, results have come in over there." Shin Nan nodded and headed alone to the laboratory. For an ordinary shelter, there wouldn't be a dedicated laboratory like this. Usually, they are mixed with research facilities. Even the medical center is often run by the research institute. However, Shelter No. 8 is resource-rich and well-staffed, and the Spider Queen's meticulous management puts other shelter leaders to shame, especially the medical center, which boasts equipment far superior to the current era, sourced from world-ending class starships. When Shinbei was nearly electrocuted by Malbu Air, she was saved by a potion worth 1,000,000 crystal cores used by the Blue Demoness. If it were at the Spider Queen's medical center, it could have been resolved with at most 100,000 crystal cores. This is the power of technology. Soon, Shun Nan arrived at the laboratory, and after a series of identity verifications, she came to an independent room. A mixture of chemical odors greeted her. The laboratory was organized with various setups. A row of empty glass test tubes hung on the rack. In the center stood a massive mass spectrometer. To one side, 3 staff members were observing blood under a microscope. "Supervisor Shun is here." One bespectacled man straightened up, excitement evident on his face. "Supervisor Shun, we may have discovered the blood of the gods." Shin Nan tilted her head. "Blood of the gods? Look over here." The bespectacled man opened the microscope display. What appeared was a pale red hue. Under the microscope's magnification, the blood cells could be seen. However, the cells on the screen were very unusual. Normal human blood cells should be irregularly shaped circles or ellipses made up of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. But what Shun Nan saw were cells resembling gears. Or rather, they were tightly packed, invisible parts. Shin Nan bit her lip, stunned into silence for a long time. Meanwhile, the researchers were shouting with excitement. "Supervisor Shun, quickly tell me where you got this blood? Did you come into contact with the gods?" "Yes, these cells are truly rare." "No, unheard of, unseen before. I'd rather call it mechanical specter. Just imagine, if machines can grow on their own, what else could they be but godly cells? We've discovered a new world." "Supervisor Shun, Shin-nin shook her head and glanced back at the door, which was tightly locked. She smiled and asked, yes. A brand new discovery. You three can share the credit. No, 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 the bespectacled man said excitedly, rubbing his hands. It's mainly thanks to the samples you provided. We just did something trivial. It doesn't matter. You were the ones who discovered it. Shin-nin waved her hand. Should I write your names when I report this? The three researchers nodded. Are you sure there's no one else involved? I don't want anyone else popping up later to accuse you of taking all the credit and making me look bad. The bespectacled man replied very seriously. Throughout the entire analysis and observation process, it was just the three of us. No one else was involved. Not even the person who called you over has entered this room. Really? Absolutely. How could we joke about such matters in front of the Spider Queen? Shin-nin nodded. That's good. In the next moment, her eyelids trembled slightly, and an invisible wave of pressure rapidly spread from her, causing the air to freeze. As if even time was under her control, she slowly raised her hand, fingers slightly apart, as if she were holding the weight of the entire world in her palm. In that suffocating moment, Shin-nin clenched her fingers. Boom, an invisible wave of pressure surged through the air. The three researchers instantly felt as if they were bearing the weight of hundreds of tons. Their bones creaked under the incredible pressure, muscles and organs were crushed and deformed, ultimately turning into a mushy mass of flesh and blood. Ability, gravity, strangulation. Shin-nin could manipulate gravity at will, altering the force fields and pressure. This was an ability refined from countless crystal cores, developed under the guidance of the Spider Queen, making it a specialized power that had only just been awakened. Before obtaining this ability, all previous powers felt useless, and spending a fortune on crystal cores to awaken them was painfully costly. Only with the financial backing of someone like the Spider Queen could such an investment be justified. Other leaders of shelters would never dare to be so reckless with their resources. Next, Shin-nin approached the computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Retrieving all the experimental data from earlier, a dialog box popped up. Do you want to delete this test record? Shin-nin clicked yes. The computer quickly deleted the data. After doing all this, Shin-nin destroyed all remaining physical evidence. She frowned. I wanted to give you a blood transfusion to speed up your recovery, but it was rejected. After testing, we ended up with this strange situation. What were you like before you met me? Shin-nin had no answer. After all, her name was given by him. With a sigh, she walked out. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and traveling the world, witnessing its splendor. The youthful heart is often a bit reckless. Now you've made the whole world your home. The girl who once made your heart ache has quietly vanished. Love always leaves you yearning yet troubled, often leaving you battered and bruised. Dilla Lilla Dilla Denda, a song from a bygone era, is heartbreakingly screaming from the car's player. The passenger sways left and right with the rhythm of the song. It's not that the passenger must sway. It's just that the driver's skills aren't that great. Not swaying along with the music would be simply unbearable. It's clear to see that you are very happy. The driver glanced at the swaying passenger. Whether or not to watch the road ahead didn't matter. The whole world is the road. If one could still crash into others in the wilderness, then one could only believe in love. The passenger sniffled, wanting to speak the truth and tell the driver that his driving skills weren't great. But ever since he left the shelter, fleeing until now, he understood a principle. Sometimes, even in research, one cannot speak the truth. By the way, the driver leaned back in his seat, propping his feet up on the steering wheel, trying to get comfortable, and continued, You said you have a special skill. Tell me about it. The passenger wore a sly smile and said lazily, Driving is boring. You're just looking for an excuse to scold me, right? I want to say a word. Don't want to hear your nagging. The driver pulled out a revolver and pointed it at his head. What about now? The passenger gulped. How should I respond in this situation? If you don't have lofty beliefs, when your life is at stake, you just say whatever you need to say to try to save yourself. Oh, I don't have any lofty beliefs, the passenger admitted, learning a lesson. The driver put away the gun and lit a cigarette. Go on. The next moment, the passenger's first words stunned the driver. I heard you got beaten badly by a superpowered individual? If it were me, I'd teach that superpowered individual a lesson in no time, the driver replied. Just because your last name is Neo doesn't mean you can brag. Chapter 120. N6 Solution, a deadly weapon teach a superpowered individual a lesson in no time? Upon hearing this, the driver couldn't help but show a look of disdain. Let us not even talk about it. Just having the passenger box with an ordinary person would have him calling them daddy. And now you're telling me that superpowered individuals are nothing in front of you? That is a bit too much bragging. However, the journey was boring. So the driver patiently said, Then tell me how you would deal with a superpowered individual. Brag. The passenger was a bit irritated, spreading his arms wide and exaggerating. You think I'm bragging? Huh. You'll never know the power of technology. The driver countered. Who here really doesn't know the power of technology? I'll tell you. The passenger straightened up, looking extremely serious, his posture akin to that of a university professor. Do you know why I wasn't favored at the shelter? The driver shook his head. Because besides doing my regular work, I was always stealing and pilfering on the side. The passenger said this with a hint of shame. The driver sniffed. To put it simply, it's about taking advantage of small gains and always using public resources. This phenomenon exists in any shelter and is unavoidable. Even someone in a position of power has embezzled. But what I took was only for private research, not for selling for profit. What kind of research? A solution that can damage the physical organization of ability users. I call it the N6 solution. Shinbei turned to take a glance at Nyogonbin. Puzzled, my handgun can do that too. Nyogonbin pursed his lips, looking as if he wanted to point out the absurdity of what Shinbei was saying. Shinbei shrugged. The damage caused by your handgun and my solution is not the same. Nyogonbin counted on his fingers. A handgun damages the physical body of ability users through physical kinetic energy. What I have is chemical energy, capable of dissolving ability users. At this moment, Nyogonbin paused, his eyes lighting up. It's like a festering wound that you can't shake off. This solution will entangle with the energy within the ability user's body, and they can only watch as their flesh and tissues are destroyed. Shinbei clicked his tongue, finding it not surprising, somewhat similar to how his crystal core powder would create a shock effect within ability users. Shinbei asked again, what is the difference from sulfuric acid? There is a huge difference. Nyogonbin looked at Shinbei as if he were a clueless student. Don't even mention sulfuric acid. What if aqua regia were splashed on an ability user? My solution invades the internal tissues, starting the destruction at the cellular level. It's like, Nyogonbin thought of a metaphor, a hot knife cutting into butter, slowly melting it. Oh, Shinbei straightened up, tentatively asking, does it ignore the levels of ability users? It's impossible to completely ignore them. Nyogonbin coughed. But the lower the level, the faster the corrosion. For higher levels, it's slower, but there will absolutely be no situation without damage. It just depends on how long. If it's short, they die within moments. If it's longer, I don't have data on that. In short, I'll say this, regardless of the ability user or their powers, it doesn't matter. As long as their skin comes into contact with my solution, if not handled in time, they will be doomed. The more Shinbei listened, the more shocked he became. As if he had discovered a new continent that could enhance his strength. You see, his firearms already exceeded the predictive abilities of ability users. Once the opponent's level is too high, the bullets are definitely useless and may not even breach their defenses. Although he could upgrade his firearms and ammunition, they ultimately wouldn't threaten any ability users, like the Spider Queen now. But Nyogonbin's solution was different. It seemed quite powerful. Shinbei hesitated and asked, is that for real? Am I joking with you? Nyogonbin stared wide-eyed. This is the greatest research achievement of my life. Then tell me, if someone gets contaminated with the solution, how can they survive? Nyogonbin smiled eerily. If your finger touches it, and you don't cut off your finger, it will continue to corrode your entire body. Shinbei stroked his chin. What about if the ability user has regenerative abilities or toxin resistance? Then it will endlessly consume the energy of the ability user until all their energy is exhausted, you understand. They will turn into an ordinary person. Shinbei instantly thought of the answer. He stared at Nyogonbin for a full 3 minutes, even causing the vehicle to veer off and almost flip into the ditch. Shinbei's heart was immensely shaken. If everything Nyogonbin said was true, then this would definitely be a powerful weapon. Frankly speaking, if he encountered an ability user like Ba Xiang again, he could just inject it directly. After that, he wouldn't need to do anything else. He could just circle around Ba Xiang and keep his distance, waiting for him to be corroded by the solution and die slowly. This way, he wouldn't put himself in a dangerous position. Shinbei calmed his excited emotions and asked, do you have a sample? Nyogonbin shook his head. How could I dare to keep a sample? Once it's exposed, I would become the enemy of all ability users. That made sense. If this solution really existed, not to mention enemies. Even the leader of Shelter Number 1 would have to personally execute Nyogonbin. It's not just about having something that could conquer other shelters. Technology can be replicated. And who can guarantee it wouldn't leak out and ultimately become a self-destructive bomb? After all, the threat is enormous. Shinbei continued to ask, if I asked you to produce it, would there be any difficulties? Nyogonbin rubbed his chin. That depends on what kind of equipment Shelter No. 36 prepares for me. The specific process is quite complex and requires. Shinbei interrupted, not wanting to hear about the technical aspects, just wanting the finished product. Assuming I want this solution, how much funding would I need in a situation where I have nothing? Nyogonbin counted on his fingers, rolling his eyes as he calculated for a long time. You'd need about 100 high-level crystal core units, and that's a conservative estimate. The upper limit could be endless. Shinbei pulled out a pistol and tossed it to Nyogonbin. Why don't you just kill me? You think it's expensive? I think it's expensive too. Nyogonbin rolled his eyes. Research. You have to be willing to invest. The more money you have, the bigger the project you can handle. Shinbei sighed, rubbed his temples, and asked one last question. If this solution is developed, can it be loaded into bullets? If it can, that would be incredible. As long as it hits, it could take down ability users. I could freely maneuver around the enemies. That would give me the advantage. Nyogon Bin was taken aback, his eyes rolling as he thought for a long time. I haven't considered this aspect. But I can share my thoughts. This solution is a chemical. If it's loaded into bullets, copper or iron casings won't work, as it would cause a chemical reaction, altering the internal molecular structure and creating other substances, rendering the solution useless. My experiments were all conducted in glass tubes. So, if you can create bullets made of glass, your peculiar request could be fulfilled. Shinbei, glass bullets? Isn't that absurd? Shinbei sighed again and waved his hand. Just seal away all the information on this N6 solution. I can't deal with this. Nyogon Bin shrugged. I never planned to show it off either. I'm scared too. Aren't you afraid I might leak it? Not afraid. Why not? Nyogon Bin sniffed, perhaps feeling a bit delicate, and said with his head down, you almost lost your life just to bring me back. Shinbei chuckled. He wanted to tell him that this had nothing to do with him. Shinbei drove in silence, speeding across the wilderness. He was truly envious of Nyogon Bin's technique. However, there were currently two major challenges. One was funding. The other was the glass bullets. Both were issues that couldn't be solved at the moment. Money could be earned, but obtaining glass shells was much more difficult. These shells didn't need to pursue power, even if they were fired and caused no harm. It was sufficient as long as the solution spilled out upon impact. However, in Shinbei's understanding, glass was too brittle to withstand the impact of gunpowder. This path was practically blocked off. The off-road vehicle continued northward, the tires crushing broken rocks and parched, cracked earth, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Like a long dragon made of dust following behind. On the distant horizon, crumbling architectural ruins piled up, resembling silent tombstones. The music had faded, leaving only the roar of the engine echoing across the vast land, intertwined with the whispers of the wind and the rolling of gravel. After a day of rapid travel, the surrounding temperature began to drop noticeably. The greenery started to reseed, replaced by withered grass and trees. Shinbei parked the off-road vehicle on a hillside, gazing at